The flame fruit to the blade, hand-rolled senbei, and surviving on a deserted island for a year. Waking up in the pirate world, a system suddenly rings in my head. Dimensional synthesis. Anything can be created. With a rub of my hands, a green light bursts forth, and senbei appears instantly upon opening the beginner's gift pack. Flame fruit. Great sword tiger hunt. Luo Xia curls his lips. This fruit isn't even fit for ADOG. In the next second, he presses the fruit onto the blade, and a green light flashes. The tiger hunt now has 3 fiery patterns. The blade is a striking red-purple, looking incredibly cool. Can it turn to a bracelet? The sword wraps around his wrist, swinging the sword toward the sea. A fiery sword wave crashes out. Luo Xia excitedly munches on senbei. Just like carps, it's definitely top-notch. Just as he thinks about making a run for it, a system task hits him. Survive on the deserted island for a year. Failure? A divine lightning bolt will strike you dead. Luo Xia is momentarily dumbfounded. This broken island doesn't even have grass. Turning over a cliff, he suddenly sees a glimmer. Lush greenery and rabbits running. Can he survive now, but a whole year? Using the flame fruit blade to roast rabbits? Will it attract sea kings? This start is exhilarating. Attacking Carp's ship? This kid must be tired of living. A year later, Luo Xia has become a wild man on the deserted island. Long hair covering his face, wearing only shorts, surviving by robbing small pirates. Suddenly spotting a ship in the distance, he immediately draws Tiger Hunt. Chop it! The fiery blade shadow rushes toward the target on the dog-headed warship. Carp is taking a nap. As a bubble bursts, he opens his eyes to see the blade shadow. Everyone back. He disappears on the spot, a punch shattering all the flames. The lieutenant shouts, "There's someone on the island." Carp grins. "Let's go check it out." Luo Xia is still dreaming in the lookout tower. A wave of loot will surely be fat. Turning around, he locks eyes with Carp. It's over. It's the Iron Fist Grandpa. His legs tremble, and he can't move as Carp grabs him. The Navy discusses. This guy looks like he's fleeing from a disaster. Luo Xia explodes. "Can't you speak?" Bogart coldly asks. "Why did you attack the warship?" Luo Xia responds confidently. "I didn't see clearly, I just wanted to sink it and loot you." Carp's fist is already cracking. This kid knows it's Carp and still dares to say that. Can the Tiger Hunt blade withstand the Iron Fist? He's probably going to be turned into senbei with one punch. This level of self-destruction is insane. Turning senbei out of thin air. Carp is immediately bought off. He even wants to recruit him into the Navy. Luo Xia, with a flash of green light in his left hand, produces senbei. Carp's eyes light up with greed, snatching it away and exclaiming, "This flavor is incredible." The sailors are collectively stunned. This ability is more outrageous than a devil fruit. "Want to know my ability?" Luo Xia rubs his hands. "Do you have anything to eat on your ship?" Bones, fried rice, orange juice, all gone in a whirlwind. After a satisfying burp. "This is called synthesis ability. I can synthesize anything." With a flick of his wrist, the fiery bracelet transforms into Tiger Hunt. This was synthesized using a logia fruit and the great sword. The blade spins around him, the fiery blue patterns dazzling. Bogart's eyes widen. He must be recruited into the Navy. Carp thumps his chest. "Join the Navy. The mess hall has plenty." Luo Xia is tempted. But if this synthesis ability gets the Navy's attention, will he still be able to freely make senbei in the future? Will Carp force him to create tons of senbei? Is this a golden opportunity or a big pitfall? It's so thrilling. Did Luo Xia just create a mountain of senbei for Carp? And even modify the Navy's ship? Using a logia fruit to fuse with a sword. Only Vegapunk could do it with a Zoan. One sentence from Bogart wakes Carp up. Carp slaps his thigh. This kid is a treasure. He reaches out directly. "Join the Navy." Luo Xia immediately agrees. It's better than eating senbei on the island. On the warship, Luo Xia shows off 30 cups of drinks and dozens of big plates. Carp grins widely. "He can eat even more than me." Turning around, Luo Xia transforms a pile of senbei into a small mountain. Carp's eyes shine. This isn't just recruiting a new recruit, it's recruiting a senbei manufacturing machine. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Luo Xia directly uses his ability to change his appearance. Black shirt with green dragon patterns, leaving the sailors dumbfounded. Carp looks at him. "You look like my grandson." Luo Xia rolls his eyes. "Who's your grandson?" Suddenly, the system beeps. "Create a speed-up device. Failure will result in losing Tiger Hunt." Luo Xia's face darkens. Is this system doing this on purpose? Dragging a large package out from the cabin. Carp is confused. "Are you trying to escape? What's in this package?" "A secret weapon to speed up the warship." Is Tiger Hunt going to be lost? What kind of crazy invention can Luo Xia come up with? It's simply too exciting. Using a cast iron pot and a wine bottle to create a propeller, Carp slaps him onto the deck. Luoxia spills out a bunch of junk, a deformed iron pot, a wine bottle, wooden planks, and sea prism stone. With a flash of green light, a wooden stick and torn clothes combine into scrap, which is thrown away. Carp is stunned, even forgetting to eat sunbae. Suddenly a shout. Luoxia holds up two half-man-high big fans. This is a propeller. It can speed up the ship. Bogart installs it on both sides of the warship. The propellers spin wildly, and the ship's speed skyrockets. What originally took 10 days now only takes 2. Luoxia is feeling proud. Bang! He slapped into the deck by Carp. Sorry, I got too excited and couldn't control my strength. Carp laughs like an idiot. Luoxia's face darkens. So all my hard work on the invention just earned me a slap. The Navy headquarters arrives. On the training ground, sailors are sparring, and the scene is so shocking that Luoxia can't move his feet. Carp yanks him. Let's go meet Sengoku first. Is he about to meet the fleet admiral of the Navy? Will Luoxia's synthesis ability be targeted? Will Carp give him another slap? This plot is too thrilling to stop. Luoxia draws his sword to chop at Carp. A Gion beauty steps in a block. Carp grabs Luoxia by the collar, only to be slashed in the face by a blade. Gion blocks with her sword. Hey, handsome, it's not good to chop the rear admiral. Luoxia retorts. He keeps pinching me like I'm a little chick. Carp quickly apologizes. I won't do it next time. Tiger Hunt instantly transforms into a fiery bracelet, leaving Gion stunned. This sword fused with a logia fruit, kicking open the door to Sengoku's office. Sengoku, I brought you a treasure. Sengoku roars, not again with the door kicking, turning around to see Luoxia. His eyes widen. This kid looks charmingly rogue. Carp shouts. He can turn sunbae out of thin air. Luoxia's hands flash with green light, and sunbae piles up into a small mountain. Sengoku is instantly dumbfounded, while Carp excitedly reaches out to grab some. Sengoku's gaze instantly becomes fervent, staring at Luoxia with intensity. What kind of devil fruit user are you? Crack Carp is still ravenously eating sunbae. Is his synthesis ability about to be exposed? Will Sengoku take him as a research subject? Is the Gion beauty still thinking about that knife? Roxas probably can't hide it anymore. It's exciting enough to make your heart race. Flame turned into a famous sword. Zephyr's training camp wants to recruit Roxas. Just after Sengoku asked about his abilities, Roxas' wrist burst with flames. The flames directly coalesced into a knife. Sengoku stood up in shock. Is this permanent? Roxas retracted his hand, and the knife turned back into a bracelet. It's just normal flames melting. Kapu chimed in from the side, and it melted a natural fruit too. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, Kapu made a remark that froze Roxas' smile. Tomorrow, go to Zephyr's training camp. Roxas turned pale. That place is hell. Want to run? Kapu grabbed him back. The 3 admirals were all trained there. Back in the dorm, Roxas pulled out the blueprint for the gravity gloves. The first material, a kindness gloves. Roxas was stunned. Am I supposed to steal from an admiral? Are you crazy? Zephyr over there has already made it clear. If you get ruined, I won't be responsible. Sengoku shot back. If you dare ruin him, he'll beat you up. This treatment, isn't it like being a favored son? Going to the training camp tomorrow. Will Zephyr shoot at him? How to get a kindness gloves? Roxas is probably going to fall. The plot is getting more intense. Kapu is going to steal a kindness gloves? Just for Roxas sunbae? Roxas shouted, and Kapu charged toward the office building. Sakazuki, hand over your gloves. Boom. Thick smoke billowed in the distance. Zephyr looked over. You all keep training, I'll go check it out. In the training ground, Roxas performed a synthesis on the spot. Machine gun rocket launcher. A flash of blue light turned into a new gun. The muzzle was bigger than a plate, and Zephyr casually fired. The bullet hit the ground and exploded into a cannonball. The trainees were all dumbfounded. Smoker couldn't hold back. I'm going to see the excitement. Tina was also itching to move. Roxas stood there with his mouth twitching. Is Kapu really going to fight? A kindness magma fist is no joke if he can't get those gloves. The gravity gloves are going to be in vain. What will Zephyr see when he arrives at the scene? Kapu pinning Akainu to the ground to pound him? Or the 2 admirals tearing the office building apart? Roxas has really caused a huge mess this time. The plot has gone crazy. Kapu punches Sengoku against the wall. Just because of this pair of gloves, the Navy headquarters exploded. Kapu and Akainu were fighting in the office building, making a mess everywhere. Sengoku roared. You've gone too far? Kapu argued. Roxas wanted his gloves. Roxas and the crowd knelt down. I'm not taking the blame for this. Dragged in front of Akainu, Roxas was scared and drew the tiger hunt. Akainus' murderous glare. What do you want my gloves for? The gravity gloves. You'll know the effect once they're done. Sengoku waved his hand. Sakazuki, give them to him. Aquinas gloves see stone yellow earth. A flash of blue light turned into a black glove imprinted with a dragon pattern. Kapu snatched it up and put it on, throwing a punch at the air. Sengoku was instantly pressed against the wall. His expression twisted. The whole place fell silent. How many times the gravity did this glove add? Kapu himself was confused. I don't feel anything. Akina's face turned green. If I'd known this power, I wouldn't have given them up. Rox's synthesis this time was incredible. Will he use the weapons of the three admirals to cause trouble next? If these gloves can be mass-produced, wouldn't the Navy be invincible? The plot has gone wild beyond control. Kapu is wildly swinging punches with the gravity gloves. Zephyr is going to ruin the trainees. Just as Sengoku crawled out from the wall. The wall was cracked like a spider web. The other generals stared. Are these gloves even more powerful than the gravity fruit? Roxas explained. It's linked to strength. Kapu uses punches, and the power doubles. Aquinas suddenly spoke. Take the gloves off me. Kapu protected the gloves. Why should I? Just when it seemed like another fight was about to break out, Sengoku shouted. First give it to Kapu. Next time, we'll make you a new one. Aquinas' face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Today I got beaten up for nothing. Back in the training ground, Zephyr saw this and exploded with rage. The trainees were either smoking or slacking off. It seems I need to show you my strength. Smoker was sold out by his teammates on the spot. He said we could take a break. Smoker turned pale. This is bad. Kapu was still outside, wildly swinging punches, each punch creating a gravity shockwave. Nearby sailors were pressed down and couldn't stand up straight. Zephyr directly chased him away. Stop causing trouble here. Roxas stood in the line, breaking out in a cold sweat. Zephyr's devil training is about to start. Can his little body withstand it? Will Akainu hold a grudge and make things difficult for him? Life is unbearable. It's so intense it makes me want to run away on the spot. All right, now run 30 laps around the playground. No, 50 laps, and if you can't finish, you won't be allowed to eat. Hurry up, Zephyr shouted angrily. From this, it's clear that he is indeed very angry today. After all, Zephyr has truly been out to sea, understands the cruelty of the ocean, and knows that only by becoming stronger can one survive. Without strength, you are only at risk of being killed by pirates. After Zephyr issued the order, the Navy soldiers all took off running, including Roxas. At the same time, after Zephyr finished issuing the task, a voice rang in Roxas' mind. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a random task. Complete the task of 50 laps. The task reward element is the weapon technique. At the same time, a scene appeared in Rosha's mind, where a person was infusing a ball of icy energy into a weapon. Then, that weapon burst forth with a dazzling light, and it wrapped tightly around Rosha's arm, just like his tiger hunt. Seeing this reward, a slight smile crept onto Rosha's lips. If he mastered this technique, it would be incredibly easy to make money. Meanwhile, another voice from the system followed closely. This system wants me to become stronger, Rosha thought to himself. However, before he had time to ponder, Zephyr's booming voice rang out. You little brat, are you waiting to get shot by my machine gun instead of running? Before he finished speaking, the distinct rat-a-tat sound of the machine gun exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone hurriedly started to run, and so did Rosha. It was hard to imagine that Zephyr, who was known to the outside world as the non-killing general, was like this when training his students. Perhaps it was precisely because he understood how cruel this world could be that he acted this way. The training ground was about 500 meters around, and Rosha and the others had to run 50 laps, which amounted to 25,000 meters, or roughly 25 kilometers. When Rosha thought of this, his scalp tingled. There were about 40 to 50 trainees running around the training ground, with Smoker and Tina in first and second place, while Rosha was in fifth. As for why Rosha was running so far ahead, a little thought might reveal the answer. After all, Rosha had survived on a deserted island for a year, so he was certainly better than these trainees who had never been out to sea, and he had even killed pirates. Hurry up, go faster. Didn't you guys just have a nice rest? Why can't you do it now? If you don't speed up, my machine gun won't have eyes. Under Zephyr's verbal threats and firepower, some were already struggling to hold on, gritting their teeth to persist. They didn't want to be killed. Sigh. The Navy is really strict. Rosha sighed silently. Soon 3 hours passed quietly, and the first group of trainees had already run about 30 laps. Some trainees had collapsed from exhaustion, but of course, these trainees were carried to a shady place by Zephyr's assistants. After all, Zephyr knew how to maintain balance. He was known for not killing his own generals. If he could refrain from killing pirates, he would naturally be gentle with his students. At this moment, Zephyr was sitting comfortably in a lounge chair with a can of sherry. Smoker, Tina, and Rosha were all showing good endurance. He wondered if they could hold out until the end. Zephyr murmured to himself, while increasingly appreciating Rosha. The three running in circles glared at Zephyr, especially Smoker, who secretly spat, "Humph, that purple-haired old turtle. How dare he lie down like that? Once I finish running, I want to drink too." Tina wanted to smoke, and she had to push herself for the next 10 laps. Rosha silently followed behind the two, not speaking. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but rather he was almost out of words. At that moment, it felt like his throat was on fire, and the sweat from the three of them was nearly soaking through their clothes. Fortunately, they were all wearing dark outerwear, so even if it soaked through, it wouldn't be noticeable. As time passed, Rosha gradually fell behind. At this moment, Smoker and Tina had already lapped him once. Rosha's vision was blurry, and his body swayed as if he could faint at any moment. However, deep down, Rosha definitely had a goal. The key was he didn't want to go bald. When there was only one lap left, all the trainees and Zephyr stood up and shouted, "You little brat, just one more lap, hang in there. Come on, Rosha. Good job, Rosha." Smoker and Tina had already completed their laps and were resting in a shaded area, carried by other trainees. "Sigh, purple-haired turtle. Why set so many laps? It's so frustrating." Rosha's voice came out like a mosquito, inaudible to others. Minutes later, Rosha stumbled and crashed onto the finish line, completely unconscious, having completed the task of 50 laps. "Quick, hurry and get Rosha to the infirmary." Within a few minutes, Rosha was carried to the infirmary by Zephyr. When the doctor saw Zephyr bringing in a boy, he immediately knew what had happened. "Quick, lay him on the bed." After examining Rosha, the doctor secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I told you, Zephyr, you can't train like this." This Marine just overexerted himself and fainted. "A drip will fix him." There had been others carried to the infirmary before, but none as serious as Rosha. Those others usually woke up halfway through, but this time Rosha showed no signs of waking up for so long. No wonder the doctor was blaming Zephyr. Although they criticized Zephyr, it was for the good of the trainees, and Zephyr had no reason to get angry. "All right, I definitely won't do this again. You can rest easy, doctor," Zephyr said. "By the way, when will Rosha wake up?" he asked. The doctor waved his hand. "In half a day, this little guy is too tired. Zephyr, let him rest well." "Okay, then I'll leave for now and come back in the afternoon." Zephyr stood up with a gentle smile on his face and turned to leave the infirmary. Half a day later, Smoker and Tina arrived at Rosha's ward carrying a fruit basket. As soon as the door opened, Rosha, who had been lying on the bed, sat up in confusion and looked around. When he noticed Smoker and Tina, he inexplicably asked, "Where is this?" Tina told him, "This is the hospital. You fainted after running the 50 laps that teacher Zephyr assigned. You really scared me." "Yeah, Rosha, your endurance is impressive," Smoker praised. "Smoker, Tina, you two are much stronger than I am. Isn't this a bit embarrassing for me?" Rosha scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed for getting himself confused in front of so many people. As a person from Earth, he really felt a bit shy. Tina didn't feel embarrassed at all, saying, "Rosha, if you knew, the task released by teacher Zephyr was 50 laps. Besides the two of us, you were the only one who completed it." While the two were chatting with Rosha, Smoker and Tina found a chair to sit down. As soon as they sat down, Smoker grumbled, "That purple-haired old turtle is really ruthless, making me run so many laps at once. Just wait until I'm stronger than him. What'll happen when you're stronger than me?" Suddenly, a chilling voice exploded in Smoker's ear, and in an instant, Smoker turned into a cloud of smoke and darted behind Rosha, still drenched in cold sweat. "Old teacher Zephyr," Smoker exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect Zephyr to sneak up beside him. Tina was also startled, but luckily she didn't say anything out of turn. "Oomph, you little brat." Zephyr found a spot and sat down directly. "So, how is it, Rosha? How is your body?" "I'm fine. The doctor said it's just fatigue. I just need a rest." "Well, that's good." Zephyr nodded. "But how come you two came back to see Rosha?" "Old man, we ran 50 laps together. Is it not okay to come and check on him?" Smoker replied defiantly. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Rosha's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Rewards have been issued." In an instant, Rosha felt a warm sensation in his hands, which was quite comfortable, but it only lasted for a moment. At the same time, memories about elemental synthesis methods appeared in Rosha's mind. At that moment, Zephyr patted Rosha on the shoulder and asked, "What's wrong? You seem dazed just now." "I just thought of some new uses for the devil fruit." Like a sudden flash of inspiration, regarding his abilities, Rosha could only say they were devil fruit abilities. "Oh, what abilities?" "Yeah, Tina wants to know too." Smoker didn't speak, but the expectation in his eyes was no less than that of the other two. Tina and Smoker had long been curious about Rosha. Plus, They had seen Rosha being taken into the office by Admiral Sengoku today. Since you want to see, then okay. Facing the curious gazes of the three, Rosha felt a bit reluctant to refuse. He then turned his attention to Smoker. Smoker, you're a Logia-type user, right? Yeah, that's right. I'm a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Why do you ask? Rosha nodded and then reached out his hand towards Smoker. Give me a ball of smoke. At the same time, a faint blue light emitted from Rosha's palm. Smoker didn't waste any words and directly took off his brown gloves, gathering a ball of white smoke in his palm, which he then handed to Rosha. The smoke landed in Rosha's palm, and instead of dissipating as Smoker had expected, it was firmly grasped in Rosha's hand. The next moment, a voice echoed in Rosha's mind, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of the nature-type smoke fruit one. Rorschach swallowed hard, but there was no time to think about new features now. Both of them were looking at him. Rosha sat up from the bed, and with a wave of his hand, a white mist was forcefully shot out from his palm. In an instant, the mist smashed into the wall like a projectile. When the mist dissipated, the wall had already sunk in by about 5 centimeters. Rosha looked at the wall he had damaged. His heart skipped a beat. He unconsciously swallowed and shouted, "It's over, it's over. I don't have money to pay for this. I'm in so deep that even selling myself wouldn't cover it." At this moment, Rosha seemed to think of something and gently tugged at Teacher Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, how much do I have to pay for damage of this level?" However, no one spoke, and it felt as if the air itself had gone silent. Rosha twitched the corner of his mouth and pulled Zephyr again. "Teacher Zephyr, huh? What's wrong, Xia Luo Xia?" Rorschach is about to spit blood at this moment, and he still asks what's wrong. "Can't you see there's a hole in the wall?" "Ahem, I made a dent in the wall ahead. Should I pay for it?" Rosha tentatively asked, even if he had to pay in the end. He could just have Old Man Carp come over to pay. Zephyr smirked and waved his hand, saying it was fine. This was a Navy hospital. No need to pay. "By the way, can you do that move you just did again?" Zephyr asked. That's right. Tina was also very curious. This is clearly Smoker's smoke. "Why can you do it, Rosha? And it seems to be even more powerful than Smoker's, right?" Zephyr and Tina were teasing Rosha in unison, making Smoker feel extremely embarrassed at that moment. However, he was also curious, so this time Smoker took off both his gloves. In the next moment, Smoker gathered smoke with both hands, and the smoke gradually grew larger, about the size of a basketball, before he handed the smoke ball to Rosha. Rosha twitched the corner of his mouth, but still took it. As soon as he received it, Rosha used his hands to compress the smoke repeatedly. Gradually, the smoke ball transformed again and again. In just a few seconds, the smoke shrank once more, and Rosha could lift it with one hand. Rosha swallowed hard. He really couldn't guarantee how powerful it would be now, but the information in his mind told him that it would definitely not be weaker than before. "Ahem, Teacher Zephyr, do we really have to do it again?" Rosha asked tentatively. Go ahead, I'll take responsibility if something goes wrong." Rorschach sighed and said, "Well, since you're in charge, if I make a hole in a wall, that's on you." Rosha grinned, and the next second, he bent his arm and smashed it directly against the wall. The compressed smoke exploded the moment it touched the wall, creating a large hole. The entire wall collapsed, and fortunately, there was no one next door. Otherwise, Rosha would have killed someone. Although nothing serious happened, it wasn't exactly good. Smoker, who watched the whole process, had an ugly expression on his face. He even shook his hand in disbelief, muttering, "Could my smoke really have such great power?" Suddenly, a light flickered in Smoker's eyes, whether it was an illusion or something else. Of course, it might also be that Rosha was mistaken. At that moment, Rosha reacted and grabbed Zephy's arm, saying, "Teacher Zephyr, you said that I would be fully responsible for this strike. If you make me pay, I don't have any money." Zephyr shrugged off Rosha's hands and said irritably, "Don't you realize that your current ability is worth much more than a wall?" "That's right," Tina suddenly thought. "My ability feels like trash compared to Rosha. I'm really weak compared to him." Tina felt sad. Just then, the hospital door was pushed open and a doctor in a white coat walked in. His previously angry face instantly transformed into a smile. "Instructor Zephyr, may I ask what happened here? Why is it in such a state?" Zephyr waved his hand. "Go ask Sengoku for reimbursement. Just say it was my fault, and this is none of your business." As soon as the medical staff left, Zephyr grabbed Rosha's glowing hands and said, "You can use your hands like this too?" Tina felt that the smoke Rosha just threw seemed to have even more power than Smoker's. Rorschach smiled awkwardly and quickly withdrew his hands when Zephyr was not paying attention. "Teacher Zephyr, Tina, this was just a moment of inspiration, a coincidence." Rosha smiled awkwardly, and at that moment, Smoker gently patted Rosha's shoulder and asked, "Can your ability actually enhance the destructive power of elements? It might be possible. Under this atmosphere, Rosha was forced to be questioned for a long time. Finally, after several hours, Rosha followed teacher Zifa and the other two out of the courtyard. By this time, it was already dark, and Rosha returned to his room alone. As soon as he got back to his room, Rosha eagerly checked his system backpack. At this moment, there were about 5 fragments of smoke fruits in the backpack. This was what shocked Rosha. Just by asking Smoker for 2 balls of smoke, he was able to generate such things. Just as Rosha was in shock, the system's voice suddenly rang out, ding. System reminder, collecting any one type of natural fruit fragments can synthesize a complete fruit. As soon as this was said, Rosha's heart trembled, and his mood became excited. He unconsciously swallowed his saliva, clearly feeling very thrilled. If he could gather 100 shiny fruit fragments, wouldn't that mean he could synthesize a complete shiny fruit? Yes, host. Hearing the system's voice again, Rosha felt completely at ease. Just like that, Jiang slowly fell asleep, sleeping until 7 o'clock the next morning. Rosha struggled to open his eyes, and after some washing up, he felt quite a bit more awake. Zephyr Elite Training Camp. At this moment, Zephyr was standing at the front, saying, "Today we're going to learn the 6 styles of the Navy." Some of you may not know what the 6 styles are, so I will introduce them today. Zephyr walked slowly among the trainees with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a strict teacher. The 6 styles of the Navy consist of 6 techniques: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and paper gun. They are martial arts that surpass the physical limits of humans and possess immense power. If mastered completely, even those with devil fruit abilities would have a fighting chance. Of course, the officers at our level already know 3 to 4 of them, and their mastery of the 6 styles has reached an expert level. Rosha nodded secretly. He had wanted to learn this for a long time. He knew about the Navy's 6 styles from watching anime in his previous life, especially Soru and Jeppo. These were the 2 he most wanted to learn. As for Tekai, only a fool would want to learn that, right? Isn't that just standing still and letting others hit you? If the enemy is a bit stronger, you could easily get killed, Rosha thought to himself. In any case, among the Navy's 6 styles, all 5 except Tekai were quite good. So first, I will teach you how to use Soru. Soru requires stepping on the ground dozens of times within a second to create explosive reaction force for high-speed movement. This is the method of using Soru. After Zephyr finished speaking, he personally demonstrated it once. In an instant, Zephyr disappeared and then appeared in front of student. The whole process was incredibly smooth. All right, boys, give it a try. As soon as Zephyr's voice fell, most of the students began to experiment. However, they were all just going through the motions, completely different from what Zephyr had done. Rosha stroked his chin for a moment, and in the next second, he quickly stomped the ground 10 times. In that instant, Rosha actually disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the iron fence used to divide the training ground. Rorschach crashed straight into it. It hurts. It hurts. Rosha hurriedly stood up and covered his face. At that moment, Zephyr walked over, patted Rosha's shoulder with a big hand, and laughed. Good kid, well done. When releasing shave, pay attention to the direction control, or you'll end up like Rosha, crashing into the guardrail. Zephyr held Rosha's shoulder and explained to the other students, causing everyone to laugh. At the same time, they were very envious that Rosha had actually succeeded after just one attempt. Look at that kid. His whole face is covered in marks. It's really quite funny. Smoker scoffed. Little did he know that Rosha heard everything. Rosha glared at Smoker, and the next second, he used shave again and disappeared from the spot, reappearing right in front of Smoker. You little brat, what are you saying? Smoker instantly transformed into smoke and retreated several meters. The surrounding students saw that the 2 were about to fight and quickly dispersed, leaving only the 2 facing each other in the training ground. Tina stepped back to Zephyr's side, and seeing that Zephyr had no intention of stopping them, she understood his meaning. Smoke man, are you ready to get beaten up? Rosha cracked his fingers, making a snapping sound. Damn it, that little brat is so arrogant. I'm not the smoke man. In an instant, Smoker's arm transformed into smoke and struck towards Rosha. Roxy's hands instantly emitted a blue light to catch Smoker's punch, and at the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in Roxy's mind, congratulating him for obtaining Smoke Fragment 1. Congratulating him for obtaining Smoke Fruit Fragment 1. Congratulations. Rosha's mouth slightly curled up, and only he knew how excited he was at that moment. You little brat, you dare to laugh while fighting me? In an instant, Smoker sprang forward like a spring, rushing to Rosha's side. Rosha did not dodge. With a green glow in his hand, he directly dug out a large chunk of smoke from Smoker's waist, and then threw it directly at the smoke body of Smoker. The chunk of smoke, enhanced by Rosha, had tremendous power. Smoker watched the slightly glowing smoke ball coming towards him without dodging. But in the next second, the smoke ball exploded just under a meter away from him, and the strong airflow forced Smoker back several dozen meters. How is this possible? This is my smoke. How could it hurt me? Hey, you little brat, what's going on? Rosha pouted innocently. I don't know, don't ask me. How annoying. Then I'll beat you until you answer. As soon as the words fell, Smoker charged at Rosha like an engine. Rosha didn't dodge and directly started rummaging through Smoker. With each grab, a cloud of smoke erupted, and after finishing, he casually threw it without aiming. Every spot he threw it would explode into a big pit. It even almost blew up Zifa just a moment ago. As the two were getting into the heat of the action, a pair of hands as black as ink stopped them. Are you two idiots trying to blow up the training ground? In the next second, both of them were thrown out by a large hand, and the loud crashes once again showed the surrounding members the terror of Zifa. Because the two didn't react to Zifa's arrival, they truly fell hard to the ground. Rokio was rolling on the ground in pain, clutching his buttocks and wailing, "It hurts. It hurts. So painful." On the other side, Smoker wasn't suffering as badly as Rokio, but he was also hit hard. At that moment, Zephyr's forehead was bulging with veins as he surveyed the area. The ground was pockmarked with small holes, which made him quite displeased, and his fists were itching to strike. Tina, seeing Zephyr like this, discreetly backed away several dozen meters. After Tina had retreated more than 10 meters, Zephyr's roar followed. Rokio, Smoker. In an instant, the sound spread sharply, and even some officers outside the training ground heard Zephyr's roar. Among them were some of Zephyr's former students, who couldn't help but shudder. A plain-looking officer remarked, "Are the students this year that impressive? They actually managed to anger teacher Zephyr to such an extent? At this level of anger, I estimate only the first batch of elite class students could achieve this. I wonder which student did it." The discussions among these few people didn't reach Zephyr's ears. And how could the dignified black arm Zephyr care? His attention was fully focused on the two on the ground. The two who had just gotten up exchanged glances, and 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. "What's wrong with that purple-haired old turtle? Why is he so angry?" Smoker said weakly. "I don't know. Didn't you see those holes on the ground? Those are all made by you, Smoker. I think teacher Zephyr is going to take it out on you, right? Rosha actually knows who did it, but he just wants to push everything on a Smoker so that he doesn't feel guilty." "You're talking nonsense." Smoker immediately regretted saying that as he realized Zephyr was staring at him intently. "You little brat, dare to say I'm talking nonsense? It seems I need to deal with you before taking care of Rosha's." As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Smoker, who was about to run but was firmly grabbed by Zephyr's hands. "It's over. Hockey, it's hockey." Smoker cried out in despair. Rosha, seeing Smoker caught, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He then quietly slipped along the edge and ran behind Tina. This process took only 10 seconds, thanks to Rosha's using shave. "Huh, Rosha, why are you hiding behind Tina? And you're using shave much better than Tina." In the distant corner, the sounds of bang 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 occasionally echoed, and with each punch, Smoker's cries of agony filled the training ground, making it a gruesome sight. "TSK, TSK, TSK, that smoke guy is really in bad shape, getting beaten up with bruises all over." Rosha grinned while standing behind Tina. "You're still laughing?" Tina felt that it would soon be your turn. "Be careful. You might get beaten up worse than Smoker, and then Tina won't pity you." Tina rolled her eyes at Rosha, not quite understanding his schadenfreude. But for Rosha, who was a former Earthling, he quite enjoyed this lively scene, especially when others were getting hit. If he had a phone, he would even post on social media. Before long, Smoker finally stopped, and his cries of agony ceased. Although he wasn't unconscious yet, his face was bruised and looked somewhat frightening. Zephyr turned to glare at Jiangqi, as if saying, "You better hurry up and come over here, so I can hit you." Tina advised, "You might as well go get beaten up early, otherwise when teacher Zephyr gets angry. It's really scary, and you don't want to be on the receiving end, do you? You little girl, this isn't good-hearted advice. You're pushing me into the fire pit. Didn't you see how badly Smoker got beaten? I'm not going." Rosha pouted, clearly finding this suggestion unfriendly. He would foolishly run over to get hit by Zephyr. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his mind. He was trying to run. Rosha then focused on his shoes, and a series of inspirations followed. Zephyr was now walking step by step towards Rosha, and although his expression wasn't fierce, it looked like he was about to hit Rosha. Tina poked the crouching Rosha who was fiddling with his shoes. "Hey, Rosha, stop messing with your shoes. Just go face teacher Zephyr. As long as you admit your mistake. Tina thought you shouldn't get beaten." The other students are also saying, yeah, Rosha's, stop playing with your shoes and hurry up to get beaten. What if Teacher Zephyr gets angry and punishes us like last time? Maybe the buzzing voices in Rosha's ears were bothering him, or perhaps he was nervous about getting hit, but Rosha's hand trembled. However, it was precisely because of this tremble that Rosha's felt he successfully merged with the thing in his shoes. Before he could feel happy about it, a cold voice reached Rosha's ears. You little brat are hiding quite well. In an instant, Rosha's felt a chill running from his head to his feet. Oh no, run. In a split second, Rosha's used shave, disappearing from Zephyr's sight and reappearing in front of Smoker. Smoke guy, I'm leaving first. Rosha didn't use the shave either. Excessive use of it would quickly deplete his stamina. Just as he had just made some adjustments to his shoes, it was a good time to give it a try. Zephyr, sensing that Rosha was about to run, wasn't in a hurry to chase him. Instead, he slowly walked towards Rosha, allowing him to run for a few minutes before pursuing. Rosha stepped on the ground and quickly started running. He didn't limit himself to just training. This time he was going to run back to Cap's villa, which was the safest place. So, he sprinted with all his might from the very beginning. A minute later, Zephyr instantly used the shave technique to catch up, which could also be described as a multi-stage shave. The shave was incredibly smooth in Zephyr's hands. However, Zephyr's brow was furrowed at this moment because he felt like he could never catch up to Rosha, or rather, they maintained a fixed distance. Since Zephyr was behind him, Rosha had no choice but to run for his life. At this moment, Rosha was almost cursing Zephyr in his heart. It felt like a game of cat and mouse. One was escaping while the other was pursuing, and along the way, numerous Navy generals and soldiers cheered for them. Right now, Rosha was in a situation where he was escaping, being chased, and it felt like he couldn't fly away. Rorschach was almost ready to surrender. Suddenly, he saw two people in front of him who looked very familiar, and the panic in his heart dissipated a little. Rosha's quickened his pace, swiftly running behind the two. Crunch, crunch. Carp chewed on the senbei with an expression of innocence, somewhat puzzled as to why Zephyr was chasing after Rosha's. At the same time, Guillaume beside Carp looked at Zephyr in confusion. Huff, huff, huff. Rosha was gasping for breath, clearly exhausted from running for so long. Zephyr, why are you chasing after this kid? And by the looks of you, old man, do you have some health issues? You still haven't caught up with him after all this time. Carp said with glee. Nonsense. I'm not chasing after this brat for fun. The reason I'm after this punk is that he messed up my training ground while fighting with Smoker. I already gave Smoker a beating, and this kid is no exception. Zephyr exclaimed, waving his hand to grab Rosha. But Rosha suddenly grabbed Jian's shoulder. Sister Jian, you have to stop Teacher Zephyr for me. I might end up getting seriously hurt. Rokia witnessed Smoker's miserable state on the spot. He had never been beaten by anyone before. Besides, looking at Zephyr's big hands, it must hurt a lot when he hits someone. Just as Zephyr was about to push the two aside to grab him, Carp and Jiuin rushed to stand in front of Zephyr. Zephyr, I have business with this guy today. You can't beat him up. Zephyr was taken aback and then asked, what business? Carp pointed to Jiuin beside him. I brought Jiuin here to teach this guy swordsmanship. And this kid has some talent in the way of the sword as well. My grandson, Ace, has become a pirate. So I need to cultivate a general to bring that kid into the Navy. After hearing Carp's reasoning, Zephyr instinctively twitched the corner of his mouth. It's not that Zephyr looked down on Carp. He knew that Carp was trying to raise his grandson or son. One is in the Revolutionary Army, and the other is currently a pirate. All right, I'll give you face this time. Let's leave it at that. But if there's a next time, I'll beat him up until the flowers bloom all over the ground. Zephyr said fiercely. At that moment, Jiuin lightly shook her shoulder, smiled at Rokia, and asked, Rokia, is your sister's shoulder soft? It's soft while not bad. Rokia instinctively replied, and then quickly took a step back after realizing something was off. Hey kid, I'll let you off today, but I have a question that you have to answer. Rokia, who had just relaxed, became alert again, but when he heard that Zephyr wanted to ask him a question, he nodded. How did you run away just now? I used all my strength and couldn't catch up. Why is that? Zephyr was very puzzled about this, but he firmly believed that Rokia must have done something again. Roxia rubbed his chin, contemplating whether to reveal the matter of modifying his shoes. What if he spoke up, and then Zephyr, that purple-haired old turtle, punished him with another 50 laps? Little did he know that 3 pairs of eyes were quietly watching him at that very moment. After much consideration, Roxia decided to speak up. Otherwise, if he got found out later, he might end up getting beaten. Well, it wasn't really a big deal. It was just that when Teacher Zephyr had just beaten Smoker, I mentioned a little thing while hiding behind Tina. What thing? The 3 of them asked in unison. Rosha took a step back, slowly lifted his foot. and pointed at his shoes, saying, "Is it these shoes? They got something mixed in them. Teacher Zephyr, you can't possibly be faster than the wind, right? The wind is everywhere, so it's quite reasonable for me to run this fast." I assented, suddenly realizing something. Rosha scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Unfortunately, because I was just scared of getting beaten, I made a mistake that led to the creation of these shoes. I can't remember the synthesis formula at all. For a moment, it felt as if time had stopped. Zephyr took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his anger. I knew it. Otherwise, how could I, the great Zephyr, possibly not catch up with you? Roxia smiled helplessly and said, That's right. Teacher Zifa is definitely stronger than me." After that, Zifa chatted with Carp for a while and then left. Meanwhile, Roxia patted Carp on the shoulder and asked, "Old man, do you two have something to discuss with me?" Roxa was also puzzled about what Jiyun wanted from him, and he didn't want to keep following Jiyun. If he was seen by Chato, it would be disastrous for him. Right now, he could only handle Smoker. "Ha ha, it's like this, old man thinks you have some talent in swordsmanship, so I invited Jiyun to teach you," Carp said, putting his arm around Roxa's shoulder. "How about it? Old man is treating you pretty well, right? Jiyun's swordsmanship is among the best in the Navy, so you'll have to help me make some more sanbei to taste. The ones we made last time are all gone." Rorschach curled his lips. Although he was angry, he couldn't express it, and that old man actually made a decision on his own. How infuriating. Cough, cough, I'm not so reliant on swordsmanship anyway. So, about finding someone to teach me swordsmanship, what about it? As a reserve general, can't I even teach you swordsmanship? Are you looking down on me, you brat? Rorschach was abruptly interrupted in the middle of his sentence, and Ji Yuan began to chatter on incessantly, looking much like a resentful wife. Rorschach waved his hands repeatedly. No, I still know the great name of the dignified reserve general of the GN. It would be an absolute honor for me to be taught swordsmanship by you. Rorschach had a smile at the corner of his mouth, but he was actually very unwilling inside. It's not that I can't teach you, but you have to agree to one condition of mine, otherwise there's nothing to discuss. Jin gave a proud smile. She had already thought it through before coming. Rorschach pouted, looking speechless. Wait, there are conditions? What conditions? Bailey, or Shinbei. Even if you sell me, Bailey won't be worth much. If you want Shinbei, take as much as you want, enough to make you burst. Roxia is now in a state of giving up, and it's clear that Jiyun wants to teach her swordsmanship. Moreover, she probably has her eyes on a certain item in Roxia's synthesis ability. Otherwise, how could a dignified candidate general make such demands? Jiyun glared at Roxia and huffed, I don't want berries, and I definitely don't want Sinbei. Carp, if you don't want them, I do. I want them. Could it be that she's interested in me? Does she want me to warm her bed? Roxia blurted out, and as soon as he said it, he covered his mouth, clearly feeling a bit regretful. Of course, it was only a little bit. In an instant, Roxia felt a chill behind him, and the next moment, a fierce wind swept past his ear, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Gulp! Roxia swallowed hard and said in fear, that was really dangerous. I almost lost my life. At this moment, Jiyun smiled and patted Roxia's shoulder, saying, Roxia, you mustn't say the wrong thing. Although I dare not kill you, things like this can still be done. Rorschach looked at the smiling family in front of him, cursing inwardly. Damn woman, just wait until I synthesize a treasure that's strong enough to surpass yours. And then let's see how I deal with you. Roxa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat down on the ground. Sister Jiyun, after going around in circles, what exactly are your conditions? You say it, but I might not be able to help you. Jin glared at Roxa and then directly placed the golden sword hanging at her waist in between them. This is a sword of the same quality as your knife, and it might even be of a higher grade. I want to transform this sword to be like yours, but what I want is the cold aura. Rorschach twitched the corner of his mouth. He originally thought that the garden would let her synthesize something small, but this woman really doesn't hold back with her words. She actually wants to do something like my tiger hunt? Roxa thought to himself as the tiger hunt on his wrist transformed into a ball of flame and fell before him. Sister Jiyun, as a reserve general, you don't have any weapons at your waist. Are you sure you want me to do this? Isn't this going to affect your prestige when you go out to sea to fight the enemy? Jiyun shook her head and then nodded. Rorschach frowned and asked, what do you mean? Why are you shaking your head and nodding at the same time? What do you mean? Roxia's tone was somewhat unpleasant, but Ji Yuan didn't care and instead said, the meaning is very simple. I don't want a bracelet that can turn the knife into something that can be worn on the wrist. What I want is to attach cold air to the blade. At this point, Roxia's face darkened, but Ji Yuan didn't pay attention to Roxia's expression and continued to speak. I have observed your knife. It can turn into flames, which should be due to your ability merging fire into the blade. That's why it is like this. So with your incredible ability, You can definitely achieve it. Rorschach pouted and sat down on the ground, looking speechless. Roxia now wishes to be beaten up by Zephyr. Isn't this woman's request a bit too unreasonable? Although he is a synthesizer, he is not a god. Where is he supposed to find the ice fruit or the freeze fruit? It's important to note that Roxia's sword became what it is because he used the flame fruit given by the system. Roxa stood still in Jiyuan's eyes, as if he were in a daze. Then Jiyuan shook Roxa's arm and said, "Hey, Roxa, can you really do it? You must be able to, right?" There were twinkling stars in Jiyuan's eyes. Ever since she saw the knife on Roxa's wrist, she couldn't help but dream every night about her own Jinbira being like that. After a few days of dreaming, Jiyuan found Kapu and took him to look for Roxa, but unexpectedly encountered Zephyr beating Roxa. This was quite difficult, and the materials needed were quite a lot. The most important thing was the ice. Speaking of ice, Roxa involuntarily thought of Kazan, and an influx of memories surged in his mind, a series of memories about elements, especially those related to ice. Roxa shook his head, and his eyes regained clarity. At this moment, he noticed Jiyuan was shaking her arm, which looked somewhat sensual. "All right, Jiyuan, stop shaking, or you'll make me dizzy." Upon hearing Roxa speak, Jiyuan retracted her hand and sat down on the ground, wanting to listen carefully to what Roxa would say next. "Sister Jiyuan, if you want to turn your famous sword into that kind of shape, you can. However, you need to find a way to capture Admiral Akiji first. Otherwise, I can't help you." Rosha spoke without holding back, while Karp, who was eating senbei, suddenly paused, looking at Rosha with disbelief. Jiyuan was even more surprised, her beautiful eyes fixed on Rosha. "Why are both of you staring at me?" Roxia scratched his head. Could it be that there's not a single ice fruit user in the Navy? Smack! Roxia's head was directly slapped, just as he was about to curse. He heard Karp's gruff voice say, "You little brat, your words are getting more and more reckless. You want Jiyuan to catch Kazan? What are you thinking?" Jiyuan shot Roxia a fierce glare and said helplessly, "You little brother, I'm a candidate for Admiral, and he is an Admiral, a Logia type at that. What do you expect me to use to catch him? Are you hoping I die faster?" As he spoke, Jiyuan reached out and began to twist Roxia's ear, starting to lecture him. Fortunately, there weren't many Marines around, and even if there were, no one dared to approach. Perhaps the three of them also realized that sitting on the ground like this was inappropriate, so after tidying up Roxia and the others, they headed towards Karp's villa. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat on the sofa. As soon as Roxia sat down, he couldn't help but sigh. "This is so much better than my apartment. When will I have a villa like this?" Simple. As long as you reach the level of candidate admiral, that's all it takes. Roxia was immediately speechless upon hearing Jiyuan's words. If he could reach the level of a general, he might as well wait a few more years. For now, that's out of question. "Roxia, what do you mean by what you just said?" Jiyuan glared at Roxia and said impatiently, "You just said that to make your kind of sword. The first step is to capture General Kazan. What do you mean by that?" "You mean this?" Roxia finally remembered with a snap of his fingers. "Isn't it the ice attribute of your sword that you want? Then I said it wouldn't be a problem to capture Admiral Kazan, since you want the ice attribute. Admiral Kazan, as a user of the ice fruit, is the most suitable." At this point, both Karp and Jiyuan nodded in agreement. And only then did they understand Roxia's meaning. Roxia, you should have said that earlier. Why did you have to say it in such a rogue way? Asking me to capture Admiral Akiji? Isn't it better to bring him back? That way, I can use ice anytime and anywhere, and I'll have a better chance of making the sword you want." Roxia shrugged nonchalantly. Jiyuan secretly clenched her fists and stood up, walking towards the exit without looking back. As she reached the door, Jiyuan finally spoke. "Wait, I'll go call General Akiji over." After saying that, Jiyuan disappeared from their sight. Walking down the road, Jiyuan looked troubled, emanating an aura that made others want to keep their distance. The soldier she encountered instinctively avoided her. Should she go find a Warring States commander or General Akiji? However, time didn't allow her to hesitate, and soon she arrived at Akiji's office. "Knock, knock, knock." Jiyuan knocked on the door. "Come in." A lazy voice came from inside the room. Jiyuan took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering, she found Akiji lounging on the sofa all by himself. Akiji lifted his eye mask in surprise and asked, "Oh, it's you, Jiyuan? What brings you here?" Jiyuan consciously sat down on a nearby sofa and hesitantly said, "Can General Akiji help me with a small favor?" Akiji lazily raised his eyelids. "What favor? Do you know Rosha?" Jiyuan asked. Akiji nodded. He knew Rosha, the guy with the interesting fruit ability to combine things. "I'd love to see him when I have time." Ji Yuan felt a surge of joy and immediately said, "This favor involves needing General Akiji's help, which I also asked Rosha about." "Oh, what is it? Did this guy come up with something fun again?" Akiji thought that since Ji Yuan, a reserve general, came to ask for his help, it must be something important, so he decided to check it out. "All right, let's go take a look. I want to see that combining guy too." With that, the two of them walked out of the office, one after the other. Meanwhile, in Karp's villa, Rosha looked quite impatient, but continued to combine senbei. Karp, on the other hand, had somehow managed to find a large sack filled with senbei. In just a short while, Karp had accumulated 3 full sacks beside him, presumably filled with senbei. "You old man, since you helped me escape from Zephyr's clutches, I'll reluctantly give you some senbei," Rosha thought. On the other side, Akiji and Ji Yuan were heading towards Karp's villa when suddenly a figure appeared in front of them. This person had a lewd appearance, squinting his eyes and leering at Ji Yuan. "Peach Rabbit, please marry me." After saying this, he pulled out a bouquet of roses from who knows where, gazing at Peach Rabbit with fervor. Peach Rabbit's eyes showed no concealment of her disgust as she swatted the roses away. "Chibuta, I could never marry you. If I were to marry anyone, it would be someone like Rosha." Chibuta was taken aback and then asked, "Who is Rosha? I won't let him off. If you dare to disrespect him, I won't let you off either." At that moment, Peach Rabbit's fierceness was evident. "Beat. Shouldn't we head to the combining guy now?" Chibuta looked up and saw Akiji with a cold expression, his eyes half-lidded. "General Akiji." Akiji nodded in acknowledgement and then walked straight towards Karp's villa without paying attention to the two. Realizing this, Peach Rabbit hurried to catch up, with Chibuta closely following. Without speaking, the 3 of them soon arrived at Karp's villa. They were taken aback to see that there were actually over a dozen sacks inside the villa, all filled to the brim. Karp stood beside Rosha, excitedly holding the edges of a sack. Rosha heard a sound coming from the door, raised his eyes, and saw 3 people led by Qingji standing there. Rorschach's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled his hand back. "You little brat, is this enough for anyone? How can you take your hand back?" Rosha pouted unwillingly and turned his head away. "Oh, Captain Karp." Karp looked up and saw 3 people standing in front of him, and at that moment, he realized why Rosha didn't help him make senbei. Karp turned back to look at the more than 10 bags of senbei, feeling secretly pleased. "Let's see how that Sengoku guy compares to me now." Once everyone was seated, before Rosha could say anything, the T-Pig sitting opposite him spoke first. "So you're Rosha? The one that Peach Rabbit wants to marry?" Rorschach looked confused and turned to Ji Yuan, who seemed to be on the verge of anger, with a not-so-good expression. "Beak. Shut your mouth, or I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense." Rorinoa swallowed and reached out to tug at Karp, who was sitting next to him and munching. "Huh? What is it, Kid Rorinoa?" Rosha pointed at the lewd-looking Chibuta sitting on the sofa, saying, "This Vice Admiral wants to kill me." As soon as these words were spoken, time seemed to come to a standstill, especially Chibuta, who stared blankly at Rosha pointing at him. The next second, Chibuta hurriedly waved his hands. No, I didn't think that." The panic on Chibuta's face was impossible to hide. Just now, he noticed that Garp's eyes had already narrowed, clearly a sign of itching for action. He knew that Garp had just fought with a Kainu and hadn't lost it all. If he couldn't even handle a Kainu, how could he possibly take on Garp? Rosha pouted. He had thought that this lewd old man would stand his ground and let old man Karp beat him up. He didn't expect him to back down so quickly. "Let me clarify, I have no intention of marrying Sister Ji Yuan, so if you want to pursue her, go ahead," Rosha declared seriously. After all, he wasn't strong yet. In his previous life, he was an earthling. Backing down wasn't shameful. Dying was what brought shame. T-Pig nodded seriously. He couldn't afford to be careless, as Karp was watching him closely. If he didn't answer quickly, he feared he might get beaten out of the villa, and in a very miserable way at that. Rosha stood up and plopped down next to Admiral Akiji, chuckling. "Admiral Akiji, did Sister Jian tell you? Alala, what is that synthesized kid up to again? Even calling me here?" Akiji was indeed very interested in his abilities. After Jian placed her sword, Jinbaira, in front of her, Rosha wasted no time, and his hands instantly transformed into a light blue color. At that moment, the method for creating elemental weapons flooded into Rosha's mind. Understanding what to do, Rosha said to Akiji, "Admiral Akiji, please unleash your cold air and gather in my hands. It's okay if it freezes." Upon hearing this, Akiji looked at Rosha in surprise, but after seeing the determination in Rosha's eyes, he didn't hesitate. Cold air erupted from his hands, coalescing into an ice ball the size of an apple between them. "Admiral Akiji, could you pass me the ice ball?" Rokia's question somewhat left Green Pheasant at a loss. What does it mean to hand him this cold ice ball? As Luo Xia saw Akiji still standing there dazed, He didn't wait any longer and directly reached out to grab it. As Luo Xia's hands gradually enlarged in Akiji's eyes. The moment Luo Xia made contact with the ice sphere formed by the gathered cold air, Akiji's heart skipped a beat. He knew just how lethal this cold air ice sphere he had condensed was. It could kill over 100 million pirates in an instant, let alone Luo Xia. But what shocked him was happening right before his eyes. Luo Xia simply picked up the ice sphere lightly from Akiji's hand, and Luo Xia himself had a calm expression, as if he was very familiar with it. At the moment Luo Xia touched the ice sphere, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 2 fragments of the natural system ice fruit. Roxia was overjoyed. He had indeed guessed correctly. However, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, holding the ice ball in his hands. Akiji was visibly shocked at this scene. As a user of the ice fruit, he was well aware of how cold the chill emanating from the ice ball in Roxia's hands was, especially since Roxia was holding it right in front of him. Rosha didn't pay attention to Qingji's gaze. Instead, he tightly gripped the ice ball with both hands. A green light shining brightly from his hands as the cold air continued to be compressed. Before long, the ice ball, reduced in size by 2 circles, appeared before everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Rosha pressed the ice ball directly against the blade of Jinpiliuo's sword. Roxia nodded silently. The image in his mind was just like this. Seeing that Roxia no longer had the ice ball in his hand, Zhiyuan then asked, "Roxia, has it been completed?" "No. It probably needs many more attempts. This will require trouble for General Akiji." Roxia shook his head and explained. According to the hints in his mind, he estimated that he would need about 49 more tries to obtain a frozen fruit, which meant 100 shards. For such a top-tier fruit, Roxia's eyes were shining with excitement, and he looked at Akiji with an unmistakable fervor. "A synthesizer." Just as Roxia was lost in thought, a somewhat lazy voice rang out. Roxia looked up to see Akiji, whose eyes were filled with an indescribable complexity at that moment. "Admiral Akiji, is there something you need? How's your hand?" Rorschach looked at his hands, which now emitted a faint blue glow, not at all resembling anything out of the ordinary. Roxia shook his head. "It's fine." This time, Akiji was even more puzzled. He scratched his head. "The ice ball I just condensed could freeze someone to death." "You're fine?" Since everyone present was at least a vice admiral in strength, Akiji was naturally surprised that Roxa had such low power. "It's fine, my ability is special." Akiji scratched his head, and since he couldn't make sense of it, he decided not to think about it anymore. He then continued to condense an ice ball for Roxa. For a moment, the room was filled only with the crisp sound of Roxa pressing the ice ball into Jinbiro, along with Carp's crunching sounds. The temperature in the entire villa's living room dropped sharply with the ice balls created by Akiji, and even the tea pig began to yawn, indicating just how cold it was. However, in his excited state, Roxa didn't feel cold at all. Rather, he was getting more and more thrilled. This was because he was constantly receiving notification sounds in his mind. More than an hour had passed, and despite the frost on Roxa's face, he looked very happy because he only needed to press the last ice ball into Jinbiro, and everything would be accomplished. At this moment, the 100 ice blue fragments in Roxa's system backpack were quietly lying in the system space. As Roxa pressed the last ice ball, radiating cold air, into Jinbiro, it instantly underwent a qualitative transformation. The entire blade of Jinbiro turned completely ice blue, looking stunningly beautiful. This scene astonished everyone present. Moreover, the blade emitted an unparalleled chill, identical to Akiji's ice fruit. At this moment, everyone was staring blankly at the sword that Roxa placed on the table. Just then, a voice echoed in Roxa's mind. "Ding. Detected that 100 fragments of the ice fruit have been gathered, meeting the synthesis requirements. Would you like to synthesize?" Roxia swallowed hard and immediately said, "Synthesize." In an instant, a flash of icy blue light appeared in Roxia's mind, and a frozen fruit was clearly listed. "Ding. Do you want to consume the natural type frozen fruit? Current number of devil fruits available for consumption, 1. Although Roxia was a bit confused, he immediately expressed his feelings. In an instant, the people who were observing Jinpiro in the villa's living room suddenly felt a massive chill erupting from Roxia's body. The wave of air, generated by the freezing fruit, rushed towards the 4 of them. The 4 raised their hands to brace against the oncoming wave, and when they looked up again, they saw a person completely encased in ice before them. Carp was taken aback, covering his head with both hands, his eyes wide with shock as he watched the scene unfold. Akiji was even more astonished, muttering, "What the hell is this?" At that moment, Ji Yuan also realized that the figure frozen in ice was none other than Roxia. Roxia, Carp, with a serious expression, grabbed Akiji's arm and asked Kazan, "What is going on? Why has this kid turned into this?" Akiji scratched his head in distress, just as he was about to step forward. The humanoid ice block suddenly cracked open, and Roxia walked out from within. At that moment, the palm that had previously glowed with a green light had turned ice blue, and half of Roxia's face was also covered in ice, just like when Akiji activated his ability. Rosha looked at the four of them in confusion and slowly asked, "What's wrong with you guys? And did you do this, Villa? Admiral Akiji? It looks so shiny." Akiji twitched his lips, feeling quite speechless. But this wasn't the time for small talk. He was increasingly curious about Rosha's. Furthermore, this state was reminiscent of his ice fruit. And suddenly a bold guess formed in Akiji's mind. "This little brat, this isn't something Kazan did, it's something you did." Roxa furrowed his brows and slowly walked up to Old Man Carp, saying seriously, "How is that possible? I'm not a user of the ice fruit. So don't say such things, old man." If it weren't for the frozen marks still visible on half of his face, Carp would have believed him. At that moment, Ji-Yuan also said, "Roxa, it was you who did it. Take a good look at your face." As he spoke, Ji-Yuan pulled out a mirror from somewhere and held it up in front of Roxa. Roxa took the mirror from Ji-Yuan's hand, and in an instant his eyes sparkled. In a mirror, half of Roxa's face was covered in icy blue ice blocks, looking quite handsome. "Hey, not bad looking. No wonder Sister Ji-Yuan wants to marry me," he muttered to himself. However, his words were overheard by Ji-Yuan, who was closest to him. She lightly nudged him, but there was no trace of annoyance on her face. Standing beside Qing-Ji, Cha-Tan observed their interaction without any expression, suggesting that he probably didn't hear Roxa's comment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so expressionless. After a moment, Roxa put down the mirror and walked aside to touch the ice crystals on his face. He then started rubbing them with his hands, but after a while, he realized that he couldn't get any of it off. "Oh no, will this half of my face be frozen forever?" Rosha was aware that he had consumed a devil fruit, but the devil fruit shouldn't affect the user's appearance, right? Moreover, it was only half of his face, and here he couldn't show any expression that indicated he understood everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Besides, he really didn't know how to eliminate it. While Rosha was continuously rubbing the ice crystal, Akiji, who was standing not far away, seemed to be deep in thought. He then patted Carp on the shoulder and walked towards Rosha. During the few meters distance, Akiji even formed an ice blade. Subsequently, Akiji, with a blank expression on his face, slashed towards Rosha's waist without a hint of emotion. However, Rosha didn't sense any killing intent in Akiji's eyes. As the ice blade was unleashed, and the wielder was an admiral, Rosha was instantly cut in half, his body split into two parts. Ji-Yuan, who was unaware of the situation, widened his eyes in shock, grabbed the Jinbairo that was placed aside, and rushed in front of Akiji, his eyes filled with fury. "Damn it, Admiral Akiji. What are you doing? Why did you kill Rosha? He's my newly acknowledged brother, and he's not even pirate." Despite Ji-Yuan's loud questioning of Akiji, Akiji maintained that helpless expression, and his gaze remained fixed on Rosha as if he was anticipating something to happen. Rosha, who had been cut in half, touched his upper body and looked at his severed lower body, letting out a helpless sigh. "Looks like this isn't good." Rosha also realized that he seemed to have exposed himself. After the body of the split Xuanji transformed into countless ice shards and underwent a reorganization, Rosha regained his form, and it was still the same image as before, just as he was facing off against Qing-Ji with a knife. Ji-Yuan stiffly turned his head and saw Rosha with a silly grin on his face. Ji-Yuan rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he exclaimed, "Rosha, you weren't cut down by General Qing-Ji?" Roxia frowned. "What do you mean? How could I die? I won't die unless I live a leisurely life." Akiji and Carp laughed at this scene, especially Carp, who laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha, just as I thought." Akiji fixed his intense gaze on Roxia, as if looking at a treasure. Only someone with the ice fruit ability could have that kind of state and the ability to freeze Carp's villa to the core. "I'm becoming more and more curious about you, Roxia," Akiji thought to himself. Carp stepped forward towards Roxia, laughing as he patted Roxia on the shoulder. But before he could do so, Roxia used his ice fruit ability to freeze Carp's palm on the spot. Rosha had no idea whether he had armament hockey attached to him. If he did, that would be a problem. Moreover, he hadn't seen armament hockey since coming to the pirate world. They all said it was colorless. It was like a kind of energy, so Rosha naturally aimed to freeze Carp first. "You brat, I came here with good intentions to congratulate you, and you dare to use your abilities to freeze me?" Roxa sighed helplessly and pointed to the sofa that had turned into an ice block, saying, I know you all have a lot of questions, so why not have a chat? Sure, sure. In an instant, everyone present sat down on the icy sofa. However, besides Akiji and Roxa, the other three felt a bit uncomfortable. First of all, are you all surprised why I have the abilities of Admiral Akiji? The four of them nodded in unison, especially Akiji, whose eyes were completely different from the drowsy look he had before. Now his gaze was particularly bright. Roxia activated his ability on his own, saying, this is probably a power derived from absorbing Admiral Akiji's chill, and it feels like this strength might be permanent. Of course, it was just a feeling. After saying that, Roxia lowered his head shyly. He couldn't find an excuse since he had read very few books. As soon as Roxia finished speaking, everyone present gasped in shock. They were all stunned by the news. Based on the information about Roxia on Akiji's desk, Akiji could be certain that Roxia possessed the power of a paramecia fruit. However, he really hadn't expected this change, especially not this kind of change. Particularly, Carp was completely stunned, with snot flowing down without him even realizing it, and his eyes wide open in disbelief. He still couldn't believe that he initially only valued Roxia's Senbei ability, and it wasn't until he brought Roxia back that he discovered Roxia had the potential of a marine admiral. After Luo Xia said these words, everyone remained silent for a long time, and this time it was Luo Xia who became anxious. You have to believe me. Although I don't know if the ability users from previous sessions have noticed this change, I'm like this now. Roxia was worried they wouldn't believe him. So a light of ice blue shimmered in his hand, and an ice blue fairy fruit instantly appeared in his palm. This scene left Roxia somewhat stunned. He had eaten a fruit, and even the fairy fruit had changed flavor. Roxia handed the Senbei to Carp's mouth, and Carp took a bite. The moment it entered his mouth, a wave of coldness burst open in his mouth. Wow, this tastes so good. I like this flavor. It's so refreshing. Rocha shrugged and looked at Jiyuan and Akiji, saying, you see, this is really a combination ability. It feels like a double fruit ability. What do you think? Peach Rabbit? Peach Rabbit nodded. That's right, General Akiji. This is a double fruit, combining freezing with something else. It's amazing. Rachet said, this is really shocking. We must tell Admiral Sengoku. Seeing Akiji's rare, serious expression, Rachet also nodded. Sooner or later, Sengoku would find out about this matter. It was just a matter of whether he learned it sooner or later. Anyway, Rachet's ability to fabricate stories was strong. No matter what Sengoku said, he could easily talk his way out of it. I'm fine with it, General Akiji. That's good, then I'll take my leave. Not long after, at the door of Sengoku's office, Akiji knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in. Akiji stepped into the office with his hands in his pockets. And as soon as he entered, he noticed that Sengoku and Crane were both there. Akiji scratched his head, unsure of how to start, and just stood in front of the two. Kazan, what's wrong? Hearing Sengoku speak, Kazan finally said, there's something, but it's quite complicated. Sengoku was quite surprised to see Kazan like this. He hadn't seen him with such an expression in a long time, the last time being. Please sit down. Sengoku pointed to the sofa on the side. Akiji nodded and sat down opposite Crane. About a minute later, Akiji slowly said, you should both know this kid Rachet. Admiral Sengoku and Miss Crane? Crane nodded, yes, I've heard a lot of discussions about him recently. Jiyuan sometimes talks about him, saying he has a great fruit ability. Sengoku smiled and nodded. That's right. Are you going to talk about something related to him? Did he invent something new? Akiji gave a wry smile. You could say that. Unconsciously, as Akiji said this, the scene of Rachet being cut in half, yet not dying flashed in his mind. Just a few hours ago, I was asked by Jiyuan to help a little at Captain Carp's villa. When I got there, I found Rachet was there too, along with Captain Carp. But I only found out they wanted to use my ice to modify a knife. At this point, Crane couldn't help but interject. It wouldn't be Jiyuan's Kinero, would it? Akiji nodded. That's right, and Rachet's ability is truly bizarre, especially bizarre. The fact that it was so bizarre that it made Akiji say, so piqued Sengoku's interest. Then Rachet asked for a block of ice, and I condensed one that could instantly take out over 100 million pirates. To my surprise, he directly reached out and pressed it onto the blade. Akiji wasn't typically a talkative person, but this matter was too strange. How could someone gain a devil fruit ability just by being frozen for a while? It was too bizarre. So Akiji could only explain slowly, trying to make the event sound reasonable. About 2 hours later, the knife was completed by Rachet, and at the moment the knife was finished, Rachet was frozen. However, when Captain Carp was about to approach, the ice block that had frozen Rachet suddenly cracked, and Rachet walked out unharmed, with half of his face covered in ice crystals. It was just like when I finished using my ability. and it seemed like Rosha had instantaneously gained the ability of the ice fruit. At this point, Akiji lowered his head, feeling a lack of confidence in what he was saying, because he found it unbelievable. Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances and said in unison, "No way. Are you saying that Rosha has gained freezing abilities?" Akiji nodded, looking quite helpless. Sengoku was quite surprised by Akiji's acknowledgement, knowing that Akiji had always been a very calm person in his mind. So Akiji was unlikely to be lying, which only left one possibility. Thinking of this, even Sengoku, known as a wise strategist, couldn't help but gasp. 2 abilities? There hasn't been a precedent for this at sea. If that's the case, the Navy has struck gold. Sengoku rubbed his hands and picked up the phone on his desk to make a call. Meanwhile, at Carp's villa, Carp pulled out the shivering Din Mushi and answered. "Who is it?" "Carp, is Rosha with you? Hurry and bring him over," Sengoku said. Hearing this, Carp frowned and looked at Rosha, who was making the latest style of senbei for him, then decisively shook his head and refused. "No time, I don't have time, that's it. I'm hanging up." Just as he hung up, Ji-Yun, sitting next to him, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? If it weren't for the fact that I can't freeze this old man, would I still be here helping him make senbei? And you said you would teach me hockey. Teach me everything I want to learn. Otherwise, you can't expect me to help you make other things in the future." Rosha continuously conjured ice blue fairy beads with both hands while saying this to Ji-Yun, but his expression was somewhat reluctant. Ji-Yun nodded slightly and replied, "All right, once it's over, I'll teach you whatever you want to learn." Rosha pouted, "If you really want to repay me, you should knock that old man down." Giant glanced at Carp and decisively shook his head. "No way. I can't take on Rear Admiral Carp. And you, old man, even though I can't afford to compensate, you actually want me to use senbei as payment. How much of that would be enough to cover it?" Rosha said indignantly. Compared to Rosha's frustration, Sengoku was now seething with anger. He hung up the phone heavily and immediately got up. "Let's go, Tsuru Akiji. Let's see what Carp is so busy with." This guy is actually saying he's busy with that kid Rosha? About 10 minutes later, Sengoku and the others stood at the entrance of Carp's house, staring blankly at the scene. At this moment, there were already dozens of burlap sacks in Carp's villa, and Rosha was still holding senbei, a sight that made Sengoku envious. "Carp!" A loud shout suddenly came from the entrance, startling Rosha. "Who is it?" The 3 of them looked over, and at the entrance were 3 people, Akiji, Sengoku, and Tsuru. The 3 then walked into the villa that Rosha had frozen. "Ha, Sengoku, what brings you to my place? Did you come because you heard I have senbei?" Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku's forehead twitched, and he glared at Carp. "You bastard Carp, is this what you meant by being busy?" Sengoku grabbed a burlap sack in front of Rosha and pulled out a large handful of senbei, stuffing it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The moment the senbei entered his mouth, Sengoku was stunned, especially the cold sensation, a unique experience he had never tasted before. Sengoku instantly fell in love with this senbei. Seeing Sengoku in a daze, Tsuru tugged at him, pulling him back to reality. Sengoku then regained his serious demeanor and began to look around. Before long, Sengoku noticed a boy less than a meter away, with both hands in the burlap sack, fiddling with something. "Rosha?" Sengoku asked tentatively. Rosha slowly raised his head, and the half of his face frozen in ice immediately caught the attention of Sengoku. Sengoku was not captivated by his looks, but rather shocked by that half of the face. He felt as if he had encountered another user of the ice fruit. "Huh. Fleet Admiral Sengoku." As soon as Rosha finished speaking, it seemed like he realized something and suddenly stood up. "Ahem, Marshal Sengoku, General Crane, Admiral Akiji, hello. It's okay. No need to be nervous, Rosha." After comforting Rosha, Sengoku looked around the villa and indeed found more than a dozen burlap sacks in the house. "Rosha, these burlap sacks in the house can't be." Rosha nodded. "The bag containing the senbei I gave to Grandpa Carp." Although Rosha spoke casually, Sengoku's fist tightened. "By the way, Rosha, what is that ice crystal on your face?" Sengoku pointed at the half of Rosha's face and asked. When it comes to serious matters, Sengoku still remembers very clearly. Rosha paused for a moment and instinctively touched his left cheek. When his hand landed on his left face, he felt it was like rubbing against an ice block. "Oh, this? I don't know, it's just been there since the beginning. Moreover, Admiral Akiji even said that I have the ability of the ice fruit." At this moment, Sengoku was staring intensely at Rosha, seemingly trying to discern something. "Do you have the ability of the ice fruit?" As soon as Sengoku's words left his mouth, Akiji and Crane fixed their gazes on Rosha. As for Ji-Yun and Carp, they had already experienced it before. Just recently, Roxia had even frozen Carp twice to resist him from making Senbei, and the result was predictable. He was broken free by Carp the moment he froze him. I guess I do have it. Roxia recalled what he had said to the system earlier. How can I prove it? Sengoku was staring at Roxia intently, determined to get to the bottom of this matter. This was crucial, as it represented a future top-tier combat power. After Roshia glanced around for a week, he stopped at Carp, who was eating Senbei. Roshia didn't waste any words and directly walked to Carp's side, extending his hand to touch Carp. In an instant, a layer of ice formed around Carp, freezing him completely. However, it didn't last long, as Carp shattered the ice with a shockwave. The three onlookers were shocked, their jaws dropping. Akiji remained calm, having just witnessed it, but Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru were different. In particular, Sengoku couldn't hide the smile on his face, and his gaze towards Roshia was full of affection, as if Roshia were a priceless treasure. Roshia shivered under that gaze. Perhaps noticing Roshia's expression, Sengoku withdrew his gaze. Soon after, they all sat on the sofa, and Sengoku casually grabbed a bag and began munching on Senbei. While eating, he asked, "Is this ability something you just acquired?" "That's right. I just got it when I helped Sister Jiyuan synthesize the knife." The best explanation for now was that Roshia answered whatever they asked, as he had no other excuse. After a round of basic questions, Sengoku finally left, satisfied with 5 bags of Senbei, accompanied by Tsuru and Akiji. As for Carp, he was cursing Sengoku from behind. "Damn Sengoku, I barely have 10 bags of Senbei left, and that's not enough for a month." Roxa and Jiyuan are sitting together, and now he is quite anxious, fearing that Roxa will catch him and make him continue producing fairy cakes. However, Carp only complained a few times before heading towards Sengoku, and before leaving, he said he was going to get something to eat. "Ah, that old man finally left. I can finally go back." Just as Luo Xia was about to get up, a cold little hand grabbed him. He turned to look, and Ji Yuan was holding his hand. "Huh? Ji Yuan, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would teach you? Do you still want to go back and rest?" Ratchet suddenly had a few black lines appear on his forehead and said speechlessly, "But I still need to wait for that purple-haired Zifa teacher to give me time." "Huh? Don't worry, I will help you get a good excuse from Instructor Zifa, and the training camp has just started. Even if you haven't learned anything, it doesn't matter. I will teach you everything." Rorschach looked around the garden and couldn't help but nod. "Hello there. What do you mean?" No. Actually, I'm doing well at the training camp. Teacher Zifa has only just started teaching the Navy 6 styles. The guard nodded and smiled. "Navy 6 styles? Is it very difficult? Do you want your sister to teach you?" "Just call me sister, and I'll be happy to help. By the way, usually, they start with a shave. Isn't that hard?" Rorschach pouted. "I've already learned it. Although I might bump into the pole, it seems my talent is pretty good." "Oh, really?" This surprised Yuan a bit, as she had studied for more than 10 days at that time. "What else?" Roxia immediately began to prove himself. The next moment, he appeared behind Ji Yuan. However, whether it was due to the slippery ground or something else, Roxia unexpectedly stumbled and fell onto Ji Yuan's back. With both hands placed on Ji Yuan's back, Roxia awkwardly distanced himself from Ji Yuan, coughing, "I just need to get used to it. It's only the first day." The atmosphere between Roxia and Ji Yuan was completely different from that in the Marine headquarters. At this moment in the Marine office, Sengoku had been waiting for over 10 minutes and finally gathered everyone. Besides the 3 admirals, Carp, Zifa, and Crane were also present. They had all come together for Roxia, although they were unaware of the events that had just transpired. At this time, everyone was silent, quietly watching Sengoku, waiting for him to speak. "Cough. I called you all here for an important matter," Sengoku said as he scanned the room. "We have a new Logia-type Devil Fruit user in Navy, and it's a user of the Ice Fruit." Instantly, apart from a few who were already in the know and remained calm, everyone else present stood up in shock, especially Akainu, who immediately questioned, "Isn't the Ice Fruit Kazan's? How could there be another one? Are you getting old and confused?" Of course, he didn't dare to say the last part. Zifa also looked at Sengoku with curiosity. Having worked with him for so many years, he knew Sengoku wouldn't speak nonsense, as it would tarnish his reputation as a wise general. Sengoku smiled slightly, and from his expression, it was clear he was pleased with their reactions. "Kazan is indeed the user of the Ice Fruit, and now we have a second user of the Ice Fruit, and we have personally confirmed it." Both Vice Admiral Crane and Kazan nodded in agreement, saying, "What Admiral Sengoku said is correct." As soon as they spoke, the crowd was even more bewildered, with several thinking, how could the same type of fruit appear twice, unless the previous user had died? However, this thought quickly vanished from everyone's minds. "I'm still alive." A voice chimed in, "And that kid Roxia is indeed using the genuine Ice Fruit ability." Regarding Kuzan's explanation, both Kizaru and Akainu were somewhat skeptical. However, having worked together for many years, they still expressed doubts. Sengoku slapped the table. I didn't call you here to question this. I just wanted to inform you. I, along with Kazan and Crane, have confirmed it is indeed the Logia-type ice fruit. At that moment, Carp nodded in agreement. That's right. That brat has frozen me several times already. Seeing that both Sengoku and Carp had said so, everyone present was extremely surprised, especially the three who were unaware. Kizaru, Akainu, and Zifa. Kizaru's mouth curved slightly, his eyes behind the frog glasses reflecting his thoughts. In the courtyard of the Jiyuan villa. Hurry up. Swing it faster. Are you a turtle? The loud voice belonged to Jiyuan, who was currently holding a whip and strolling behind Roxia. Each step seemed to carry an unmatched sense of pressure for Roxia, making him quite nervous. Rorschach is currently wielding a tiger hunting sword, swinging it forcefully with each stroke. Each swing carrying 8 parts flame and 2 parts sword energy. In front of Rosha was the ice wall he had just created using the newly acquired powers of the ice fruit. Since it was made of ice, it would melt quickly. As for why Rosha ended up in such a predicament, it was naturally due to Jiyuan's coercion. She had said at the time, since you've agreed to be taught, I will make sure you learn and become stronger. And with 2 such powerful devil fruit abilities, you better not waste them. Thus, Rosha was taken to the courtyard of his own villa, with Jiyuan's villa next to Carp's. However, when Rosha arrived at the villa, Jiyuan revealed her true colors, becoming extremely violent. Initially, Rosha was quite laid back, but somehow she found a whip. After that, Rosha received a lash. But it didn't cause him any harm. Instead, Jiyuan's whip got frozen. It was at that moment that Jiyuan realized that Rosha could no longer be treated as an ordinary marine, as he had already mastered all the characteristics of the ice fruit. Therefore, whenever Rosha slacked off afterward, Jiyuan would give him a whip covered in hockey. This made Rosha suffer greatly, and he silently took note of Jiyuan. Roxia's sweat dripped down as if it were free, but it quickly froze. At that moment, a voice echoed in Roxia's mind. Ding. Host detected to be undergoing swordsmanship training. Long-term mission activated. Ding. Personal panel opened. Ding. Long-term mission. Please swing the sword 10,000 times daily. Rewards will be calculated every 15 days. Rewards will trigger randomly. As the voice continued to sound in Roxia's mind, it left him stunned, and for a moment, he forgot that there was a Jin next to him holding a small whip. Suddenly, Roxia felt a gust of wind by his ear, and in the next second he almost instinctively used shave, leaving his original spot. In the blink of an eye, the ground was already cracked with whip marks. Rorschach swallowed hard and looked up. Jiyuan smiled and said, "Only now you know how to hide? Are you really that thick-headed? It took you this long to figure out how to hide?" Rorschach frowned and asked, "Hey, you stinky woman, what tricks are you playing again?" Rorschach's impression of this woman completely changed after he was whipped a few times before. So he didn't believe what Jiyuan just said at all. Who uses a whip to make someone run away? And it seemed like she thought he was the only one who knew. I never said that you couldn't run. Did I? First of all, having you swing your sword daily is for your training, and as for dodging, that's to prepare you for the flexibility and variability you'll need on the battlefield in the future. If you just stand there and let me hit you, who can you blame? After saying this, Jiyuan even put on an innocent expression. If that lewd T-pig saw this, he would probably confess again. Just you wait. Rorschach pouted in dissatisfaction and began swinging his sword, holding the tiger hunt. Jiyuan nodded in satisfaction. Although he had been played by his own tricks, his temperament was still quite good. About 30 minutes later, a large group of people was walking towards Jiyuan's villa, led by the general of the warring states. From a distance, the general saw Jiyuan seemingly whipping something with a whip. "You better hide quickly, or my whip will definitely make you regret it." Crack, crack. The sound of the whip striking the ground was particularly crisp. "You wait, woman. Once I become stronger than you, just you wait." Ratchet spoke while provoking Jiyuan, and at the same time, his shaving became more and more proficient. Suddenly, a fiery red object, resembling lava, flew in from the distance. Ratchet suddenly turned around, and a basketball-sized magma ball was coming towards him. Roxia's pupils contracted in daylight, and his hands instantly turned ice blue. Just as he was about to strike, a pink figure blocked his way. It was Jin, and at the same time, the golden sword at her waist was unsheathed. The extreme cold transformed into a slash aimed at the lava mass. In an instant, the lava mass turned into a stone encased in ice. After dealing with that lava, Jiyuan sheathed her sword and turned to smile, saying, "How about that? Am I impressive? Damn woman, I could have handled such a small lava ball myself." "Who asked you to meddle?" Ji-Yuan shot a glare at Roxia and then grabbed his ear, huffing. How do you speak to your sister? Calling me a damn woman? Ahem. An elderly voice echoed in the ears of the two. Rorschach and Ji-Yuan shook their heads and looked over, and it was indeed the warring states they had visited before. Huh. Why is the warring states marshal here again? The warring states marshal approached with a smile, accompanied by a group of generals. In particular, Zephy's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Roxia now sees Zephyr looking a bit weak. He doesn't have much stamina at the moment. But Zephyr hasn't said anything to him. Marshal of the warring states, what just happened? Ji-Yuan asked, frowning. Just now that guy Akainu acted on his own, and I didn't have time to stop him. I just wanted to test this kid's ice-size fruit ability. Everyone has been saying this kid has the ice-size fruit, so I wanted to give it a try. Akainu crossed his arms, still wearing a proud expression. Roxia, why are you sitting on the ground? Don't you see so many Navy commanders have come? Rosha shrugged and said, I'm really sorry, Admiral Akainu. I just finished training and I'm out of strength. In fact, it was true. Rosha lacked exercise, and having such stamina at this level was already quite impressive. Ji-Yuan explained, that's right, I was just training him, but the training method is a bit special. Ji-Yuan threw the whip in her hand in front of Rosha. The other generals knew a bit about Ji-Yuan's personality, but they were still surprised that she could train Rosha. Rorschach saw a whip fall in front of him, and, taking advantage of the fact that Ji-Yuan hadn't noticed him yet, hurriedly stored the whip in his system space. Roxa felt his leg muscles and, realizing they weren't as sore as before, slowly stood up. As soon as he stood up, he sensed two sharp gazes. One was naturally Akainu, and the other was Zephyr. Sengoku stepped forward with a smile and said, Little Roxa, could you demonstrate your ice-size fruit abilities for these three? Roxia nodded and then asked, Marshal of the Warring States, does anyone else want to watch? Should we call them over? I still have training to do. No, just these three will do. It was indeed a bit thoughtless of the Warring States to repeatedly ask Roxia to confirm this matter, which made him quite embarrassed. All right, Roxa nodded, stepping back 3 paces. His hands gradually turned an icy blue, emanating a chilling aura. A mask-like ice crystal appeared on his face, covering half of it. In the next moment, Roxa slammed his hands on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the ground within 50 meters of him was completely frozen. The entire process was fluid and seamless, just like when Akiji activated his ability. Rosha exhaled a breath of cold air and smiled. All right, Warlord of the Warring States. And all the generals, are you satisfied? The scene fell into silence, with the generals who had seen Rosha demonstrate his abilities looking calm. The 3 who had not seen Rosha's abilities were all in shock, especially Zephyr, whose eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Kizaru still had his lecherous expression. Akainu's expression wasn't as exaggerated, but his eyes had already told Rosha the answer. Akiji looked around and then stepped forward, saying, Rosha, you didn't use your full power, did you? That's right. If I had used my full power, that stinky garden lady's villa wouldn't be livable. The garden lady glared at Rosha, but said nothing. Even if she froze everything, she couldn't say anything to Rosha and could only teach him a lesson in private. However, Rosha's comment caused trouble. Carp, standing in the crowd, immediately stepped forward and punched Rosha on the head while cursing. You little brat, do you think my villa can just be frozen at will? Ouch. Rosha covered his head with both hands and said, Old man, are you going to attack me with weapons? Ha ha, I know what your condition is right now. Then why not have Admiral Akiji use his freezing technique? Why do you have to hit me? Upon hearing this, Carp instinctively looked at Akiji as if to say, Aren't you going to hurry up? Akiji sighed with a and shrugged. Carp-san, there is no such thing. This kid is lying to you. Rorschach probably knew that Akiji would say something like this long ago, so he hid behind the Ji-Yuan early on, which is one of the few reasons he could find something good about this woman. At that moment, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of the Ji-Yuan. To be precise, it was to the side of the Ji-Yuan, as Rorschach was sitting right behind it. Little Roru, you really surprised me. Oh, Teacher Zephyr, you're joking. I'm not sure how this ability came about. Also, this ability has some flaws. At this moment, Roxia also stood in front of everyone, pointing at half of his face and saying, although it's very handsome, it obstructs the view. The crowd followed Roxia's finger and saw that half of his face was already covered by ice. There was no need to worry about this. Once you become stronger and learn how to use this power, you'll be able to control it flexibly. Roxia nodded thoughtfully. He really hadn't expected Qingji to answer like that. He was surprised that such a taciturn person would talk so much with him. All right, now that we've finished reading, it's time to go, right? Don't disturb Roxia's training. Sengoku reminded. Just as everyone was about to leave, Ji-Yuan called out to Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr, please wait a moment. What's wrong, Ji-Yuan? Upon seeing this scene, Roxia couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, and his expression instantly turned ugly. Before Roxia could stop her, Jiwen said, Teacher Zephyr, I hope to train Roxia for the next month. Of course, after a month, if you're not satisfied with Roxia's strength, you can return him to the training camp at any time. Wait a moment, Teacher Zephyr, think it over. This woman is a violent maniac. She's really going to hit him. I still prefer Teacher Zephyr's gentle training. I like Teacher Zephyr's training camp. While Zephyr was still contemplating, Roxia had appeared out of nowhere and had said so many pitiful things. But did Zephyr only notice Roxia's pitiful words? How did you get over here just now? Roxia said without thinking. Of course, it's with a razor. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Haha, good. In just one day, Ji Yuan has trained you to this level of proficiency. It seems that Ji Yuan's training is indeed effective. So, Ji Yuan, I'll leave Roxia to you for this month. Just make sure he doesn't die while training. With Zephy's words finished, Roxia's anxious heart finally calmed down. Am I really going to train with this woman for a month? She won't beat me to death, will she? As everyone left Ji Yuan's villa, the smile on Ji Yuan's face quickly faded, and she walked aggressively towards Roxia. Ji Yuan extended her hand and asked, Where's my whip? Take it out. I saw it disappear as soon as you touched it. Did you hide it? Well, I can give it to you, but can you go a bit slower during training? I'm afraid I won't be able to dodge and will get whipped to death. Ha ha. Ji Yuan was directly amused by Roxia's words. All right, I'll be very gentle. Don't worry. During this month, I will also teach you the Navy's 6 styles, and we can start with what you're interested in. Roxia nodded. Of course, she wouldn't easily believe that a bad woman could change for the better. Ji Yuan's smile was just an illusion, and Roxia wouldn't trust it. Here, a whip. Ji Yuan took the whip, and, finding it to be real, couldn't help but feel curious. Where did this whip come from? Can I take a look? No way. How could I show it to you? You should stop being curious. Just kidding. Can the system space be seen? Is it visible? Time passed slowly, and at midnight, Roxia let out a heavy breath. Phew. This 10,000 cuts are finally done. Rorschach sat down on the ground, still finding it hard to believe at this moment. When did he become so hardworking? He was supposed to enjoy each day leisurely. As Luo Xia was lost in thought, a woman with pink hair and a bright smile appeared before her, and it was Ji Yuan. Oh, you really have some perseverance. Not bad. As your sister, I'm quite satisfied. Stinky Ji Yuan, I'm going back to rest. I'm exhausted. Without waiting for Ji Yuan's reply, Luo Xia took her knife and walked into Ji Yuan's villa. This was also what Ji Yuan had requested, saying it was convenient for early morning training, and she had even taken the liberty of assigning a room to her. What can Luo Xia say? He can only nod. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Back in the room, Luo Xia first took a cold shower and then plopped down on the bed. What did the systems say at noon? Personal panel? Or something else? As Luo Xia talked to himself, a small blue screen automatically appeared in front of him, displaying a list of his skills and items. Name, Luo Xia, 17 years old. Items owned. Smoke fruit fragment X80 skills. Elemental weapon technique, gravity gloves. Probability of dropping fragment from contacting item's weapon, tiger hunt. Already fused with flame. Ability, ice fruit, currently limited to 1. Task, swing the sword 10,000 times daily. Completed for today. Deadline 1 year. Rorschach was stunned after reading it and muttered to himself. 1 year? Does that mean I have to swing every day? Roxia waited for a long time, but did not see the system respond, so he simply lay down on the bed. After looking at the panel information, he just saw. Roxia understood his current situation. Currently, he could only eat 1 devil fruit, and he still didn't know how to enhance it. But that doesn't mean Roxia, can't synthesize other fruits, right? Roxia chuckled happily, imagining the future crew, all of them being nature-type characters, which would be incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and what came into view was Ji Yuan, dressed in pajamas. At that moment, she stood at the door of Roxia with a faint smile on her face. Roxia hurriedly got up and cursed. What are you doing here, you nasty woman, you she-devil? It's so late. Ji Yuan didn't say a word. Instead, she met Roxia with a powerful punch that nearly knocked his brains out. However, as a nature type, Roxia suffered no harm. Hey, can you show a little respect for your teacher? Is there anyone like you? It's late at night, and you barge into my room without knocking, dressed like that? As he spoke, Roxia couldn't help but glance at Ji Yuan's chest, and he had to admit, it was indeed something. I came to ask you what you want to learn tomorrow. I can teach you anything. The Navy's 6 styles, swordsmanship, or we can spar. Rorschach pouted. What do you mean by sparring with you? I might as well let you hit me directly. But I want to learn hockey. Can you teach me? Ji Yuan thought for a moment and said, sure. While learning hockey, we will also focus on swordsmanship. After all, Hockey requires comprehension. Some people can learn it in a few days, while others may take months, and some may never learn it in their lifetime. Roxia nodded. All right. Okay. Then you should go to sleep first, and I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Just as Ji Yuan stood up to leave, Roxia grabbed her wrist. Wait a minute. Sister Ji Yuan. What? Do you want me to stay the night? Ji Yuan's words were filled with tenderness. But Roxia could clearly see that Ji Yuan's eyes seemed to say, if you dare to say anything nice, I'll turn you into crushed ice. Roxia quickly withdrew his hand in fright, then smiled awkwardly. Sister Ji Yuan, you're joking. However, I would like some of Admiral Kizura's light. Can you help me get some? I want to make a batch of weapons and give it a try. For such an excuse, Roxia could easily come up with it now. It was simply too easy. In fact, he really did want to make some weapons. I'm not too sure if he has a mission tomorrow. If not, I can help you call him over. Thank you, Sister Ji Yuan. A charming smile appeared at the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth, and her gaze became seductive. Well then, Roxia dear, I'm off. Don't you really want me to stay the night? Just let me break one of your legs, and it's all good. Roxia's mouth twitched, and he felt a chill all over his body. He quickly waved his hand to say goodbye. See you tomorrow, Sister Ji Yuan. I don't really need it yet. Just find someone who does. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the next morning. That day, Ji Yuan kicked open the door and immediately grabbed Roxia by the ear and lifted him up. Rosha was sleeping when suddenly a wave of intense pain swept over him. He opened his eyes to see the already dressed Jin grinning at him while holding his ear. Got it, I'm not sleeping anymore. After breaking free from his restraints, Rosha quickly tidied himself up and followed Ji Yuan out of the villa. As they exited the villa and arrived at the place where Ji Yuan had trained Rosha yesterday, Ji Yuan asked, let's teach you the armed color first, then you can practice your swordsmanship. Sure. The two found a spot where Ji Yuan usually had afternoon tea and sat down directly. Ji Yuan raised his palm and waved it in front of Rosha, saying, look closely. In the next second, Ji Yuan's entire fist turned pitch black, as if coated with a layer of armor. Rosha curiously looked at Ji Yuan's fist and instinctively touched it. Ding! Acquired armament hockey fragment 1. Roxia was taken aback and secretly delighted. Is this really possible? Jardin looked at Roxia and saw him lost in thought, almost wanted to punch him right then and there. Fortunately, Roxia didn't stay in a daze for too long. Ahem, I see you were in a daze. This is truly amazing. That's right, the armament hockey, as you can see, is like coating your skin with a layer of armor. It enhances personal defense and can also be converted into offensive power, allowing you to make contact with Devil Fruit users, and you can even grab Logia-type users. For example, I could have just slapped you just now. Roxia was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but he continued to listen to Ji Yuan's explanation. Armament hockey can not only cover the skin, but the most common use is to wrap weapons, making them less susceptible to damage and thereby enhancing both attack and defense. Moreover, it can allow a swordsman's famous sword to evolve into a black blade. A black blade refers to a sword that has permanently integrated the swordsman's hockey, making it incredibly hard. This is also a pursuit of a swordsman and a symbol of strength. As Ji Yuan rambled on with his introduction, Roxia reviewed things he already knew. After finishing, Ji Yuan added, besides armament hockey, there are also observation hockey and conqueror's hockey. He said he wouldn't introduce these two for now, as you wouldn't understand anyway. Roxia nodded, but his gaze was firmly fixed on Ji Yuan's hands. Noticing Roxia's attention, Ji Yuan finally reacted and said, right, the method of practicing armament hockey is that there's a certain energy hidden within our bodies. Calm your mind and feel the flow of that energy, gathering it to your fists. When you're able to cover your fists with a layer of armor, that'll be a success. Roxia frowned upon hearing this. Sister Ji Yuan, is there really no quick method? I feel like sitting here for days isn't really helping, right? Ji Yuan glared at Roxia. Do you think mastering hockey is easy? Many people have gone through this process. Even the four emperors are no exception. At this point, Ji Yuan recalled something she had heard before. Then she changed her tone and smiled, but, I heard that when Vice Admiral Karp was training hockey, he literally had to smash through 8 mountains to succeed. If you want a quick method, then that's your only option. After saying this, Ji Yuan pointed towards the back mountain. There, if you want to go, the back mountain is a good place. Are you kidding me? Roxia walked into the courtyard where he had practiced last night with a dark expression. He noticed the ability of the frozen fruit in his hand manifesting, and half the mask on his face directly covered his face. The next moment, Roxia's ability was unleashed, and within the courtyard he was in, something resembling a lounge chair appeared out of thin air, only it was made of ice. This wasn't all. Roxia also created several chairs and a sunshade. After finishing these creations, Roxia nodded in satisfaction and, in the next moment, sat cross-legged on the newly made chair, then closed his eyes tightly. In the distance, the recently risen Jiuen's expression instantly darkened, and his fists clenched unconsciously. This kid really knows how to enjoy himself. Jiuen gritted his silver teeth and walked straight towards Roxia. Due to Jiuen's light footsteps, Roxia had no idea that danger was approaching. Within a few seconds, Jiuen arrived in front of Roxia, and seeing the slight upward curve of Roxia's lips made him furious. Upon closer inspection, he was even angrier. It turned out that while Jiuen was seriously observing, Roxia was actually sleeping, and doing so very secretly. At that moment, Jiuen could no longer hold back, and his fist was covered with armed color as he punched straight at Roxia. Who hit me? Rorschach, covering his flushed cheek, struggled to open his eyes. As soon as he opened them, he saw Jiuen standing in front of him. Roxia twitched the corners of his mouth, forcing out a smile. Sister Jiuan, you're still here? Oomph, you little brat. Have you never been beaten? You were brought here to train, not to go on vacation. How dare you produce so many things? What are you trying to do? Seeing Jiuan's cold expression, Roxia helplessly said, It's such a big sun, it's too hot. Besides, you said that to train in armed color, I need to calm down and feel the flow of energy in my body. If I don't do that, how can I calm down? You little brat, quite the excuse maker, huh? Jiuan really didn't expect this kid to be so articulate. She didn't like nonsense. Without saying a word, Jiuan swiftly drew the whip from her waist and struck it hard against the ground. The crisp sound instantly made Roxia's heart tense. Oomph. Training starts now for 2 hours. Oh, okay. Roxia plopped down onto a chair, closed his eyes to feel. You better not think about sleeping. If you accidentally fall asleep, my whip won't have eyes and might just leave a mark on someone's face. Jiuan said coldly. This made Roxia shiver with fear, his body trembling. Before long, seeing that Roxia was indeed training seriously, Jiuan looked around and directly lay down on the lounge chair that Roxia had made. It was cool and felt great. This guy is quite mischievous, but his mind is really sharp. No wonder he can synthesize so many things. Meanwhile, Roxia had his eyes tightly closed. His consciousness had already sunk into the system. In front of Rosha, there was a fragment emitting a dark purple light. Is this the armed color fragment? Do I need to collect 100 pieces? Yes, host. The stronger the armed color, the more fragments will be produced. Rosha was already accustomed to the system, speaking suddenly. Rosha's consciousness reached towards the fragments of the armed color, and in the next moment, something miraculous happened. The fragments of the armed color actually flew towards Rosha's consciousness on their own, and, in the blink of an eye, merged into Rosha's body. What's going on? Ding said that each fragment of the armed color would automatically merge into the host body for the sake of the host's safety. Roxia frowned for a moment and then figured out the reason. If he suddenly gained the ability to use armament hockey, it would be strange for others not to find it odd. Such gradual changes are truly reliable. However, just a small amount is indeed insignificant. Although Roxia can feel that point of energy within him, it is practically useless. Therefore, he still needs a large number of fragments. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed quietly. During this time, Roxia was struck with a whip, leaving a red mark right in the middle of his face, and it was particularly even. At that time, Roxia had already been training for an hour and noticed that Jiuan had fallen asleep on a lounge chair. So he began to relax and soon fell asleep as well. However, about 5 minutes later, Roxia suddenly let out a scream. Jiuan had directly whipped him again. Now Roxia could only cover half of his face with an ice mask to avoid embarrassment, as that mark was just too ugly. All right, the 2 hours are up. Now let us go to the Navy cafeteria for a meal, and after eating, I'll look for Admiral Kazuru to see if he will come. Okay, got it. Why do you sound so weak when you speak? Jiuan asked in confusion. Roxia pouted and pointed at the mask on his face. Have you forgotten what you just did, woman? Now I can only use my ability to cover that mark, so I don't embarrass myself in the Navy cafeteria later. Ha! Jiuan left unabashedly. This made Roxia's teeth itch, wishing he could pull out his dagger and stab him right now. However, Roxia could only endure. Everything he was doing now was for the future. I can bear it. In the Navy cafeteria, Roxia and Jiuan were surrounded by passing sailors and colleagues. With people coming and going, whether they were sailors or naval officers, they couldn't help but glance at Roxia, all wearing expressions of curiosity. Roxa walked alongside the Jiuan while saying fiercely, It's you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be wearing a mask, let alone one made of ice. If you weren't being lazy, I wouldn't have to whip you. Or, Roxa brother, you can take off the mask if you want. You. Roxia secretly gritted his teeth and stopped talking. It was a joke. If he were to take it off, the looks from these sailors would not be out of curiosity anymore, but rather laughter. Roxia knew the difference between light and heavy matters. Soon, Ji Yuan brought Roxia to a window to get food. When it was Roxia's turn to get food, he nodded. The Navy's meals were still quite good. After Roxia had finished preparing a large platter of dishes, he looked around and finally spotted a few familiar figures. Roxa walked straight over with a smile on his face. Before long, Roxa arrived in front of the two with a food tray. The two at the dining table were a bit confused upon seeing him. "Hey kid, who are you? Why are you wearing a mask?" The tone was so aggressive that it was clearly Smoker. Roxa smiled and said, "Smog, Tina, don't you both remember me?" At that moment, Tina seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed, "You are Roxa?" Roxia snapped his fingers. "That's right. Tina has a good memory. Are you Roxia? What is that on your face?" Smoker asked in confusion, pointing at the mask on Roxia's face. Rorschach tugged at the corner of his mouth. Although he was reluctant to speak, he still decided to explain a bit. Rorschach pointed at the half of his face that was frozen and explained, "This is the ability of the frozen fruit. It's mine. As for why it is like this, the reason is..." Rorschach snapped his fingers, and then a surprising scene unfolded. After Rorschach finished snapping his fingers, half of his face, covered in ice, instantly transformed into ice crystals. Roxia's entire face was revealed. Tina and Roxia looked up and saw that there was actually a red dividing line on Roxia's face, making him look somewhat comical. Ha ha. Seeing the two in front of him laughing at himself, Roxia really wanted to freeze them right then and there. Given Roxia's current strength, it would be easy to freeze both of them. However, Roxia still covered the dividing line with another layer of ice. The two laughed for about a minute before finally stopping, and the nearby sailors also ceased their watching. Their expressions seemed to say, "What are these two fools laughing about? By the way, Roxia, who did that to your face? It's so precise." Tina also nodded curiously beside him. Faced with their inquiries, Roxia opened his mouth, then let out a heavy sigh. Alas, talking too much only brings tears. Just thinking about how ruthless Ji-Yuan was to him made him want to know what impression Ji-Yuan left in the hearts of these two. "I have a question to ask you." "Go ahead. As long as Tina knows, I'll tell you." Rorschach took a deep breath and asked, "What kind of person is this woman, Ji-Yuan, in your hearts?" "Ji-Yuan? Is she Sister Peach Rabbit?" Rosha nodded. Sister Peach Rabbit's words held great power, and her swordsmanship was considered top-notch even on the sea. Moreover, she had become a candidate for the general solely based on her sword skills. Tina thought Sister Peach Rabbit was amazing. After hearing Tina's response, Rosha turned his gaze to Smoker. But Smoker simply replied, "I haven't had any dealings with her, so I don't know." Roxia nodded, acknowledging that it was not wrong to have never interacted with Smoker. After all, Ji-Yuan indeed had no contact with Smoker. Moreover, Ji-Yuan had not taught anything at the Zephyr training camp. The topic was thus put to an end, and the three of them quietly continued eating. After an unknown amount of time, Roxia felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw that Ji-Yuan had somehow sat down next to him. "Roxia, have you finished eating?" "Huh, why are you looking for me?" Ji-Yuan squinted his eyes with a grin that was not quite a smile and said, "I'm worried if you don't go back to cultivate." At the same time, the hand Ji-Yuan placed on Roxia's shoulder exerted a slight pressure, clearly threatening him. Just as Rosha was about to relent, he heard a girl's voice exclaim, "Wow, you're Major Tautu." Upon hearing someone call her name, Tautu released Rosha's shoulder and turned to look. Sitting opposite her were a girl and a rebellious-looking boy. "You two are from the Zephyr training class, right? Tina, Smoker, you both are quite famous, so keep it up." Tina nodded vigorously, her face slightly flushed as she said, "I'll do my best. Thank you, Major Tautu." Roxia secretly curled his lip. Was it really necessary to be so excited over a little Peach Rabbit? Look at Tina. She seems like she might faint from excitement. "Peach Rabbit General, did you come to find Roxia to tell him to go back and train?" "That's right, this kid is currently being taught by me." As soon as these words were spoken, Tina looked at Roxia with envy and jealousy. Smog, standing aside, rolled his eyes, glancing at Peach Rabbit and then at Roxia, and also recalling the question Roxia had just asked. Smog quickly connected the dots, and his expression became quite interesting. That injury on Roxia's face must have been caused by Peach Rabbit General, right? Luo was taken aback. Is this kid usually this clever? Isn't he always pretending to be fighting, brawling, and showing off in front of Teacher Chi? Why is he so sharp today? Roxia awkwardly smiled, instantly got up, and pulled Tautu's arm as if escaping, disappearing before their eyes. Smoker watched the two leave, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It seems I guessed right. Smoker, let us go. If we don't leave now, It'll be too late, and Teacher Zephyr will have something to say. Tina reminded him. TCH, an old turtle with purple hair. If I get back late, I'll just run a few laps. Although Smoker said this disdainfully, his body obediently started moving. Meanwhile, Roxia pulled Ji Yuan all the way to the entrance of the cafeteria. Just as they reached the entrance, Roxia let go of Ji Yuan. Next time, don't come looking for me after you eat, or else. Ji Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Roxia, her voice enchanting. Or else what? Moreover, they weren't wrong. If you train hard and don't slack off in the future, how could I hit you? Ji Yuan said matter-of-factly, making Roxia clench his fists again. You, just wait. All right, I'm going to find Admiral Kazura now. After that, Ji Yuan pointed at Roxia's chest and said, You, go back to practicing swordsmanship right now. If I come back and you're still sleeping in a lounge chair, don't blame me. Wait, I still have to go to the forging department. It'll take some time. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing she had indeed thought of what Roxia had said earlier. Well then, you better hurry. After warning Roxia, Ji Yuan strode towards the naval building. Once Ji Yuan was far away, Roxia pouted. Seriously, all she knows is training. What can she do to me if she doesn't T-train? After Rorschach finished his complaints, he found himself in a dilemma. Is there a forging department in the Navy? Where is it located? Just as he was walking and thinking, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Rox's eyes lit up as he quickly ran up to greet the two in front of him. Old Man Carp, Admiral Akiji. Oh, it's you little brat. Carp laughed heartily. Akiji looked at Roxa with a frown and asked, Roxa, can you not control your freezing ability? Why is there always a layer of ice covering your face? Rorschach was taken aback and touched the half of his ice mask. He then removed the ice mask, revealing his scar that looked like a dividing line. Roxia pointed to his face helplessly and said, Because I was lazy in training. I got beaten up by Sister Ji Yuan. I used my abilities to temporarily cover it up because I was afraid of losing face, not like what Admiral Akiji thinks. He felt the need to explain. When Carp glanced at the obvious scratch on his own face, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh, that girl Ji Yuan, haha. Even Akiji laughed out loud, completely disregarding Roxia's feelings at that moment. In the moment when Rosha laughed out loud, he quickly covered half of his face again to prevent the surrounding Marines from looking over and laughing even more. After a while, when the two had laughed enough, Rosha finally spoke up. All right, old man, stop laughing. I actually have something I need your help with. Huh? Help? What do you need? Akiji also looked over, curious about what Rosha wanted from Carp. Rosha cleared his throat and asked, Is there any forging department or weapons store in the Navy? There is. But why are you asking about this? Carp asked curiously. It's nothing, I just have a new idea for synthesis and I want to get some knives, guns, and weapons. Plus, I also asked Sister Ji Yuan to call Admiral Kazuru for me. At this point, Rosha and the other person obviously raised their eyebrows slightly, showing that they were very interested. Carp laughed and patted Rosha's shoulder, saying, Come with me, I'll take you there. Take as much as you want. Rorschach thought it made sense. After all, with a naval admiral and a naval hero present, they had to give it, whether they wanted to or not. Roxa followed the two of them closely, during which he also made many rice crackers for them to eat. Before long, the three of them arrived in front of a large bungalow. As soon as Rosh entered the house, he felt a rush of hot air. It was obvious that this was the forging department. He could hear the numerous sounds of hammering and the noise of cooling weapons. The clanging of the blacksmiths was lively and bustling. Roches looked around for a week when suddenly a coolly dressed Navy officer, seemingly in a specialized blacksmith outfit, appeared before the three of them. Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Akiji, and this little brother. Do you two have any instructions for me? To Roches. This big man seemed to have an expression that said he would fulfill any request. This must be the benefit of having connections. If it were me here, I'd be lucky if they didn't just kick me out. The old man and Kazan are here for no particular reason. What is this kid here for? Roxia was speechless. So he quickly said, Hello, can you give me some of the guns, knives, and weapons you forge? Just ordinary ones will do. As for the quantity, let's say 100. Roxia smiled. The Marine looked at Carp and Akiji, then nodded. The Marine turned around and shouted, Brothers, find 100 pieces. Whether they are guns or knives, gather them all and bring them over. As soon as the big man finished shouting, those nearby, whether they were blacksmiths or assisting in the forging, all started to take action and went to get the weapons. Action is number one. Roxa secretly thought to himself, Is this guy their leader? These people are so obedient. Before Roxa could finish his thoughts, more than a dozen people came over with weapons in hand, placed them on the ground, and then went back to forging. Vice Admiral Carp, do you need me to send these weapons to the destination? Carp glanced at the pile of weapons on the ground and waved his hand. It's fine. The three of us can carry them. You go back to your work. All right, Vice Admiral Carp. After the big man left, Carp turned to Akiji and then said to Rosha, Kazan, you little brat, let us get moving. You're headed to the Ian house, right? Just right. We can help you deliver them. Akiji rubbed his forehead. Vice Admiral Carp, you really know how to give us work. Ha ha ha, hurry up. Seeing that Carp and Akiji had already picked up a small pile, Rosha didn't hesitate either. After organizing the weapons, he directly picked them up and walked outside. On the way, the three walked side by side, and the surrounding Marines looked at them curiously. The three of them didn't pay any attention. Just as they were heading towards the Yuyin house with weapons in hand, a man appeared in front of them, wearing a long knife at his waist and sporting a handlebar mustache. The man was clearly taken aback upon seeing them, and immediately stepped forward to ask, Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Akiji, where are you going? Do you need help? Oh, moles. We are going to the Yuyin house. As he spoke, Carp gestured with his eyes towards Rosha beside him. These weapons are what this kid wants. We're just responsible for moving them there. The three didn't linger any longer and continued walking, with Moles following behind. Moles felt that Rosha looked somewhat familiar, and since he was on leave with nothing to do, he was quite curious about what they were up to. Being a gossipy person, how could he not be curious about such matters? Since the three of them walked very quickly, it didn't take long for the four to arrive at the Yuyin house. As soon as they arrived, Moles was stunned. He was surprised to find lounge chairs, umbrellas, and chairs made of ice in front of him. This made his gaze involuntarily turn to Akiji, who was standing beside him. This wasn't done by me, Moles. Don't look at me. Akiji suddenly spoke up, and Moles immediately turned his head back. This left him even more puzzled. The only one in the entire Navy with freezing abilities was Akiji. Who else could it be but Admiral Akiji? Ha ha ha, it's this kid. Carp patted Rosha's shoulder hard, completely unaware that Rosha had already anticipated Carp's action. Rosha directly elementalized his shoulder, and Carp's strike hit the shoulder, causing shards of ice to fly everywhere. This scene made the mole widen his eyes, yet he looked at Rosha with a calm expression. However, he still found everything unbelievable. Ahem, General Mole. This matter is quite complex, so let's not discuss it for now. You can ask Admiral Sengoku about it later. Oh, okay. The mole nodded instinctively. Rosha looked around and finally his hands turned into a frosty blue color, and then a number of lounge chairs slowly appeared in front of everyone. Rosha invited Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Akiji, and Vice Admiral Mole. Shall we take a seat first? Naturally, they wouldn't be polite about Rosha's invitation. If they could sit, why stand? Once everyone was seated, Rosha finally stated the purpose he had been thinking about. Rosha rubbed his hands and asked, Old man Carp, could you show me your hockey? I want to learn. As he spoke, Rosha created an ice bucket, and his hands were constantly producing sanbei. Ha ha, little Rosha is quite sensible. Carp naturally picked up a sanbei and started munching on it. I didn't expect you to start learning hockey, but it's not that easy to master. Back in my day, I had to break through 8 mountains to learn it. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Carp said proudly about his past, looking eager to teach Rosha. Rosha's face suddenly darkened, and he thought to himself, this old man doesn't seem like a good person. I invited him for some snacks, and he actually wants me to go to my death. Seeing that Carp was still rambling on, Rosha yanked Carp's fist over to the edge of his lounge chair. Old man Carp, let me see your hockey first. Oh, okay. In an instant, the hand that Rosha was holding turned pitch black. Immediately, a series of sounds echoed in Rosha's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained Hockey Fragment 5. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained Hockey Fragment 6. With the continuous sounds, Rosha's smile never faded. At this point, Rosha felt that he could barely arm his thumb with hockey. As he kept absorbing fragments into himself, Rosha also became more familiar with his colorless and tasteless energy. And he didn't forget to cover for himself. Rorschach looked at Carp's palm and then at his own hands. Immediately, Rorschach's hands emitted a dazzling ice blue light. I wonder if I can synthesize this? Rorschach murmured, staring intently at Carp's hand. Although he spoke very softly, the three of them heard him. Akiji and the mole exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, clearly not believing him. Carp, however, wore a big smile. Whether he was looking forward to it or not, he was certainly enjoying his food at the moment. Rosha's hands radiated light as he pressed his palms directly against Carp's arm. However, after several seconds, nothing happened. This was also intentional on Rosha's part. It should be noted that this was a general, along with 2 vice admirals, one of whom was even stronger than the general. If they found out that Rosha could learn hockey in just one day, it would be quite a revelation. Rosha could already think of that outcome. He might end up being dismembered. He was curious about how his body was actually made. Just as Rosha was lost in thought, a faint yellow light illuminated the entire courtyard from 10 meters away. Rosha closed his eyes tightly, and when the light dissipated, everyone finally noticed the person in the distance wearing a lewd smile. The newcomer was Kizuru, also known as Borsalino, who had eaten the Pika Pika no Mi, or the Glint Glint fruit. Beside him was Jiyuan, who, upon seeing Rosha lying on the recliner with one hand resting on Admiral Karp's arm, as if taking his pulse, couldn't help but laugh in anger. When Rosha saw the situation in the garden, he immediately jumped down from the lounge chair. He was afraid that if he was a moment late, the whip would come swinging at him. The others also sat up, but only the mole stood up after all. The visitor was General Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan walked over with a lewd expression, looked around, and finally stopped in front of Rosha. "Oh, Rosha kid, I heard you need my help with something?" Rosha nodded and said, "That's right, I want to try my new idea. So I asked Sister Jiyuan to help invite Admiral Kizuru over. After all, I don't even know if I can get in." Rorschach scratched his head, which made him seem a bit honest. Kizuru nodded and casually found a lounge chair to lie down, saying, "Feel free to say whatever you want. Anyway, I haven't had much work lately, so I'm quite relaxed." Rosha didn't say a word. Instead, he moved the weapons that he and the others had brought back to the side of the lounge chair. This would make it easier to work. Seeing the scene, everyone gathered around, and Karp even brought over the sunbae bucket that Rosha had just made for him, munching on it while watching. A glimmer of anticipation also flashed in Jiyuan's eyes. Rosha looked at Kizuru and slowly said, "Admiral Kizuru, could you give me a ball of light?" Kizuru was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly reacted, casually gathering a ball of light the size of an apple. And indeed, as expected of the Pika Pika no Mi, Rosha was dazzled by it. Rosha picked up the light orb condensed by Admiral Kizuru with one hand. With the experience from the last time, Rosha didn't need to be so cautious. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, triggering random task. Please create 100 elemental weapons. Completion reward, a portal. Failure penalty, deprivation of the ice fruit ability. A series of system sounds left Rosha somewhat bewildered, but he understood it clearly. A portal? Do I even need that? I've only been to a deserted island. How is that useful for me? Of course. Rosha could only think this in his mind and couldn't say it out loud. Rosha's gaze swept across the pile of weapons before finally landing on an iron sword. Rosha picked up the iron sword and violently pressed down on the orb of light in his hand until it disappeared. Everyone present twitched at the corners of their mouths, fearing that the orb of light would explode, but to their surprise, it remained intact. At this moment, the mole curiously asked, "Is Rosha done with this? What purpose does it serve?" Rorschach weighed it in his hand and found it to be the same weight, feeling no difference from the previous iron sword. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Could this thing have failed? Did this thing fail? Jiyuan questioned. Jiyuan still had a say when it came to swords and blades, as her Jean Pirot was still emanating a strong chill. Just now, she noticed that this iron sword showed no characteristics of the Yellow Ape General's abilities, so she dared to conclude that this sword had definitely failed. Failed? How could that be? Rosha did not trust the words of the mole, and at this moment he was inspecting the iron sword, even knocking on it with his hand. Just then, Rosha inadvertently swung his sword forward. In an instant, a pale yellow sword aura appeared before everyone's eyes. The sword aura slashed fiercely forward, right towards the mole. The mole widened his eyes, staring at the pale, yellow sword aura before him. However, the mole was worthy of his title as a general, and his reflexes were quick. In an instant, he drew the sword at his waist. The moment the sword aura made contact with the blade, a drop of cold sweat fell from the mole's forehead. He felt that if he didn't use the sword to block, the sword aura could injure him. "Huh!" The mole shouted loudly, and his grip on the sword tightened slightly, causing the sword aura to instantly dissipate into particles like starlight in the air. The mole wiped the cold sweat from his brow, looking at Rosha in surprise. He knew very well that these were just ordinary weapons used by regular soldiers. The fact that some ordinary weapons could unleash such power was enough to prove that Rosha was an exceptional talent. Moreover, the power of the devil fruit was strong, and its potential was great. "Oh, what a surprising kid!" Akiji exclaimed. "Wow, that's really scary." Rosha. Everyone present looked at Rosha with astonishment. Rosha gave an awkward smile, scratched his head and apologized. "I'm really sorry, General Mole. I didn't expect that." "It's okay. Kid Rosha, your abilities are impressive. This has opened my eyes." Mole waved his hand, not caring at all. In fact, this incident gave him a clear understanding of Rosha. "Ha ha ha." Karp laughed heartily as he walked over to Rosha, patting him on the shoulder and asking, "Hey kid, what is the name of your sword?" Roxa scratched his head. Name? How about laser sword? Ah, forget about the name. It's strong anyway, right? Roxa wasn't good at naming things. He wasn't a barred swordsman like Zoro. Rosha had no time to waste and continued to gather light orbs from Kizaru, as he didn't want his mission to fail. Moreover, Kizaru was an admiral, and if he had any urgent tasks, then his freezing fruit would be lost. In the following hour, Rosha hardly spoke and diligently crafted weapons. Surprisingly, the onlookers even suggested testing the power of the weapons. In addition to the swords they had seen, Rosha also created handguns, with bullets that utilized Kizaru's lasers. They didn't require reloading. Ordinary bullets could unleash the form and power of the laser. This left everyone present in shock. Of course, the most practical weapon was still the sword, as each swing could release sword energy, making it extremely useful. The crowd's gaze towards Kizaru became even more eager. Roxa was still making weapons when, at that moment, a rough roar came from a distance. Kizaru! The roar startled Roxa, causing him to almost detonate the orb in front of him. Of course, the orb could also be detonated. Unless Roxa dropped it on the ground due to a shaky hand, it wouldn't explode. Rochester frowned, clearly in a bad mood. However, others turned in confusion as a serious faced. Tall man approached Huang Yuan with an imposing demeanor at the entrance. Everyone looked over, and at this moment, Sengoku's face was filled with anger, clearly not pleased. When Sengoku reached Huang Yuan, he immediately shouted, "Huang Yuan, did you come here to slack off?" The moment Rosha heard the sound, his body trembled, clearly startled. The light orb in his hand also slipped unintentionally to the feet of Sengoku. Since Rosha was facing away from Sengoku, he didn't see him approach. As soon as Rosha landed in the light, he instantly ran behind Ji Yuan like a rabbit. Ji Yuan frowned and said, "What are you running for?" "The general from the Warring States is here to find Admiral Kizaru, not to catch you." Rosha pointed at the glowing orb by Sengoku's feet and whispered to Ji Yuan, "It's going to explode." "Huh? What's going to explode?" Before he could finish speaking, the glowing orb by Sengoku's feet suddenly erupted, just like how Kizaru fires his lasers. At that moment, Sengoku's shoe was burned through, and it was stained black, making him look extremely disheveled. Sengoku's expression darkened immediately, and Rochet even saw his clenched fist, clearly ready to throw a punch. It wasn't just Rochet who noticed this. Everyone present did as well. Seeing Sengoku, who was as black as a pot bottom, Kizaru's expression shifted from lazy to serious in an instant. Kizaru quickly transformed into light and flew behind Rochet, looking as cowardly as possible. No kidding. Kizaru wasn't that reckless right now. He couldn't take on Sengoku, and he hadn't really tried. "Hey, you little brat. Hurry up and talk to Admiral Sengoku. This wasn't my doing. It was you who did it. I'm not taking the blame for this." Rokia heard what Kizaru said to him, and he quietly glanced at Sengoku's expression, then immediately shook his head. No. Sengoku's face is frighteningly dark right now. "I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death." Kizaru listened to Rokia's response, his mouth twitching. "You brat, if you don't go, then don't even think about my light spheres in the future." Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Kizaru directly resorted to threats. But the problem is, Rokia was genuinely afraid of this threat. There was no way out, so Rokia nodded. "All right, but Kizaru, you have to remember me. All the light spheres in the future will be mine." When he said this, Ji-Yuan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She felt that Rokia was quite cute. Ji-Yuan secretly noted that she could be a bit gentler with Rokia in the future. At this moment, everyone kept a few meters away from Sengoku. Even Carp, who usually loved to joke around, was silently quiet, which shows that Carp still had some sense. Roxa swallowed hard and stepped forward. Standing in front of the Warring States, Roxa stammered, That Martial Warring States, actually. That light ball, just now, was accidentally detonated by me. And the reason?" Coughing, he continued, "Because I was making the latest weapon. So I asked Sister Ji-Yuan to invite Admiral Kizaru." "I'm really sorry." Rorschach spoke in a trembling voice, already prepared to be beaten, only to hear hearty laughter instead. "Ha ha ha. New weapon?" Roxia nodded. "Take it out, and let me see, kid." Rorschach awkwardly smiled. Where is there any trace of a dark face in the current Warring States? He's just a cheerful little old man. Rochet stood still, forming an ice pillar in his hand as he reached for the long sword. Once the ice pillar froze the hilt of the sword, he presented it in front of Sengoku, saying, "Marshal Sengoku, this is the sword." Sengoku took it and looked at it from side to side, still puzzled. Isn't this just an ordinary iron sword made by the Navy's forging department? The others watched as Sengoku held the iron sword, and no one reacted, except for the mole who quietly crept away to hide behind Vice Admiral Garp. While talking, Sengoku waved a few times in the air, and in an instant, several faint yellow sword energies shot straight towards Garp. As the sword energies approached, Garp, unfazed, clenched his fist and directly struck the sword energies. The sword energies immediately dissipated, and this move shocked Rosha. He didn't expect Garp to be so strong. He had thought Garp was powerful when watching TV in his previous life. Seeing it in person now was definitely a different feeling. Sengoku, can you not swing around carelessly? I just lost how many senbei because of that. The mole behind Garp swallowed hard, relieved that he had just hidden behind Garp. Otherwise, he would have been the one getting cut. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes widened, and when he looked back at Rosha, his gaze was filled with warmth, just like the first time they met. It seemed Sengoku had completely forgotten about what had just happened. Holding the iron sword, Sengoku approached Rosha with a friendly demeanor, patting Rosha's shoulder and inviting him to sit down. Rosha couldn't help but chuckle at the transition in Sengoku. Once both of them were seated, Sengoku finally invited everyone present to take their seats. Worrying that there wouldn't be enough chairs, Akiji thoughtfully made a few extra ice chairs. After everyone was settled, Sengoku smiled and asked, "Little Rosha, what weapon is this?" It's something I made in 2 hours. I was originally going to make more. But then you came over so violently. Marshal Sengoku." After saying this, Rosha glanced down at Sengoku's white shoes, which had already been blown out by the burst of light, leaving a hole and blackened edges. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It's for weapon making, after all. So, little Rosha, is this sword that can unleash flying slashes when you synthesized? Does it take a lot of time? Do you need funding?" Rosha was somewhat speechless from the series of inquiries from Sengoku. Did he not know he was a marshal? Where was his aloofness? Where was his authority? Ahem, this was indeed something I synthesized. The materials for the synthesis were quite simple. Just any weapon and the light orb of Admiral Kizaru would do. At this point, Rosha's gaze fell on Kizaru, who was lying opposite him. Perhaps noticing the gazes of several people, Kizaru turned his head and happened to make eye contact with Sengoku. But Marshal Sengoku had no time to pay attention to him. "Little Rosha, are these weapons on the ground all made by you just now?" Sengoku's eyes glanced at the 2 piles of weapons on the ground, among which the iron swords and pistols were the most numerous, followed by axes and other niche weapons. Sengoku stood up and walked toward one of the piles of weapons, casually picked up a pistol, and raised his hand to pull the trigger, instantly firing a bullet. Looking at the pistol that seemed no different from an ordinary one, Sengoku turned his head and looked at Rosha with a puzzled expression. The meaning was clear. Rorschach said, speechlessly, "Warlord of the Warring States, what you are standing on now is the pile that hasn't been done well, and the one that is done well is placed in front of you." Rashio was also speechless. Even choosing a weapon could go wrong. "Oh, I see." The Warring States general immediately picked up an axe from the pile of weapons across from him. This kind of axe has a large handle, suitable for strong soldiers. A great helper for chopping people and looting, a must-have for home invasion. The Warring States picked up the axe and scanned the area before finally settling on Carp, who was munching on senbei. "Hey Carp, come over and help me test the power of this axe. Stop eating senbei for now." The mention of senbei made the Warring States furious. He felt anger every time he saw Carp eating senbei. Carp nodded, casually handed the senbei bucket to Jiuin, saying, "Jiuin, take care of my senbei, and remember to let that brat Luo help me replenish it." After finishing, Carp stretched his wrists and stood opposite the Warring States. "Warring States? Come on, just a little axe. I can smash it to bits with one punch." "Damn, Carp, this time you're only allowed to defend, not attack. I want to test its power, not let you destroy it." Although he hadn't tested its power, the Warring States was quite confident in the axe in his hand. After all, this axe was made by Rashia. Once both were ready, everyone's eyes in the room were fixed on them, eagerly anticipating. The Warring States gripped the axe with one hand and swung it down towards Carp. In that instant, the blade of the axe suddenly expanded several times. In the enlarged blade was the light sphere of Admiral Kizaru. Rashia hadn't even tested this weapon, and didn't expect the light to enhance it there. This was a surprise for Rashia. The scene shifted upon seeing such a large axe coming down towards him. Carp didn't dare to be careless, and crossed his arms above his head to block it, naturally using haki. Clang! The moment the weapon made contact with his arms, sparks seemed to fly, and a continuous sound of friction echoed. Clang! Clang! The successive collisions also made the Warring States understand how powerful this axe was. Carp and the Warring States momentarily separated, and at that moment, the axe in the Warring States' hand returned to its normal state. The Warring States was grinning like a flower, feeling extremely satisfied. Not only was the Warring State satisfied, but even Kizaru, Akiji, and others looked at Rosha with unexpected expressions, filled with curiosity. Remember when the mole asked if he should test the axe's power? Rosha had said, "It's just a broken axe. Even if I infuse it with Admiral Kizaru's light sphere, it won't enhance it much." And now, the result was evident. The axe exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated that infusing it with a light sphere would cause such a significant change. Not even Rosha himself. In the following time, the warring states didn't idle around, continuously testing dozens of weapons, including handguns, broadswords, iron rods, etc. This time, the test subject was not Carp but the mole. Here, aside from Rosha, the mole was the weakest, so the warring states naturally chose him. The first test was a handgun. The bullets transformed into light bullets, leaving the mole defenseless. The second test involved a weapon similar to an iron rod, which also hadn't been tested, and the result was truly overwhelming. The light sphere infused into the iron rod allowed the rod to extend and retract, and the retractable part was naturally the light sphere. However, this time, due to the mole not having an opportunity to counter, he was indeed hit, marking the second time the mole suffered such a loss. The first time was due to Rosha's error. The mole could only express that if he had known, he wouldn't have come. It would have saved him from loss. After playing with more than a dozen novel weapons, the warring states was in a great mood, laughing heartily. Good. Every weapon made by Rosha held unparalleled significance for the Navy. The warring states' hearty laughter rang in everyone's ears. At that moment, a sneaky voice said, "Yo, warring states, don't you find me annoying now? Didn't you say there was still a mission? Should I go now?" The warring states glared at Kizaru and slowly said, "Kizaru, if you want to be sent to the New World for a mission, just say it earlier." Kizaru swallowed and awkwardly smiled, immediately sitting back down. He was joking. He didn't want to carry out a mission, especially one in the New World. It was much better to loaf around at the Navy headquarters. After warning Kizaru, warring states took out a din mushy and made a call in front of everyone. After saying a few brief sentences, warring states hung up the phone. Not long after, 6 sailors arrived at GUN's small courtyard. The 6 sailors, with determined expressions, stood at attention in front of warring states and saluted, reporting, "Admiral Warring States, the weapons department has arrived." Warring states nodded, then pointed to the pile of weapons on the ground. "All right, leave one of each type of weapon and take the rest to the armory. Be careful if you accidentally touch any of those weapons. Your strength won't be able to withstand their power." Warring states spoke seriously, and the 6 sailors nodded firmly. They believed in the words of Admiral Warring States. Yes, Admiral Warring States. Soon, the 6 of them each took fewer than 10 weapons and headed outside. They followed Warring States' instructions, leaving 4 different weapons behind. Ahem. These weapons can be used to reward outstanding sailors. The handgun can be used to reward those with good marksmanship. Being a wise strategist, Warring States naturally knew how to handle this. 2 hours later, phew, finally finished. Rosha looked at the pile of weapons in front of him with satisfaction and nodded. Those 2 hours had truly been torturous for him. He didn't know what was wrong, but during those 2 hours, he had accidentally detonated nearly 10 light spheres. As a result, he was extremely cautious during the synthesis afterward. "Oh, Rosha kid, then I have nothing to do here. I'll be leaving now." Seeing Kizaru about to leave, Rosha quickly stopped him. "Admiral Kizaru, please help me take these weapons to Admiral Warring States." Rosha was referring to these weapons, which were of no use to him anyway. Moreover, he had already gotten what he wanted. Kizaru stroked his chin and nodded. "Well, okay. Lasernet." Kizaru crossed his hands, and the light in his palms surged, with a pale yellow beam weaving as if someone were crafting it. In no time, the intertwining light formed a net. Kizaru directly cast the net over the pile of weapons, and they were instantly captured by the large net. After completing everything, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the Navy building. Just watching them made Rosha drool. He was truly envious. Jiwa noticed Rosha was mesmerized and nudged his shoulder, asking, "All right, it's time to train, you guy." All right, I know." At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in Rosha's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Reward. Any door. Any door has been issued to the system space and can be retrieved at any time." Snap. Just as Rosha was about to enter the system space to view the rewards, a sharp pain swept over his entire body from behind. Roxia turned to look, and at that moment, Jiwen was holding a long whip in her hand, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at him. It was as if she were saying, "So, how does it feel? Does it hurt? You nasty woman, what are you doing?" He snorted. "Don't lose focus during training. Be careful not to get whipped." This immediately annoyed Roxia, who shouted, "Just wait. I'll be stronger than you." If you're stronger than me, that's fine. But right now, you're not stronger than me, so you have to listen to me. After saying this, Jiyuan was about to strike again, and Roxia immediately transformed into a mass of ice, running to a distance to start his training. Day after day of training, practicing swordsmanship. Time always seemed to pass quickly, and at midnight, Roxia finished on time. This meant that he had officially completed his 10,000 sword strikes for the day. Luo Xia dragged his weary body back to his room. After washing up, he sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his hands together. With an excited expression on his face, Roxia directly entered the system space. As soon as he entered, he saw two glowing orbs of light, and next to them was a large pink door. Ding, would you like to synthesize? Ding, synthesis complete. Roxia secretly pursed his lips, thinking that you would do the same without me saying anything. He didn't mind the system being this way at all. Then, with a thought, the door of choice and the fruit appeared on his bed. The door of choice stood upright on the ground, showing no signs of tipping over. Roxia turned his gaze to the bed in front of him, and suddenly his expression stiffened. The happy smile vanished immediately. At this moment, Roxia could hardly believe what was in front of him. He had originally calculated that he would harvest 2 fruits today, and indeed there were 2, but he never expected that the 2 fruits before him were of unusual colors. One was green, and the other was white. Rosha had seen pictures of the glitter fruit in his previous life, and it indeed looked like the one in front of him, but the color had changed. Rosha couldn't help but ask, why is that? The color of the fruit synthesized by the system cannot be the same as the original fruit. With this answer, Rosha became even more puzzled. Is the color of my frozen fruit wrong? Ding, yours is ice blue, not blue. Roxia was speechless, but upon careful thought, it didn't matter. It was just green and white, no big deal. The color of the fruit could be changed at any time. Just then, the word change appeared in front of the 2 fruits, with various color boxes below them. Rorschach looked at the white fruit with a curious gaze and turned it pink. In the blink of an eye, the originally white fruit instantly transformed into a pink one, and the change button also disappeared. Rorschach picked one up and examined it closely, finding that it was indeed identical. However, he didn't dare to eat it. His panel clearly displayed a warning stating that only one was allowed. He was afraid that if he ate it, it would really explode. Roxia then turned his gaze to the portal on the ground. He approached the portal and, following the method he learned from watching anime in his past life, silently envisioned the appearance of the deserted island in his mind. In an instant, his hand, which had been completely still just a moment ago, was suddenly twisted open by Roxia. As soon as it opened, darkness spread before Roxia's eyes. It made sense, though. It was night after all. Roxa slammed the door shut and sat back down on the bed, his gaze fixed on the 2 devil fruits. Just then, the door to his room was suddenly flung open, and Roxa's eyes widened with a look of fear. At this time, he didn't have to think to know who it was. As the door slowly opened, a face that was all too familiar appeared in Roxa's line of sight. This time, unlike the last when she wore pajamas, she was dressed in a tank top. At this moment, Luo Xia was not in the mood to appreciate the devil's fruit. He just wanted to put away the 2 fruits on the bed to prevent Ji Yuan from seeing them. However, it was too late. The moment Ji Yuan entered the room, she immediately noticed the 2 fruits on the bed. Almost instinctively, she sat down on Luo Xia's bed, her eyes seemingly glued to the 2 devil fruits. Rosha swallowed hard and grabbed the 2 fruits on the bed, keeping a wary eye on Jiyuan. Sister Jiyuan, what are you doing? Just came to see you, is that a problem? But those 2 fruits in your hand aren't devil fruits, are they? Jiyuan's gaze remained fixed on the 2 fruits. Rorschach was taken aback for a moment and laughed, saying, how is that possible? This is just a little something I've just synthesized. At this moment, cold sweat was already breaking out on Luo Xia's forehead, but because his hair was relatively long, Ji Yuan did not see it. Forgive Luo Xia for his serious nonsense, as he never expected Ji Yuan to barge in, so he was completely unprepared with any explanation. Ji Yuan straightened his posture, her eyes fixed on Luo Xia with a smile that was not quite a smile, and asked, is that so? Little Luo Xia, but how come these 2 fruits look exactly like the shining fruits? Don't tell me you made 2 identical fruits. Faced with Ji Yuan's suspicion, Luo Xia was completely flustered. Cut the crap. Anyway, I just made 2 identical ornaments. Are you dressed so seductively tonight to warm my bed? Roxa swallowed hard and looked at Ji Yuan without restraint. It must be said that the women in this world have really good figures, but once they get old, they become unappealing. Ji Yuan frowned slightly and threw a punch directly. When Ji Yuan threw the punch, she didn't feel the usual fleshiness but rather a crisp sound, like the sound of ice shattering. Rorschach smiled triumphantly. Hey, I finally blocked it this time. It seems that my training during this period has been quite effective. Rashia's left half was directly covered by ice, And Jiguan didn't know that inside the ice, nearly half of Roshia's face was covered with haki. Under this double protection, Roshia's left eye wouldn't be bruised. Although Roshia had only merged about 60% of haki, covering a small part was still possible. The main thing was that Jiguan didn't notice. It seemed that Jiguan was very dissatisfied because she didn't hear Roshia's screams. She pouted her lips and tilted her head. Just by tilting her head, Jiguan pointed to a large pink door and asked, "Roshia, what is this thing?" At this point, Roshia was completely speechless. He swore that in the coming days, he would develop a lock and make sure to lock the door after training. Otherwise, all my secrets would be gone. There was no secret in front of Jiguan. This is called a door of randomness. It's a door that is about to be scrapped, a failure, Rosha said with a guilty conscience. But who was Jiguan? She was the person who understood Rosha the most at the moment. How could such an expression escape her notice? Jiguan ignored Roshia's nonsense and directly walked up to the door. Seeing this scene, Roshia's face darkened, and he cursed, "Damn woman, what are you doing?" "Oomph. I'm just taking a look." "Why are you so nervous?" Roxa was about to get up but suddenly froze, thinking to himself, "Right? Why am I so nervous? This silly woman doesn't know how the portal works. No matter how hard she tries, she can't open it. So why should I care?" After thinking so much, Roxa's expression relaxed, and he even began to close his eyes to rest, looking quite leisurely, which made Ji Yuan feel irritated. Could it be that it's not some treasure? Is it really junk? Ji Yuan murmured. It would be great if Sister Crane were here. She is so perceptive, she would definitely see through this brat. But just the next second, the door that had been firmly shut suddenly turned open with ease. Ji Yuan fell straight through to the other side of the door. Hearing the noise, Roxa abruptly opened his eyes and turned to look at the now open portal, completely stunned. I didn't tell that annoying woman how to use it. How could she possibly turn it? Roxa trembled as she slowly walked to the door, saying as she walked, "Otherwise, let's just close the door and let that woman suffer a bit on the other side. By the way, I should warn her not to pry into others' privacy easily." The more she spoke, the more determined her gaze became. However, when she reached the door, she saw another familiar person through the open door. The person had a head full of white hair, wearing a dark blue shirt on top and black trousers on the bottom, and was currently looking at the opposite Ji-Yuan with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, at the other end, Ji-Yuan rubbed her head and slowly got up, cursing as she did so. "That bastard Roxa, this door really is a failure. Either it doesn't open at all, or it just turns open all at once. This time, I must teach her a lesson." When she got up and saw the person opposite her, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe it. "Sister Hehe, Ji-Yuan? How come you're here? And you rolled in?" General, he also wasn't exaggerating. Ji-Yuan indeed rolled into the room. At this moment, Roxa no longer wanted to close the door. She had originally thought of closing it to let Ji-Yuan suffer a bit. Now, Roxa could only resign herself to sitting by the door, propping her chin up with one hand, her face showing no signs of joy or anger. Ji-Yuan and General, he exchanged glances for about a minute. Then both turned their eyes to Roxa. He and Ji-Yuan were even more direct. As they crossed over Roxa and entered her room, General, he couldn't help but ask, "This Roxa lives in your house, right?" Ji-Yuan nodded vigorously. "That's right." Ji-Yuan then looked at the other side of the door, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She quickly approached Roxa and asked, Roxa, this door is not a failure, right? It could take us anywhere, right?" At this moment, he also looked at Roxa with eager eyes, seemingly wanting to hear the answer. As a pillar of the Navy, General, he understood deeply that if what Ji-Yuan asked became true, then their Navy would have struck gold. With just this one door, they could reduce their annual military expenses, decrease naval casualties across various regions, and provide support during major incidents without any issues. Rocha stared at the door in front of him and asked with a strange expression, "How did you open this door?" "Huh? How did I open it?" At this point, Ji-Yuan carefully recalled what he had just said. It seemed he remembered something. Ji-Yuan stood up and walked in front of the random door. With a loud bang, he tightly closed the big door, then suddenly opened it wide again. Roxia stiffly turned his head, and the face of the person outside the door nearly made his heart stop. At the same time, the Warring States Marshal, who was just about to rest, was drawn to the suddenly appearing pink door, and then Ji-Yuan suddenly opened the door. This completely shocked Warring States. Warring States immediately stepped into the room and looked at Ji-Yuan, who opened the door and asked Peach Rabbit, "What's going on here? And what is this door?" Ji-Yuan didn't speak, but instead kept a beaming smile, staring intently at Roxia. Rorschach's face darkened at that moment, cursing Ji-Yuan countless times in his heart. Luoxia slowly stood up and approached Ji-Yuan, looking at her exquisite face. He wished he could just kiss her directly, but that wouldn't do. "Ji-Yuan, you really know how to open doors. How did you bring the Marshal of the Warring States here? I wasn't planning to let him know. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space seemed to freeze. Rorschach felt someone looking at him from behind. So he stiffly turned his head and saw Zhangguo smiling at him. Rorschach swallowed hard and coughed. You guys chat first. I'm going to stay at Grandpa Cap's house for the night. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Jiyuan. You haven't explained the purpose of this door yet, and you think you could just walk away? Roxa grabbed Jiyuan's fair hand and said, Sister Jiyuan, let go of me first. It was only then that Jiyuan realized that Roxa's back was constantly pressing against her, which made Jiyuan blush deeply. About a minute later, Roxa sat on the bed, while General Jiyuan and Marshal Zhang was sat on the sofa, their eyes fixed on Roxa, as if urging her to explain quickly. Roxia smiled awkwardly, got out of bed, and walked in front of the random door. He just lightly touched the random door, and it was transported into his system space. After finishing everything, Roxia chuckled and said, General of the Warring States, Colonel Crane, Sister G, it's getting late. I need to practice tomorrow, so let's talk about it then. But just as everyone was about to object, Roxia had already laid down on the bed and fallen asleep, looking somewhat cute in Jiyuan's eyes. General of the Warring States, Sister Crane, Roxia is indeed tired. He practices hard every day. Come back tomorrow, and I will definitely make him explain clearly, Jiyuan assured. The General and Crane exchanged glances, then looked at Roxia and nodded in unison. It was hard to tell if it was an illusion or not, but Jiyuan seemed to see tenderness in their eyes. A doting gaze, as if they were elders looking at a child. All right, then we will come back tomorrow morning, and this time you can come directly to my office. At that time, please explain the function of this door to us. Jiyuan nodded heavily. As Jiyuan sent the two to the door, Crane held Jiyuan's hand and said earnestly, That Roxia kid is pretty good. He seems to match you well. Oh, Sister Crane, see you tomorrow. I won't see you off. After saying that, Jiyuan quickly shut the door. With the door closed, Jiyuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but recall the moments with Roxia. Especially when she remembered using a whip to hit him, she would unconsciously laugh out loud. If you can really defeat me, then it wouldn't be impossible. Time passed quickly, and early the next morning, just as the sky was getting bright, Roxia's room door was kicked open. Rocha instantly opened his eyes wide, and as soon as he opened them, he saw a familiar person. Roxia couldn't help but complain, Annoying woman, do you ever get tired of bothering me every day? Kicking the door every day. Why don't you just sleep with me instead? Honestly, this way you can wake me up without breaking the door. It's a win-win situation. Jiyuan glared at Roxia and promptly grabbed his ear. It's getting late. Stop daydreaming and hurry up and cultivate. Besides, I've already said that as long as you are stronger than me, I can fulfill your requests anytime. Rocha pouted and didn't say anything, but obediently washed up. After tidying everything up, the two of them went out and arrived in the yard. Rocha first made a few stools and then sat on one to practice his armament hockey. About 2 hours later, a whip from Jiyuan struck directly beside his chair, shattering the ice. Rorschach suddenly opened his eyes and jumped back. Hey, are you trying to murder me? Rorschach can clearly feel that the wind whipped up by the whip near his ear is stronger than all the days combined. This woman wants to kill him. Let us go to the Marshal's office. That thing you did last night has piqued the interest of the Warring States Marshal. Just look at the Marshal's expression. If you don't go today, he might come over and kill you directly. Rochet scratched his head and pretended to be confused, asking what thing. Didn't I just go to sleep last night? What I have taken out? As soon as Roxia said this, the previously chattering Jiyuan instantly shut his mouth, his face turning unusually dark. Do you believe I'll tie you up? In the next moment, Roxia was directly bound up, and the whip was imbued with hockey, making it impossible for Roxia to escape. To make matters worse, Roxia's mouth was also stuffed with an unknown object, preventing him from begging for mercy. Thus, Roxia was carried along the way, and unfortunately, they ran into Smoker and Tina. When Smoker saw Roxia, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Roxia made a note of this. Soon, Jiyuan carried Roxia to Sengoku's office. As soon as they arrived, Jiyuan was shocked by the people in the office. In addition to the 3 Marine admirals who were not on duty, Carp, Crane, Sengoku, and even other vice admirals who were not on missions were present. This time, Sengoku had really called in a lot of people. As soon as Jiyuan entered the office, Sengoku leaned forward and asked, Tama, where's Roxia? Is he still asleep? Before Jiyuan could respond, a woo-woo-woo sound came from behind him. Jiyuan laughed heartily, patting the tightly bound Roxia on his shoulder. As Jiyuan relaxed, the hockey on the whip dissipated, and Roxia took the opportunity to turn into shattered ice and escape from Jiyuan's shoulder. Roxia transformed into a pile of crushed ice and hurried behind Carp. As soon as he reached behind Carp, Rosha reverted to human form and exclaimed, "Ha! After being tied up by this woman all the way, I'm finally free. Ha ha! You little brat finally have someone who can handle you." Carp laughed heartily without a care. Rosha glared at Carp and directly sat down on the ground, looking as if he didn't know why he was here. This time, Jiyuan's anger flared up again. Just as he was about to step forward, he found his arm being pulled by someone. Turning around, he was surprised to see Admiral Crane. Admiral Crane shook his head at Jiyuan. For everyone present, except for the three who were at the scene last night, no one knew why the two had come here. However, Akiji and Kizuru revealed faint smiles, their eyes filled with meaning as they looked at Rosha's. At this moment, Sengoku slightly turned to the side and said with a friendly smile, "Rosha's, why don't you take out that thing from last night? It's just right for us to discuss how to use it." Rosha pretended to be confused and asked, "Ahem, General of the Warring States, what are you talking about? I can't understand at all. I just slept last night and didn't go anywhere." The expression on the general's face stiffened, but he did not lose heart. The scene fell into silence, and all the generals looked at the General of the Warring States. At this moment, the general's brows furrowed, as if he was pondering something, and no one dared to speak out of turn, fearing to anger the general. However, two people were different. They were quietly talking to each other. "Hey kid, what happened last night? Did you come up with something amazing again? Hurry up and show it to me." Roxy swatted away the hand that Cap was extending and said irritably, "What have I made? The Warring States Marshal must be getting old and confused, right? Ha ha ha, exactly. That guy from the Warring States has always been muddled. You really are more and more to my liking." The two chatted away as if they were oblivious to the war around them, seemingly unconcerned about the feelings of those engaged in battle. The generals nearby felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this, and they were puzzled by Roxy's boldness, daring to be so audacious in front of the Warring States Marshal. Little did they know that the wise Warring States was currently engaged in a brainstorming session. He had been pondering the changes in the situation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and his expression turned cunning. "Ahem, Roxia, how about this, if you bring out that thing from last night? The Navy will reward you with 10 million berries." Warring States tempted him. He believed that for someone like Roxia, 10 million was a significant amount, and he was sure that Roxia was definitely short on money. Rachet was surprised to hear that Admiral Sengoku was going to reward him with 10 million berries. But then he quickly returned to his previous expression, as if he were not interested in money. "Admiral Sengoku, don't joke around, I don't have." However, before Rachet could finish his sentence, Sengoku said, 1 billion berries. "Well, Admiral Sengoku, I'm a part of the Navy, how could I not take good things? Mainly, it's not just for the berries. I also want to make the Navy stronger. By the way, when will the money be sent over?" Roxia looked like a money-obsessed person, which made the Warring States laugh in anger. However, the general who met Roxia for the first time found him quite interesting. Previously, only Carp could make the Warring States this angry, and now there was another one, Roxia. Roxia walked up to Carp, grinned, and then a green light shimmered in his hand. In a flash, a large door appeared before everyone. Almost everyone showed a look of surprise, and their expressions were quite strange. Sengoku couldn't hide his joy upon seeing Roxia take out the magical door from last night. Good, Roxia could start explaining now. Sengoku sat up straight, vividly recalling the events that had occurred the night before. Rosha looked around and finally sat down on the ground. "Let me clarify that this thing is extremely difficult to manufacture. I've only made one. If you want 10 or 8 more, I'm sorry, but that's not happening. I don't even know how it was made. It was a random synthesis that somehow succeeded." Finally, Rosha gazed deeply at Sengoku, opened his mouth, and then closed it again, starting to explain. Sengoku, being a wise strategist, naturally understood Roshia's earlier look. Moreover, Rosha had specifically reminded him that there was only one. He was implying that it couldn't be given to the world government or those celestial dragons for their amusement. Sengoku mentally noted this down. Anyone present who had climbed to the position of Rear Admiral was sharp enough to understand Roshia's meaning. They just didn't say it out loud. This device is called the Gateway, and the name itself reveals its function. As long as you open this door, you can instantly reach the place you are thinking of. Impossible. Akainu was the first to refute. "This is absolutely impossible. How could such a magical thing exist in the world?" Rosha pursed his lips, but since he was Akainu Rosha, he patiently began to explain. "Admiral Akainu, why don't you give it a try?" Roxas stepped aside. Almost everyone looked at Akainu, and they were also eager to see if this thing could really go anywhere. Akainu, undeterred, immediately walked over to Roxas's side, facing the pink door. "What do I need to do?" Akainu asked. "Admiral Akainu, I need to clarify that this door can only take you to places you've been before. Even if you think of a place you haven't been, you can't go there. Roxas reminded him. Akainu nodded. He had been paying close attention to the instructions, so he didn't need Roxas to repeat it. Then, Akainu fixed his gaze on the door of dimension and thought of a specific location. A few seconds later, with a click, the door of dimension was opened by Akainu. At the same time, almost all the naval commanders turned to look at what was on the other side of the door. To their astonishment, the other side revealed a lush green landscape, accompanied by the occasional sound of bubbles bursting. When Akainu saw what was on the other side of the door, he was completely stunned. If he had a very large mouth, he might have been able to swallow Roxas. Is that the Sabeti archipelago I was just thinking of? Akainu asked in surprise, pointing at the other side of the door. Rosha nodded helplessly. That's right, if Admiral Akainu was thinking about that so-called archipelago, then it's right across. By the way, generals, you can go over there and take a look. You can come back anyway. At this moment, Sengoku said, all right, let's go take a look. We don't need too many people to avoid crowd panic. Just the three admirals, me, Garp, and Tsuru will do. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances and walked towards the other end of the door together. Meanwhile, Rosha had already sat down in the chair where Garp used to be. Ji Yuan walked over with a smile and asked, aren't you going to check it out? It seems like you haven't been anywhere except your lonely island. I'm not going. I'm planning to live off Ji Yuan's sister for the rest of my life. Ji Yuan smiled even more, patting Rosha's shoulder, and said, that's fine. I'll take you with me when I go on a mission. No need, I don't want to get chopped. Sabeti Archipelago. Ah, yes, it really is the Sabeti Archipelago. Sengoku nodded seriously. That's right. Yesterday this kid Rosha was like this. Listening to the discussions of everyone, Akainu, who originally said it was impossible, stomped the ground hard. And upon confirming that it was indeed the Sabeti Archipelago, showed a shocked expression. At the same time, Rosha crossed his legs, resting one hand on his chin, and turned to ask, Ji Yuan's sister? What's wrong? Rorschach pointed to the random door 2 meters away from him and said, this door, I'm selling to the General of the Warring States for 200 million berries. Isn't that a fair price? Staring at the sly smile at the corner of Rorschach's mouth, Ji Yuan asked in astonishment, are you really going to charge for it? Of course. This is something I painstakingly synthesized, and I almost got blown up making it. How could I possibly give it away for free? Rorschach could easily spin such lies. Ancient poets could compose verses in 7 steps, and Rorschach could spin tall tales in 7 steps. Hearing that Rorschach almost got blown up because of this door, Ji Yuan's heart suddenly tightened, and his expression shifted from relaxed to tense. Rosha was completely unaware of Ji Yuan's expression and continued to talk about the prices. After a while, a group of 6 people returned, all beaming with excitement, especially Sengoku, whose face was filled with barely concealed joy. Even Akainu, who was usually stern, showed a slight relaxation in his seriousness. Garp sat down beside Rosha with a big grin. As for why Garp didn't drag Rosha off the chair, it was naturally because Rosha had used his abilities to create a chair. Once Sengoku sat down, he cleared his throat and looked at Rosha with eager eyes. Rosha, can this door be mass-produced? The Navy will cover everything, no matter what materials you need. We will accept any price. Rosha lazily propped his chin and said, sorry, General of the Warring States, this thing is hard to make, and there's also the risk of getting blown up. Moreover, I've forgotten what specific materials are needed. Rosha shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was also powerless, and if he could mass-produce, would he still be sitting here? After hearing that Rosha couldn't mass-produce, almost all the generals sighed in relief. Oh, I see. That's fine, 1 is enough. Then you and Ji Yuan can go back to cultivate, and I'll have another meeting with the other generals. Ahem, Marshal Zhanghua, I do charge for this door, and if you don't pay, I'm going to take it away. In the blink of an eye, the previously opened door flew back into Rosha's system space like flowing water. For a moment, everyone was at a loss as to how Rosha did it. Even Zhanghua and the 3 major generals didn't react in time. Rosha scratched his head awkwardly and coughed. Don't mind the unique skills of an inventor. Sengoku helplessly shook his head. Now that the anywhere door was gone, he could only buy it with money. He originally wanted to change the subject and gloss over the money issue, but Rosha pulled this stunt on him. Now he had no choice but to pay up honestly. So, Rosha, how much do you want? 200 million, plus the previous 100 million. So, just give me 300 million. Sengoku twitched his mouth, thinking that this kid really wasn't polite. All right then, Jin, take Rosha to the Navy's treasury to collect it. Once there, someone will give Rosha 300 million. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. At the Navy treasury, as Rosha and Ji Yuan just arrived at the office, a chubby Navy officer came out. Admiral Rosha, this card contains 300 million berries. Please accept it. Admiral Sengoku has already informed us via the snail phone. Roxia looked at the chubby Navy officer in front of him and shook his head in silence. I don't want a card. All I want is cash. What good is a card to me? Lord Roxia. This gold card can be used to withdraw cash from any celestial dragon bank in the world. It's very convenient. Jia Yuan also advised, yeah, Roxia. I have one of those cards too. It's really convenient. Roxia waved his hand and said, it's fine, I want cash. The Navy officer replied, all right, Lord Roxia. How do you plan to transport it back? 300 million berries is not a small amount. It's a huge sum. Roxia said, it's fine, just bring it out first. I have my ways. Hearing this, the chubby Navy officer had no choice but to follow orders. Normally, he would have slapped him across the face by now. However, this time he didn't care. Aside from the fact that there was a candidate for admiral nearby, he also knew about Roxia. He possessed freezing abilities, synthesis abilities, and had a very good relationship with Vice Admiral Karp. The thought of this made the chubby Navy officer uneasy, so he complied with Roxia's orders, which is also why he referred to him as Lord Roxia. Moreover, Roxia didn't even have a military rank and wasn't wearing Navy uniform. After a while, the Navy officer placed 300 million berries in front of the two of them. It must be said that 300 million berries is indeed a lot. Jiwen beside him smiled slightly and pointed at the pile of berries, indicating, let's start, Brother Roxia. It's just a small matter. Roshia's hands emitted a blue light, which gradually enveloped the large pile of berries. In just an instant, the nearly mountain-sized pile of berries vanished into thin air. Ji Yuan's expression instantly turned to shock. How did you do that? Let's go, Sister Ji Yuan. We should return to our training. Roxa ignored Ji Yuan and walked outside by himself. Once outside, Ji Yuan grabbed Roxa's hand, looking left and right, but still couldn't figure out. So he asked, Roxa, how did you do it? It's nothing. It just disappeared in a flash. Ji Yuan pouted, but didn't press further. By the way, why did that chubby naval officer just call me Lord Roxa? Do I really look like a big shot? TCH, maybe it's just a courtesy from the Marshal of the Warring States to make people treat you a bit nicer. Rosha thought about it and agreed. By the way, Ji-Yuan Jia, can you demonstrate your arm color for a while? Why? Because I want to see if my fruit ability can integrate the armed color into my body. Ji-Yuan secretly complained in her heart, but she still fulfilled Rosha's request. All the way, Ji-Yuan's large black hand tightly gripped Rosha's palm. According to Ji-Yuan, it was the right way to hold Rosha to prevent other Navy members from gossiping. Roxa didn't object either. After all, generating fragments in this way was beneficial. Time flew by, and soon a month had passed. On this day, Ji-Yuan and Roxa got up early to train as usual. During these 10 days, Roxa had already grasped the basics of armament hockey. Even Ji-Yuan couldn't help but praise him for mastering it so quickly. And Roxa still remembered Ji-Yuan's sparkling eyes at that moment. Slap! Ji-Yuan's pink whip suddenly swung through the air, making a loud sound. Hearing the sound, Rosha paused his hand that was wielding the sword. He then transformed the tiger hunter back into the shape of a bracelet. As for why Rosha reacted this way upon hearing the sound, it should be because it was the sound of every meal. Let's go, Rosha. Teacher Zifa must be waiting anxiously. All right, I'll take them down first, then come back to continue. After saying that, a look of anticipation appeared on Rosha's face. Over the past month, he had been frantically collecting fragments, especially the armed color fragments. These days, he hadn't stopped bothering Old Man Karp. Roxia and Juin walked side by side, their laughter echoing occasionally, creating a great atmosphere. After returning from the delivery of the random door, Roxia began intense training. As for each night, when it was almost time to rest, Jiwen would also dress lightly to tempt him. Of course, stimulated by these days, Roxia trained even harder. Jiwen was pleased to see this. However, during these 10 days, Roxia would occasionally be whipped, and during those times, he would use his abilities to conceal it. The two of them walked for about 10 minutes and soon arrived at the Zephyr training camp. Not far away, Roxia could even hear the sounds of fighting. It seemed the assessment had already begun. Roxa and Jiwen slowly walked into the Zephyr training camp. As soon as they entered, almost everyone present noticed them, especially Smoker, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and a meaningful smile was playing on his lips. Tina, standing beside him, brightened up when she saw Roxa. So handsome. Soon, Roxa and Jiwen arrived in front of Instructor Zephyr. It's been a long time, Instructor Zephyr. Roxia almost called out the nickname he gave him just now. If he had called it out, he would probably have been beaten up on the spot. Roxia thought to himself. Well, there's only one person left. Smoker hasn't had a test subject yet, just the two of you. Zifa looked at Smoker and shouted, Smoker, step forward and face Roxia. Yes. Soon in the training ground, Roxia and Smoker stood facing each other in the center. Both of them had a fighting spirit in their eyes, especially Smoker, for the past 10 days. He had been fighting with Roxia every day, but in the end, they never got a fight. Ha ha ha, Roxia, I can finally beat you up. Roshia curled his lips and said, just you? Forget it. Why don't you just admit defeat in advance? The bastard Roshia shouted, white fist. In an instant, Smoker's fist swirled with smoke and struck towards Roshia's face. Rochet squinted his eyes slightly, and the ice-blue power of freezing instantly transformed into a shield, standing in front of his chest. What? An ice shield? Smoker's eyes widened. Although he knew in advance that Rochet had freezing abilities, he never expected Rochet to use them so quickly. His fist struck directly against the ice shield, but the ice shield created by Rochet remained as smooth as white jade after the punch. You're lucky this time. Although Smoker missed hitting Rochet, his expression seemed to say that he would let him off the hook this time. Roxia glared at Smoker, and the ice shield he had formed shattered instantly. The bracelet on his wrist transformed into the shape of the tiger hunt, which Roxia held firmly in his hand, his expression extremely serious. In the distance, Gun, who was watching Roxia fight, smiled slightly and then patted Zifa on the shoulder, saying, Instructor Zifa, this kid Roxia is getting serious. Make sure to keep an eye on Smoker. Don't let him really get cut by Roxia. Zifa scratched his head in confusion and said, does this kid really have such impressive sword skills? Besides, Smoker is a Logia user. For someone who can't use hockey, how could he possibly be cut? If Zifa went to Gun's place every day, he would know that the current Roxia was not the same guy who used to complain about wanting to slack off. In the training ground, when Roxia took out his sword, Smoker showed no signs of panic and instead explained, Roxia, you also have Logia abilities. Don't you know that swords are ineffective against Logia users? You might as well use your freezing ability to fight me. Let's talk. Just wait and see if I can't cut you. Roxia replied. Then, in front of Smoker and everyone present, the hand holding the sword suddenly turned pitch black, and that darkness gradually spread to the blade of the tiger hunt. Although it was only a basic level of hockey, more than half of it consisted of fragments of Carp's hockey. Wrapping a sword with it was incredibly easy. Come on, Smoker. Looking at the pitch black blade in Roxia's hand. Combined with the entire process just now, Smoker's mouth dropped open in shock. He definitely wasn't mistaken. That was hockey, and judging by Roxia's demeanor, it was clear that he wasn't a beginner at it and was quite skilled. Smoker was currently learning it himself, but he had never been able to master hockey, leaving him completely unsure of what to do now. Not far away, Zifa also showed a look of surprise in his eyes at Roxia and turned to look at Gun. Instructor Zifa, Roxia, is using hockey. I remember he seemed to have learned it on the 8th day. I was quite shocked at the time. Zifa was secretly astonished. It only took 8 days, which meant this kid had quite a talent. No, he should say, an extraordinary gift. He had thought that it would be good if even one student among this batch could learn hockey before graduation, but now Roxia had already mastered it. Zifa glanced at Gun again, his expression seeming to ask, how did you teach him? In the training ground, Roxia wore a confident smile, saying, Smoker, today you'll get to try out my newly learned move. Instantly, a small flicker of flame wrapped around the pitch-black handle of the tiger hunt, making the sword look even cooler. All showy, watch out. Smoker charged at Roxia like a cannonball, with his sword made of sea prism stone held in front of him, forming an attacking posture. Clang! The tiger hunt collided with the 10 swords, producing a sound of metal clashing. The flames on the blade of Rosha's hunting knife seemed to understand his thoughts. In an instant, the blazing fire surged violently towards Smoker. Smoker was taken aback and retreated several dozen steps. Damn Rosha, how infuriating! Smoker never expected that the flames wrapping around the blade would actively attack him. It was truly shameless. Ha ha ha, there's nothing to be done. This flame has a mind of its own. All right, it's time to end this. I'll use this move. Roxa closed his eyes tightly, standing still with a knife in one hand. The flames of the tiger hunt blazed brightly in his hand, making it look from a distance as if he was holding a fireball. On this side, Smoker still thought Roxa was up to something. This move's debut is for you. Smoker. Roxia suddenly opened his eyes, holding a knife in both hands, and fiercely slashed towards Smoker across from him. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted from the blade, following Roxia's sword energy and directly targeting Smoker's face. The flames surrounding the sword energy were as colorful and radiant as flower petals. Upon seeing this attack, Smoker felt a sense of dread. His body seemed to stiffen, leaving him unsure of what to do. Just as the sword energy was only a fist distance away from Smoker, Gun suddenly appeared in front of him. the golden armor emitting a cold light that forcefully blocked Roxia's strike. A thick mist spread through the air. As the mist gradually cleared, Roxia was able to see the figures of the two people opposite him. Rosha casually rested the knife on his shoulder and swaggered over to Jiyin and Smoker. As soon as he reached Jiyin, Rosha couldn't help but start complaining. Hey, Jiyin, seriously, this is the debut of my move, and you just blocked it? Bang! Jiyin landed a punch directly on Rosha's head. Idiot Rosha, do you know that if your knife had hit Smoker just now, he would have been injured? Are you trying to kill Smoker, or just testing him? Rorschach shrugged his shoulders and said, I know you would stop me, that's why I made that move. Otherwise, do you think I would dare? Roxia smiled and stretched out his hand as he walked around Jiyin to Smoker, saying, Get up, don't just sit there. I really don't want to be scolded by that purple-haired, old turtle. Of course, Roxia would never dare to say that out loud. Smoker chuckled bitterly and placed his hand on Roxia's palm. You guy, your progress this month has been insane. At that moment, a group of people ran over from a distance. They were the trainees from the training camp, along with Zephyr. Especially Tina, the way she ran made Roxia feel dizzy. Tina ran up to Smoker with a grin, saying, You actually have a day when you could be defeated, and it turns out to be by Roxia. It's hard to imagine how strong you've become in just a month, Roxia. It's truly incredible. Tina's eyes sparkled, clearly showing her immense interest in Roxia's rapid improvement over the month. Just as the three finished speaking, they turned around to find Zephyr, wearing sunglasses. Standing in front of them, Zephyr took off his sunglasses and curiously looked Roxia over before slowly saying, This month of training looks pretty tough. Huh? Thankfully, it's still within my acceptable range. When did you learn the armament hockey? I learned it in 8 days, just happened to pick it up. Get lost. Okay. Zephyr and Roxia chatted as if they were friends, completely ignoring their surroundings. This made Tina feel a bit off balance. Zephyr-sensei, why are you so harsh on Tina, but so gentle with Roxia? Tina is not convinced. Zephyr, instead of getting angry, looked at Tina with great interest. Finally, when Tina was about to lose her patience, Zephyr said, Jiyin, how about you introduce Roxia's training over this month? Sure. By the way, any trainees who want to practice with me can come over. Jiyuan's cute and sexy statement immediately attracted most of the male trainees present. Some bolder male trainees even directly signed up. Roxia, come here. Jiyuan waved her hand, signaling Roxia to come over. Roxia was not being pretentious. He directly walked over and sat down next to Jiyuan. He was really tired and didn't want to stand with Jiyuan. Roxia's training was actually quite simple. Every morning, he would practice arm color for 2 hours. Of course, if he dared to lose focus during this time, my whip would not be merciful. After that, he would swing his sword 10,000 times daily. Recently, his sword swinging speed had been increasing, so I added another task, sparring with me. But of course, just for show. By the way, if any part of the training is not done well, or if the sword swinging speed slows down, my whip will really draw blood. After Jiyuan finished speaking, some students who wanted Jiyuan to accept them immediately lost heart. Almost all the students imagined the scene of Roxia being beaten, and just thinking about it made them shiver. Jiyuan looked around and found that some were still not giving up. Since that's the case, I can only make you completely lose hope. Jiyuan kicked Roxia with his foot. What are you doing? I haven't rested enough yet. That last sword swing was really exhausting. Jiyuan glared at Roxia. I know you well enough. Get up quickly. Okay. Roxia stood up, looking at Jiyuan with confusion. He remembered that this woman was just talking about training. So how did it involve him? However, Jiyuan slowly spoke under Roxia's gaze. Roxia, take off your shirt. What? Roxia thought he heard wrong and even dug at his ears. I said, take off your jacket. Seeing Jiyuan insist, Roxia reluctantly agreed. Fine, but if I scare them, it's not my fault. Roxia, under the gaze of everyone, abruptly removed his black shirt with the dragon pattern. As he took it off, the scene fell silent, and some timid trainees covered their eyes in discomfort. Jiyin smiled slightly and pointed at Roxia's body, speaking calmly. This is the result of Roxia's month of training. Simply put, it's scars. Yes, scars. Roxia's body is covered with countless scars, each one clearly the mark of a whip. You may call me cruel, but this is what Roxia chose for himself. Roxia said that in this world, having no strength is not an option. Of course, these marks of punishment are also a symbol of honor. Rorschach secretly curled his lip, thinking, what the hell is this supposed to be a symbol of honor? This outfit almost killed me with pain. Hey, Sister Jiyin, can I put on now? It's just a body full of scars, right? Don't scare the poor guy, seriously. Rosha's quickly put on his shirt. At that moment, Smoker asked, were these all from whips? Roxia thought for a moment and said, it's what I asked for, but Sister Jiyin is within my tolerance level. Moreover, I don't recommend you all undergo training from this female tyrant like I did. It's really too brutal. As for why I let her train me, there's a reason for it. Otherwise, who would take such a beating? And as the training goes on, I feel my body getting stronger and stronger. At that moment, Smoker realized that the gap between him and Roxia was starting to widen. Just based on his fearless will, he was already stronger than Smoker. Of course, Smoker wasn't one to fear death either. Soon, Roxia and Jian bid farewell to the training camp. On the way, Roxia laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid of discouraging them? I have freezing abilities, so these minor injuries are nothing. You actually brought them up. What a foolish woman." Roxia scoffed. But before he could finish laughing, a heavy iron fist slammed him into the ground. Fortunately, Jian didn't use haki. Otherwise, Roxia would have a hard time getting out. Please show some respect to your sister Jian. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Time flew by like a white horse passing a chasm. And soon it was the day of graduation from Zephyr's training class. In just a year, the trainees had matured from their initial stage. At this moment, outside the training camp, dozens of trainees looked determined. In front of the trainees stood Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kizuru, seemingly discussing something. Sengoku held a wanted poster, and Roxia didn't need to guess what it was about. After not making Roxia wait too long, Zephyr took the wanted poster and turned the face of the wanted criminal towards the trainees. "The wanted poster I hold is your graduation exam target this time. This assessment will no longer be a competition among trainees, but real combat. The pirate on this wanted poster is a notorious pirate from the North Sea with a bounty of 124 million. His name is Marine Hunter Oolong. Just from his name, you can tell why this guy has a bounty on him. This scoundrel takes pleasure in hunting marines. He is currently occupying a mountain on an island in the North Sea." Zephyr paused and continued. "By the way, this guy also has a devil fruit ability, a paramecia type growth fruit. Now, if anyone wants to withdraw, you can speak up." Zephyr quietly watched, his eyes scanning everyone's expressions, lingering the longest on Roxia. "This guy feels a lot like that rascal Kizuru," Zephyr muttered to himself. During this time, Kizuru also glanced at Roxia several times. Rosha was about to speak when Zephyr, standing at the front, waved his hand and said, "All right, since no one is withdrawing, we will set off for the North Sea immediately." Just now, Rosha had used his observation haki to notice two gazes on him, and the one in front, the purple-haired old turtle, had the most complex expression. Rosha had originally intended to interrupt, but Zephyr spoke first, leaving him with no outlet for his energy. It was during this year that Rosha gradually explored and successfully trained his observation haki. Rosha has hardly stopped his arms every day this year, and the 10,000 swings he makes daily leave his arms incredibly sore. Of course, the rewards are abundant. Now Rosha can easily unleash a slash. In the case of using a special move, Rosha can make Zephyr step back a few meters, which boosts his confidence even more. At the same time, a Navy warship is slowly sailing on the sea, with many sailors in Navy uniforms on board. These people are naturally the members of Zephyr's training class, and these Navy uniforms were given to them by Zephyr. However, Rosha, Smoker, and Tina are not wearing them. Not because they don't want to, but because they don't want to wear the lowest-ranking Navy uniforms. At this moment, Rosha is lying in the corner of the warship's deck, looking quite comfortable. Around Rosha, the trainees from Zephyr's training camp are chattering endlessly. "Rosha, is there any way to speed up the warship?" Yeah. Sailing for a whole day and night is too long. We don't want to wait that long." Rosha lazily scanned the surroundings and slowly spoke. "I'm a synthesist, not a turtle in a wishing pool. If you have wishes, go find teacher Zephyr." A few naval cadets were about to speak, but Rosha's wrist moved. A massive wall of flames instantly formed, driving away the crowd of cadets. Once all the cadets surrounding Rosha had disappeared, he finally sighed in relief. "Damn, a bunch of idiots. Are they in such a hurry to get themselves killed? These people want to get that pirate's head as soon as possible, don't they? By the way, where did you pull that lounge chair from?" Rosha slightly turned his head as Tina and Smoker slowly walked over. The two sat down beside Rosha's lounge chair. "I didn't expect that over the past year, your swordsmanship and hockey have improved to a certain extent. On the other hand, my hockey has only just scratched the surface this year." Hearing Smoker's self-deprecating remark, Rosha replied with exasperation, "Aren't you supposed to have your devil fruit ability developed pretty well? Stop pretending to be weak in front of me, or I'll beat you up." "Who are you going to beat up?" "You, big Smoker." As it seemed like the two were about to get into a fight, Tina directly squeezed herself between them, saying, "Can you two stop trying to fight every time you meet? It's always me stopping you. You two are really something." A few minutes later, Rosha suddenly said, "Your mind is too simplistic, Smoker. A perfectly good Logia-type fruit has been developed by you into this state. It's quite embarrassing. Smoker didn't say anything, but he noticed Rosha's look of disdain, and his fists tightened. Rosha ignored Smoker and continued. The smoke fruit of the Logia type, as the name suggests, is smoke. If you infiltrate the smoke into the enemy's mouth and nose, what do you think will happen to them? Yet you've developed it to be just like the stretch fruit. Rashia's face was filled with disdain, showing no signs of concealment. The two had been in this state of interaction for nearly a year now, and Tina had grown accustomed to it. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Smoker stroked his chin as if deep in thought, while the smoke emanating from his body unconsciously spread out. The smoke drifted towards Tina, and Rashia couldn't help but smile wryly, activating his hockey and reaching out to grab Smoker's smoke. It was at this moment that Tina realized that this bastard had just wanted to use her as an experiment. Anger surged within her, and her gloved fist clenched tightly, delivering a punch directly to Smoker's chest. Smoker took the hit solidly. "Humph, you despicable bastard. How dare you use Tina as your test subject? Are you impatient to live, you smoke addict?" "Humph." Smoker tilted his head and ignored Tina. After all, he was the one who wanted to use her as a test subject, so taking a punch was only reasonable. A few hours later, Rashia, who was about to fall asleep, was suddenly shaken awake. Just as he was about to express his anger, he saw it was Tina and muttered, "What do you want? Woman? I was almost asleep." Tina chuckled awkwardly and then asked, after graduation, "Rashia, who do you plan to work under? Or which branch will you go to? You should go under Sister Gun, right? You have such a good relationship. She trains you every day and sometimes takes you along on missions." Both Smoker and Tina looked at him with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Rashia's answer. They still believed Rashia would go under Gun. In the Zephyr training camp, there were generally two choices. First, to join a certain general's ranks, and second, to be assigned to another branch for gilding. However, for someone as strong as Rashia, whose abilities significantly advanced the Navy, Sengoku would not allow him to be sent to a branch for gilding, so Rashia would only have one choice. Roxa stared intensely at the two in front of him and then said, speechless, "How could you think I would go to the Garden of the Gods? Don't talk nonsense. If that woman hears any rumors, what if I really end up joining her as a vice officer?" Smoker and Tina exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Aren't you going to the Garden of the Gods under her command?" "Of course not. Only someone with a screw loose would go there, right? I don't want to see her face every day after I graduate." Tina and Smoker thought about it and agreed. After all, Roxa's strength had made a qualitative leap this year. Moreover, their daily training was several times tougher than theirs, and the intensity of that training was something others couldn't handle. "So, are you going under one of the three admirals?" Roxia nodded and then shook his head. "It's about the same. Recently, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Kazuru, and even Admiral Akainu have been trying to recruit me, so I might choose one of these three. Of course, it's not impossible to follow Old Man Garp. Playing alongside Garp wouldn't be bad." Tina rolled her eyes. "Garp? How is that possible? Even if this guy Roxia really wants to go under Garp, Admiral Sengoku would definitely not agree." Time passed quickly, and the next morning, a deserted island appeared before the Navy. Zephyr stood in the center and said sternly, "The island ahead is the location of our target this time. Once on the island, be cautious. Some of you are participating in your first real battle, so protecting yourselves is the most important thing." The island was inhabited by many pirates, with the number being around 100. One last thing, Roxia, who had not been called by name, was taken aback and looked at Zephyr. "Roxia, you don't need to make a move this time. If any cadets are injured, you can intervene. Overall, your main task this time is to support the other cadets. Do you all understand?" "Understood." Just as the Navy finished their deployment, a pirate responsible for lookout on the island hurried to report to their captain. "Captain, a Navy warship has appeared on the sea. They might be here to hunt us down." Looking at the crew member kneeling before him, a man with a long scar on his face suddenly smiled eerily, his expression becoming extremely excited. He was Oolong, a pirate who often hunted the Navy and had a bounty of 124 million berries, a paramecia user of the expand fruit. "Ha! The Navy has finally arrived. This is great. Everyone prepare to hunt the Navy. I want to kill them all." "Yes." In stark contrast to the excitement of the pirates, the Navy cadets all had serious expressions, with some even having white knuckles from gripping tightly, clearly showing their nervousness. Among them, Roxia, Smoker, and Tina stood out. Smoker had an excited look on his face, clearly looking forward to hunting the pirates. Meanwhile, Roxia and Tina seemed to be shopping, looking around. Roxia even started pointing, "This island definitely can't grow vegetables. It's all rocks." Did the residents eat all the trees? Actually, that wasn't the case. According to the information, this island had always been like this, and the original inhabitants had moved away due to the geological conditions. Later, the captain of the Blade Pirates, Oolong, occupied the island. Every few days, he would go out to hunt the Navy, using extremely cruel methods. After hearing Tina's explanation, Roxia couldn't help but curl his lips. A pirate who often hunts the Navy, is the Navy in the North Blue that useless? Can't they notify headquarters if they're losing? Just as Roxia was pondering, he suddenly felt an arrow shooting toward them, with flames burning on it. Roxia acted instantly, striking down the ice ball with precision. The dozens of people on the lookout tower in the distance all smiled broadly. Soon, more than 10 of them bent their bows and began shooting arrows in the direction of Roxia and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a flurry of flaming arrows shot toward the students. Rosha squinted his eyes slightly, and with a hand that radiated coldness, he struck out instantly. Almost in an instant, an ice wall stood tall in front of everyone, blocking the attack of the flaming arrows. Zephyr nodded at Rosha, who smiled faintly. After all, he was bringing the Navy cadets for training, and as their instructor, Zephyr didn't want to return with fewer people. The cadets who were protected within also expressed their gratitude towards Rosha. Watching countless flaming arrows shoot towards the ice wall he created, Rosha turned to Smoker, who had his arms crossed, and said, "Hey, Smokey, go take care of them. These guys are too annoying." Smoker didn't respond, but transformed into a cloud of smoke and charged out. Cough, 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 that bastard. Mid-air, Smoker clenched his fists, giving the pirates below almost no time to react as a massive cloud of smoke descended upon more than 10 archers. The moment the smoke touched the pirates, it spread out in a vast wave. The smoke gradually infiltrated their mouths and noses. In just a few seconds, one by one, the pirate archers fell to the ground until everyone lost their combat ability. Standing not far away, Smoker grinned and then punched the ice wall created by Rosha. The shaky ice wall of Rosha suddenly shattered. At this moment, Zephyr also brought the trainees to where Smoker was located. Looking at the pirate on the ground, Zephyr asked, "Dead?" This question from Zephyr truly put Smoker in a difficult position. Even he himself didn't know. It was his first time using this ability. But fortunately, Rosha quickly said, "Not dead, just a temporary lack of oxygen due to prolonged hypoxia." After speaking, Rosha's gaze turned to Tina beside him, and the meaning was obvious. Tina took off the gloves she was wearing, and instantly a chain appeared in her hand, binding more than 10 pirates on the ground. With everything done, Tina's lips curled up slightly, clearly satisfied with her ability. However, Rosha said softly, "Actually, you didn't need to take off the gloves. What you did was a bit excessive." Tina angrily threw a chain at Rosha, who quickly retreated a few meters to dodge it. How scary. A user of the olive fruit. Tina gritted her silver teeth. "All right, let's continue. You two stop messing around," Zephyr said. Got it. All right, Tina knows." As Rosha and the others continued deeper, Rosha was surprised to find that this island was quite different from what he expected. Although the island was barren, there were some areas with forests, albeit just a small part. Along the way, Rosha and his group couldn't say it was smooth sailing, but it was close enough, with only a few trainees from Zephyr's group sustaining minor injuries. So far, Tina had already tied up more than 30 pirates. As Rosha and the others delved deeper and encountered more pirates, he had a pretty good idea of the location of the pirate leader. "Hee Navy, are you here to seek death? It's been a long time since I've experienced the thrill of hunting Navy. Let me enjoy myself today." Rorschach and the others advanced towards the island, when suddenly, the students heard a chilling voice in their ears. Rosha furrowed his brow and quickly located the opponent's position. About 100 meters directly in front of us, there were remaining pirates. The sound we just heard should have been made by that pirate captain. After all, he is a user of the growth fruit ability, and this kind of thing is within his capability. Zifa nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Rosha was right. This Oolong, being a pirate worth 124 million, should not be underestimated by you. Be very careful. I don't want to return with any of you missing. Although the many trainees didn't speak, they all silently took note. As everyone gradually moved deeper, Rosha also saw the full appearance of this growth fruit user. He wore a black jacket on his upper body and had something resembling a collar around his neck. His hair was styled in a way reminiscent of a shamat hairstyle, but it was green. On his lower body, he wore ordinary long pants. Overall, this pirate's clothing style resembled punk fashion. Roxa twitched his mouth in disbelief. He never expected to see someone dressed like that in the pirate world. What terrible fashion sense. Roxa rarely made a sarcastic remark. "What did you say, brat? Do you want to die?" He shouted. Listen up, everyone. First, take down that little brat in black for me. I want to torture this Navy brat thoroughly. Rosha didn't expect that just a casual remark would provoke this pirate captain. What he didn't expect, even more, was that this guy actually wanted everyone to take him down first. Are the people in the pirate world really this clueless? Had their brains short-circuited? At this moment, Zephyr said, Rosha, if those bastards dare to get close to you, just freeze them. After all, they're just a bunch of pirates who can't use hockey. Got it, Teacher Zephyr. Rosha smirked, his finger beckoning towards the pirates opposite him. You trash of the sea. Come here. Damn brats, boss, can we go now? Olong smiled cruelly. Go on, boys. After we kill all these pirates, we'll hold a celebration feast. At Olong's command, the scattered pirates surged towards Rosha. Some were wielding pistols, others brandishing big knives, and some even carrying a water pipe. Their reckless demeanor made Rosha feel once again that they were a bunch of fools. However, they weren't completely brainless, although Rosha had already frozen a few reckless pirates. The trainees around him were also putting up a resistance. Rosha's ability to manipulate colors reached its peak whenever someone was about to get hurt. He would shoot an ice ball to block the pirates' attacks, helping the students avoid risks. However, Rosha couldn't take care of everyone. Time passed, and the flat ground was stained with pools of blood, with about 40 to 50 armed pirates lying on the ground, unconscious or worse. Some had even been frozen into blocks of ice. Among them, several students from Zifa's class were injured, which was something Rosha couldn't prevent. He couldn't look after everyone. Meanwhile, the pirate leader Olong, who was originally seated on a throne made of stone, wore a look of shock, his face filled with disbelief. He looked at Rosha as if he were a monster. A Logia-type ability user? Rosha shrugged his shoulders and said to Smoker, who was watching the show nearby, Kid, we have 2 Logia users here. What are your eyes for? I'm a Paramecia user with the ability to enlarge. Why would I be afraid of a little brat like you? Zephyr looked around and then raised his hand to block the students who were about to step forward. Sing. You all step back. This guy is still a pirate with a bounty of 124 million. Zephyr glanced at the 3 of them and finally said slowly, Which of you 3 wants to go? Forget it. Let Rosha go. Smoker was about to argue, but was handcuffed by Tina, so let Rosha take the stage. Unlike Smoker's excitement, Rosha remained calm upon hearing the news. Teacher Zephyr, can I kill him? No. This guy is meant to go to impel down. This is to prevent the fruit abilities from leaking out, creating new pirates, and avoiding them causing chaos on the seas with their abilities. All right then. Upon hearing Rosha and Zephyr's conversation, the pirate captain Yulon suddenly stood up, a sinister smile on his face representing his violent inner feelings. Damn Navy, you all deserve to die. Arm enlarge. In an instant, Yulon's originally thin arms enlarged dozens of times the moment he activated his ability. Rosha swallowed hard, looking at the enormous fist in front of him, which seemed oddly familiar. This looked like the 3rd gear of some silly kid. However, time was not on his side, as the gigantic fist was closing in on Rosha's face. Rosha's hand shone with a cold blue light, and with a wave of his hand, the enormous fist approaching him was instantly frozen solid. Rosha smiled mischievously and patted the huge frozen fist in front of him, saying, I've never seen such a foolish pirate. Rorschach leaned closer to the pirate Captain Olong's ear and asked, How did you, with your unstable mind, become a captain? Is it that all of you in this pirate crew are the same, equally foolish? Rosha rambled on for so long, but he hadn't heard Olong say a word. Just as Rosha was about to check, a gigantic foot came crashing down on his waist. In an instant, Rosha was kicked in half, his body split into 2 parts. Ha ha, you bastard Navy brat. This is the consequence of offending me. Damn Navy. Who else dares to step up? My growth fruit is not to be trifled with. Olong laughed wildly, but the dozens of Navy cadets across from him remained expressionless, which made Olong feel a bit strange. As if realizing something, Olong abruptly turned around and saw Rosha's severed body slowly healing, and the smile on Rosha's face now appeared terrifying to Olong. Rorschach's body healed in just a few seconds. Damn pirates, I'm not playing with you anymore. Next time I open my eyes, it'll be in the Navy's Grand Prison. Rosha activated the power of freezing, directly binding his limbs and rendering him immobile. Then, with a swift motion, Rosha struck him with a palm, knocking him unconscious. Having taken care of everything, Rosha waved at a student who was holding a pair of sea stone handcuffs. Just as Rosha was about to take it, he heard 3 angry shouts. Rosha, are you crazy? Rosha, you are a devil fruit user. Rosha, pull your hand back. Rosha's body trembled instantly, and he quickly withdrew his hands, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Zephyr was more direct, delivering a punch that shattered Ratchet's head into countless pieces of ice. Roxia quickly regained his form and immediately complained. Compared to Seastone, Zephyr's punches are even more terrifying. What do you guys think? He asked while patting Tina and Smoker on the shoulders. Tina won't answer a fool's question. Tina replied, TCH, I didn't expect there would still be such idiots in the world. With each sentence, Roxia felt his head spinning. Fool? Idiot? Who are you two bastards talking about? Smoker scoffed, unfazed by Roxia. You're a Logia user, and Logia users become completely powerless when they encounter Seastone. Do you really not know this, or are you just that foolish? Faced with Smoker's taunts, Roxia wanted to punch him, but after thinking it over, he realized it was indeed his own recklessness. Enough nonsense. We should go loot his treasures. Leading the way, Roxia, with Smoker and Tina assisting, carefully searched around and ultimately found only a wooden chest, which was locked with an iron padlock. Rosha looked disdainfully at the wooden box in his hand. Damn it. A pirate worth over 12 million, yet the treasure is so little? Where did he pick up this small wooden box from some trash can? It's perfectly normal for Rosha to feel disdain for such a shabby box. Rock looked at the two people beside him, then his hands were instantly covered with armament hockey, the black texture making Smoker's eyes widen in surprise. Ratchet grabbed the lock on the wooden box and yanked it hard, tearing it off and tossing it aside. At that moment, Smoker and Tina leaned in curiously. As Ratchet slowly opened the wooden box, the contents were revealed to the three of them. Smoker and Tina's eyes widened instantly when they saw what was inside, as if they had encountered something extraordinary. Inside the box lay a devil fruit shaped like a banana, quietly resting. Rorschach looked at it for a few seconds before directly tossing it to Smoker and Tina, clearly losing interest. Since it was banana-shaped, it was either a Zoan type or a Paramecia type. Ratchet immediately lost interest, especially since he seemed to have seen this scene in his previous life, and he suspected that it was very likely an animal-type devil fruit. Smoker, with the fruit in hand, exchanged glances with his companion and asked, how should we handle this? Of course, we should hand it over to Teacher Zifa, since it was obtained in battle, and there is a commanding officer. The first choice is to hand it over to the commanding officer. It's in the Navy handbook, and we are not thieves. Smoker shrugged and replied, I know. I don't need you to remind me. Just as Tina was about to retort, a deep voice entered her ears. What's the matter? Tina, Smoker? Tina realized it was Zifa and quickly handed over the wooden box she was holding. Teacher Zifa, we only found this thing while searching through the pirate's belongings, and it's a devil fruit. Upon hearing it was a devil fruit, Zifa raised an eyebrow and took the fruit from Tina's hands. I didn't expect this little pirate to have a devil fruit. This is truly an unexpected gain. When we return to headquarters, I will reward the three of you. The three nodded in unison. Soon, Zifa led the captured pirate and numerous cadets back towards the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Ratchet continued to lie on his lounge chair, with Smoker and Tina sitting on stools beside him. Ratchet, quickly tell me, how else can I develop this smoke fruit? I feel that my previous move, smoke infiltration, if it lasted a bit longer, could even kill some weak pirates directly. Roxa listened to Smoker's incessant chatter in his ear, and he began to doubt whether this was still the Smoker he knew. Cigarette guy, stop talking. Right now, I only have one thought, so don't bother me. I want to sleep. Smoker showed no signs of defiance to Roxa's words. After all, Roxa had helped him develop a new skill today. At that moment, Zephyr's eyes squinted behind his sunglasses, holding a bottle of sherry and clearly looking very pleased. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. The warship docked on time, which also meant that Roxa and the others' graduation practical training had come to a successful end, and these trainees were destined to welcome a bright future. At this moment, the trainees following Zephyr off the ship looked radiant and very happy. However, 3 of them were quite different, and those 3 were naturally Roxa, Smoker, and Tina. Rokia looked drowsy, occasionally glaring at Smoker beside him. Smoker, not willing to back down, was also glaring at Rokia. Hey, you two, can you calm down a bit? There's a warlord and Admiral Kizura down there. Rashia pouted and said, Smoker, if you wake me up again next time, I'll beat you up. Once I learn to use hockey, I'll make you see stars. Tina, at that moment, was supporting her forehead with one hand, looking speechless. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku and Kizura were standing at the port welcoming Zephyr and the students. As soon as Sengoku saw Zephyr, he asked, how was the practical training this time? Were there any injuries among the students? Zephyr glanced at the students behind him and replied, about 10, just some scrapes. This time, Smoker and Rosha performed exceptionally well. Especially Rosha, whose strength was at least twice that of his peers, while Smoker was slightly behind. Tina played a significant supportive role in this battle. His olive fruit was very useful. Speaking of fruits, Zephyr suddenly thought of something and directly pulled out a banana to throw to Sengoku. Sengoku, looking confused, caught it, and as soon as he did, he exclaimed, "You guys actually found a devil fruit this time? Do you know what type it is?" Rosha said, "It's probably a Zoan type." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "About right. With the shape, it should be. Just toss it into the Navy's treasury later. As for this practical training, I will reward you based on the reports you provided this time." The two continued their conversation as if no one else was there, leaving the students standing behind in a tough spot. They hadn't expected that the first thing they would do upon returning wasn't to rush back to the dorms to wash up, but to listen to Admiral Sengoku's lecture here. Rorschach pouted and directly sat down, completely ignoring the strange looks from the surrounding Navy. As soon as Rosha sat down, he caught the attention of the Warring States who was standing at the front, and he also reacted. "Zifa, let these trainees go back first." Zifa nodded and then turned to shout, "You kids can head back now." Hearing that they could leave, Rosha immediately stood up and walked towards the direction of Karp's villa without looking back. Before long, Rosha arrived at the entrance of Karp's villa. As for the Jiyuan villa, Rosha had trained a lot over the past year, and he didn't want to go back to suffer anymore. Upon entering Karp's villa, Rosha saw Karp, dressed in a Navy uniform, sitting on the sofa with a piece of paper in his hand. To be precise, it should be a bounty notice. There were several bounty notices placed on the table. This left Rosha a bit puzzled. When did the old man Karp become so interested in pirates? At least he wouldn't be interested in pirates during this period. Could it be a certain Yonko? Rorschach's eyes lit up as he directly stepped towards Karp's back. Hearing the sound, Karp didn't even lift his head, still holding the wanted poster in his hand. Rosha slowly walked up behind Karp and looked at the bounty notice in Karp's hand. However, the name on it made Rosha involuntarily read it out loud. "Huh? Monkey D. Luffy? Bounty of 30 million? Rosha sat down next to Karp, curiously glancing at him, and then at the name on the bounty notice, pretending to be surprised. "Monkey D. Luffy, could he be your grandson, old man? Grandpa is a Navy, and grandson is a pirate. What about your son?" Bang! However, before Rosha could finish his sentence, he was met with a heavy iron fist. It hurt so much. A few minutes later, Rosha rubbed a big bump on his head, glaring at Karp with resentment, his eyes seeming like they wanted to devour Karp. "You old man, it's not my fault your grandson became a pirate. And you actually use hockey to hit me. How despicable." Karp glared at Rosha, thinking how could his grandson become a pirate? Damn it, when I find him, I must capture him and make him join the Navy. One after another, they're all becoming pirates. Hearing the crack sound coming from Karp's hands, Rosha leaned back on the sofa and dared not speak. If this old man took his anger out on him again, it would be over. Karp's iron fist is no joke. Soon, when Rosha saw that the anger in Karp's eyes had diminished significantly, he picked up the bounty notice and noticed there were newspapers about them on the table, being wanted for 30 million berries on the first try. "It seems your grandson will be very strong in the future, old man." "Ha, of course, my grandson has been trained by me since he was 7. How could he not be strong?" Karp said proudly. Your grandson became a pirate, and you're still laughing." Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside, and Rosha looked up to see Fleet Admiral Sengoku walking in. Karp shrugged, looking indifferent. "I've been away from home for so long, what can I do? And that brat Luffy, he's such a handful, only wants to be a pirate." Sengoku understood Karp's difficulties, so he only spoke casually. After all, it was a choice he made himself. If he get caught later, he can't blame anyone. Rokia glanced at Sengoku and then at Karp, and immediately picked up the newspaper from the table. The evil dragon that had ruled over Kokoyashi village in the East Blue for 8 years was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy's first bounty is 30 million. TSK. This fishman pirate crew actually ruled Kokoyashi village for 8 years. I can't even imagine how they lived during those 8 years. Then Rokia looked up at Karp and Sengoku and asked, "Isn't the East Blue known as the weakest sea?" Rosha didn't say the second half of the sentence, but those words were enough for Sengoku to understand the meaning. Before Sengoku could speak, Rosha smiled and said, "It should be the Navy near Kokoyashi village colluding with the pirates. He must have a lot of berries. What a pity." Ding! Random mission triggered. Rosha shivered inexplicably. He felt that this mission was likely not a good one. Could it be that they want me to capture Luffy? Ding! Please arrive at Rogtown within 5 days to check in. Reward. Random. Rox's mouth twitched in surprise. He never expected the system to issue such a task. Just as Roxa was in a daze, a dense sound of footsteps came from outside, as if someone was about to enter. Carp and Sengoku also stared intently at the doorway, and before long, Kizuru, Akiji, and Akainu unexpectedly arrived together. Huh? Do you three have something to discuss here? Sengoku frowned slightly. Admiral Sengoku, we are here to invite Brother Rosha to join our ranks. As for whose ranks, we don't know. Akainu also nodded seriously. That's right. Rosha scratched his head. Join under your command? Although Rosha had a general idea, he still didn't quite understand. Sengoku could tell from Rosha's expression that he was confused. The fact that the three of them came to invite him meant they wanted to know which command he wanted to join. Generally, graduates from the Zephyr training class have two options. One option is to join the command of one of the generals, and from then on, your tasks will be assigned by the general you join. Of course, if the headquarters has tasks for you, you cannot refuse them. The second option is to serve in a naval branch on another island. Those who perform excellently in the Zephyr training class, like you, can choose which branch to go to. After listening to Sengoku's explanation, Rosha nodded, realizing I see. So which one will you choose? The three generals asked in unison. Rosha twitched the corners of his mouth, glancing at Carp and then at the three admirals. He really didn't dare to say which admiral he wanted to join. What if Akainu heard that he didn't join him and decided to give him a magma fist? Never mind. You can choose without worry. We're here. Who would dare to cause trouble? Marshal Sengoku said with authority, and he had the confidence for it. Although Sengoku's combat power was not at its peak now, the three admirals wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. Rosha swallowed hard, and his hands showed signs of frost, which was obviously self-explanatory. I'll choose Admiral Akiji. After all, they have the same fruit abilities, and Akiji is quite laid back, making him a good fit for Rosha. So Rosha chose him without the slightest hesitation. Rokia originally thought that choosing Akiji would anger Akainu, but the result was that Akainu turned around and left. Soon, only Garp, Sengoku, and Akiji were left in the room. Akiji casually leaned back on the sofa and asked, so what are your plans next? Are you thinking of training at the Navy branch like Smoker? Or developing gadgets at the Navy headquarters? Rorschach pondered and asked, I want all of these. Akiji nodded and said, all right, if you want to go to any branch, you can talk to Admiral Sengoku. He will help you with that. By the way, if you develop anything good, you can give it to me first. If you want to learn how to develop devil fruit abilities, feel free to come to me. After all, since you have my ability, it's only right for me to teach you. Roxia nodded, understanding that he still had his own thoughts about his abilities. The two of them chatted away as if no one was around. Before long, Green Pheasant walked out of Vice Admiral Carp's villa. As soon as Green Pheasant left, Roxia looked at Carp, his eyes shining. Hey, old man, can you take me to Low Town? Why do you want to go there? Roxia shook his head, a new idea for a tool in his mind, and he needed to make a trip to Rod Town. Is that okay? Carp's eyes turned. As if he remembered his useless grandson was also around. Why not let him tag along with this kid? Sure, I'll take you this time. The next morning arrived. At this moment, Roxia was walking towards the port with Vice Admiral Carp. Roxia was still wearing the same outfit as before, but now he had an additional justice cloak, giving him a somewhat rogue and stylish vibe. Old man, we could just use the anywhere door to get there. Why take a military ship? Stop talking nonsense. The device you made last time hasn't broken yet, and there are quite a few people going this time. It's been a long time since I've taken them to catch pirates. And it's just Rod Town. We can get there in 2 days. And the scenery at sea is quite beautiful. Most importantly, we might encounter pirates. Faced with such reasoning, Roxia really couldn't find a reason to refute it. Your goal is to catch pirates, right? As soon as Rorschach and Carp arrived at the port, they saw dozens of soldiers on a dog-headed warship busy moving something. Looking quite occupied, Rosha stepped onto the warship with a cold demeanor. But to his surprise, as soon as he reached the deck, he saw an unexpected person. Yayuen? What are you doing here? Rosha asked incredulously, pointing at Yuen, who was lying on a deck chair. Haha, I told Taodu to come up because he just finished a mission. Yesterday, I heard the old man say you were going to Rog Town, so he came along. Rorschach twitched the corner of his mouth. He thought he wouldn't see the woman, Yuen, for a few months, but unexpectedly, he saw her again just 2 months later. After all, it was Mr. Carp who invited her, so it wouldn't be polite to refuse. If you want to get beaten up, feel free to come and find me. Rosha faced the naked threat from Yuen and immediately shrank his neck, finding a corner to create a lounge chair for himself using his abilities. At this moment, the serious Bogart walked up to Vice Admiral Carp and said, Vice Admiral Carp, shall we set sail? Yes, let's set sail. Destination, Rogue Town, approximately 1 to 2 days' time. With Bogart's command, the previously motionless doghead slowly began to move. However, the speed made Yuen sit up instantly. He grabbed Bogart's arm and asked, Bogart, Is there something wrong with Vice Admiral Carp's warship speed? Isn't it a bit too fast? Report to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. This is the warship propulsion device invented by General Rosha before he joined the Navy. This device can increase the speed of the sailing warship by 2 to 3 times. As soon as Bogart finished speaking, Carp added with a smile, That's right. And this thing is very sturdy. I've sailed with it several times without any issues, and it's always fast. Feeling the speed of the warship at this moment, Gun thought that the Doghead warship was at least twice as fast as his own. Meanwhile, Rosha was in the corner drinking juice, so he didn't hear anything. Hey, having freezing abilities is great. I can freeze the juice, making it taste even better. Roxia was enjoying himself alone, unaware that a pink whip had quietly tied one leg of his lounge chair. While drinking juice, Roxia suddenly felt a tug, and when he looked ahead, he saw Gun holding a whip and pulling his lounge chair. Hey, you nasty woman, what are you doing? Although Roxia tried to stop her, he was still pulled into the space between Kapu and her. Roxia looked at the damaged lounge chair and then glared at Gun before personally making another lounge chair. What do you want, woman? I was just enjoying my juice, not doing anything. Are you looking for trouble? Gun faced Roxia's gaze without fear. I want the thing you made for Vice Admiral Carp. Gun even kindly pointed to the 2 fan-like devices installed on both sides of the ship. Roxia looked in the direction pointed by Gun and then suddenly realized, this thing. That's right, it's this one. After we return from Rogtown, install on my ship, or else you're dead. Roxa swallowed hard involuntarily and said, Don't threaten me. Besides, I can't make that thing. I've forgotten the formula a long time ago, but I will think seriously about it. So don't go around randomly cutting people. Despite the uncertainty in Roxa's response, Gun agreed. After all, saying those words was just to scare him a bit. Once Gun's matter was resolved, Roxa completely relaxed and felt a strong urge to sleep. Before long, Roxa fell asleep. He slept until the next morning. Roxia opened his eyes and saw an old man with a white beard looking at him, that big face reflecting in Roxia's eyes. Roxia was so frightened that he jumped back at least a few meters. When he finally came to his senses, he realized it was the old man Carp. Hey, old man, why did you scare me? The old man replied, I originally wanted to call you last night, but Bogart said you were probably tired from using your synthesis ability, so I didn't disturb you. After that, I've been watching you since I got up this morning. Now stop wasting time and immediately produce some fairy beans for me, or I'll throw you into the sea. Rosha pouted, looking speechless, and said, Then have the chef on the ship prepare some dishes for me. I'm hungry. As time passed, a table full of delicacies was piled up in front of Rosha. Meanwhile, Carp beside Rosha was holding a large wooden barrel filled with various flavors of senbei. Rosha's palm emitted a green glow, and it seemed as if the palm was a bottomless pit, constantly spitting out celestial rice crackers, making all the Marines present envious. Carp looked at the crackers in the barrel with gleaming eyes. Compared to Carp, who could only watch and not eat, Rosha was happily feasting with a fork made from his own abilities. Rosha, what is that thing jumping out of your palm? Just as Rosha was eating, he was suddenly choked by this loud shout and coughed uncontrollably. After finally recovering, Rosha turned to look. However, when he saw what Carp was holding, his heart sank, and his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Carp was holding 2 fruits, one green and one pink. Rochet nervously swallowed and coughed. Hey, old man Carp, what you have in your hand is just fruit. Give it back to me first. Beside him, Gun noticed Rochet's tension and couldn't help but glance at the 2 fruits in Carp's hand. Aren't those the fruits from that night? How come they're in Mr. Carp's hands? Gun thought to herself, her eyes sparkling. Especially with Rochet's anxious demeanor, it opened up her mind. Could be true. Rochet can even replicate Admiral Akiji's abilities. So these 2 fruits should be simple. Although Gun was thinking this in her mind, it must be said that her guess was quite accurate. Carp looked at the 2 fruits in his hand, weighing them slightly before asking, Bogut, haven't I seen the shape of fruit somewhere before? Bogut didn't respond, but instead stared intently at the 2 fruits in Carp's hand and said softly, It seems like the Goro no Mi. It looked just like that in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The only difference is that the one in the encyclopedia was yellow, while these 2 are one green and one pink. Roxia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said calmly, These 2 are fruits I synthesized, not any devil fruits. Please don't make wild claims. Just after he finished speaking, Roxia's hands instantly reached for the devil fruits that Carp was holding. But no matter how hard he tried to grab them, the 2 fruits seemed to be welded to Carp's hands. Rochet suddenly felt extremely awkward. Old man, hurry up and give it back to me. This is something I worked hard to synthesize. Don't break it. As Rochet did a series of things, Tina behind him felt her mind become completely clear, everything connected in her head. Why was Rosha so nervous when he saw the 2 fruits Mr. Carp had? Why did Rosha just break out in a cold sweat? Why was Rosha so determined to get those 2 fruits back? Everything made sense now. Ji-Yuan immediately stood up, walked to Carp's side, and directly reached out to take the pink devil fruit. At this moment, Rosha's heart skipped a beat. Roxia knew very well that this Ji-Yuan was not as simple-minded as old Carp. Sister Ji-Yuan, luckily you took action. All right, give it back to me first, and when the time comes, I'll give you another one. Ji-Yuan looked at Roxia with a smile that was not quite a smile, and then she brought the pink fruit to her mouth. Is this an ordinary fruit, little brother Roxia? Of course. Natural-type devil fruits are limited. Who can get 2 at once? Besides, hasn't Admiral Kazuru already eaten the Pika Pika Nomi? As Roxia spoke more and more, he became increasingly confident in his lies, to the point where he believed he was telling the truth. He even thought that the fruit in Carp and Ji-Yuan's hands was just an ordinary fruit. Ji-Yuan shook the pink fruit in her hand, and just when Roxia thought she was going to give it back to him, she bit into the pink fruit right in front of Roxia's terrified eyes. In an instant, Roxia's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank. After taking a bite, Ji-Yuan's whole demeanor changed. Her taste buds were overwhelmed by a foul taste. Though she had never tasted it, she had heard others talk about it. After she struggled to swallow, Roxia immediately ran up to her and shook her body. Sister Ji-Yuan, you have to spit it out. Hurry up. As Rosha shook Ji-Yuan's body, his gaze remained fixed on the devil fruit. When he saw that a bite had already been taken out of it, he felt as if he could die. It's over. You actually ate it. Ji-Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's fine. Didn't you say it was just an ordinary fruit? But the taste of this fruit is really awful. It's the worst thing I've ever eaten. If Rosha could overpower Ji-Yuan right now, he would definitely sew his mouth shut. Suddenly, Rosha caught a glimpse of Carp putting down the green fruit, and he quickly stored it in his own space. Ha ha, it's just an ordinary fruit. And you act like you've eaten a devil fruit. Carp patted Rosha's shoulder vigorously. Roxa pouted, looking unconvinced. Meanwhile, after eating the devil fruit, Ji-Yuan felt a warm current surging through her entire body. About a minute later, Ji-Yuan's eyes widened. She felt as if she had gained a new ability. She swallowed hard and then stared at Roxa with a look of shock and surprise, as if she wanted to see right through him. Suddenly, Ji-Yuan stood up and walked over to Bogart, saying, Bogart, could you please take the sailors on deck to the cabin for a while? I have something important to discuss with Roxa and Mr. Carp. No problem, Vice Admiral Ji-Yuan. I'll take these sailors into the cabin right away. We won't come out without your or Vice Admiral Carp's orders. As the sailors entered the cabin, Carp looked on in confusion. At this moment, Ji-Yuan also sat down not far from Roxa and Carp, her expression serious, as if she was about to announce something important. When Rosha saw the garden like this, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Roxia had already cursed the system countless times in his heart. Why did 2 fruits suddenly appear in the palm of his hand? Haven't they always been stored in the system space? Of course, no one answered him. Tao 2, why did you suddenly call them in? You still have a serious face. Could it be that you have something important to tell me? Ji-Yuan didn't speak, but rubbed his hands instead, then extended a finger. After a few seconds, a pink light point emerged from Ji-Yuan's fingertip. The moment the pink light point appeared, it shot directly towards Vice Admiral Carp. Carp clenched his fist and shattered it with a single strike. Carp was stunned for a second, then looked at Ji-Yuan with disbelief and asked, What was that just now? It seemed like the ability of the Pika Pika Nomi. Ji-Yuan was about 80% convinced of this, while the last 20% needed confirmation from Roxia. After just eating that pink fruit, she had become like this. Ji-Yuan shrugged, indicating that she didn't quite understand either. Then Ji-Yuan recalled the techniques used by Kazuru with the Pika Pika Nomi in her mind. A surge of pink light gathered in her hand, and a light sphere the size of a fist was shot out by Ji-Yuan, exploding the moment it touched the surface of the sea. Carp and Ji-Yuan, who witnessed this scene, truly believed it. The 2 of them immediately turned their gaze towards Roxia, as if to say, Aren't you going to explain? Rorschach opened his mouth, and finally just started to give up and lay on the lounge chair, ignoring everything outside. Roxia's attitude immediately left Ji-Yuan at a loss. So Ji-Yuan said softly, Brother Roxia, how did you do it? If you tell me, I will agree to one of your conditions. How about that? Roxia looked around the garden and finally said, Let's talk about that later. As for the thing you just mentioned, I can tell you. After all, it's not something shameful. On the contrary, I had a hard time getting these 2, and now you've just eaten them. Roxia said fiercely. At this moment, Carp and the garden were forming a pincer movement, leaving Roxia with no way to escape. Their expression seemed to say, Hurry up and spill everything. Roxia swallowed and gazed at Ji-Yuan's gentle face. After 5 minutes of hesitation, Roxia helplessly smiled. The one you ate is the glimmer fruit. It's just a different color. Carp and Ji-Yuan frowned and looked at Roxia upon hearing this. Glimmer fruit? Didn't Admiral Kizaru eat that? Then what was the one that Peach Rabbit just ate? Roxia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said slowly, exactly. Just what is it? Roxia, hurry up and tell me. Jin, who had been a very calm woman before, now appeared quite anxious, indicating that she was truly worried. Rorschach raised his hands, which emitted a blue glow. This is it. I extracted it from Admiral Kizaru's abilities using synthetic power. Just like last time, when Sister Ji-Yuan called me to help make weapons, I extracted the components of 2 devil fruits in total. Moreover, Sister Ji-Yuan, the one you ate can unleash the full capabilities of the Pika Pika, Nomi, and also, Rosha hesitated to speak, noticing that both Carp and Ji-Yuan were itching to throw punches. Carp was more direct, saying, Rosha kid, if you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Ji-Yuan added, yeah. Rosha brother, please hurry up and tell us. What if this thing is a defective product? Rorschach crossed his arms, exuding a powerful aura. A defective product? If you were a defective product, you wouldn't be standing in front of me right now. You should be a pile of broken flesh lying on the deck. After Roxia finished speaking, fearing he would be hit, his hands emitted a cold blue light. With a wave of his hands, an ice wall appeared between Ji-Yuan and Roxia. However, before long, Roxia's fist shattered the ice wall, and it was Carp who made the move. Before Roxia could react, Ji-Yuan grabbed him by the shoulders. Roxia swallowed hard and asked, what are you going to do? What was that sentence you just said? You haven't said it yet. I can't just be confused about all the information regarding this fruit. The two locked eyes, and then Roxia quickly looked away from Ji-Yuan's gaze. Ji-Yuan instantly became displeased upon seeing this. You little brat, you're definitely hiding something from me. Hurry up and tell me. Roxa waved his hands repeatedly, saying no, I can't say it. I absolutely can't say it. Ji-Yuan couldn't help but laugh in anger, but seeing Roxa like that, she couldn't bring herself to act. Ji-Yuan could only seek help from Carp with her eyes. Carp, in a daze, nodded slightly, his hands instantly enveloped in hockey, and he looked somewhat excited. How long has this old guy gone without hitting someone? Roxa thought to himself. What Roxa didn't expect was that Carp would act without any hesitation, giving Roxa no time to react at all. As Carp's fist came down, Roxa thought he was done for. But suddenly, the tiger hunt, infused with the flame fruit, appeared in front of Carp and directly blocked his punch. The flames on the blade became even more fierce, swirling around as if it had come to life. After Rorschach narrowly escaped the disaster, he carefully patted his heart. Do you really want to know? The garden and Carp nodded, looking as serious as possible. All right, but don't blame me if you get targeted by Vegapunk. Roxia pointed at Ji-Yuan and slowly said, this pink fruit of yours has no side effects. Ji-Yuan dug in his ear, seemingly not hearing clearly. What did you say? The one you have, the one you ate, has no side effects, which means even if you eat that fruit and go into the sea, you won't feel weak all over. Afterwards, Roxia proudly stood up. Hee, this is the benefit of my fruit. Aren't you especially grateful to me? Ji-Yuan frowned and asked, really? Brother Roxia? Of course. If you don't believe me, why don't you jump down and see for yourself? Roxia speaks with considerable confidence, and he certainly has reason for that confidence. Throughout this year, he has taken countless baths without feeling weak at all, but there are always unexpected events. He is directly used by the system, unlike Ji-Yuan. However, even if an unexpected situation arises, Roxia is still able to save Ji-Yuan in time. After all, he has the ability of the frozen fruit. Ji-Yuan smiled slightly, turned around, and transformed into a pink light that jumped directly into the sea. Roxia and Cap exchanged a glance and walked towards the edge of the ship. However, what they saw was Ji-Yuan swimming back and forth in the sea, completely unaffected by any side effects. A few minutes later, Ji-Yuan returned to the ship, unable to hide the excitement on his face. After all, he had previously not consumed any devil fruit and only practiced swordsmanship. But who would want a top-tier Logia-type devil fruit, especially one without side effects? Now you see, I didn't lie to you. Ji-Yuan grabbed Roxia's big hand with his wet little hand, his eyes gentle and smiling as he said, Thank you, Brother Roxia. Roxia raised an eyebrow and asked, it's fine as long as Sister Ji-Yuan gives me 10 billion berries. You can consider it a big bargain. Such a fruit isn't worth less than 20 or 30 billion to me. By the way, this time I still don't want your kind of Heavenly Dragon Bank gold card. I want cash. Remember to transfer the money early, okay? After saying this, Roxia took a long breath, looking particularly happy. Ha, you little rascal. You really dare to ask for that? I want to see if you can get it from Peach Rabbit. Carp was completely in a spectator state, and he even started munching on Sunbae. Rorschach pouted and wanted to continue speaking, but just then he caught sight of the dark, pot-bottom-like face of the garden keeper. Rosha unconsciously took 3 steps back and coughed. Just a little bit is fine, I'm not picky. Roxia looked at Ji-Yun's expression and felt as if it was a sign that she was about to take action over the past year. He remembered that every time Ji-Yun was about to grab the whip, she always had this expression. Moreover, just now, Roxia actually saw the pink whip at Ji-Yun's waist. That, 100 million. Just 100 million is fine. Plus, you're not allowed to accept the marriage proposal from Chahun Jikai. Roxia spoke while retreating, and only when Ji-Yuan revealed her gentle smile did he let out a sigh of relief. I still have 100 million. As for that guy Chado, I won't accept him. Ji-Yuan had truly struck a great bargain this time. Even though it cost 100 million, she would still have to borrow from Sister He. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough. Ji-Yuan thought to herself. Currently, Ji-Yuan only had around 70 million on hand, even though she held the rank of Rear Admiral. However, their salaries were fixed, and she also had to buy clothes, which resulted in considerable expenses each time. Saving money was out of the question. Time passed quickly, and with the help of Roxia's driving device, Roxia and the others soon arrived at the port of Rogtown. Just as they disembarked from the warship, Roxia murmured, "Is this the town of beginnings and endings?" But before he could finish his thoughts, a fist resembling smoke suddenly lunged at him. Roxa slightly turned to the side to dodge, and when he looked up, he saw a person with 2 cigars in their mouth and a weapon on their back. Looking at him provocatively, "Cigar addict? I didn't expect you to come to Rogertown. Are you here to get beaten up?" Rosha pouted and pointed at Carp and Jian next to him. "You better watch your words, or I'll have Sister Jian beat you up." Smoker awkwardly smiled, then stood at attention and saluted along with the many Marines from Roadtown. "Welcome, Vice Admiral Carp, Vice Admiral Jian, and Brigadier General Rosha." After the welcoming ceremony, Smoker took Rosha, the 2 Vice Admirals, and the Marines from Carp's ship back to the Roadtown Naval Base. As soon as they arrived at the naval base, Rosha boldly asked, "Smoker, do you have any news about that Straw Hat Kid and his crew?" "Huh? Are you here to catch that kid?" Rotchik glared at Smoker and said unhappily, "No, I just came to check out this guy, and I also want to test the strength of that swordsman on his ship." Smoker exhaled a smoke ring and then asked a female swordsman beside him, who was wearing glasses and had a sword at her waist, Dasky, "Do you have any news about the Straw Hat crew?" "Huh? Oh. Report to Colonel Smoker. This morning the Straw Hat crew successfully landed at Lowtown, but their current whereabouts are unknown. However, the Straw Hat crew is indeed in Lowtown. Does the Colonel need me to take people to capture the Straw Hat crew?" Rosha covered his mouth, his eyes full of laughter. He almost said, "How many of you have the guts to say that in front of Vice Admiral Carp? Are 1 or 2 of you getting impatient with life? No need, you can leave." Smoker then shrugged his shoulders and gestured to Rosha, indicating that the Straw Hat Kid was on this island. Should they go catch him or not? Rosha's poked Carp and said, "Hey, old man, let's go. I'm a bit curious about this Straw Hat Kid. You come with me." As the 3 of them left, the Navy base in Roadtown also began to get busy. On the way, Carp, Ji-Yun, and Rosha strolled along the main street of Roadtown. Their destination was clear, the execution platform where Roger was executed. This was also proposed by Rosha. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in Rosha's hand, revealing a green fruit. Seeing the appearance of this devil fruit, Ji-Yun's eyes widened as he hurriedly urged Rosha to put away. "You guy, hurry up and put it away. What if someone else snatches it?" Rochelle smiled slightly as she turned the devil fruit. "Only pirates dare to come and steal it, right? Bring one, and I'll catch one." Roxia glanced around, noticing many people with fierce eyes and greedy expressions staring intently at the devil fruit in his hand. However, despite holding it all along, no pirate dared to snatch it away, probably due to the presence of the 2 companions beside him. Finally, while wandering around, the 3 of them arrived not far from the execution platform. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the execution platform. The platform collapsed with a loud crash. And at that moment, a man wearing a straw hat, a red sleeveless shirt on top, and blue shorts on the bottom crawled out from the ruins. His iconic smile made Roxia recognize him at a glance. It was the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Behind him, dressed in a clown outfit and charred on the outside, but tender on the inside from the lightning strike, was none other than the clown Buggy. Rotchit patted Carp and said, "Old man, if I catch him, you won't hit me, right?" Carp replied, "Humph, a pirate with no ambition should be caught. But you don't need to do it. I'll do it myself." Before Rotchit could react, Carp pushed off the ground and flew towards the Straw Hat Kid. The Straw Hat Kid who was still running, noticed someone in the sky. When he looked up, he instantly saw the last person he wanted to see in his life. As Carp landed, smoke rose around him, and the ground he landed on cracked into countless pieces. Carp smirked and locked eyes with Luffy. Nami, who was beside Luffy, instantly panicked. The hero of the Navy? Carp? Luffy's reaction was the most amusing. He looked terrified, his eyes bulging, and his jaw dropped. Gramps? What are you doing here? Are you here to catch me? I'm going to be the Pirate King. Even if you're my grandpa, you won't catch me. As Luffy spoke, he stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Nami, running away. Nami, who was bound, asked, Luffy, I've never seen you this scared. What did you say the hero of the Navy is to you? Luffy replied, Nami, run. I can't beat my grandpa. What? Your grandpa? Yeah, that's right. I got beaten up every day when I was little. As Luffy ran further away, Ratchet couldn't help but look at Gun. Gun rolled his eyes and took Ratchet to Carp's side, then grabbed Ratchet with one hand and Carp with the other. In an instant, the three turned into a pink light and rushed towards Luffy's direction. It didn't take long, just a few breaths, and they arrived in front of Luffy. Luffy looked at the three of them and didn't even know what to say. Ha ha, you little brat. I've finally caught you. Carp, with his arms wrapped in hockey, punched Luffy on the head and then grabbed him. You little brat, Grandpa didn't mean to catch you. Why are you running? While the grandfather and grandson were reminiscing, Ratchet boldly walked over Nami and said, Nami, right? The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates? Please take us to your ship, the Mary. By the way, you only have the option to agree, no reason to refuse. Roxia exuded an aura of coldness, making Nami shiver. It could also be due to Roxia's intimidating presence. Nami, unable to resist, half-heartedly led Roxia and the others to the docking place of the Going Merry. As soon as the two arrived at the Going Merry, Usopp and Zoro were stunned by the sight of the three. Zoro stepped forward slowly, drawing his sword, the wad Ikemanji, and pointed it at Roxia with a serious expression. Saying, Navy? Are you here to capture us? Roronoa Zoro did not explain the misunderstanding, and instead turned his gaze to Zoro's frantic green hair. This made Roronoa blurt out, Green algae head? Then Roronoa looked at the fruit in his hand. It matched his fruit perfectly. Damn it, who are you calling green algae head? Zoro instantly exploded, drawing out Sandai Katetsu and Yuki. Rorschach didn't expect that Zoro would draw his sword at him after being called that. Rashia didn't hesitate at all. With a flick of her hands, starlight sparkled, and in an instant, the three swords of Zoro, which were so close, were frozen by Rashia. This included the one he had in his mouth, the wad Ikemanji. Roronoa Zoro immediately stepped back beside Cap and watched Zoro's reaction with a smile. As Zoro's three swords were frozen, the originally fierce Zoro looked shocked at the three swords in his hands. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shatter the ice on the blades. Ratchet quietly poked Carp, who was holding on to Luffy, and said, Hey, old man, can we capture the Straw Hat Pirates? Carp replied, Humph, I'm a Navy. How could I do something that favors my grandson? If you want to catch him, go ahead and do it. No need to worry about my feelings. Upon hearing Carp's words, Roxia and Gun exchanged a glance and both covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Especially for Gun, who had worked alongside Carp for several years. It was a real eye-opener. In Gun's impression, Vice Admiral Carp was synonymous with legend, a representative of immense strength. Ever since Roger was executed, Carp had started to be idle, often sneaking snacks like Sengoku's, sunbae, and donuts, and occasionally, when in a good mood, he would head to the East Blue to clean up some pirates. But today, Gun realized that Vice Admiral Carp was someone who protected his own. What Carp had just said meant to Gun, if you dare to arrest, just wait and see. And when Roxia and Gun locked eyes, Roxia understood. Rosha glanced at Usopp on the ship, as well as Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy beside him. He simply sat down and returned to his previous lazy demeanor. At the same time, Rosha waved his hands, and several ice chairs that emitted a faint glow appeared in front of everyone. Roxia silently thought, check in. In an instant, a mechanical voice appeared in Roxia's mind, ding. Congratulations, host, you have arrived at the town of Rog, the beginning and end. Ding. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 recipes for the eat, drink, and use set. The host can crush and use them directly. As the voice in Roxia's mind faded away, he also opened his eyes. At the same time, 3 sheets of paper emitting specks of gold appeared in Roxia's system space, covered with dense writing. But Roxia did not understand it. Roxia frowned slightly, and then a blue light appeared in his palm. Before long, 3 sheets of dark golden paper appeared in his hand. Ji-Yuan, seeing this scene, was a bit curious and was about to reach out to touch them when Roxia quickly crushed them in one swift motion. The moment he crushed them, The 3 sheets ignited like flames. To outsiders, it looked as if Roxia's hand was on fire. In reality, it wasn't hot at all. Instead, 3-item recipes appeared in his mind. Gourmet tablecloth? Famous Chinese cigarettes? Matai liquor? After finishing the 3 formulas, Rosha suddenly had a few black lines appear on his forehead. It was obvious that Rosha was not satisfied with this batch. While Rorschach was deep in thought, he suddenly felt as if someone was pushing him. Rosha turned to Jiyuan and asked unhappily, "Sister Jiyuan, what are you doing?" What was that thing just now?" And you not speaking made everyone here feel like they didn't dare to say anything. Roxia glared at Yuyuan and said, "The 3 sheets of paper you just looked at are the synthesis formulas I just wrote. If you had touched them, I would have wasted that one. You better behave yourself from now on." Yuyuan pouted, and although she didn't say anything, she kept it in mind. "Old man, can you introduce your grandson Luffy and his companions?" At that moment, Carp, who was punching Luffy repeatedly, paused and then directly released the battered Luffy. Luffy finally broke free from Carp's iron fists, feeling incredibly grateful to Roxia, with tears seemingly sparkling in his eyes. "Grandpa, and over there that Iceman and Light Girl. Let me introduce my partners to you." When Usopp and Nami heard Luffy call them that, they were immediately frightened to tears. "Damn Luffy, what Iceman and Light Girl? They are the Navy." However, Luffy's carefree personality paid no attention to Nami and Usopp. "Haha, this is Zoro, our combatant on the ship. Zoro is really strong." Luffy laughed while patting Zoro's shoulder, which to Roxia looked innocent and naive. Zoro ignored Luffy and instead picked up the 3 swords that had just been frozen and approached Roxia with a serious look. "My swords are frozen. You did this, right?" "Yes, I did." "Who told you to be so murderous? If it weren't for the fact that you're a swordsman and Carp's grandson, I would have frozen you in place right now." Zoro cleared his throat. "Can you help me remove the ice from my swords?" Rorschach looked at the 3 tightly wrapped knives encased in ice, and finally smiled in response. "No way. I'm afraid you'll chop me. But after Luffy introduces you, I can help you thaw them. By the way, I'm also a swordsman, and we can have a spar later. If you win, there will be a reward." Rosha's finished speaking and ignored Zoro, continuing to introduce Luffy. "This is Nami, our navigator." Luffy then pointed to Usopp beside him and said with a smile, "This guy with the long nose is Usopp, our ship's sharpshooter, and he also handles the cannon fire. Hey, don't just give people nicknames, you jerk." Luffy stretched his arm in front of Sanji, who had blonde hair, and cheerfully introduced, "This is our ship's cook, Sanji. Sanji's cooking is the best." After finishing the introductions, Luffy and his crew all sat down on the chairs made by Rosha's. At that moment, Zoro, filled with killing intent, handed his 3 swords to Rosha's and asked, "Can they be unfrozen now?" Rorschach glanced at Sauron, but ignored him, instead handing the note he had just written to Ji-Yuan beside him. Roxia leaned close to Ji-Yuan's ear and said, "Sister Ji-Yuan, help me find these things, preferably quickly." Hearing Roxia's voice made Ji-Yuan's ears flush. She clenched the note in her hand, and in an instant, it transformed into a pink beam of light that flew towards the Rogtown branch. After Ji-Yuan left, Roxia glanced at Zoran, standing in front of her, then extended her finger, which emitted an ice-blue glow, and lightly touched the blades. The 3 swords, which had been frozen solid, instantly shattered as the ice melted away. Didn't you say you're also a swordsman? Where's your sword?" "As a swordsman, not carrying your own sword is a great taboo." Roronoa Zoro was still feeling smug about having defrosted 3 swords. But he was taken aback to hear this directionally challenged green algae-head bastard accusing him right after the defrosting. Roxia can't hold back anymore. "So it's the green algae head. Huh? Who said I don't have a knife?" As Roxia spoke, the bracelet on his arm instantly transformed into a flame and floated into his hand. The fire gradually grew larger and eventually took the shape of a knife. Rorschach grinned and instantly drew his tiger hunter, the flames on the hilt flaring up, looking incredibly imposing. "Come on, green algae head, let me see your swordsmanship. What kind of knife is that? And it's wrapped in flames?" Zoro asked in amazement. "It's nothing, just a big knife with 21 craftsmanship. No need to be surprised. As long as you defeat me, this thing will be yours." As Rosha spoke, a green fruit with a spiral pattern suddenly appeared in his hand. Zoro frowned slightly and said, "I don't eat devil fruits, so it's useless to me." Zoro still had some sense, knowing about the treasures of the sea. TCH, how many people want it but can't get it? This is a top-tier nature-type fruit. Roxia waved the green fruit in his hand and said mockingly, "Look how much it resembles your hair, which is like green algae." Ha ha ha. As soon as Roshia said that, Sanji, who was standing behind Zoro, couldn't help but laugh. Dead chef, stop shouting, it's so noisy. Zoro scolded Sanji, then turned around to look at Rosha seriously, his eyes filled with palpable fighting spirit. Come on, Iceman. At that moment, both of them wore serious expressions, and the people around gathered to one side, intently watching the battle between Rosha and Zoro. Rosha holds a sword in one hand, his expression shifting between seriousness and relaxation. However, Zoro finds that the Rosha in front of him feels very dangerous, though it's still nothing compared to Mihawk. Rosha held the sword with one hand, and the flames on the blade were extremely fierce. Roxia struck instantly. A flame mixed with a cyan sword aura flew toward Zoro. Zoro widened his eyes as he looked at Roxia. He had thought that such a lazy guy would have sword skills similar to his own, but reality was quite different from his imagination. Zoro lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the snow and the Sandai Kitetsu crossed each other, forming an intersecting stance. As Roxia saw this posture, his pupils dilated slightly, clearly indicating that he was aware of this move. I will use my strongest move against you. If I can't defeat you, I lose, otherwise I win. Roronoa Zoro didn't say a word, just quietly held his sword and looked at Rosha. 9 mountains and 8 seas. Those who do not persist in themselves. The ultimate technique of 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. As the name of the move was shouted, the swords in Zoro's hands spun rapidly. In just an instant, Zoro was behind Rosha, and at that moment, Rosha stiffly moved his shoulder, only to find that his left arm had directly broken off, shattered into a pile of ice fragments. Roxa fell to the ground with a thud. But before he could pretend for a while, a booted foot in Navy military boots stomped down directly on his head, causing it to explode. Damn Roxa. Stop pretending and get up. If you don't get up soon, I'll stomp you to pieces. Ji Yuan said loudly, completely unconcerned about her image as a lady. However, just as Ji Yuan's words fell, Roxa's body, which had originally shattered into ice fragments, began to spin in place without any wind in front of everyone. Eventually, Roxa successfully recovered. Zoro, who had just unwrapped his headscarf, smiled helplessly, feeling as if he had known this would happen in advance. A natural type? That's really tempting, Zoro murmured. Roxia glared at the proud-looking Ji-Yuan as soon as he recovered his body. Damn it, can't you let me pretend for a moment? He then pointed casually. Haven't you seen that 3 fools over there already believe it? Ji-Yuan looked up and saw that the 3 were Usopp, Luffy, and Nami. Oof, do you still want what you asked for? Ji-Yuan lifted the bundle in her hand. The bundle was bulging, clearly stuffed with many things inside. Yes, of course. How could I not want it? Ratchet smiled as he took it. At that moment, Carp, who had been silent, stepped forward and curiously looked at the bundle in Ratchet's hand, asking, You little brat, can you make something new again? Roxia ignored him and instead sat down on his icy chair. Then, with a wave of his hands, a round table appeared in an instant. At this moment, Roxia looked around and loudly said, Luffy's pirate crew, come sit. Bang! Before Luffy and the others could react, they heard a loud bang. You little brat, speak properly. Lushia painfully covered his head and said with a pained expression, then, the Straw Hat crew can come over and sit. Before long. The round table was quickly filled, with everyone from the usually unnoticed Sanji to the tricked Zoro sitting in chairs. Rorschach took a look around before finally opening the package. And what came into view were several Sea Tower Stone handcuffs, with a total of 3 pairs of Sea Tower Stone handcuffs. Roxia pouted and casually picked up the Sea Stone handcuffs, saying, What I want are pieces, not handcuffs. This big piece is such a waste of materials. Stop wasting my time with nonsense. I'm using this to threaten that smoker guy. You better keep quiet, or I'll beat you to death. Ahem, actually, it can still be used. Besides the sea stone, there's also a small bag of tobacco, a handful of sorghum, and a carpet. Juan didn't know what Roxia wanted these for, but since it was requested by Roxia, he was doing his best to find them. However, all these items have one characteristic. They are abundant. Rorschach's mouth twitched slightly before he extended his hands, which emitted a faint blue glow. Roxa held a piece of Hailu stone in one hand and a bag of sorghum in the other. In an instant, both items vanished without a trace. About a minute later, bottles of white liquor suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and they had no labels, only the words Matai on the bottle. Luffy was exceptionally excited about the sudden appearance of these items, exclaiming, Wow, I can't believe so many things can appear out of nowhere. Ice Guy, you're really interesting. Rosha smiled slightly and gestured. This time we have synthesized a brand new liquor. You can give it a try. Upon hearing it was alcohol, Zoro, who was originally about to doze off, instantly perked up, grabbed a bottle, opened the cap, and started drinking ahead back. Gulp gulp. Seeing that Zoro had already started drinking, Luffy, Shy Garden, and Carp all grabbed a bottle as well and began drinking in the same manner. However, after taking a few sips, they all shared a common trait. Coughing. Intense coughing. Rosha helplessly covered his head and slowly said with a foolish expression, "Are you guys idiots? This wine is not the same as what you usually drink. Sip it slowly. You bastards." As soon as Rosha's words fell, Carp, Gun, Luffy, and Zoro began to cough louder and louder. Even their faces became increasingly flushed. Seeing their faces so red, Nami cautiously tugged at Rosha's navy coat and weakly asked, "Mr. Navy, is there really no problem with them like this?" Rorschach raised an eyebrow. "Is this little thief questioning me?" Rorschach was about to turn his head to respond when he heard a deep shout beside him. So refreshing. The old man had never tasted such delicious wine. Even the wine he stole from the Warring States period didn't taste this good. Rosha looked at the expressions of the people in front of him, and sure enough, one by one, they were now beaming with vitality, looking nothing like they had just moments ago when they were coughing violently, especially Ji-Yuan, whose eyes were sparkling. Suddenly, a big hand slapped heavily on Roxia's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Ha, Roxia, what you synthesized this time is really great, compared to the wine I've had before. Those were as bland as water. Old man, that hurts. Let go of me quickly." Oh. Roxia rolled his eyes, rubbed his shoulders, and thought to himself, is this old man's armament hockey actually assimilating his skin? As more people started drinking, even Usopp and Nami, who never drank, began to sip slowly. However, their sensations weren't as intense as Zoro's. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away in a bush, two men dressed in white, holding binoculars, were quietly observing Roxia. The government actually sent us to monitor this guy named Roxia. Although the things he synthesizes are great, is it really necessary to pay this much attention to him? But that drink he just synthesized seems really good from Carp's expression. I want to try it. Stop thinking about it. The government only instructed us to surveil him, not to engage. If you dare to get close, Carp's iron fist won't go easy on you. True. Anyway, those light swords of his have certainly entertained the celestial dragons. On the other side, Roxia was holding a large bag of tobacco and sea prism stone, his hands radiating a rich blue light. In no time, everything in his hands disappeared from everyone's sight. About a few seconds later, around 200 cigarettes suddenly appeared on the table, this time without any packaging, just scattered on the table. Sanji, sitting across from Roxia, lit up with excitement upon seeing the cigarettes. Quick as a flash, he grabbed one from the table and lit it up. He understood very well that since the Navy-synthesized drink was so good, this unfamiliar cigarette must be excellent as well. Roxia looked around and left about 10 cigarettes on the table, putting the rest into his space. However, what surprised him was that, except for Sanji and Ji-Yuan, no one else in the room smoked. Ji-Yuan picked up one experimentally, and the laser in her hand lit the cigarette instantly. She took a deep breath, the smoke filling her lungs, and Ji-Yuan showed a satisfied smile, clearly enjoying it. "What's the cigarette called, Roxia?" "How would I know?" Probably noticing Ji-Yuan's death stare, Roxia quickly changed his words. "It doesn't have a name yet. Let's just call it a cigarette. Simple enough." Meanwhile, Sanji was just smoking away as if he were addicted. But Roxia knew that in the pirate world, cigarettes were just like smoke. Apart from cigars being strong, those thin cigarettes were basically weak. So now Sanji was finally experiencing the joys of being a man. "All right, you little brat, I'm not interested in cigarettes. What's next?" "Hurry up." Rosha pursed his lips, then waved his hands, and almost instantly, something resembling a carpet appeared on the round table. Carp asked in confusion, "Is this a carpet?" "Old man, it's really scary how uneducated you are." Bang! Before Rosha could finish, a heavy iron fist slammed down on his head, making him see stars. Once he regained his senses, Rosha wanted to get angry but thought better of it and began to introduce the tablecloth in front of him. "This is a gourmet tablecloth. Something I've thought about for a long time. It's definitely an essential item for killing and looting when going out. As long as you say what you want to eat, it will instantly appear in front of you." Luffy listened with a dazed expression, but that didn't stop him from hearing the word eat. "Hee, I want ramen meat." Luffy listed a bunch of foods, and his companions looked at him as if he were a fool. "Luffy, this is just a tablecloth. How could there be any food?" "You're not being ignored." Nami hadn't finished speaking when a series of bang 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 sounds echoed. The ingredients Luffy had just wildly pointed at appeared before everyone like bamboo shoots after a rain, filling the entire ice table. The Straw Hat crew was stunned by the scene. At that moment, there was no fear or caution in Nami's eyes, only admiration. She even thought about how much these inventions and items would be worth if sold. the crew's navigator. If you keep looking at me with that expression, I'll gouge your eyes out, Rosha said coldly. Meanwhile, Nami, who had previously had the symbol of berries in her eyes, immediately wilted. Wow, it's really meat. So much meat. Ice Guy, you're amazing. Although Luffy's mouth was stuffed, he didn't forget to keep praising Rosha. As time passed, Rosha and the others have been waiting here for several hours. Hey, old man, should we go back now? If we stay any longer, I'm afraid I really want to be able to resist grabbing this kid. Then let us go, you little brat. Roxia pulled the lazy carp to Jiyuen's side, placed a hand on Jiyuen's shoulder, and said, "Let's go, Jiyuen. Hey, Iceman, you're quite interesting. How about joining my pirate crew?" Luffy cheerfully invited. Roxia, who had originally looked helpless, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes, but someone was faster than him. Jiyuen swiftly extended a palm, sending a pink energy ball flying towards Luffy at high speed. Boom! The pink energy ball exploded upon contact with Luffy, releasing a faint black smoke, indicating that the injury wasn't severe. Pirates, be careful with your words, or you might find yourselves thrown in jail. Although Jiyuen spoke gently, the Straw Hat crew, if not foolish, could easily sense the coldness in her words. Rorschach was trained by the Garden of the Gods, and you want him to become a pirate? Then you pirates should report to the prison first. Time flies, and the next morning, Roxa was still sound asleep when he was suddenly pulled up by a tremendous force and violently shaken. Feeling this immense power, he instantly opened his eyes, and as soon as he did, he saw Smoker shaking him with a serious expression on his face. Seeing Smoker shaking him while holding a cigarette, Roxa exploded in anger. Damn it, Smoker, do you want to get punched? Rocha's shoulders automatically dropped as Smoker's hand was caught, and the clothes that were originally grabbed shattered into pieces of ice and automatically flew towards Rochet. Rochet patted himself and glared angrily at Smoker. Damn, Smoker, you're finished. How dare you disturb my sleep? You're done for. Smoker looked disdainful and snorted. I woke you up because Jiyuan Zhongjiang told me that you have freshly made cigarettes from yesterday. So give me two to smoke. Roxia waved his hand, and a surge of cold air erupted from his body. His right arm lunged towards Smoker like a giant snake. Damn, Smoker, if you don't let me beat you up today, don't even think about leaving this door. The commotion quickly attracted all the Marines at the base, including Vice Admiral Jian and Carp. However, no one dared to enter Smoker's exclusive room. That's right, the room where Roxia slept last night was Smoker's. As the base commander, the highest-ranking officer at the base, not a single Marine dared to step forward. Hey, it sounds like the Brigadier from headquarters is about to fight our Smoker boss. Of course, with so many people gathered, everyone heard the noise inside. I wonder if the Smoker boss can win? Not necessarily. The opponent is a Brigadier, and who knows what the Smoker boss did to make that familiar-looking Brigadier so angry. The Marines discussed who would win between Smoker and Roxia, but they all believed their boss would win. Unlike the noise outside, inside the room, Roxia unleashed a wave of cold air that instantly froze the entire room, making it impossible for anyone to escape. You bastard! I'm definitely going to beat you up today. Huh, your fruit is useless against me. As he spoke, Roxia activated his ice fruit again, freezing his face while leaving only his eyes visible. From a distance, it looked like he was wearing a mask. Smoke Snake. Smoker was engulfed in swirling smoke, his arm transforming into a large snake-like form that lunged at Roxia. The smoke wafting through the air intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Roxia's nose and mouth. But at that moment, Smoker's eyes widened as he stared thoughtfully at the mask on Roxia's face. Ha! I've been prepared for this move. I call this a smoke mask. As the smoke snake's attack came, Roxia waved his hand, and a massive ice shield appeared in front of him, rendering the weak and powerless smoke snake completely ineffective. Roxia's lips curled up slightly, and the ice blue light in his hand surged, instantly forming chains condensed from cold air in his palm. The chains swiftly rushed toward Smog, but the next second, the previously frozen door flew up and slammed towards Roxia. Roxia tilted her head slightly to dodge the swinging door. Roxia looked up and saw two figures at the door. Old man, Ji-Yuan. Ji-Yuan glared at Roxia, her eyes full of warning. Are you two planning to blow up this branch? Roxia glanced around and found that the room had been frozen all around by himself, with some papers cracking from the frost and the office cabinets scattered with wood chips from the aftermath of their battle. The entire office was in disarray, giving off a sense of being bombarded. See that, you two bastards? If you don't stop, are you going to blow up the entire base? Ji-Yuan sternly reprimanded them, and the scolding lasted for more than 10 minutes. At first, both of their heads were held high, but now they had all lowered their heads. All right, get up. You two troublemakers. You can't behave in the headquarters, and you still can't behave in the branch. Once the two stood up, Rosha smirked, and with a flash of green light in his hand, piles of berries appeared in the once dilapidated office. Here, 10 million berries should be enough to repair the office. Rosha pointed at the pile of berries in front of him. Moreover, Rosha deliberately placed about 100 cigarettes on top of the money pile. Smoker, who was originally going to refuse, actually nodded. Then, Smoker released smoke with both hands and directly took the more than 100 cigarettes from the top. Dasky, where have you been? Smoker's impatient voice came. Coming. Dasky reported. What orders do you have, Colonel Smoker? Smoker pointed to the pile of cash in front of Rosha and said, take this money and find a craftsman to restore the office to its original state. Dasky looked at the pile of berries and couldn't help but swallow, then assured, yes. The interruption here quickly passed, and, at this moment, Rosha and the other three were enjoying the items Rosha had made the day before in a cool place. In particular, Smoker was now smoking not a cigar, but the cigarettes made by Rosha. Rosha, give me a few thousand more. Rosha, who was originally drinking and smoking, immediately stood up when he heard Smoker's words, staring at him with a seemingly murderous gaze. You bastard, Smoker. Do you know how many materials this requires? Smoker shrugged. No problem. I've already asked Dasky to buy it. You just need to help me synthesize it. Anyway, you have to synthesize it when you return to the headquarters. Smoker seemed to envision the expressions of the generals at the headquarters, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. But to Rosha, that was nothing but blatant provocation. At that moment, a crisp female voice said in their ears, you two, since both of you are at fault this time, you should have written a reflection letter. However, because of your quick resolution of the matter, it has been waived this time. If there is a next time, you'll have to write a reflection letter, and there will be no exceptions. Rosha and Smoker exchanged a glance, their eyes seemingly accusing each other. Report. Suddenly, a youthful female voice rang out. The four turned to see that it was Dasky from earlier, accompanied by 4 Navy officers carrying a pile of tobacco. Dasky was also holding a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. With both hands raised, Dasky reached out to Smoker with the handcuffs. Upon seeing this scene, Karp, Rosha, and Jiun couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Rosha pointed at Smoker and said, that guy, that Smoker, is a devil fruit user. Why don't you just put it on the table? Hearing Rosha's reminder, Tashiji slapped herself and said, I'm sorry, Captain Smoker, I forgot. Rosha stared at the tobacco being pulled by the car in front of him, feeling completely dazed. His hesitant gaze and the way he reached out only to pull his hand back made Karp and Jiun laugh. Rosha, hurry up. What are you thinking? Rosha glared at Smoker and pointed at the tobacco in front of him, saying, you Smoker, don't you see this cart full of tobacco? Are you expecting me to synthesize it handful by handful? If you want cigarettes, then shut up or else don't smoke. Upon hearing this, Smoker, who initially wanted to mock Rosha, was immediately silenced. Rosha looked at the tobacco in front of him and tried to grab a handful, but the scene that followed left him incredibly surprised. As the green light appeared in Rosha's hand, it gradually enveloped the bundle of tobacco, and then the green light slowly spread to the entire vehicle, wrapping all the tobacco inside. So it could be done this way. Rosha smiled confidently, holding tobacco in his left hand and sea tower stone in his right. In an instant, the object wrapped in green light disappeared from its spot. About 10 minutes later, countless cigarettes suddenly fell from the originally empty table, hitting Smoker on the head. Rorschach roughly calculated that there were more than 2,000. Rosha waved his hand, and 1/3 of the cigarette in front of Smoker instantly disappeared. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Did you see that? Of course, I just reclaimed it. Rosha pointed to the cigarette in front of Smoker and said, you have enough of those. Although you're a smoke fruit user, using your fruit's ability might require smoke, but smoking this much could kill you. Smoker's mouth twitched. He did not agree with Rosha's whimsical ideas. Immediately, Smoker threw a punch, but Rosha raised his arm, and a circular shield appeared to block Smoker's attack. Just as Smoker was about to continue, Jiun quickly intervened, saying, hey, do you two want to get beaten up? Still fighting? Rosha spread his hands innocently and said, I didn't do anything, Sister Jiun. Don't say random things. Jiun waved her hand, stood up, and said, the ship at the port is ready. We can return to the Navy headquarters now. At this moment, Karp, who had been silent all along, spoke up. I figured out, you two are definitely going to fight when you're together. I don't know what is going on with you two. An hour later, under the farewell of the Navy, Rosha finally set sail from Rodtown on Karp's dog-headed warship. Since the props synthesized by Rosha were very suitable for the warship, the speed of the warship was exceptionally fast. Rosha, wearing sunglasses, looked at the distant sea, and realized that Rog Town was no longer visible. He turned his gaze to the side where Carp was munching on rice crackers. "Hey, old man." Carp paused his hand with a rice cracker and asked him, "Kid, what's up? That straw hat kid, Luffy, really seems to be your grandson. Isn't that obvious? If he's not my grandson, whose grandson could he be?" Rokia smiled slightly and asked, "Since he's your grandson, why don't you teach him hockey? You wouldn't want your grandson to get killed, would you?" Although Rokia spoke casually, Carp still sensed the seriousness in his tone. Carp put down the senbei in his hand and, after a long silence, slowly said, "Both of my grandsons have become pirates. Since they have chosen the path of piracy, it is their own decision, and I have no right to interfere. They must walk every step themselves." Rorschach hesitated and said, "You won't be the type who can't teach, right? Like those who are incredibly strong themselves, but have no clue how to teach their disciples." As soon as Rosha finished speaking, a steel fist swung towards his head, but Rosha still took a hard punch. Bang! Rosha's head quickly swelled up with a big bump, and he covered his head in pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Who hits people with hockey?" Rosha protested. Ji-Yun covered her mouth and chuckled. "Stinky Rosha, who told you to dare expose Vice Admiral Carp? Now you know how tough it is, right?" Lying on the ground, Rosha felt like crying without tears. If he had known, he would have kept his distance. Bogart, who was standing on the deck surveying the sea, tentatively asked Rosha, "Brigadier General, do you need me to carry you to the infirmary?" "It's fine, no need. This punch was soft and didn't cause me any harm." Although he said that, Rosha's body was honest. As soon as he stood up, he moved the deck chair next to Ji-Yun. Time passed quickly, and 2 days later, Rosha and the others successfully returned to the Navy headquarters port. As soon as they arrived at the headquarters, Ji-Yun didn't even greet anyone. She jumped off the warship and ran toward the Navy office building. Her purpose this time was to borrow money. That's right, borrow money. Because Rosha had already reminded Ji-Yun countless times on the ship to pay for the fruit. That's why she was in such a hurry to borrow money. Roxia stood in place, watching Ji-Yun run and revealing a knowing smile. It seemed the money would be in soon. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun quickly ran into the Navy office building, heading straight for Crane's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." As soon as Ji-Yun entered the office, she gasped for breath and sat down in the chair. Seeing this, Crane hurriedly stood up and came to Ji-Yun's side, asking with concern, "Ji-Yun, what's wrong? Didn't you go to Rotown with Xyroxia and Carp? Why are you back so soon?" After finishing a glass of water, Ji-Yun hesitated and said, "Sister Crane, can you lend me 70 million berries?" Crane frowned and asked, "Are you short on money? That shouldn't be the case, right? I remember you still had tens of millions left. Did you spend too much on clothes recently?" Crane was asking Ji-Yun like a mother, but her tone was full of concern. Ji-Yun felt that her sister Crane seemed to have misunderstood something, so she quickly said, No, I didn't buy clothes recklessly. I bought something really strong." "Oh, something really strong?" Ji-Yun nodded. "That's right, but I still owe that seller 100 million. When Ji-Yun spoke, she seemed a bit unsure and quite shy. The mention of something worth 100 million piqued Crane's interest. She wondered what could possibly be worth that much. In today's world, aside from devil fruits, it could only be ships or weapons. Ji-Yun couldn't possibly have spent 100 million on a devil fruit, could she? What kind of fruit could be worth 100 million? A Zoan-type fruit in its ordinary human form? Crane hesitantly spoke. "Ji-Yun, did you charge 100 million to buy a devil fruit? You should know very well what kind of fruit could be worth that much, right?" Crane's expression gradually became serious. Ji-Yun awkwardly smiled and quickly waved her hand. "Sister Crane, even if I spent 100 million on a devil fruit, this fruit is still very suitable for me. But who told me I accidentally ate it like a fruit? The store owner is right to ask for 100 million, right?" After Ji-Yun finished speaking, Crane was instantly stunned. Once she realized, Crane hurriedly asked, "What kind of devil fruit did you eat? It couldn't be a Zoan type, could it? Even if you wanted to eat one, it should be a Logia type or a mythical Zoan, right?" Crane was now dying to choke Ji-Yun to make her spit it out. Roxia broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. When dealing with Sister Crane, Ji-Yun couldn't just give her a beating like she did with Roxia. "Roxia, so I deserve to be beaten by you? In the end, it was my mistake. Ahem. Wait for me a moment, sister. I'll bring the seller over. You just wait for me in the office." Just as Ji-Yuan was about to leave, he was stopped by He. Ji-Yuan turned around and saw He with a serious expression saying, "I'm going with you. I want to see which unscrupulous shop dares to sell you an animal-type devil fruit." As he spoke, he pulled Ji-Yuan out of the office. Meanwhile, as soon as Roxia returned to the Carp Villa, he lay comfortably on the soft sofa. The soft sofa is so nice. The recliner is too hard. It's like I'm going to break. I wonder when Sister Ji-Yuan will bring me that 100 million berries? If she dares not to give it to me today, then for each day overdue, I'll make her pay an extra 100 million. Let's see if she still dares to default. Rorschach was talking to himself, while Carp was on the other side of the sofa, sipping Mao Tai, enjoying it immensely. Just then, a loud bang made his wine glass tremble. Carp set down his glass and looked towards the door, where Sengoku was striding towards them. However, Carp noticed that there seemed to be a glint in Sengoku's eyes, and he was fixated on the wine glass in Carp's hand. When Sengoku reached the single sofa next to Carp, he snatched the bottle of wine from the table. Then, he began to gulp it down, and even Rorschach couldn't help but smirk at the sight. It's over. Marshal Sengoku is going to embarrass himself, but I love it. At that moment, as Sengoku was savoring the Mao Tai, he suddenly felt a tickle in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku began to cough violently. Seeing him cough, Carp and Rorschach exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh without any concern for their image. Ha 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 ha. Ha! After they laughed enough, they looked up to find Sengoku glaring at them. Rorschach swallowed hard, then got up, jogged a bit, and with a flip of his hands, hundreds of cigarettes were placed in front of the Warring States. Rorschach said with a smile, "Warlord of the Warring States, this is my latest synthesized cigarette. The flavor is very unique. You can give it a try. By the way, that liquor is called Matai. It's stronger than all other liquors, so you should sip it slowly." After Rosha finished speaking, he ran back to his sofa, hiding his entire head in it and pretending to be dead. Carp chuckled and patted Rosha on the shoulder, saying boldly, "You little rascal, with me around, what are you afraid of? Besides, this is my territory." Sengoku didn't pay attention to Carp. He picked up a cigarette and examined it carefully. He noticed that the cigarette Rosha had placed in front of him was thinner than a cigar and had a very unique smell. Sengoku had never smoked such a cigarette before. He immediately took out a metal lighter, struck it gently, and lit one. After taking a deep puff, the smoke filled his lungs, and Sengoku widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the cigarette in his hand. Good smoke. This is better than any cigarette I've ever smoked, and it has a refreshing effect, perfect for smoking while working, Sengoku praised. However, Rosha, who was hiding his head in the sofa, rolled his eyes in silence, thinking to himself, "This thing has a refreshing effect. Then how come I, Rosha, have no idea about it? I've smoked quite a bit too." Sengoku continued to smoke one after another until he reached the fifth one when Carp's door was suddenly kicked open. Just as Carp was about to get angry, he saw Crane walk in with Jiun, both looking serious as if they had come to settle a score. Carp frowned but didn't say anything. At that moment, Jiun stood up and pointed at Rosha, who was hiding in the sofa, and his sister, saying, "The cellar is that guy hiding his head." Crane squinted her eyes at the figure and said, "That guy hiding his head, why did you trick my sister into eating the devil fruit?" Rosha, who was almost falling asleep, wanted to come out when he heard Jiun's voice, but at that moment, he unexpectedly heard Crane's voice. Roxy had turned around slowly to face the two women, frowning as he asked, "General Crane? General Peach Rabbit, what do you mean by this? What do you mean I tricked General Peach Rabbit into eating the devil fruit? Shouldn't you bring the money over? I gave you such a powerful devil fruit, and you're trying to play tricks on me?" On the opposite side, Ji-Yuan listened word by word to Roxy's hurtful remarks, feeling a tremor in her heart involuntarily. Just as she was about to argue, Roxy continued, "Marshal Sengoku, the one I gave to General Peach Rabbit is a Logia-type fruit. Of course, it wasn't me who wanted him to eat it. He snatched it away himself. If you don't believe me, you can ask old man Carp." Sengoku understood the reason behind the situation and turned his gaze to Carp, the implication clear. Carp glanced at Ji-Yuan and then nodded. Indeed, Peach Rabbit had eaten a fruit similar to Borisalinos. Very strong. Hearing Carp say this, Sengoku and Crane's expressions became serious. The two of them turned their gazes towards Ji-Yuan, who only then realized what was happening and quickly activated her ability. A pink glow slowly emanated from her hands as she imitated Borisalinos' technique to condense the Amaterasu sword. In no time, she actually managed to condense a beautiful pink sword that looked extremely stunning. Originally, Crane was still angry, but upon seeing it with her own eyes, she finally believed it. Now it was Crane who stood there at a loss for words, and her face turned uncharacteristically awkward. Rorschach snorted and said, "Seeing is believing, right? Who deceived General Tao too?" Roxia deliberately bit down hard on the words Peach Rabbit in the middle. General Crane looked guilty, and suddenly she seemed to think of something and hurriedly pulled out a golden card from her pocket, which turned out to be the exclusive bank card of Tianlong Bank. "Roxia, we'll pay this 1 billion. 1 billion is not enough. How about 5 billion? Upon hearing this, everyone present did not shout and scream as Roxia had imagined. Instead, General Crane smiled and readily agreed. This left Roxia stunned for a moment, but soon she returned to normal. "Ahem, Well, since you have no objections, when can you give it to me? She shook the golden card from Tianlong Bank in her hand and said with a smile, "We can transfer 5 billion berries to your Tianlong Bank card right now." Roxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. After all, the last time he had directly taken 300 million belly in cash into the system space in front of Guyun. If it weren't for Guyun sometimes being not very good at thinking, she would definitely have suspected it. So this time, Roxia decided not to take cash. After discussing everything, the five of them sat on the sofa at Kapu's house, drinking and smoking. Guyun sat next to Roxia and whispered, I'm sorry. I completely forgot I had this ability on the way here. It's like I forgot how to think. Roxia, you won't blame me, will you?" Rorschach listened to the sound that Ji Yuan deliberately emphasized, and he couldn't help but get goosebumps. "Fine, I already knew what kind of person you are. It doesn't matter. I won't stoop to a woman's level." Ji Yuan instinctively clenched her fist, then relaxed it again. Her sister he was here, and she couldn't afford to be scolded again. Roxa lay carefree on the sofa, his expression suggesting he was lost in thought. "Oh no, this is bad. Something similar to the Pika Pika Nomi has now been exposed. What will the celestial dragons and the world government do? Will he be captured and made a slave? Should he escape the navy in a few days and become a pirate?" As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Roxa forcefully extinguished it. If he became a pirate, Sengoku could send 3 admirals to catch him. Of course, everyone present had no idea what Roxa was thinking. At that moment, Sengoku and Tsuru seemed to be discussing something, their voices very low, and even Jiyuin felt they were communicating with their eyes. Not long after, Tsuru and Sengoku straightened up, looking seriously at Jiyuin. Jiyuin was taken aback and immediately asked, "Sister Tsuru? Marshal Sengoku, do you have something to discuss?" Both nodded in unison, and then Tsuru asked, "Is the fruit Roxa gave you only capable of making weapons, or does it have abilities similar to Borsalinos?" They needed to confirm this, as it concerned the Navy's combat power. Jiyuin felt a bit uneasy under their gaze, and just as he was about to speak, a sword engulfed in flames slashed towards him. Jiyuin was caught off guard, but the sword actually passed through his shoulder, continuing through his body. After everything was concealed, Tiger Hunt transformed back into a bracelet. However, Sengoku and Tsuru were stunned by the scene. A figure suddenly appeared in their minds. That figure was wearing a yellow striped suit, had a lewd smile on his face, and his fingers sparkled. None other than Kazuru. Sengoku exclaimed, "Isn't this the Pika Pika Nomi?" Tsuru turned her gaze towards the sleeping Roxa and asked, "Roxa, where did you find this fruit? How does it have the exact same characteristics as the Pika Pika Nomi?" Hearing Tsuru asking Roxa, Jiyuin gently nudged Roxa. "Hey Roxa, wake up." Roxia groggily opened his eyes and looked at Jiyuin. "Hey, Jiyuin, why are you pushing me?" Just a moment ago, Sister he said that it took Jiyuin a minute to convey his meaning to Roxia. However, in the end, she added, "Can you talk about how you obtained the fruit?" Roxia, who initially wanted to make something up, suddenly felt his face darken. How could he possibly fabricate a story now? "You." Roxia opened her mouth and finally sighed in silence, pointing at the warring states and General Crane across from her. One is a wise strategist, and the other is the great advisor, General Crane. If you hadn't said that last sentence just now, I could have tricked my way through. Now, you foolish woman, do you really think I can still get away with it? In the end, Roxia added, "You foolish woman, you even call the great advisor, General Crane, your sister. I see you're just a blockhead." Roxa made a sudden revelation, which made Sengoku and Tsuru understand the situation clearly. The two exchanged a glance, and then turned their attention to Jiyuin, asking, "Jiyuin, where did this fruit come from?" With such an obvious conversation, if they still couldn't see the implication, then these two would truly have lived in vain. Jiyuin glanced at Roxa, who was pretending to doze off with his eyes closed, and finally said slowly, This was also told to me by Roxa, but at the time I thought it was a joke, so I didn't take it seriously." The two across from him stared at Jiyuin without blinking. "Well, Roxa said that this is similar to Admiral Kazuru's fruit, which was made from the substance extracted from his light sphere during the last encounter." As soon as this was said, apart from the three who already knew, both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were shocked and widened their eyes. It felt as if an atomic bomb had exploded in their hearts. Sengoku, still somewhat in disbelief, asked, "Little Roxa, is this really true?" Roxa squinted his eyes and waved his hand towards the door. In an instant, the gate of Carp was instantly frozen, ensuring that no sound would escape. After doing all this, Roxa glanced at the two people opposite him, thinking, "This foolish woman has already spoken. What more can I say?" Boom! After Sengoku and Tsuru confirmed the answer with the person involved, They looked as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, their faces filled with shock. Rorschach didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he started drinking with the old man carp. The two of them took turns, enjoying their drinks quite a bit. After about 5 minutes, the two who had been motionless seemed to come to life. Sengoku was even more ecstatic. With a smile, so wide it seemed he could fit a warship in his mouth. That little Rorschach, how many devil fruits can you produce now? I mean, how many can you synthesize? Rorschach's eyes rolled around, and then he slowly said, about a few a year? A few a year? Rosha smiled enigmatically. What's wrong? Do you want something, Marshal of the Warring States? The Marshal nodded repeatedly. He understood that just Rosha's abilities were worth several generals. What is the devil fruit? It is the most mysterious thing on the sea, something that everyone yearns for and desires. One could say that as long as one obtains a devil fruit, even a most ordinary zoan-type fruit, an ordinary person would experience a qualitative leap in power. Moreover, Rosha can now synthesize Logia-type fruits, which is certainly enough to excite the Warring States Marshal. Since the Marshal of the Warring States wants it, then, Rokasha paused for a moment, then slowly said, then let's give Admiral Sengoku a discount, 400 million berries for each fruit, no more. The wine that Sengoku had just sipped instantly sprayed out of his mouth, his face showing a trace of disbelief. Roxia waved his small hand, and the wine that had been sprayed out instantly turned into ice particles, scattering on the table and making a clang, clang, clang sound. No, Roxia, do you want money? The tone was filled with disbelief, even a bit of confusion. Roxia nodded with a smile. That's right. Are you really expecting to get it for free, Admiral Sengoku? Before Sengoku could speak, Roxia continued. You must know that it's extremely dangerous for synthesis. The last time I held that light ball, it almost blew me up. That's the light ball of Admiral Kazuru. Its power could probably knock me out cold, right? So, Bailey must be compensated. If not, don't even think about getting that fruit, Roshia said with a serious expression. After hearing all this, Sengoku opened his mouth and finally closed it helplessly. Upon careful consideration, Sengoku realized it made sense. Roshia was risking his life to extract elements, which was indeed very dangerous. If he didn't T-pay, would Sengoku still have any face left? With this thought, Sengoku's expression gradually became serious. All right, 400 million for each one. I, Sengoku, am definitely not the kind of person who takes things without paying. Next to them, Juin looked at the two and suddenly seemed to think of something, tapping his head. Oh, right, Admiral Sengoku, after eating this fruit. You can also go into the water. Sengoku scratched his head in confusion and asked, what do you mean, go into the water? Well, devil fruits usually can't touch water, but Roshia's has no such side effects. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Jiyuan nodded seriously. Oh, right. I almost forgot, since this thing has no side effects. Then it should cost 800 million. If Jiyuan hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, he hesitated. Such a good fruit. How could he dare to say anything? This is a fruit with no side effects. It's not expensive at all. As long as a little is deducted from the military budget each month, it could be obtained. If not, just ask the Gorosei. Sengoku thought to himself. However, he had no intention of letting those Gorosei know. Right now, Roshia was like a treasure in Sengoku's heart. If those 5 old geezers found out, it would definitely be bad news. Since Admiral Sengoku is being so straightforward, then you'll have to wait a few months. I can't dare to make this thing right now. All right then. Although Sengoku really wanted it now, if he had it, he wouldn't even know who to give it to at the moment. Ultimately, the conversation ended on a pleasant note. Rosha and Sengoku stood up to send the 3 out. But just as they reached the door, Sengoku suddenly paused. Right, the world government wants you to provide the latest wine and cigarettes you've developed. Before Rosha could respond, Sengoku continued. They said that the materials will be sent over by CP shortly, and this time the payment is 1 billion. Originally, Rosha was quite resistant to the world government wanting his things, but when Sengoku mentioned the latter part, Rosha was very pleased to hear it. 1 billion. Well, let those guys from the world government bring it over later. Sengoku frowned and instinctively glanced at Carp, feeling that this Rosha was somewhat similar to that guy Carp. Was it just his imagination? After Sengoku left, Admiral he smiled and invited, let's go Rosha, and transfer some money to your Celestial Dragon Bank card at the Celestial Dragon Bank. Then let's go. The 4 of them strolled through the most bustling area of the Navy headquarters. Before long, Carp, Rosha, Jiyuan, and he arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Dragon Bank. Rosha looked at the ordinary Tianlong Bank in front of him in surprise and complained, I thought those dog-headed Tianlong people would build some fancy bank, but it's just ordinary. As Rosha's complaint echoed, Carp, who had initially looked down on him, suddenly brightened his eyes. He felt he had found a kindred spirit. "Ha ha! Well said, you little brat." Carp patted Rosha's shoulder vigorously. Admiral Crane turned around and said, "Don't talk nonsense once you're inside. This is the territory of Tianlong. Got it? All right." The two nodded obediently. The four of them walked towards Tianlong. Just as they arrived, a middle-aged man in a suit, with squinty eyes and a small mustache, approached the four. "Admiral Crane, Admiral Carp, Admiral Jiun, and this Brigadier General Rosha, welcome to Tianlong. Our Tianlong is backed by the world government and has the most wealth in the world. Whether you want to deposit or withdraw money, you can trust us at Tianlong. Just call me Manager Shu." Rorschach's mouth twitched wildly. Let's be honest, the sharp-nosed, monkey face guy really does look just like a rat from a sewer. That surname really suits him. As Luo Xia took advantage of the others still talking to glance around the interior of the Tianlong, he was greatly astonished. Although the exterior looked exactly like the nearby buildings, just with the addition of the four characters Tianlong, the interior was a world apart. It was resplendently decorated, every corner shining as if it were polished daily, impossibly clean. Moreover, the interior was extravagantly opulent. Luo Xia wondered to himself, could all this splendor be made of gold? If that were the case, then pirates specifically targeting the Tianlong would surely become incredibly wealthy. Just as Luo Xia was lost in thought, a cold little hand tugged at him, and when he turned, he found it was Ji Yuan grabbing him. Rorschach asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Yuan pointed at the mouse manager, saying that guy wants to help you open the card. Otherwise, you won't be able to transfer. Rosha's followed the direction of Ji Yuan's finger, and that sleazy guy was signaling for him to come inside. Roxa was not being pretentious and strode towards the counter, with Carp and the others following suit. Manager Mouse said with a smile, "Brigadier General Roxa, I need a strand of your hair for production. Could you please pull one out?" "Oh." Rosha's casually pulled out a hair and handed it to Manager Mouse. Then he walked towards the counter inside. Rorschach looked at the three people beside him and asked, "Isn't this thing similar to the method of making life paper?" "That's right, and you can also make life paper here. Do you want to do it?" Ji Yuan asked. Rosha shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm not interested in this." About 10 minutes later, the shifty-eyed manager came out holding a card that emitted a golden glow. The manager smiled and extended his hand towards General Crane, saying, "Ms. Crane, please take out your Dragon Bank gold card." "All right. Transfer 500 million to Rosha's bank card." The manager nodded. "Okay, Ms. Crane." He took the two cards to a machine that resembled an iron ball, with card slots on both sides for the gold cards, and a display in the middle showing the balance in Bailey. As the manager inserted the gold card, he bent down and started tapping. The long string of numbers in the middle rapidly decreased. This process lasted about a minute. After a minute, the manager finally returned the cards to Rosha and the others. "Ms. Crane, General Rosha, your card now has a total of 500 million Bailey. The related fees have already been deducted from Ms. Crane's card, totaling 500,000 Bailey. Is there anything else you need help with?" General Crane shook her head and said, "No, that's all. We'll be leaving now. Wishing you prosperity in your business." "All right, goodbye." Before leaving, the manager also bowed to show politeness. Just outside the Dragon Bank, Carp, munching on a rice cracker, complained, "That guy always has a smile on his face. It really makes my fists itch." "Old man, did that shifty-looking guy offend you?" Carp shook his head. "No, he didn't. It's just that he looks ugly." Rosha's shook his head helplessly. The old man Carp really has a personality. This guy Rosha's arrived at the Navy headquarters 2 years ago. The world government ordered the establishment of the Celestial Dragon Bank here on Commercial Street. And this guy is a devil fruit user with the ability of the most ordinary Zoan-type fruit, the house mouse. When he activates his ability, he transforms into a long and ugly house mouse. However, this person's ability to run the Celestial Dragon Bank is still quite good. Roxa nodded, and an image of a house mouse unconsciously popped into his mind, which was quite ugly. The ocean really has a lot of variability in its powers. Who would have thought such a fruit could exist? Speaking of powers, Vice Admiral Crane suddenly became interested. "Roxa, can you really synthesize devil fruits?" Rorschach was taken aback for a moment, then pointed to the dark-haired Jin, who was the one that had consumed my devil fruit. Moreover, Rochet spoke while flipping his palm, revealing a green devil fruit with a spiral pattern. "This is the last one I have, but I can't find a suitable person to eat it." After glancing at the fruit, Lieutenant Crane looked away. No matter how much she looked, it wasn't hers, so there was no need to keep staring. The four of them walked along the road for about 30 minutes when Carp, who was munching on senbei, suddenly stopped the crunching sound. "Hey kid, I just took on 2 new apprentices. Should we go check them out?" Carp said with a smile, patting Rochet on the shoulder. "What about you, Jiwen? Do you want to go too?" Sure, it would be a good opportunity to see what kind of apprentices Mr. Carp can take on. And it's been a long time since you accepted any apprentices. Ji-Yuan replied with a slight smile, eagerly agreeing. Roxia showed a strange expression, but still agreed, as he wanted to see if it was indeed those two. Xiaohe, do you want to go? Admiral, he waved her hand, saying she had work to do in no time. Huh, then you go. Carp watched Admiral he leave, then turned and pointed in the direction of the training ground, laughing. Let's go, they should be training on the training ground now. The three of them were silent and headed to the training ground together. Soon, Carp took them to a corner of the training ground. From a distance, Roxia saw a pink-haired boy diligently hitting a sandbag, every punch serious. Next to the pink-haired boy was a lazy-looking boy wielding twin swords. Compared to the pink-haired boy, this boy seemed lackadaisical, slowly chopping at the iron plate in front of him, not even leaving a mark with his strikes. When Carp saw the boy with the twin swords being so perfunctory, he immediately shouted, Shiru, my boy, do you want to try my beloved Iron Fist? Hearing that familiar voice, the apathetic boy with a middle part suddenly shivered. In the next moment, as if by muscle memory, he rolled up his sleeves, straightened his body, and rapidly chopped at the iron plate in front of him, moving fluidly. By the time Ji-Yuan and Roxia arrived, Carp was already sitting on a nearby chair drinking tea. Kid, quickly take out your wine. I now feel that the tea I stole from Warring States is too bland. Your wine is much better. Rochet smirked but still took out 2 bottles and tossed them to Carp. Carp, receiving the alcohol, had a smile on his face, looking quite happy. Kobe, Shiramebo, you 2 kids take a break for now, come over for some tea, and let me introduce you to them. Upon hearing Carp's command, the 2 obediently walked to the table and sat down. At this moment, Rochet carefully examined the 2 in front of him. He had already had some doubts when he saw their backs, not to mention now that he even knew their names. Moreover, seeing their appearances, Rochet felt that Carp had indeed aged. His gaze was noticeably lacking. However, as Rochet scrutinized them, the 2 in front of him were also observing Rochet. But that guy with the middle parting, who looked a bit like a traitor, kept staring at Ji-Yuan, his gaze even somewhat lecherous. Rosha curled his lip disdainfully and turned to ask, Old man, I've been training for a year. You didn't bring it back from the EC, did you? Carp, who was just about to take a drink, was taken aback and blurted out, Huh, I always sneak back when I go. How did you know, you little brat? Anyone with common sense would know, right? It's not like the Navy is recruiting now, and you old man love to run back to the EC. So of course I guessed it. Roxia rolled his eyes and casually pointed at the 2 people in front of him, saying, Care to introduce yourselves? Carp took a sip of his drink and pointed at Roxia, saying, This brat is Roxia. I brought him back from Small Island in the East Blue. He has the ice fruit powers, and his current rank is Rear Admiral. The bespectacled Kobe tilted his head in confusion and asked, What do you mean by having the elements of the ice fruit in his body? Before Carp could explain, the ice in Roxia's hand instantly enveloped the entire table. The table was immediately frozen from all sides, leaving the 2 boys across from him dumbfounded, looking quite ridiculous. Especially Shiramebo. This is the freezing ability that the old man was talking about. Do you 2 want to give it a try? Roxia said with an evil grin. As soon as Rosha said this, the 2 people who were originally dumbfounded instantly stood up. Their movements were as if they were copied and pasted. Even their expressions were the same. Carp scolded them angrily. Look at you 2 useless ones. Come and sit down. Oh, okay. When the 2 sat back down, Rosha could clearly sense that they had become more reserved. Roxa felt very disdainful. A deserter king? Is this the level we're at? Old man, when I just arrived, one was hitting a sandbag, and another was chopping iron plates? Can this really make them stronger? Roxa asked in confusion. At the same time, Roxa was also curious if this old man would actually teach his disciples. If he didn't, then Akiji is quite strong, but that's due to his own efforts. If he would teach, then Roxa couldn't bring himself to say it. Carp picked his nose and casually pulled Kobe over, laughing. I consider Kobe to be my successor, and I plan to let him train his iron fist. Carp patted the muscles on his shoulder and smiled. Just as strong as my martial arts. Rorschach shook his head, pointing at Kobe's frail body, and said silently, The devil fruit enhances strength relatively quickly. Is it possible that your training method only suits you? After Roxia finished speaking, he looked at Ji-Yuan and asked, What do you think, Ji-Yuan? Ji-Yuan remained silent for a long time, then nodded in agreement. Perhaps Roxia was right. The devil fruit was indeed a path. Carp listened to the 2 and shrugged, saying, I don't have any devil fruits on me right now. But doesn't that brat have some? Roxia, who had been sitting in a chair, initially thought Carp would go look for devil fruits for the 2 of them. But instead, this guy ended up targeting him. Rorschach quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, No way, old man. This natural type is already taken. but he just didn't want it. Roxia paused mid-sentence before continuing. To let them eat such top-tier devil fruits, they must have that kind of determination, right? People like this, with such character, would probably run away on the battlefield as well. Roxia's eyes were filled with disdain, and there was a hint of derision in his tone. Carp frowned slightly, then nonchalantly started eating senbei. Although Carp didn't care, the two opposite him were filled with anger. Hey, Brigadier General Roxia, we're just new recruits. Why do you have to mock us like this? That's right, that's right. Roxa looked up at the sky, and that day, in his eyes, he seemed to see his former self. Soon after, Roxa turned to the two people across from him and said, "You two currently lack the strength to earn my respect." As he said this, Roxa gave a strange smile, and his eyes seemed to carry a hint of killing intent. "If you two turn into cowards on the battlefield, I'll personally kill you." Almost the moment he finished speaking, Roxa felt a strong gust of wind coming from the back of his head. Rorschach almost instinctively used a razor and teleported behind Gun. Rorschach looked up at Carp and said helplessly, "You old man, even though I didn't die from your punch. It still hurts, okay? I was just stating a fact." Roxia finished speaking and pulled Gun over, his fingers tapping lightly on Gun's arm. Gun understood immediately and activated his ability. In an instant, a flash of pink light shot off into the distance. Meanwhile, Carp, who remained at the training ground, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you two brats, from today on, I'm going to train you to death." Hearing Carp's voice, the two, who were initially quite angry, immediately stood up and faced Carp. "That kid is Roxia. I've just introduced him to you. His ability is particularly special." With Carp's introduction, the two once again realized Roxia's excellence. After a year in the Navy, he achieved the rank of Brigadier General. In Zifa's training class, he dominated all his peers. For a year, he trained from morning to night, determined to achieve his daily goals without fail. The things he synthesized had great significance for the Navy. Moreover, he could even integrate flames into his sword. There was also a more terrifying aspect, which Carp did not elaborate on, only mentioning that Roxia had a certain connection to the devil fruit. After Carp's detailed introduction, the two once again recognized just how great the gap between them and Roxia was. Once he finished introducing everything, Carp stared seriously at the two and slowly said, "So you have to train hard and not slack off because he can really kill you. And he has countless ways to do it, even silently." His serious tone and earnest gaze made Kobe and the others gulp nervously. They fully believed what Carp was saying now. Usually when they saw Carp, he was either laughing loudly, appearing casual, or fast asleep. It was indeed the first time they had seen Carp so serious. Kobe and the others immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, we will definitely train hard." Meanwhile, Roxia jumped down from Gun's arms and patted his clothes. Then, turning around with a wry smile, Roxia said, "Ahem, it seems I've offended the old man. Can I stay at your place for a while?" Roxia might be afraid that Gun would refuse, so he quickly said, "I'll pay the rent. I won't stay here for free." Gun originally wanted to agree right away, but upon hearing that Roxia was willing to pay rent, Gun's eyes lit up with interest as he asked, "How much can you pay? Let me think about it." Rorschach's mouth twitched. He had thought that out of the friendship between master and disciple, this woman, Gun, wouldn't actually want it. But in the end, she really dared to ask for it. Rorschach hesitated for a moment and said, 100 million a year? Roxa extended a finger, but it trembled slightly. He regretted speaking as soon as he opened his mouth. Why did he have to say so much? It was careless. The next moment, Gun held Roxa's finger with both hands and smiled, saying, "Just 100 million deal." Roxia's mouth twitched as he hurriedly shook his head. "When I said about 100 million a year, if I say I've beaten you afterwards, then I can't charge." Okay. But the premise is how many years will it take for you to beat me? Roxia's younger brother, Gun, even made his voice sound charming, highly seductive. Roxia pouted, saying, "Let's talk about it later." Who told him that his system is just a synthesis system? It's only natural for the growth of strength to be slow. System. So you're quite proud, huh? A few minutes later, Roxia returned to the room he had originally occupied in the G-Garden family. As soon as he entered the room, he felt as if it had been cleaned frequently, with not a speck of dust in sight. But before he could take a good look around, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your savings have exceeded 500 million belly, and the lottery wheel is now open." Lottery wheel? Ding. Due to the host's savings exceeding 500 million belly, the lottery wheel is hereby opened. As soon as the system finished speaking, a technologically advanced lottery wheel appeared before Roxia, filled with numerous rewards, though there were certainly some trash items as well. Rorschach glanced and found a line of commentary in the bottom right corner, and it was particularly small. Limit of 5 times per day. Rosha looked again at the roulette, where each item emitted a different color of light, with the most dazzling being the golden glow. The items on it ranged from a brick at the lowest to a pair of eerie eyes at the highest. To Rosha, those eyes seemed somewhat familiar. Ding! The prize wheel refreshes daily, with a limit of 5 draws per day. The host can click to draw at will. Rosha glanced at the amount for the lottery above, and this glance nearly caused her heart to stop. There were a total of 2 buttons below the roulette, one for 100 million berries at a time, and the other for 500 million berries 5 times. Rorschach swallowed hard, then glanced at the items labeled above. They were really tempting, and he wanted to take a hit. Rorschach's hands instantly activated their ability, and in an instant his previously restless palms were covered by ice. Let's get it done quickly. Rosha pointed at the screen in front of him. 5 consecutive draws, activate. Ding! 500 million berries deducted. As the payment was successfully processed, the previously still roulette began to spin at an incredible speed. About 30 seconds later, the roulette stopped spinning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the swordsmanship inheritance. Breath of the Sun, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of milk. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of socks from Rear Admiral of the Navy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bag of garbage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 cents of beans. Rewards have been distributed. See you tomorrow. In an instant, the roulette that was still in front of Rosha vanished. At the same time, Rosha, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly felt a warm sensation in his body, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Breath of the Sun. Rosha straightened his posture, closed his eyes, and entered a state of deep contemplation. If someone were to see him at this moment, they would certainly notice that with each breath he took, he exhaled flames. A few minutes later, Rosha opened his eyes, his face filled with astonishment, feeling that he had become terrifyingly powerful. After absorbing the breath of the sun, Rosha turned his gaze to the other 4 items on the bed. Rorschach disdainfully threw the large bag of black garbage onto the ground. He then looked at a pair of white short socks. Rosha scratched his head, just as the system mentioned whose socks those were. While Rosha was pondering, the sound of the door being pushed open echoed. Rosha, there's a thief in the villa? At that moment, Rosha and Ji-Yun locked eyes, and Ji-Yun's glance unexpectedly caught sight of a pair of white short socks. Ji-Yun's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Looking at Rosha again, his expression had changed completely. Ji-Yun found a chair and sat down, gazing at Rosha with a smile that was both playful and teasing. Rosha scratched his head and asked, "Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" Ji-Yun grinned and pointed at the pair of socks on the bed, saying, "Oh, Rosha, that pair of socks on your bed is mine. Can't I laugh about it? You should have told me earlier. Just let me know. And what's the big deal if I give you a few pieces of intimate clothing?" Rosha looked at the socks on the bed and then at Ji-Yun. Without hesitation, Rosha grabbed the socks and threw them directly to Ji-Yun. "I don't even know how these ended up on my bed." Just as Ji-Yun was about to speak, she was captivated by Rosha. Ji-Yun stared at the flames that Rosha was exhaling at that moment, completely mesmerized. She got up and approached Rosha's bedside and asked, "What is that on your lips? Is it fire?" Rosha frowned and said, "Are you talking about this?" Ji-Yun's eyes lit up, clearly interested in Rosha's sun-breathing technique. Is a new form of training. Rosha pushed Ji-Yun's waist and said, "You move aside first. You're pressing down on my stuff." Ji-Yun lifted her, but slightly, and Rosha quickly put the item under Ji-Yun's, but into his own space. If Ji-Yun knew what it was, she would definitely ask again. Ji-Yun wasn't very satisfied with Rosha's answer to her earlier question. She felt that Rosha wasn't telling her the truth. Ji-Yun grabbed Rosha's arm and shook it, asking, "What is it? Just tell me, and I'll give you a few of my intimate clothes. I just changed out of them, and I swear they haven't been washed." Rosha pouted, showing a look of disgust. "Wearing it for so many days, it must have stunk by now, right? Are you trying to make me suffocate? What a wicked woman." Ji-Yun glared at Rosha, stood up with her hands on her hips, and said, "Stop the nonsense. Either tell me, or we'll fight. Let you know how strong I am." Rosha looked at the fierce-looking Ji-Yun, then pondered his sun-breathing technique for a while. Now it's just the right time to test if his breathing method is effective. If he could beat her up, that would be even better. Thinking to himself, Rosha raised his head and said with a big smile, "Let's go, let's fight. If I can subdue you, then I can have my wedding night tonight." Rosha was the first to push the door open and walk out, followed closely by Ji-Yun. It's best if you keep being so stubborn." The two of them exchanged words as they walked out. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, standing opposite each other. Ji-Yun advised, "You better tell me what that thing of yours is, or I'll make sure to beat you up." Rosha replied, "Stop wasting time. Once I finish beating you, I'll take you to the bridal chamber. Ji Yuan gritted her silver teeth. The original Roxia was quite timid, and she didn't know what had happened to make him so tough in his words now. Just as the two were about to fight, four figures appeared beside them. Roxia turned his head and asked, From the CP organization? The leader of the CP organization stepped forward and said, Brigadier General Roxia, we have already prepared the materials for making alcohol and cigarettes for you, right in front of Vice Admiral Karp's door. Additionally, this is the processing fee from the world government, a total of 1 billion berries. As he spoke, the CP organization member took out a gold card from the Heavenly Dragon Bank. There is a total of 1 billion berries in here. Roxa took it in a daze and casually asked, Where's the material? The CP pointed with a hand, and Roxa followed the direction of the CP's finger. In front of Karp's door, there was actually a huge pile of dense tobacco, so much that it was almost impossible to see the end of it. In front of Karp's door, Roxa also saw more than a dozen CP organization members dressed in white. Wow, you brought so much? That's right. Rorschach twitched the corners of his mouth and then looked at his own hands. Roxia now feels that he should be busy until late. He is so worried that he doesn't dare to fight with Ji Yuan, afraid that he might run out of stamina. So, General Roxia, can you make it now? Roxia shook his head, then pointed at the opposite Ji Yuan, saying, Won't have a fight with her, no, just a match, and then I'll go. The CP leader glanced at Roxia, then at Ji Yuan, and subsequently made way. Roxia's lips curled slightly, and the bracelet on her wrist instantly transformed into the form of a tiger hunt. However, to Ji Yuan, Roxia's breath truly resembled flames. Moreover, she felt that the flames on the tiger hunt's blade became even more vivid, swirling in circles. Ji Yuan frowned, and then drew the golden Pai Luo from her waist, readying herself for battle. She always maintained a rigorous attitude towards the unknown. Besides, she did not want to be defeated by Roxia. Rorschach felt a tremendous change throughout his body at this moment, as if he were a bright sun, warm and radiant. His confidence reached a peak. Roxia looked at Ji Yuan with a grin. Oh, the great candidate for general actually dares not to strike first. Are you scared? Ji Yuan glared fiercely at Roxia, but said nothing. Rochit stepped back with a wicked smile, and the tiger hunt instantly drew out, flames surging, resembling a fireball. Roxia used his incredible jumping ability to leap into the air, raising the tiger hunter high above, and then swung it down fiercely towards Ji Yuan. At the moment the blade descended, flames enveloped it as if they were tangible, and a massive fire dragon surged towards Ji Yuan with great force. The fire dragon emitted a series of roaring sounds. Roxia had also comprehended this move when he gained the breath of the sun. Ji Yuan was momentarily astonished by Roxia's swordsmanship and shocked by his strength. She never expected that he could unleash such a powerful strike in such a short time. Ji Yuan slowly exhaled, and the cold energy from the Jinpiluo blade erupted, sending a golden sword aura fiercely towards the fire dragon. However, the sword aura mixed with cold energy did not shatter as Ji Yuan had anticipated. Instead, it formed a counterforce against her attack. Ji Yuan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Her mouth slightly agape, and her surprise was evident. As time passed, the fire dragon gradually faded, and the two sword techniques created a shockwave in an instant. The disappearance of both sword techniques left Ji Yuan secretly astonished and even puzzled. Has this kid's swordsmanship become so powerful? Roxia's mouth curved up wildly, So it turns out that even a dignified candidate for a general is nothing much. Today is the moment to defeat you. Roxia never expected that recent attack. He originally thought that the Di Yuan would be shattered instantly. But unexpectedly, it was actually on par with the attack launched by Di Yuan. Roxia looked at the chill emanating from the golden pile of the Garden of Deities and instantly felt unwell. He was now somewhat regretting having applied the chill to the blade of the Garden of Deities. Just a moment ago, Roxia discovered that his previous attack was being eroded by the chill, consuming his fire dragon. The alluring corners of the Garden of Deities' mouth slightly curved up as she smiled brightly and said, How about you surrender? Just a little Garden of Deities. Bring it on. In a moment of Rosha's breaths, that flame was truly captivating. Even the nearby CP organization was drawn to it. Close combat was not an option. Whether it was the Navy's 6 styles, armament hockey, or observation hockey, I couldn't compare. I absolutely couldn't engage in close combat. All I could do was keep using my ultimate move. Roxia tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Ji Yuan was watching Roxia with great interest, eager to see how this guy planned to defeat her. Roxia instantly raised his hand, sending a ball of ice straight towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan raised her sword to block it, and with a clang, The sound of iron striking ice rang out. However, as she knocked the ice ball away, Roxia was already swinging his sword in the air, one stroke after another. Ji Yuan was surprised to find that it seemed like Roxia was creating a net. Indeed, it was a net, with flames intertwining in mid-air. After a few seconds, Roxia pointed with his finger and shouted, "Go." In the next moment, the flames that had been suspended in the air lunged towards Ji Yuan. The instant they touched the hem of her clothes, the fiery net instantly constricted, enveloping Ji Yuan completely. The flames scorched her clothing, and gradually, her cloak was singed black. But it was only a corner. Ji Yuan swung her long sword, and the overwhelming chill instantly dissipated Roxia's fiery net. Seeing her counter his technique, Roxia pouted, retracted his sword, and turned to the nearby CP agents, saying, "You guys go to Kapu first, I'll be there shortly." The CP agents nodded, not asking any further questions, their eyes only on the orders from the world government. After they left, Roxia walked up to Ji Yuan, 3 meters away, with a smile. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Your cloak is all burnt. I hope I don't have to pay for it?" Ji Yuan glared at Roxia and huffed, "Stop talking nonsense. Only you could come up with such a strange technique. But what exactly is that fire you exhale? It feels like the flames on your sword have become much stronger. If the flames on your sword were originally gentle like water, now they are as turbulent as Akainu's magma." Clap, clap, clap. Rosha clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Good observation, but I won't tell you. I can only say that this is a sword technique." Ji Yuan scratched his head and replied, "What sword technique can make you spit fire? Are you kidding me? Stop talking nonsense. What I said is not wrong." Rorschach instinctively took a few steps back. The current Ji Yuan felt like a few powder kegs, ready to explode at the slightest touch. Moreover, the corner of his cloak had been burned black by a technique he had created himself, so it was good that he hadn't made a move yet. "See you tonight. I have to go to work now." After Luo Xia finished speaking, he instantly used shave to leave the spot. Ji Yuan glared resentfully at the place Luo Xia was heading to, then looked at her charred cloak. She couldn't wear this anymore and had to go back to change into another set. Damn Luo Xia, using such a tricky move. "Just wait until tonight. I won't let you off." Ji Yuan cursed as she walked into the villa. Little did she know, not far away, a man wearing an eye patch was quietly watching them. "Allah la, it seems it's time to have him help me with some tasks. After all, this kid is my subordinate." As Luo Xia approached the vicinity of the Kapu villa, he increasingly felt that this time the group had brought a lot of materials. Only when Luo Xia got closer to the materials did he realize just how much there was. Roxia swallowed hard. At this moment, the leader of the CP approached and said, "Brigadier Roxia, we have brought a total of 20 trucks of tobacco and 20 trucks of something resembling sorghum." The CP leader also pointed to the flatbed truck next to Roxia, saying, "There's half a truck of sea tower stone here." Roxia turned around and saw that nearly half of the sea tower stones were piled up in a flatbed truck. Rorschach glanced at the endless materials and then looked at his own situation. It seemed that he could only start synthesizing now. After all, he had already received the money. Rorschach gave a bitter smile. Roxia sat down between the two carts, and his hands emitted a blue-green glow. The glow slowly extended towards the items on the carts, and when it reached halfway to the carts, it suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, Roxia's other hand wrapped around a piece of sea tower stone. The item enveloped in the green glow vanished in an instant. About 10 minutes later, a sudden rain of incense began to fall in the originally empty space. Countless wisps of incense rained down from the sky. Roxa looked at the dozen or so CP organization members, and their meaning was clear. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and act." The leader of the CP waved his hand, and in the next second, several CP members stepped forward to start collecting. Meanwhile, Roxa didn't stop his actions. Although he was very reluctant inside, he kept saying, "That's 1 billion. 1 billion. Time passed, and soon it was dark. Roxa didn't even realize when the front of the Kapu villa was surrounded by various Marines and naval generals. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku was standing quietly nearby. Roxia looked up at the sky, which had already darkened, and in front of him were still 2 carts of materials. At this moment, he no longer had the strength he had at the beginning of the synthesis. His arms felt sore and swollen. Rosha lay directly on the ground, his eyes vacant and looking weary. Observing this scene, the CP leader approached and asked, "General Rosha, what is going on with you?" Roxia rolled his eyes and weakly said, "I'm out of energy. How about I give you back 2 billion, and I'm done with the rest?" The CP leader shook his head. "Colonel Roxia, this is an order from the world government. You can take a break first." Rorschach had long known that this would be the outcome, but just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar mechanical voice. Ding! Triggering God-level choice. Choice 1. Defeat the CP and receive the reward of increasing the limit of the devil fruit by 1. Choice 2. Honestly fulfill the requirements of the world government and receive the title of useless wretch, which cannot be removed permanently. This title comes with negative effects. Speed -20, strength -30. Roxia's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but shout in his heart. So, I have to take down this guy in front of me? Yes, host. The system replied coldly. At that moment, Roxia's gaze also became resolute. He flipped his palm, and a celestial bean appeared in his hand. Roxia directly put the fairy bean into his mouth, and at the moment he swallowed it, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, as if someone was massaging him. In just a few breaths, Roxia had fully recovered. Rosha sat up and clenched his fist, feeling the strength coursing through his body. Roxia stood up, looked around, and saw familiar figures all around him. Although he knew they might try to stop him, this was a task from the system, and Roxia couldn't refuse. Roxa squinted his eyes slightly, a faint killing intent spreading around him, and the bracelet on his wrist instantly transformed into the tiger hunt, which Roxa held in his hand. The many generals present were all confused by this scene. Even Ji Yuan, who was most familiar with him, seemed a bit puzzled. Sengoku turned and asked Peach Rabbit, "What is this kid trying to do?" Ji Yuan shook his head. "I don't know, I've never seen him synthesize a weapon before." Sengoku furrowed his brows, as if murmuring to himself, this kid wouldn't be unhappy with the tone of that CP just now. Would he want to beat them up? At this moment, the usually calm Akiji analyzed Sengoku-san. Given that kid's temperament, it's really hard to say. Oh, what a scary kid. Meanwhile, Roxa, holding the tiger hunt, had flames on the blade becoming even more vibrant, and at this moment, flames were even coming from his mouth with each breath, as if it were part of his breathing. The surrounding Marines and naval officers were taken aback by Rorschach's state, especially those naval officers wielding knives. Their eyes were filled with interest. Roxia slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed firmly on the CP leader in the distance, arms crossed. Roxia couldn't help but think about his actions today. He was so exhausted that he didn't even say a word to let himself take a break. Just now, he wanted to rest and continue tomorrow, but this guy actually said no. Perhaps sensing Roxia's gaze, the CP leader looked at him and frowned, asking, "Do you still need to use a knife for the synthesis? You've already recovered, so why aren't you finishing these 2 trucks quickly? The world government is waiting." Rosha's eyes were fierce, and his whole body was engulfed in flames, raging like an ancient ferocious beast. Roxia, wielding a tiger hunting blade, swung fiercely at the CP leader, shouting, "Breath of the Sun, Fire Dragon." In an instant, the sword energy he unleashed transformed into a fire dragon, charging toward the CP leader. "Damn you. Just a dog of the world government, and you dare to give me orders? Today, I'm coming for you." Despite Roxia's fierce words, the CP leader had no time to listen. His body was tense, and his eyes were fixated on the approaching fire dragon. He never expected Roxia to suddenly turn against him and attack. According to reports, Roxia had been submissive in front of the garden for nearly a year, as if he wouldn't dare to defy even a single order. This CP leader could never have imagined Roxia would become so defiant. Shave. As the fire dragon closed in on him, the CP leader instantly vanished from his spot to evade Roxia's attack. At that moment, he was using moonwalk in midair, his expression grim, his eyes locked onto Roxia. Rosha showed no fear and stared back defiantly. "I said I'm going to take you down today, and I will never go back on my word. Go." With that command, the fire dragon, which was originally charging forward, suddenly turned and rushed towards the CP in midair. Moreover, its speed increased rapidly. Rosha silently watched the CP attacking his fire dragon in midair, his gaze growing colder. The CP continued to assault the fire dragon, but to his astonishment, he found that all of his attacks were being swallowed by the dragon. As the dragon's speed increased, the CP began to panic. The CP leader shouted, "General Rosha, I command you to—" A loud boom interrupted him. However, before the CP could finish his sentence, Rosha's technique struck him down in one blow. At that moment, the white uniform worn by the CP began to turn slightly black from the smoke. His body emitted black smoke as he uncontrollably fell, his eyes rolling back, clearly knocked unconscious. Some generals and Marines around stared in shock at the slowly descending CP member, their eyes wide. Some even gasped in surprise. Sengoku slapped his forehead, looking utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan's mouth was slightly agape, her eyes revealing unmasked astonishment. Rosha looked around, and the Marines who made eye contact with him all lowered their heads. Of course, these were only the Navy members who believed they were not as strong as Rosha. Roxia approached the leader of the CP with an indifferent stride and kicked the CP's body with his foot. Seeing no reaction, Roxia scratched his head innocently and said, "Could it be that he's dead?" Roxia spat fiercely, saying it's better to die. I'm not someone who can be ordered around by anyone. If the next CP shows off again, I'll kill him first and then fuse him away. Everyone around him shuddered at Roxia's extremely arrogant remarks. At that moment, a thought emerged in their minds. Can this guy really fuse away a person? Roxia didn't have time to care about what those people were thinking. At this moment, his hands were glowing with a faint green light. Roxia looked at the CP that was emitting black smoke from its mouth, then glanced at the materials from the two vehicles in the distance. A peculiar idea began to spread in his mind. In an instant, Roxia and a green light directly enveloped half a vehicle's worth of tobacco and a piece of seawall stone in the distance. Roxa glanced at his left hand, a wicked smile appearing. Just as Roxa was about to make a move, a flash of pink suddenly appeared in front of him. A familiar face appeared in front of Rosha. It was Ji Yuan. At this moment, Ji Yuan had her hands on her hips, looking like a big sister, with a very helpless expression. You really know how to stir things up. Roxa pouted and waved his hand. Ji Yuan, get out of my way. I want to use him to brew wine. Perhaps seeing the determination in Roxa's eyes, Ji Yuan turned to look at Marshal Zhanghua. The marshal, caught in the crowd, sighed with a wry smile. Let's go. This kid seems resolute. We should try to persuade him. A few people beside him nodded, and thus Huang Yuan, Qing Ji, Zhanghua, and Karp all walked towards Roxa's position together. When they reached Roxa, Karp laughed heartily, patting Roxa on the shoulder. Haha, kid, I really admire you more and more. I can't stand these guys either, and I didn't expect you to act so decisively. Truly worthy of being someone I brought back. Zhanghua grabbed Karp by the collar and pulled him back, then stepped forward to patiently advise. Roxa, this guy is already like this. Don't you think it's a bit much to use him to brew wine? Zhanghua didn't finish his sentence, but Roxa already guessed what he was going to say. At this moment, Karp interjected, Zhanghua, don't stop the kid. I haven't even smelled this kind of wine yet. Zhanghua pushed Karp away. Get lost. Don't make things worse. Rockham was stroking his chin, but his eyes were fixed on the unconscious figure on the ground. Just as Rorschach was about to speak, he heard the sound of a cart being pulled from behind, resonating in everyone's ears. Rorschach turned his head and saw that more than a dozen CPs were coming towards him. Clearly, they had already brought back the synthesized items from before. Roxia clenched his fist and, with one hand, directly picked up the fainted CP leader and threw him toward the group of CP members. The dozen or so CP members caught him, but quickly realized it was their own leader who was seriously injured. One CP member frowned and asked, Brigadier General Roxia, what happened to our leader? What happened? He talked back, and I took him down with one move. That's what happened. The CP member looked at their leader in his arms, then back at Roxia, his expression turning quite grim. Although they were among the weakest in CP, Roxia, on the other side, had not even reached the rank of a rear admiral, while their leader possessed the strength of a seasoned rear admiral. He could easily defeat some weaker Navy vice admirals. But what did Roxia just say? He took him down with one move. What a joke. The CP member coldly said. Brigadier General Roxia, that's not a funny joke. Why don't you try it? Let's see if I can take you down. As he spoke, Roxia activated his sun-breathing technique again, with his tiger hunt already in position. Seeing the CP member retreat, Roxia smirked and sheathed his sword. Hurry up and take him for treatment. Just leave a few to carry things. But your leader should be thanking you. The CP member frowned and asked, What do you mean? I was going to use him to brew some liquor, but since you all showed up, I guess I'll just return him to you. The entire CP group widened their eyes in disbelief as they processed what Roxia had just said. Brewing liquor with a person? Roxa looked at the group of CPs across from him with a smile that seemed both real and fake. Yes, drinking it can enhance your strength. But this is just a guess. I haven't tried it yet. So how about it? Do you want to give it a shot? At that moment, the way the CPs looked at Roxa changed. Perhaps they noticed something odd about themselves. One of the CPs urged, You still have a whole cart of things that haven't been synthesized yet. Once you're done, we can go back and report. Rorschach pouted, and his hands emitted a glow that instantly enveloped the half-load of materials. Rokia took 2 trips to finish combining all these things. As everything was completed, the Marine soldiers who were originally here to watch the excitement all returned to their dormitories. Only Karp, Sengoku, Yellow Monkey, Akiji, and a few others remained on the scene. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and said speechlessly, You little brat, your ability to cause trouble is on par with Karp. Today, you even beat up the CP to the brink of death. You even wanted to turn them completely into liquor. Rorschach shrugged, saying there was nothing he could do. That bastard was too arrogant, and he had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit him. Roxa sat down with a thud. a satisfied expression on his face, clearly unaffected by what had just happened. At the same time, Roxa's reward arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the god-level choice. Reward: increase the limit of devil fruit by 1. Current usable devil fruits, +1. Sengoku and the others looked at Roxa, who was relaxed on the ground, and said speechlessly, "You little brat just beat the CP leader half to death, and now you're just sitting down like that. Aren't you afraid?" Roxia raised his head and said seriously, "It's fine. After all, I am in the Navy now, and besides, that leader is just the weakest CP. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku shouldn't just ignore me, right?" Sengoku sighed helplessly. He now felt that he owed Roxia something. Rorschach glanced around and then flipped his hands, revealing something resembling a carpet in his grasp. Rosha spread it out and took a deep breath, saying, "I want meat, ramen, dessert, and drinks." After Rosha's listed a bunch of food, the next moment, bang, bang, bang. After a puff of smoke, a large amount of food appeared on the carpet. Everyone watching this scene was a bit stunned. Roxia is using the tablecloth from the last time he made food. Aside from Ji Yuan and Kabo, the others have never seen it. Sengoku wiped the fog off his glasses and, after confirming he wasn't mistaken, asked in surprise, "Roxia, what is this?" At this moment, Rosha's mouth was stuffed with food, making it impossible for him to answer the question. After about a minute, Rosha looked up and said, "This is the tablecloth of delicious food that I didn't get to showcase last time. As long as you say what you want to eat while looking at this tablecloth, it can magically produce it for you. Of course, it's limited to food and drinks." After Luo Xia finished speaking, he didn't pay any more attention to them. Luo Xia hadn't eaten anything for almost the entire day and had been busy until now, yet he was very hungry. Qingji stepped forward and sat directly opposite Luo Xia. His eyes seemed to recall something as he slowly asked, "By the way, Luo kid, what was that green little bean you put in your mouth earlier? It seems like it could restore energy." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Luo Xia's body stiffen, but even the people standing behind, like Sengoku, were momentarily stunned. Sengoku stepped forward and sat next to Qingji, asking, "Kazan, what green little bean? And what do you mean by something that restores energy?" Qingji glanced at the stiff-bodied Luo Xia and then explained, "Earlier, I saw that Luo Xia was already exhausted. Then, he suddenly took something out from somewhere and stuffed it into his mouth, and surprisingly, his energy was restored. I found it particularly novel at the time, so I quietly took note of it." Just as Qingji finished speaking, the sound of Luo Xia swallowing food rang out. Rorschach didn't expect that he had been particularly careful, yet he was still discovered by this green pheasant. Rochet forced a smile, which was somewhat tragic, and he was regretting in his heart why he hadn't gotten rid of that CP. "Oh, Sengoku-san, it seems Rochet has invented something good again." The mocking voice of Kizuru echoed. Roxia secretly thought it was not good. Sure enough, the next moment, the imposing voice of Sengoku echoed. "Roxia, did you really invent that thing? Is it really as Green Bull said?" Rorschach scratched his head and smiled. "It's not exactly a new thing. It's more like a type of my fruit ability that can restore stamina." Rorschach looked around after finishing his words and found that everyone's expressions hadn't changed at all, clearly indicating that this attempt to dupe them had failed. Roxia swallowed hard, flipped his hand, and a small cloth bag appeared in his palm. Inside were 3 celestial beans, with 1 remaining in Roxia's space. He knew their nature too well, so he kept 1 just in case. Rochet had just taken it out, and everyone present gathered around, especially Carp, who was closest, and the way his Adam's apple moved clearly indicated he had bad intentions. Sensing all of this, Rochet instantly retracted it into the system space. Rorschach warned, "This thing is not something you can just eat. It can bring someone back from the brink of death. Old man, don't you dare take it." As soon as Rashia said this, a series of question marks appeared above almost everyone's heads. Jun dug in his ears and asked in disbelief, "Brother Rashia, what did you just say? I must have misheard, right?" Rashia rolled his eyes at Jun and said, "You're not hearing things. This thing really has that effect. I have 3 of them, which means I can recover from a near-death state 3 times. So, it wouldn't be a problem for Admiral Kizuru to go fight Whitebeard right now. As long as he doesn't get taken out in 1 hit, he should be able to leave some wounds on Whitebeard, right?" After Rasha finished speaking, Sengoku's gaze scanned back and forth on Kizuru. The look made Kizaru shrink his neck, and his lewd expression turned submissive, appearing weak. After observing Kizuru for a while, Sengoku shook his head. "Kizuru wouldn't dare to fight that old man Whitebeard. All right, enough of that." Sengoku once again shifted his focus to Rasha and said seriously, "Does it really have that kind of effect?" Roxia smirked. "Although you are the general of the warring states, it seems I, Roxia, have never produced a failed product, right?" Roxia furrowed his brows slightly, flipping his hand and directly throwing it on the ground. There are currently only 3. As for whether you believe the Admiral of the Warring States, I don't know. Perhaps you can only find out by trying. What I said is indeed true, but you also have to believe it. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the faces of everyone present, especially Jiwen, who had previously been the most skeptical of Roxia. As a result, she is now a devil fruit user. Ahem, we naturally believe it. It's just that, is there really only 3? Warring States frowned and inquired. Rorschach nodded, that's right. In fact, I added a lot of materials to make this, but I just forgot the order of the materials. Moreover, there were a few explosions in between, and I almost got blown up. Roxia stared at the 3 celestial beings on the ground, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. If the Warring States Marshal wanted them, 1 billion for each would be just fine. In an instant, the Warring States was still pondering how to get them. But Roxia's words completely shut him down, leaving his expression as ugly as it could be. Roxia glanced at the expression on the face of the Warring States, and a blue light shone in his hand, instantly wrapping the fairy beans. In the moment of wrapping, the fairy beans disappeared from the spot. Cough cough. 1 bean is already priced at 100 million, and that's the lowest price. I won't give you any discounts, so give up. After saying that, Roxia directly walked over and sat down behind Ji Yuan. At this moment, the Warring States, as a marshal, felt particularly conflicted. He was struggling with whether or not to buy them, and he heard Roxia say that these beans could bring a person back from the brink of death to full health. The Warring States cursed inwardly. This kid must be blinded by money. I am his marshal. How could I be short of a few 100 million? Yet he still put them away? Rochet, it's you I'm guarding against, monk. The next morning, Rochet was in the training ground wielding the tiger hunt, sending waves of fiery, sword energy crashing against the ice wall in front of him. At that moment, a sailor arrived in the courtyard of Jiwen. The sailor ran up to Jin, who was resting on the side, stood at attention, saluted, and reported to Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit looked up and asked, "What is it?" The soldier presented a golden card with both hands, reporting that it was a golden note from Tianlong Bank, given to Brigadier General Rochet by General Warring States. In the distance, Rochet, bare-chested, paused his sword wielding upon hearing the words Warring States, and quickly walked up to the soldier. A card from Warring States? The soldier nodded, confirming that's right. General Warring States also said there are 300 million berries inside. Rorschach smoothly took over, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and then with a flick of his hand, a cloth bag appeared in his grasp. Here, give this to the Marshal of the Warring States. The Marine looked blankly at the cloth bag in his hand, then saluted and walked out of the small courtyard of the temple. Rorschach's lips curled up as he twirled the gold card in his hand with one hand. It seems that the Warring States Marshal still can't resist the effects of my fairy beans. On the other side, Jiwen complained, "You guy, it feels like now the Warring States Marshal needs to use belly to buy things from you. I remember it wasn't like that before." Rorschach pouted, saying that it was because he hadn't paid before, so now I naturally have to demand it back double. After finishing speaking, Luo ignored Ji Yuan and walked straight back to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Luo couldn't help but rub his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Before long, a blue screen appeared before Luo's eyes. Roxa looked up and immediately widened his eyes. At that moment, the section of a spinning wheel before him that was radiating golden light seemed to resemble a lazy hairstyle. What the heck is that? Moreover, judging by its shape and color, no matter how you look at it, it seems to be poop. Ding. Please, host, do not name the product. Rorschach didn't pay attention to the system's voice, but instead leaned in to look at the annotation below. Superman-type space fruit. Rosha's expression gradually became strange. Is this lump of feces really a spatial fruit? Roxa sighed. No matter what, he still had to draw. Ding, deducting 500 million berries. As soon as the system's voice fell, the previously still roulette wheel instantly started spinning. About 3 minutes later. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a hockey upgrade card. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a brick. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a paramecia-type space fruit. As the sounds of the rewards ended, the items appeared one by one on Rox's bed. Rochet's face is very speechless at this moment. Rorschach reached out and picked up the fruit that resembled feces, inspecting it from top to bottom. He originally thought he wouldn't draw it, but unexpectedly, he did. He didn't know how strong it would be. Roxia turned his gaze back to the black card. That should be the upgrade card for armament hockey, right? Roxia raised his hand to pick it up, and the next second, he directly pressed the card into his body. Once the card came into contact with his body, it automatically disintegrated. Roshas can clearly feel that his armament hockey seems to be stronger than before. Rosha didn't pay attention to the other trash, but instead walked out the door holding the feces-shaped fruit. Outside, Ji Yuan, sitting in a reclining chair, clearly froze for a moment upon seeing Rosha. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. Was that in Rosha's hand actually feces? That shape was so disgusting. Ji Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain, and her small hand even unconsciously started to fan the air. Rosha paused for a moment. Then the power of ice emerged in his hand, directly freezing the fruit he held. He didn't want Ji Yuan to misunderstand. Rosha looked around and eventually returned to his training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Rosha activated his ability and directly froze the surrounding area, preventing Ji Yuan from seeing the situation inside. Rorschach looked at the fruit in his hand, then slowly brought it to his mouth. Crunch! Rorschach opened his mouth wide and took a bite, and in an instant, a taste reminiscent of a stinking ditch like foot-washing water seemed to explode in his mouth. Rosha struggled to swallow the pulp. What the hell is this thing? Rorschach felt his body and his hands unconsciously emitted a gray glow. Rosha reached out toward the front, and in the next moment, a square hole suddenly opened in the space ahead. The ice block that had been blocking his way vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene, Rosha's originally not-so-good expression instantly changed from gloomy to sunny. Rorschach stroked his chin and murmured, "This time, this thing must not be exposed. Since it's a superhuman ability, as long as my imagination is rich enough, can I achieve anything?" Spatial teleportation. As soon as a thought arose in Luo Xia's mind, he disappeared from his spot, and the next moment, he appeared right in front of Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was startled for a moment, but quickly regained composure, saying, "Not bad, Luo Xia. You've gotten quite skilled at teleportation." Rosha didn't say a word, and in the next moment, he disappeared from his spot, only to reappear back at the training ground. Huh, why does this kid's shaving technique feel different from mine? At the same time, Rosha, back at the starting point, was secretly surprised and wore a brilliant smile, feeling extremely excited. Since he could do this, then my space explosion and space exchange should all be possible too. In contrast to Rosha's joy and excitement, the world government, outside a warehouse, had a group of CP agents with gloomy expressions. The leader of the CP was the same one who confronted Rosha last night. "You all wait here for a moment. I need to report to the 5 elders." In the next moment, the CP agent took out a specially made transponder snail. Brew brew. As soon as the transponder snail connected, a serious voice from the 5 elders came through. "CP, have you finished making the items requested by the Navy?" "Reporting, sir. Everything has been completed." "Very good. Then distribute those items to the various families." Sensing that the 5 elders were about to hang up, the CP agent hurriedly stopped them. "Wait, sir. Is there anything else?" Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the CP agent slowly said, "Last night, our CP leader was beaten half to death by Rosha, and it happened in front of the Navy's watchful eyes." The 5 elders furrowed their brows and asked, "What happened?" "Major Rosha, last night, was dissatisfied with the amount of materials we brought, so he attacked us. Moreover, he stated that if the next CP team was the same, he would not show any mercy. By the way, he also said he wanted to distill our CP leader in a liquor, and his attitude was extremely arrogant." The 5 elders on the other end of the call furrowed their brows deeper, looking quite angry, but this matter was not significant enough for him to worry about. "Understood. Sir, let us go back in 3 days." Time flew by, and a week later, Naval Headquarters, on the edge of the soldier training ground. At this moment, numerous soldiers were practicing the Navy's unique marksmanship, creating an extremely spectacular scene from a distance. And in front of many sailors, there was a boy leisurely sitting on a lounge chair, holding a watermelon juice. This gun even had a bayonet, looking quite intimidating. "But fortunately, I'm an ice ability user. Whoever dares to stab me, I will freeze them directly." Rosha waved his hands, which were wrapped in ice, proudly, causing the sailors in front of him to hesitate and not dare to advance. Suddenly, the naval commander, who was surveying the area, shouted, "All sailors, fall back 3 meters." Although the sailors didn't understand what was happening, they obeyed the order. The next moment, the sound of scattered footsteps reached Rosha's ears. Just then, a powerful sword chi came slicing towards Rosha fiercely. Rosha suddenly turned around, drawing his tiger hunter in an instant, and released a fiery red sword energy against the incoming sword chi. The 2 streams of sword energy seemed to be in a struggle at the moment of contact, holding their ground for about several dozen seconds before both dissipated into the air, turning into countless sparks. Rosha sheathed his knife and then looked up. At that moment, a man and a woman were walking toward him. The man was wearing an ice blue Navy uniform, which was very distinctive. The woman's Navy cloak had pink cuffs, and the outcome was obvious. Moreover, the female Navy officer was holding a knife in her hand. Rorschach and another person walked over and asked, "What's going on? Is it that you're getting restless lately? Do you want to directly chop me down and inherit my achievements?" "Stop the banter. I just wanted to see if your swordsmanship has improved," he replied. "So far, it looks pretty good." Rorschach nodded in approval. Rosha turned his gaze to Akiji behind him and asked, "What's up? Is there a mission for me?" Akiji nodded and casually handed the newspaper in his hand to Rosha. Rosha took it, and as soon as he did, his attention was drawn to the headline on top. Shocking. Straw Hat Luffy defeats the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Rosha glanced roughly at the contents of the newspaper, which mainly exposed the terrifying conspiracy behind Crocodile's heroic image. After Rosha finished reading, a wanted poster suddenly fell out from the crease of the newspaper. Roronoa Zoro picked it up and saw the iconic smile on the bounty notice. Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty of 100 million berries. That's pretty quick. Roxia glanced roughly and then looked up to meet Akiji's gaze, asking, "Boss, what mission do you have for me?" Akiji scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled as he replied, "I want you to investigate the disappearance of Nico Robin after the Alabasta Kingdom incident." "Oh, the one who can read ancient texts, right? So once we find her, do we capture her or what?" Akiji was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Roxia to know about Nico Robin. He looked around and finally said slowly, "Well, come with me." After saying that, Akiji led the way out of the training ground, with Roxia and Jiuin following closely behind. The three of them strolled through the Navy headquarters square, and after about 5 minutes, they stopped in an open area. Akiji scratched his head again, then waved his hand, and instantly 3 ice chairs appeared behind them. "Let's sit down first." Rosha's was not polite either. As soon as he sat down, he felt a rough texture, which he thought was not as good as what he made. Don't mind it. I just learned this from Rosha's recently." After saying that, Akiji's expression immediately became serious. This time, the task of investigating Nico Robin was assigned to me by Sengoku. Actually, this makes it relatively easier for you, and I trust you to handle it," Akiji said earnestly. Roxia twitched the corner of his mouth and secretly thought, "Do you want to hear what you're saying? Nico Robin's captain is Luffy, and that guy fights recklessly. What if that kid holds a grudge in the future?" Akiji didn't notice Roxia's expression and continued, "If we find Nico Robin, if it's just her, bring her back directly. But what if she's on someone else's ship? For example, on Luffy, Carp's grandson's ship?" Akiji's tone faltered. Rosha's ignored Shinji's expression and continued, "That Straw Hat fights recklessly. What if he loses too much blood and dies? Have you thought about that? Besides, the Straw Hat crew hasn't learned hockey yet, and my mastery of freezing abilities is quite low. What if I accidentally freeze someone to death?" Ratchet's worries are not unfounded. His main focus of training is still swordsmanship and spatial fruits. As for freezing, Ratchet now considers it an auxiliary skill. Regarding offensive skills, Ratchet has learned a few, though he doesn't even know how many. According to Ratchet, if it comes down to it, he could just learn from Akiji's techniques later, which is quite simple. Rorschach's series of questions left Akiji speechless, and even Jiuin couldn't help but comment, "You seem more suited for logistics." Yes. I'm going to be the head of the logistics department," Akiji replied with a heavy sigh. "Come on a mission with me tomorrow." "Huh? Don't I get to go out to sea by myself?" However, Akiji didn't answer him and walked away, looking quite gloomy. Roxia shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "I originally wanted to set sail by myself, but time flies, and soon the next day arrived." As the sun rose, Roxia strolled through the square of the Navy headquarters. His destination was the port. Not long after, Roxia, dressed in a black shirt with a vivid green dragon tattooed on his shoulder, wearing shorts, and a Navy cloak draped behind him, looked incredibly stylish with his neat black hair. When Roxia arrived at the port, a large pile of items came into his view, among which the most eye-catching were indeed 2 bicycles. Rorschach frowned and walked over to Akiji, pointing at the things on the ground and asking, "Hey boss, what's going on with these things on the ground?" Akiji replied, "Allah, because I need to ride a bike to investigate." He pointed at the items on the ground and said, "You should be able to take these supplies, right? Originally, these things were meant to be loaded onto the warship. With you here, we could both ride bikes." Rorschach widened his eyes and hesitantly asked the smaller bicycle next to him, "Is this bike mine?" "That's right. I spent quite a bit of belly to buy it from the store." Roxia swallowed hard. At that moment, he was thinking about whether he should run away. After hesitating for about 2 minutes, Roxia sighed and said helplessly, "Fortunately, I have freezing abilities. Otherwise, how could I ride?" Rosha waved his hand, and the blue light surged, causing all the supplies on the ground to enter the system space. Of course, the other Navy personnel had no way of knowing this. They would only assume it was the power of a devil fruit. In this world, anything strange could be attributed to devil fruits. This was also one of the reasons why Rosha could boldly use the system. As Rosha waved his hand, the items on the ground instantly disappeared, which left the Navy personnel present in shock, their eyes wide open. Rorschach turned to Akiji and asked, "What now? What should we do?" Akiji pointed to the bicycle next to him, and his meaning was clear. Ratchet's mouth twitched, but Qingji was already riding a bicycle on the surface of the sea at this moment. Ratchet reluctantly got on the bicycle and entered the water right behind. As the two rode their bicycles on the surface of the sea, there was another gas from the Navy at the port, with other sailors inquiring about Ratchet's identity. Who is that person? They can ride a bicycle on the water, just like Admiral Akiji. That's incredible. You don't know? This is the first place of Zephyr's training class. A nearby sailor added, "It's Ratchet, who was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral after the graduation assessment. And I heard he is a paramecia fruit user, providing the Navy with many amazing gadgets. As for why he possesses Admiral Akiji's abilities, the information passed down is not very accurate." Rashio was unaware that his displayed abilities were being discussed by so many Navy members, but he couldn't hear them and didn't care. At this moment, Rashio was puffing along on a bicycle beside Akiji. Just a moment ago, Rashia almost fell into the sea because he hadn't ridden a bike in a long time. It was only because Rashia reacted quickly and froze the surface of the sea that he didn't end up in the water. "Oh my, I didn't expect you couldn't ride a bike. Rashia, you need to practice more in the future." Roxia pouted. Who would ride a bike on the sea for no reason? Maybe only someone with ice powers could do that, right? Alala. Isn't this also a unique way to relax? "So where are we going now? Don't tell me you're just randomly riding without a plan," Roxia said. Alala. The Navy Intelligence Department has already confirmed the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew. For now, we just need to keep riding in this direction. We'll find the Straw Hats when we reach Magic Valley Town, because the next record pointer in Alabasta points to that island. Roxa nodded and then rode his bike alongside Akiji. At this moment, Roxa was recalling the journey of the Straw Hat crew in his past life. After some contemplation, Roxa finally confirmed it. The Straw Hat crew was indeed right about what Akiji said, but they had to make it before the Straw Hat crew entered Skypiea. Otherwise, it would be too late. Moreover, it seemed that there would be a great battle in Magu Town, and he wondered if they could make it in time. Time passed quickly, and about 4 days later, Roxa and Akiji leisurely sailed across the sea. At this time, some pirates in Magu Town were using binoculars to look into the distance, while others were discussing among themselves. Hey, those bastards over there on the sea look like they are riding bikes. What are you talking about? How can anyone ride a bike across the sea? You want to fight? I told you they're there. Just look for yourself." As Roxa and Akiji approached, they arrived at Magu Town. They had already taken off their Navy uniforms and changed into their usual clothes. Akiji was dressed in black, wearing black-framed glasses, and his expression remained extremely indifferent. Roxa only took off his Navy cape. As soon as they got their bikes to the shore, Roxa waved his hand, and the two bikes were stored in the system space. The action was incredibly smooth, clearly indicating that Roxa had done this dozens of times before. Just as they arrived on the island, a few fierce-looking pirates approached and asked, "You two, did you really ride bikes over from the sea?" Rasha glanced at the 4 pirates in front of him, whose expressions were strange, and pointed at Akiji's face, saying, "Haven't you seen my boss's face before?" After Rasha's hint, the pirates finally looked at Akiji's face. That glance was so shocking that it nearly scared their souls away, with some even crawling back to the distant tavern in a panic. Akiji frowned slightly, and with both hands displaying ice, he instantly froze the 3 pirates in front of him who were already scared silly. Roxa knocked on the 3 frozen figures in front of him and said mockingly, "Fools, I told you to run. What are you waiting for?" At that moment, the cold-faced Akiji said, "Let's go to the tavern and gather some information." Although the drinks at the tavern are not good, as Jin Yuan said, every tavern is a place for gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, a pirate who had just crawled back to the tavern shouted, as soon as he entered, "Admiral Akiji is here." With the pirate's announcement, the once lively and noisy tavern fell silent in an instant. The only sound that could be heard was the swallowing of saliva. A timid pirate cautiously asked, "Are you kidding? How could Admiral Akiji possibly come to our Magic Valley town?" Just as this pirate was about to confirm his doubt, Roxa and Akiji appeared outside the door. As the tavern door creaked open, all the pirates inside could see the faces of the two. They all opened their mouths in shock, their eyes bulging out. Akiji's expression was cold as he walked straight to the bar, and the pirates along the way automatically stepped aside, showing great respect without him having to say a word. This deepened Roxa's understanding of the pirates' fear of the Navy admirals. It was evident from their eyes. As soon as Rosha and the other person sat down, the extremely cold voice of Qingji rang out. If anyone dares to leave this tavern, I assure you that you will die a miserable death. In an instant, the pirates who had originally wanted to sneak away pulled their legs back. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. 2 glasses of rum, please. Good, honorable Navy officer. The tavern owner, in a state of fear, poured 2 full glasses of rum for Rosha and his companion. Rosha might have noticed the boss's nervousness and smiled to reassure him. Boss, you don't need to be nervous. After all, you're not a wanted criminal. Everything's fine. After taking a sip of rum, Kizaru slowly asked, Boss, has there been a group of pirates wearing straw hats coming here recently? Straw hats? That straw hat kid? Rock nodded. By the way, 2 days ago, the straw hat crew was swept up into the sky by a powerful ocean current, but they haven't come down yet, and it's still unknown. Perhaps it was the immense pressure from the Navy that made the shop owner suddenly remember. Roxia slapped his palm as if he thought of something and said, Could it be that their group really went to Sky Island? Roxia was not surprised at all that the Straw Hat crew went to Sky Island. Akiji seemed to have heard Roxia's words and scratched his head in distress. This might take a long time to find Nico Robin. By the way, Roxia, do you have any way to get to Sky Island? Facing Akiji's hopeful gaze, Roxia shrugged helplessly. I've never been to Sky Island, so there's no way. We can only wait. However, boss, what should we do about these pirates? Roxia pointed at the pirates present. The pirates being pointed at instantly tensed up. Faced with Akiji, even if all the pirates attacked together, they would have no chance and could only obediently wait for Akiji's judgment. Moreover, at this moment, they were silently watching Akiji and Roxia with a fierce light in their eyes that seemed ready to kill. The pirates present looked at Roxia a bit more. Rosha frowned slightly, clearly aware of the thoughts of these pirates. At the same time that Rosha was watching these pirates, a fierce-looking pirate, missing an eye and wielding 2 short knives, charged towards Rosha quickly. Roxa squinted slightly, allowing the pirate to charge at him. Just as the pirate reached Roxa, he extended his left hand, and in the blink of an eye, a small, square spatial cube shot out towards the pirate's heart. This Navy man's head is mine. However, before the pirate could finish his boast, Roxa revealed a meaningful smile. The pirate, wielding a short dagger, instantly plunged it into Roxa's chest, but to his shock, the dagger froze the moment it made contact. This scene left many pirates dumbfounded. Unlike the astonished expressions of the other pirates, Roxa remained calm. Rosha slowly extended a hand, and in the shocked gaze of the pirate in front of him, he quickly clenched it while saying bang. In an instant, the pirate, who had been so arrogant just moments before, seemed to be pierced by countless ice spikes, and bright red blood exploded throughout the tavern. The manner of his death was quite brutal. The splattered blood, mixed with flesh, was terrifying. Even the nearby Akiji was momentarily taken aback by the scene. What kind of technique is this? So powerful? Rochet scratched his head modestly, thinking to himself that he didn't expect his random pondering to be so effective. This move of mine is called the ice explosion technique, specifically designed to explode the human body. How could it not be effective? The space exploded within the body, plus the ice spikes used with the hidden fruit ability. It took Rochet a long time to come up with this move. In fact, even Akiji wouldn't have thought of this. It involves 2 types of devil fruit abilities. At this moment in the tavern, all the pirates who were originally planning to step forward had retreated to the corner, their bodies trembling slightly. Some even fainted on the ground. Those fierce and intimidating pirates had now turned into docile little lambs. Since the Straw Hat pirates aren't here, let's go. After Akiji finished speaking, he was the first to walk towards the tavern exit. Roxia looked reluctantly at the pirates huddled in the corner, then followed Akiji out of the tavern. Creak, creak. Once the 2 left, some bolder pirates ran out to confirm. After confirming that they had really gone far away, all the pirates finally breathed a sigh of relief. But they didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, there were 2 Navy officers in Magic Valley Town now. Phew, these 2 Navy officers have finally left. That's right, but it's also fortunate that it wasn't a Kainu who came, otherwise we would all be caught by that guy. But did you notice that young Navy officer just now actually used Akiji's ability? That was an ice spike exploding inside, right? It was indeed Akiji's ability, and when I hurried back, I saw that young Navy officer appearing on the surface of the sea, riding a bicycle. This is a major discovery. Is it possible that Vegapunk has invented something new again? unlike the lively atmosphere near the bar. At this moment, Roxia and Akiji were strolling through Magic Valley Town. As they walked, they chatted. Roxia, where do you think the Straw Hat crew will go after coming down from Skypiea? Rosha rolled his eyes and said, Boss, I was brought back to the Navy by the old man when I was in the East Sea. How would I know about the islands after Sky Island? But as a Marine Admiral, you should know which island comes after Sky Island, right? We can go to that island and stay for a few days, just waiting for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Rosha and his companion had already ventured deeper into Magic Valley Town. The surroundings had changed significantly from when they first arrived on the island. The houses here were severely burned, and there were scorch marks on the ground. Rosha furrowed his brow. There must have been a great battle here, right? Chingji nodded. That's right. At least a mid-admiral level ability user was involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this severe. The two looked around, just about to find a pirate to ask. But Rosha noticed that the surrounding pirates closed their doors as soon as they made eye contact with him, not giving him any chance to speak. This left Rosha somewhat puzzled. Did he look that frightening? Roxia helplessly said, There's no way. These bastards seem to hide whenever they see us. Akiji looked at Roxia and slowly said, Roxia, go and ask what has been happening here lately. All right. Roxa observed his surroundings and soon spotted a rugged-looking man in the distance. Spatial teleportation, Roxa whispered. In an instant, Roxa appeared right in front of the man. Upon seeing Roxa, the man clearly looked terrified but didn't dare to run away. The rugged man trembled and said, May I ask what orders you have, Lord Marine? No orders, but I need you to come with me. After saying this, Roxa ignored the rugged man's resistance, grabbed his collar, and directly teleported to Kizaru's side. I brought him back. If you want to know something, just ask. Kizaru glanced at the man in front of him and asked, Has anything happened here recently? It feels like a great battle has taken place. The rugged man shivered and replied, reporting to Admiral Kizaru. A week ago, Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Portgas D. Ace, clashed with Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach here. It ended with Blackbeard's victory. Kizaru frowned, deep in thought. Roxa saw Akiji, seemingly deep in thought, and immediately waved at the pirate. The rough pirate felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly crawled back into the house. Whitebeard, I remember. He seems to be one of the 4 emperors. Akiji nodded, confirming that the 2 who had fought here a week ago were also crew members of Whitebeard's ship. There must have been some internal issues. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a major battle. The 2 analyzed the situation thoroughly. Boss, where are we going now? To the next island or stay here? Akiji pondered for a moment and slowly said, Let's go to Long Chain Island. Huh? Is that island called Long Chain Island? As Roxa and Akiji set off again, the pirates who had been trembling in the bar at Magic Valley Town slowly gained the courage to come out. The expressions on their faces were indescribably relaxed. Those 2 damn Navy officers finally left. Exactly, that bastard admiral made it impossible for me to enjoy my drink. Since the 2 were heading to Long Chain Island, Roxa and Akiji didn't hear what the pirates were saying. But if Roxa had heard, all the pirates present would probably have been beaten to death. Or, at the very least, had their limbs severed. Time flew by, and more than 10 days passed quietly. At this moment, Roxa and Akiji had been on Long Chain Island for nearly 5 days. Just the trip from Magic Valley Town to Long Chain Island by bike took them almost a week. This shocked Roxa greatly. The day after arriving on Long Chain Island, Roxa encountered a rather interesting group of pirates while searching for food. The entire pirate crew consisted of several hundred members, but most of them lacked combat power. Among them, the Silver Fox Foxy pirate crew was famous for the Davy Back fight game. This was a game among pirates where the winning side could choose crew members from the losing side. If they didn't find any desirable crew members, they could take the life of the opposing ship or their pirate flag. However, now they were all captured by Roxa. While Roxa was searching for food, a fox-like creature approached him, immediately asking Roxa to become his subordinate. After 3 seconds of silence, Roxa slowly took out a navy cloak from his system space. Upon seeing the navy cloak, Silver Fox Foxy was stunned. Just as Silver Fox Foxy was about to run, Roxa froze him in place, leaving only his head, which looked quite comical. Slowpoke ability user, where are you running to? Thus, Roxa brought this guy back to Akiji. Although he was very weak, this guy had a high loyalty to his crew. Within an hour of Roxa capturing him, his crew had found Silver Fox Foxy. Of course, it was useless. A group of pirates encountering 2 powerful Navy officers would lead to what result? 2 words. Tie them up. Rochester looked at the group of pirates tied up behind him and asked Akiji, should we take these people to the naval base, or should we just kill them? I have no experience with this. But wouldn't putting such weak pirates into the underwater prison also take up space in the prison? Hey, damn Navy. What do you mean we're so weak? That's right, we're really strong. Rosha completely ignored their cries and was just waiting for Akiji's answer. No kidding, Akiji said coldly. Just send them to the underwater prison and let them stay there for the rest of their lives. Rosha nodded. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed that a door had appeared in the space beside Rosha. Seeing this, Rosha quickly took a step back. He knew it was the effect of the anywhere door. Before long, a face that was extremely serious appeared in Rosha's eyes. Rosha, where are those pirates? Rosha pointed at the pirates behind him. Is it those? Yeah, Admiral Akainu. Akainu frowned and looked around, dissatisfied, saying, they don't seem very strong. We might as well just take them out. No way, Admiral Akainu. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has said so. The reason Sengoku knows about this is that Akiji asked through a den mushi. This also explains why Akainu appeared on the other side of the warp door. The group of pirates behind them felt very anxious listening to their conversation, and some even fainted from fear upon seeing Akainu's face. All right, just kick them over, Akainu said sternly. Magellan has already prepared the cells for them. At that moment, a man nearly 5 meters tall appeared in Roshia's sight. Upon seeing the person opposite him, Rosha immediately recognized him as Magellan from the anime. At this moment, he greeted Rosha with a friendly smile. Hello, Rear Admiral Rosha. Hello, Director Magellan. Just as Rosha was about to kick the criminals one by one into the cells, Magellan suddenly said, Rear Admiral Rosha, I've heard that you are a genius inventor at the Navy headquarters. I wonder if you could invent something that wouldn't make me have diarrhea? I really need it. Rochester was stunned for a few seconds, then awkwardly smiled. Director Magellan, this is the side effect of the devil fruit. As of now, I have no way to help. But maybe in the future. Magellan's eyes lit up, and his voice suddenly rose. Really? Yes. As of now, I can't do anything. But to make this person stop having diarrhea from the toxic gas, it would require something of golden quality, at least something similar to the fairy beans. Rokushiki isn't that generous yet, but he doesn't mind showing a bit of kindness. Hey, Magellan, shut up. The poison is coming out, and you'll knock us all out. Akainu complained. Huh? Oh. After Akainu's reminder, Magellan instantly closed his mouth. Roxas looked at the huge cage across from him, a smirk appearing on his lips. He suddenly thought that kicking people was also a good game. Then, with a kick, Roxas sent one pirate after another, directly kicking over 100 pirates into the iron cage. Of course, he made sure to separate the ability users. This was something Akiji had told him, or else he might have accidentally kicked them all into the cage together. All right, Admiral Akainu, these are the only pirates we have for now. Akainu nodded, then looked at Akiji and said, if you want to head back to the Navy headquarters directly later, remember to call Admiral Sengoku. I'll call Admiral Sengoku once I'm done here. If I'm lucky, it might take a day or two. If not, it could take 4 or 5 days. Got it. Bang. The door of Mike closed. Rosha looked at the calmness of the port and said helplessly, they can't still be coming down from the Sky Island, right? It's really boring for us to wait here, isn't it? By the way, are we really going to send a Straw Hat crew in to impel down? This is Carp's grandson after all. If we really send the Straw Hat in, will that old man kill us both? Boss. Akiji was lying on his self-made lounge chair with his eyes closed, looking very relaxed, while Rosha sat beside him, chattering incessantly like he was reciting a scripture. Even so, Akiji didn't seem annoyed, just quietly listening. Meanwhile, a sheep-headed ship had docked at the coast at some point. If Rosha turned his head, he would definitely recognize who it was at a glance. You little brat, stop rambling, they're here. Rosha frowned in confusion and asked, what has come? Akiji pointed behind Rosha. Rosha turned to look and saw a ship flying a skull flag with a straw hat. Rosha turned his head and couldn't help but smile. Oh, Captain, it seems the person you're looking for has arrived. Akiji brushed off the dust from his pants and stood up, saying coldly, let's go. All right. Meanwhile, at the harbor's edge, the Straw Hat crew was unaware that danger had quietly descended. Roxia followed closely behind Akiji like a little brother. After a few minutes, Roxia looked at the Straw Hat crew who had already disembarked, feeling a sense of anticipation in his heart. As Roxia and his companion got closer, the Straw Hat crew gradually recognized their faces. Initially wary of the approaching figures, most of the Straw Hat crew relaxed when they saw Roxia. Luffy was particularly excited. Hey, I remember you. You're that ice guy. What are you doing here? Luffy greeted Roxia enthusiastically. Behind him, Zoro's desire for alcohol grew even stronger the moment he saw Roxia. Since the last time he drank the alcohol made by Roxia, Zoro had been unable to forget about it. Akiji glanced at Roxia and asked, do you know each other? You seem familiar. Something like that. I had a meal with the old man and the Straw Hat crew last time. Oh, I see. Akiji replied, still expressionless. According to Roxia's memory, since he began investigating Robin's whereabouts. Aokiji seemed to have hardly smiled at all. Rosha looked around and noticed that there was an extra raccoon this time, which he presumed was Chopper. However, what truly caught Rosha's attention was the black-haired woman standing at the back, her face showing a look of terror. What kind of look was that? Who could she have seen to display such an expression? Rosha slowly turned to Qingji beside him, secretly wondering how much childhood trauma this guy had brought to others during their childhood. Boss, it seems like we found the person we're looking for. Roxas pointed at Robin, who was standing at the back with a look of terror. Nicole, Robin. Just as Roxas finished speaking, a near-screaming voice came from Robin's mouth. Everyone, run. That's Admiral Aokiji. Upon hearing the words Admiral, Luffy and the others, who had wanted to talk to Roxas a bit more, instantly stepped back. They had more or less learned about the Navy, especially the highest combat power, the Admirals. Despite Roxas's very calm demeanor, they still maintained vigilant gazes. Zoro was even more direct, drawing his sword, Wado Ikamanji. Ratchet was taken aback. The title of Admiral is so intimidating. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, this is an Admiral of the Navy, and pirates would naturally be afraid. Rorschach turned to the silent Aokiji and asked, Boss, should we capture them all or freeze them? Or will you handle it yourself? Aokiji looked around and replied slowly, I'll handle it myself. Your abilities are still not very proficient. Rosha shrugged and walked directly to the corner, making a lounge chair and lying down to rest. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere on Rosha's side, the Straw Hat crew had just overheard the entire conversation between the two. Nami asked uncertainly, did they just say they want to capture all of us? No one spoke, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. One by one, they watched Aokiji with vigilant eyes, paying close attention to his movements. Aokiji scratched his head and said in a casual tone, Oh, I've been looking for you, Nico Robin, for over half a month. I didn't expect you to get on the Straw Hat cruise ship. That really surprised me. Damn Marines. Robin can board whoever ship she wants. What does it have to do with you? Luffy shouted angrily. That's right, Robin is our comrade. In response to the Straw Hat crew's rebuttal, Aokiji did not reply and instead turned to look at Rosha, who was sitting in the corner. Rosha immediately understood Aokiji's meaning, activated his spatial fruit, and appeared next to Aokiji in an instant. Boss, is there something you need? Can you explain Nicole Robin's background to them? Huh. Although he didn't understand why Aokiji wanted him to do this, he was, after all, a subordinate. Roxia waved his small hand, and an ice chair appeared beneath him. He looked at everyone in front of him and slowly said, Nico Robin, the offspring of the devil, currently has a bounty of 79 million berries. Extremely intelligent. She passed the doctorate assessment at the age of 8. She understands historical texts, and the world government is currently hunting her down. As for why she was given such a high bounty at the age of 8, I remember it was because she destroyed dozens of warships at that age. Of course, this is all I found out. So, Straw Hat crew, you might as well hand her over. Roxia kindly advised, but no one paid attention to Roxia. They all looked at Robin in shock. They never expected their companion to be so powerful that she could destroy dozens of warships at the age of 8. Damn, Iceman, stop talking nonsense. Robin is our companion, and we will never hand her over. Unless you kill me, Robin will absolutely not be taken by you. Roxia's mouth twitched, and he didn't respond. What a joke. Your grandfather is Garp. Who would dare to kill you? Just as Roxia was lost in thought, a green round bead flew towards him. Roxia blinked, and the next moment, the round bead exploded just 3 centimeters away from him. At the moment of the explosion, black smoke billowed out. What attacked me from behind? Rosha stood up, ice chunks falling off his face one by one. The pieces stained with black smoke landing on the ground with a crisp sound. When the smoke cleared, Rosha finally saw what that thing was. Gunpowder. I think I know who did this. Roxia's face darkened. He didn't expect that the usually timid person would act so recklessly today. A long-nosed man hiding in the crowd saw Roxia at a glance and instantly panicked. It's over. I just slipped and accidentally launched the powder star. What am I going to do now? He won't kill me, will he? Roxia glanced at Usopp in the crowd, and in the next second, a figure appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Without saying a word, Roxia revealed a blue, icy light in his hand and directly touched Usopp's body. Roxia's lips curled up as the space fruit activated and returned to Aokiji. Just as Roxia got back to Aokiji's side, Usopp in the crowd had turned into an ice sculpture, frozen stiff. Seeing Usopp like this, the Straw Hat crew was completely panicked, especially Nami, whose eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Roxia. It's over. Where's the doctor? Right, I'm a doctor. The body temperature is dropping rapidly. We must quickly defrost Usopp, or he will die. Chopper quickly made the most effective analysis. as Usopp was carried into the cabin by Nami and Chopper. Only Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin remained present. At this moment, Luffy and the others were glaring fiercely at Roxia, their eyes filled with a murderous intent. Robin's eyes were unfocused and uncertain, as if she was seeing the day O'Hara was destroyed once again. On that day, Aokiji had also used his devil fruit powers to freeze Sol forever. Suddenly, Robin seemed to think of something, and she suddenly looked at Rosha, then glanced at Aokiji with an extremely ugly expression. Why, you're also a Logia-type user of the Ice Ice fruit? This discovery made it difficult for Robin to speak smoothly. She was quite sure that Aokiji was a Logia-type user of the Ice Ice fruit, but the person next to him was also a Logia-type user of the Ice Ice fruit. This was too unbelievable. Does the world really have two identical devil fruits? Ratchet stared closely at Robin and then chuckled. Haha, you're observing very carefully. However, I'm not an ice power user. I just possess my boss's abilities. Rorschach's words left Robin confused, but she didn't expect the Navy to tell the truth anyway. That bastard Iceman and that bastard Admiral. What have you done to my friends? Zoro cautiously grabbed Luffy's arm and said, Luffy, don't act rashly for now. Their abilities are very strange. Luffy broke free from Zoro's grip, saying, I can't wait any longer. I want to punch them. Roxia squinted his eyes, activated the space fruit, and instantly appeared 50 meters away. Boss, I'll leave the rest to you. He didn't want to fight Luffy. If he accidentally used his space fruit abilities, that would be problematic. He certainly didn't want to be killed by Carp for having killed his grandson. Aokiji gradually retracted his lazy demeanor. Shtalhat Keet, do you know who Nico Robin is? You dare to let her board your ship? Luffy threw a punch, and Aokiji raised his hand to block it. As he blocked, Luffy's arm gradually froze under Akiji's ice. It's over. My arm. Luffy panicked. Be careful when my ice freezes you. With just a light tap, you could turn into a pile of shattered ice. Damn it, you bastard. Not far away, Roxia watched the battle between Aokiji and Luffy, clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. He found Luffy's fighting stance to be so ridiculous. Haha, what kind of fighting stance is that guy using? To Roxia, it seemed like Aokiji was just teasing Luffy. Hey, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a magnetic voice rang out. Roxia turned to look, and a guy wearing a black bandana and holding 3 knives was glaring fiercely at him. Rokia frowned and pointed at Luffy and Aokiji in the distance, asking, Aren't you going to help your captain? What do you want from me? Aren't you afraid your captain will die? It's okay. I trust Luffy, and besides, you're a Navy. It doesn't matter who you fight. Even though you say you won't participate in the battle, it's better to be safe than sorry. And Usopp is still not awake. Rosha smirked and said, I advise you to hurry up and unfreeze that guy named Usopp. He might still be able to survive. Oof. The most important thing right now is to buy time for you. My companions will unfreeze Usopp. At this point, Rosha was even more confused. You don't really think your captain can defeat my boss, do you? You're overestimating yourself. Swish. A knife slashed fiercely towards Rosha, but he instantly activated his space fruit to dodge the attack. Roxia's gaze gradually became icy, and he said in a low tone, Do you not understand what I'm saying? It seems that you won't realize how powerful I am until you learn a lesson. Roxia took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The tiger hunt on his wrist also appeared in his hand. Zoro was taken aback, because this time Roxia was not just a little stronger than the last time. And what was that thing in his mouth? Flame? It was even more vivid. Roronoa slowly opened his eyes, staring directly at Zoro. Here it comes. I'm going to knock you out today. The aura around Rorschach is as powerful as the flames on a sword. Ratchet looked at Zoro in front of him and suddenly thought of some fun ideas. Roxa slashed fiercely at the air, and at the same time, a 10-centimeter-long wound suddenly appeared on Zoro's chest. Zoro covered the wound, knelt down, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of swordsmanship is this? How could you hit me without even touching me? Seeing Zoro's reaction, Roxa's lips curled up slightly. He was very pleased with Zoro's response. Staring at the kneeling Zoro, Roxa said, This move is a slash infused with the power of a devil fruit. It's called Space Slash, but this time it wasn't very accurate. Next time, I promise I'll aim for your neck and ensure a fatal blow. Roxa said coldly. Zoro's face stiffened, and in the next second, he struggled to stand up, his expression incredibly determined, his gaze seemingly capable of killing. Oh, you dare to stand up? Humph, I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman. How could I possibly fall here? Roxia looked up and down at Zoro with a smile at the corner of his mouth, his tiger-hunting flames blazing brightly. Fire Dragon Slash. Since your swordsmanship is your greatest confidence, I will defeat you with swordsmanship. Roar. A fire dragon was fiercely cleaved out by Roxia, even emitting a dragon's roar. Zoro unconsciously crossed his twin swords in front of his chest, his expression unusually serious. Boom! The fire dragon collided with Zoro's swords, producing a dull sound. Roar! Zoro's gaze was incredibly determined at this moment, but this move from Roxia was not something just anyone could withstand. Even if it were Ji Yuan, he couldn't say he could block it 100. Moreover, Zoro had yet to learn Haki, let alone block it. As a fire dragon released by Roxia crashed into Zoro's swords, Zoro was pushed back step by step, looking extremely disheveled. Perhaps Zoro was exhausted, as Roxia's fire dragon broke through Zoro's defense and slammed hard into his chest. This impact made Zoro crash to the ground like a short-stringed kite, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the fallen Zoro, Roxia scratched his head a little awkwardly. "He won't be dead, right?" Roxia muttered to himself. Rosha slowly approached Solon and lifted him onto his shoulder. When Rosha carried Zoro to the Going Merry, at this moment, aside from Sanji, who wasn't frozen, both Luffy and Robin, who were fighting Aokiji, had now turned into ice sculptures, and one of Sanji's legs had also been frozen into ice. The entire Straw Hat crew was in a dire situation. Perhaps noticing Roshia's presence, Sanji raised his head to look at Rosha, and then his pupils dilated. Hey, what did you do to the green algae head? You bastard." Roxas turned his head, and when he appeared again, he was already on the Merry. "Hey, you guy." Sanji appeared in front of Roxas, but he took out A and handed it to Sanji. "What is this? If you don't want him to die, let him eat it." Sanji frowned, but still took it and stuffed it into Zoro's mouth. The next moment, Zoro slowly opened his eyes. Just as Sanji was about to thank him, he realized that Roxas had already left. At the same time, Roxas teleported in front of Aokiji and asked, "Are you done?" "Yeah, almost." "What about the world government you mentioned?" "It's fine, and most of us get scolded." "Well, who told you to be an admiral?" Aokiji glanced deeply at the Straw Hat crew busy in the distance. "Let's go. Find a place to prepare to return to the Navy headquarters." Oh, not long after, Roxas and the others arrived at the eastern side of Long Chain Island. Aokiji took out a din mushi and called Admiral Sengoku. After hanging up the phone, Roxas felt a wave of spatial fluctuations, which might also be due to him being a user of the spatial fruit. A pink portal appeared in front of the two, revealing to Roxas a familiar office and three familiar faces: Garp, Sengoku, and Ji-Yuan. Ji-Yuan waited for Roxas to enter the office before sizing him up. Rorschach felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of Ji-Yuan and instinctively took 3 steps back. "Rorschach, what are you looking at, woman?" "Humph. After being away for more than half a month, how did it end up like this?" Rosha was momentarily at a loss for words. "And you?" And I won't stoop to his level. Just as Jaya was about to make a move, he heard Sengoku ask, "Aokiji, how did the investigation go this time?" Marshal Sengoku, Nico Robin, is currently serving as the archaeologist for the Straw Hat Pirates. But we have to survive first. Sengoku was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Aokiji pointed lazily at Rosha's and said, "I froze the entire Straw Hat crew with this kid." Ratchet glanced at Karp and, seeing that Karp did not react, nodded. "All right, it seems the 5 elders have also received the news." After Sengoku finished speaking, his expression gradually became serious. Next, he said something else. Everyone looked at Sengoku with confusion, while Sengoku looked at Ratchet with a gleam in his eyes. Roxia swallowed hard. "Haha, Roxia kid, I wonder if you can synthesize a devil fruit for our navy now?" Rosha twitched the corner of his mouth. He thought of many things, but he never expected this matter. He originally thought that Sengoku, this old fool, would forget it quickly, but unexpectedly, he brought it up so soon. "Ahem, that's fine, but all the generals should be out on missions, right?" Sengoku revealed a mysterious smile and immediately clapped his hands. At the same time, there was a sound of the office door opening. Rosha and the others looked over, and there stood a man nearly 3 meters tall, dressed in a dark red suit, with an extremely serious expression on his face. As Akainu entered, he asked, "Admiral Sengoku, is what you said true?" Akainu's gaze kept shifting back and forth towards Rosha's. Sengoku smiled kindly and said, "Sakazuki, don't worry. There's no way I would lie about something like this. Now your task is to sit down." Sakazuki looked around and finally plopped down right in front of Rosha's. "Come on, kid, aren't you after my magma?" At this moment, Admiral Sengoku also stepped out from behind his desk, and Karp, no longer eating his rice crackers, joined them, forming a circle around Rosha's and Akainu. Rorschach opened his mouth. He realized that these guys were here to watch the show. Roxas sat down beside Akainu, with an icy blue glow emanating from his hand. However, He seemed to think of something and looked up at Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, I won't do it until I get the payment from Bailey, he said. Also, this matter must be kept secret. Sengoku nodded heavily and took out a golden card from his pocket. Rorschach immediately recognized what this was. Roxa took it over without hesitation. Immediately, a flash of light appeared in Roxa's hand, and a thick layer of ice appeared on the ground, looking incredibly hard and exuding a chilling aura. Roxa swallowed hard, trembling as he extended his hand. Admiral Akainu, can you give me a small ball of magma first? Akainu glanced at Roxa's trembling hand, then at the thick layer of ice under his palm, and finally at Sengoku, his expression showing hesitation. Kid, my magma reaches up to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you can handle it? Akainu was quite skeptical about this. He didn't want to burn a Navy rookie with a small ball of magma. Moreover, he had been paying attention to Roxa, whose swordsmanship could even push back Gun. It's worth noting that Gun was a candidate admiral, and if Roxa could push him back now, his future was limitless. Roxia steadied his palm to stop it from trembling, assuring the Admiral Akainu, don't worry, I still have hockey. Akainu thought for a moment and realized that he had almost forgotten that this kid was protected by hockey. He slowly removed his gloves, and the surrounding air felt as if it had evaporated, becoming extremely hot. Among the people present, besides Roxia and Akiji, the other three were sweating profusely. Akainu condensed a ball of magma the size of an apple and placed it in Roxia's hand. As he placed it in Roxia's hand, the magma even formed a bubble, splattering a drop of magma directly onto Roxia's face. Fortunately, Roxia responded quickly, forming an ice mask on his face. At the same time, as the magma was placed in Roxia's hand, it instantly disappeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Magma Fruit Fragment 2. Rorschach's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that the system is applicable to any ability user, so I can use this money with confidence. Rosha has successfully absorbed the power, and his confidence has grown. Admiral Akainu, please continue. The same size as before is fine. All right, time passed, and at this moment, the mask on Rosha's face was about to be blown off by Akainu's magma, making it look like a funnel. Akiji was also nearby, providing air conditioning for Carp and the other three. Rosha had just finished absorbing a magma cluster when a flash of ice blue light suddenly appeared in his hand. He slammed his palm down on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the once sweltering office instantly became incredibly cool, even a bit cold. Watching the entire office freeze, it would be a lie to say that Sengoku didn't feel any heartache. Roxa ripped off the ice mask that was about to be shattered by the magma. Phew, I'm really sorry. Admiral Akainu's magma is just too hot. I had no choice. It's fine. Roxa, you can do whatever you want. Sengoku comforted him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained magma fragments too. Ding. Congratulations, host. The fragments have reached 200. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Rochet revealed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth after absorbing the last blob of magma. Since it was the Admiral Akainu called by the Warring States, Rochet was also thinking during the synthesis. Moreover, Akainu had never seen how many light orbs he asked from Kazuru, so Rochet thought he might as well get a little more and prepare one for his future crew members. Roxia requested a total of 100 groups of magma, and the fragments produced can be used to create 2 items. Synthesis. The previously dark system space illuminated with the utterance of the name Roxia, as 2 fiery red glows shone within the system space. After about several dozen seconds, the light in the system space faded. In the place where the light had emanated, 2 round fruits appeared, one white and one dark red, both with very unique colors. Rosha pondered for a long time and finally decided which one to give to the Warring States. Just then, the impatient Warring States patted Rosha on the shoulder. Rorschach suddenly returned from the system space to reality. What's wrong? Warlord of the Warring States? It's nothing. Did I succeed? When can I get it? Rosha pouted, and a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a round fruit with spiral patterns and a dark red color. Don't be in such a hurry. Marshal of the Warring States. I almost failed just now, so don't hit me next time. Rosha complained. At this moment, the eyes of the Warring States were shining brightly, fixated on the devil fruit in Rosha's hand. There were others also paying attention to the devil fruit in Rosha's hand. Akainu, Gun, Carp, and Akiji were all focused on the devil fruit as well. Among them, Akainu was the most shocked. His mouth was half open, and his eyes were wide. Yet they were full of intensity. After all, he was the one who personally ate the magma fruit from the Logia type over a decade ago, and he knew very well what the magma fruit looked like. The fruit in Rosha's hand whether in appearance or form, is clearly an authentic devil fruit. Perhaps noticing Akainu's gaze, Rosha cautiously took a step back with a smile. Rosha's explained actively, "This devil fruit is the natural type magma fruit that I synthesized. Of course, this is also thanks to Admiral Akainu's magma. Ahem, this fruit was synthesized not by extracting Admiral Akainu's own devil fruit, so he can rest assured about that." To prevent Akainu from thinking too much, Rosha's took the initiative to explain. This is also the first time Rosha's has actively explained the origin of a fruit. Rosha is still worried that Akainu will notice something unusual about his body later on. If there is a retaliation in the future, although Akainu cannot kill him now, he can still hurt him, so Rosha naturally wants to be completely foolproof. Akainu nodded and said seriously, "It's okay, I haven't noticed anything unusual about my body, so you don't need to explain so much." Rosha didn't respond. Instead, he brought the fruit in his hand to his chest and began to introduce it. "Everyone should be familiar with the Admiral Akainu's fruit, right?" The crowd nodded. At that moment, a group of people looked at Rosha, introducing the fruit like students, which made Rosha feel a bit elated. This fruit is not afraid of seawater. It can almost do everything you can think of with a magma fruit. At this point, Rosha paused and hesitated to say, "Perhaps the person who eats a fruit might also be able to eat this magma fruit." As soon as Rosha said this, Sengoku immediately retorted, "No way. Rosha, you can't joke about such things." That's right. Don't talk nonsense, little brother Rosha." Seeing everyone refuting him, Rosha shrugged and directly tossed the fruit to Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral, the task is complete. Welcome to visit again next time." Rosha's devil fruit shop, 800 million each. Very cheap. Rosha revealed a smile unique to a cunning businessman. Hiss. The icy blue light in Rosha's hand dissipated, and he suddenly inhaled sharply. Rorschach looked up and found that his right hand had somehow become charred and blackened, with faint traces of blood oozing from his palm. Rosha quickly put his hand behind his back, awkwardly smiled, and coughed. "I'll go to the infirmary first." Bang! The office closed as Rosha ran out. Sengoku frowned and said, "Peach Rabbit, go check on him. Akainu's magma is no joke, and that hand looks pretty serious." "Yes, Marshal, I'll go take a look right away." Shirhuan transformed into a pink flash and flew outside without any hesitation. Akainu was taken aback by this scene, and the wind swirling around was quite tangible. "Marshal, did Peach Rabbit eat a devil fruit?" Akainu asked. "That's right. About a month ago, when he went to sea with Rosha, he accidentally ate a spark fruit that Rosha made." "That's quite a pleasant surprise," Sengoku sighed. "Last month, Akainu was busy on a mission hunting pirates, so it was understandable that he didn't know about Shirhuan's ability to use the spark fruit." At this moment, Sengoku held the magma fruit in both hands, looking exhilarated, with joy in his eyes that he couldn't hide. "Ha ha ha, Rosha, what a treasure. This little guy's ability to create devil fruits must not be known to those CP agents. Remember to keep it a secret. If they find out, the world government will definitely capture Rosha and bring him to MeraMera. With Rosha's temperament, he might just run off to become a pirate." Everyone nodded, aware of the seriousness of the situation. Sengoku placed the devil fruit on his desk and asked, "Let's hear some opinions. Who should we give this devil fruit to? Akiji, what do you think?" Akiji yawned, scratched his head, and replied, "Anyone in the rank of captain would be fine, but what about Captain Carp?" Sengoku turned his gaze to Carp, who was still eating senbei. Carp quickly waved his hands, saying, No, I'm too old for this. My mind can't keep up. I won't have any." At that moment, Carp unconsciously recalled a scene where he was at a dining table holding senbei, but just as he was about to eat it, the senbei turned into a pile of black sludge, emanating thick black smoke. Carp swallowed hard, instinctively shook his head, thinking to himself, "Magma fruit, terrifying indeed. I can't risk not being able to eat anything in my old age." Sengoku watched Carp's series of actions with confusion, but didn't press further. "Akainu, what about you? On opinions? Like Akiji, I think anyone of the captain rank would be fine. They're the backbone of the Navy, and I could help them develop the fruit's abilities." Sengoku nodded, agreeing with both of them, but still felt something was missing. Suddenly, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail on the desk and said, "Call Vice Admiral Tsuru to the office." A short while later, Vice Admiral Tsuru entered the room. As soon as she stepped in, she spotted the devil fruit in Sengoku's hand and had an inkling of what was going on. Approaching Sengoku, she asked, "Sengoku, you call for me?" "Yes, Tsuru, look. This is the magma fruit synthesized by Rosha." Sengoku replied. Tsuru instinctively looked at the fruit Sengoku was holding, which was a dark red fruit. Magma fruit? That's right. I just spent 800 million belly to buy it from him. Although Tsuru had never seen a magma fruit with a kind of present, it was clear that it was indeed the real deal. So you call me here to admire this magma fruit? Tsuru asked. Sengoku shook his head. I'm not that free. I called you here to ask who would be the best recipient for this fruit. Currently, some of the promising young folks in the Navy already have devil fruit abilities, so we can only select from the captains. That's why I wanted to ask you who would be suitable for this fruit. As Sengoku finished speaking, Tsuru's gaze was fixed on the dark red fruit, her mind racing through the strengths of all the captains. Mongoose, Fire Mountain, Strawberry, Doberman. After pondering for a long time, Tsuru slowly said, You asked me about the fruit you bought, and currently, most of these captains hardly eat devil fruits. Some may not have found a suitable one, while others simply don't want to eat them. So this matter is something you should consider yourself, Sengoku. Sengoku's mouth twitched. He had thought Tsuru would provide the most suitable candidate, but instead, she said that. It seemed he would have to make the judgment himself. Just then, a sudden burst of laughter echoed in the room. Sengoku turned to see Carp sitting in a chair, laughing heartily while clapping the armrests. Carp, what are you laughing at? Sengoku asked. The more he spoke, the more Carp laughed. About a minute later, Carp slowly stopped laughing. Sengoku, you old man don't need to be so tangled up, right? It's just a fruit. Besides, that kid Roxia can make more. Whoever wants to eat this fruit can have it. It's that simple, Carp said, and Akiji chimed in. That's right, Marshal Sengoku, that's indeed the case. We have Roxia. As long as we wait long enough, he can synthesize another one. Sengoku pondered in silence, but his eyes were getting brighter. Indeed, although he was reluctant to part with that 800 million belly, Roxia had a cool-down period, and this fruit could be given to anyone freely. However, selecting the right candidate would still require careful consideration. Sengoku thought to himself. Ratchet, to hell with your cool-down period. You're the only one who has a cool-down period. Your whole family has it. After figuring all this out, Sengoku's expression became less troubled than before. Instead, he felt more relaxed. What about Jiyun and Ratchet? Where did they go? Vice Admiral Crane looked around and asked in confusion. She remembered Jiyun telling her that they went to Sengoku's office. Oh, that little guy Ratchet got his hand burned by Akainu's magma while synthesizing this fruit. Right now, Mama Tatsu is accompanying him to the infirmary. Vice Admiral Crane frowned in thought. So it turns out you can get burned while synthesizing a fruit? Little Crane, you should also consider that the kid was holding a ball of magma in his hand while synthesizing. This guy used over 100 pieces of magma to synthesize a magma fruit. If it were someone else, they probably would have lost their hand when they grabbed the first piece, right? Vice Admiral Crane instinctively glanced at Akainu, who was sitting nearby. Akainu's old face turned red. Cough, cough, how was I supposed to know this kid would get burned? Sengoku waved his hand and reassured. It's okay. There's a doctor around. Ratchet will be fine. At the same time, as Ratchet was walking towards the infirmary, he felt a tightening in his heart. His sixth sense told him that someone was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Rosha activated the space fruit ability without hesitation, and wherever his gaze fell, it was within the range of the space fruit. Whoosh! In just an instant, Rosha disappeared from his original spot and appeared at the entrance of the Navy Headquarters Hospital. A look of astonishment flashed across Jiyun's face as he flew halfway, but it was only for a moment. After regaining his composure, Jiyun quickly flew towards Rosha's direction. As Rorschach arrived at the hospital entrance and turned his head, he saw a face filled with anger staring intensely at him. Roxa stood there in shock, realizing that the person who had arrived was Jiyun. Jiyun stood in front of Roxa, hands on hips, and asked, Why did you run when you sensed someone behind you? Do you think I can't hit you? Roxia twitched his mouth in silence and said, What did you just say? Is there someone behind me waiting to beat me up? Suddenly, Roxia felt a sharp pain in his palm and looked down to see blood dripping from his hand. He could feel that the blood had been flowing for a while. Upon seeing the injury on Roxia's hand, Jiyun's heart softened, and she quickly grabbed Roxia's arm and took him into the hospital. At that moment, a doctor in the medical room was bandaging Roxia's wound. Although the doctor was busy with the bandaging, he kept talking. Admiral Akainu, really? Last time, it was a commander who was injured by Admiral Akainu, and now, just a few months later, here we go again. How can he injure a fellow Navy officer? Roxa gave an awkward smile, wanting to explain, but he opened his mouth and found no words. He couldn't possibly say that he had, could he? Given this doctor's temperament, he might even scold himself. Jiyun and Roxa exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling at each other without saying anything. Half an hour later, Jiyun took Roxa out of the hospital, a triumphant smile on his face. Rorschach looked at his hand, which was bandaged like a bear's paw, and then glanced at the giggling Goyen beside him. Rosha glared fiercely at Jiyun. What are you laughing at? If you have the ability, let Akainu lie down for a try. At this moment, Rosha really wanted to slice Jiyun into 180 pieces. After all, he was a spatial ability user, and spatial cutting was something he could do. Seeing Rosha like this, Jiyun immediately shut his mouth and quickly tried to calm him down. Oh, I couldn't help it. By the way, that doctor told me that you can't use that hand for 5 days, so you need to rest well. Jiyun patted her ample chest and said with a smile, as for your meals over these 5 days, let your sister Jiyun feed you. I've grown up so much, and apart from feeding dogs, I've never fed anyone else. As soon as these words were spoken, Rosha glared at Jiyun fiercely and turned to walk away immediately. Rorschach, damn it, are you insulting me in a roundabout way? The next day, early in the morning, Rosha is being pulled by Jiyun, walking down the street at this moment. Rosha yawned lazily and asked, Jun, where are you taking me? I haven't woken up yet, and just because I'm clumsy doesn't mean I can't walk. Jiyun tightened his grip on Rosha's hand and explained, last night, the general of the warring states asked us to go to his office today. It seems he has something to ask you. Rorschach pouted and remarked, this general is a marshal, yet he needs to consult a brigadier general to decide on matters. I think his time as a marshal has come to an end. To actually dare to send you to bring me to his office early in the morning, he's really got too much time on his hands. Rosha kept complaining all the way, his mouth never stopping. Finally, the two arrived at the warring state's office. As Jiyun pulled Rosha into the office, he saw that Mole and Fire Mountain were also there. Rosha slowly opened his eyes and found that the office of Sengoku was filled with people. The 3 generals, Vice Admiral Crane, Carp, Sengoku, Fire Mountain, Mole, Rosha, and Jiyun. Rosha glanced around with hazy eyes and, upon realizing there was no seat for him, unexpectedly made himself a lounge chair on the spot. Rosha broke free from Jiyun's small hand and sat down on the chair with a thud. Sengoku only glanced at Rosha and then ignored him. Sengoku's gaze gradually became serious as he focused on the 2 in front of him, the Mole and Fire Mountain. Seeing Sengoku's serious expression, the 2 of them tensed up. The reason I called you here today is for a specific matter. Sengoku did not speak further, but lowered his head to take out a dark red fruit from under his desk. The eyes of the 2 brightened. They now truly understood what it was. Devil fruit, they exclaimed in unison. Sengoku smiled and nodded. That's right, it's a devil fruit. After thinking for a long time last night, I finally chose you 2 out of so many people. After looking at the fruit, Sengoku continued. This fruit is called the natural type, magma fruit. Upon hearing this, the 2, who had initially been excited, suddenly froze, instinctively glancing towards Akainu, who was sitting on the sofa. Akainu's face remained as serious as ever. You don't need to look at Akainu. He is not dead. The Mole tentatively asked Marshal Sengoku, did you get the name of the devil fruit wrong? Fire Mountain immediately chimed in. Yeah, Akainu is still alive. But as soon as he said that, he regretted it, feeling a serious gaze fixated on him through his observation hockey. Sengoku waved his hand. I didn't make a mistake. This one is indeed the natural type. Magma fruit. Let me tell you about the abilities of this devil fruit. You can compare it to Sakazuki. Besides the abilities he can use, this devil fruit is also not afraid of seawater. The 2 looked at Sengoku, wanting to say, Marshal Sengoku, are you silly? Who eats a devil fruit that isn't afraid of seawater? Sengoku smiled mysteriously and pointed to Rosha, who was sleeping not far away. This fruit was synthesized by this kid at the cost of one of his hands. The 2 turned to see Rosha lying on a chair made of ice, one of his hands wrapped up like a zongzi. Rosha can synthesize devil fruits? They had heard of Rosha's name, but they had only heard that he could synthesize magical items, not that he could synthesize devil fruits. Sengoku nodded and pointed to Jiyun beside Rosha. Look, Peach Rabbit is the one who ate the devil fruit made by Rosha. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiyun, who did not shy away. Suddenly, a pink light erupted from her hand, gradually illuminating the entire office. In her hand, a pink lightsaber appeared, looking just like Kizaru's Yada no Kagami. Jiyun smiled slightly. This sword is my imitation of Admiral Kizaru's technique, a Yada no Kagami. Everyone was shocked at this scene, especially upon seeing the sword. Others might not feel as much shock, but Kizaru was the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. Kizaru's eyes widened, and his face looked even more lecherous. How terrifying. Rosha is truly terrifying. He can even replicate my Pika Pika no Mi 1-to-1. There is absolutely no sarcasm in Kizaru's words. No wonder I thought last time that Peach Rabbit's devil fruit ability was somewhat similar to mine. It turns out it really is the Pika Pika no Mi. Peach Rabbit smiled slightly. Yes, Admiral Kazur, because I accidentally ate Roxa's pink devil fruit. I gained this ability. Ji-Yuan put away the pink lightsaber and quietly stood beside Roxa. The mole curiously asked, Peach Rabbit, do you really not fear seawater after consuming the fruit made by Roxa? Are there no side effects? Peach Rabbit shook her head. No. I can even activate my abilities and swim around in the sea. The mole's question was quite normal. After all, he was someone who specialized in swordsmanship and wouldn't have considered the side effects of devil fruits before. But now, in front of him was a devil fruit that had no side effects. The eyes of the two gradually became fervent. Sengoku naturally noticed their gazes and smiled with satisfaction. He was pleased with their reaction. The Navy should be like this. Competition makes one stronger. Sengoku glanced at the sleeping Roxa and slowly said, Peach Rabbit, please wake Roxa up. Huh? Oh, okay. Peach Rabbit quickly turned around and gently pushed Roxa, saying softly, Wake up, Roxa. Marshal Sengoku is calling you. I don't want to wake up yet. Ji-Yuan, can you help me get rid of that old monk? Roxa said lazily. He even turned over, completely unaware that Sengoku's face darkened immediately. Ha ha ha. Old monk? Is it your new nickname, Sengoku? Truly, you are someone I brought back. Your eloquence is quite good. Among the crowd, only Old Man Garp dared to laugh out loud. Sengoku ignored Garp and instead walked up to Roxa without saying a word. The next moment, Sengoku pushed Roxa hard and said with a serious expression, Hey, you brat, wake up quickly. Roxa groggily felt as if he was being pushed forcefully. When he opened his eyes, he saw Sengoku with a dark expression pushing him, and in Roxa's eyes, that gaze seemed to imply a desire to stab him. Rokushia slowly stood up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, What are you doing, Marshal Warring States? I woke you up to ask whether this fruit should be given to the Fire Mountain or the Mole. After all, it was you who synthesized it, so I will still take some of your advice. Warring States said irritably. Rorschach shook his head, trying hard to shake the drowsiness out of his mind. Roxia looked at the two people standing in front of him. One of them he vaguely remembered was called Mole. The other was tall with half-closed eyes, looking quite friendly. What's his name? The old general from the Warring States period. Who is this? Roxia pointed at the Major General Huoshao Mountain standing in front of him and asked. The Warring States, not far away, darkened his expression. He had just clearly heard the word old. So this bastard kid was trying to call me old monk? Before Warring States could think too much, Ji-Yuan, who was standing next to Roxia, pushed him and said irritably, You idiot. Standing in front of you is Major General Huoshao Mountain, whose strength is very formidable. After Ji-Yuan's explanation, Roxia gradually started to recall, although he knew what he looked like. Who could remember names? Roxia smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I just joined the Navy and haven't seen so many generals before. Ji-Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, You've been here for a year, you're not a newbie anymore. Huashishin smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, It's fine, Roxia. Sengoku, who was standing aside and playing with the magma fruit, glanced at Roxia and, seeing that he hadn't mentioned who it was for, couldn't help but urge, Hey, kid, you still haven't said who it's for. Ratchet tilted his head slightly and saw the dark face of Sengoku. From the looks of it, someone must have offended him. Was this old monk venting his anger on himself? Ratchet said slowly, Why don't you eat it, General Sengoku? After all, I don't know if the fruit I synthesized can explode with the big Buddha fruit inside you. How about you help me test it? Swish. As soon as Ratchet finished speaking, Sengoku's originally ink-black face instantly turned even darker. Seeing this, Rosha activated the space fruit and instantly teleported behind Karp, revealing only a pair of eyes. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. This guy really doesn't learn his lesson. He just offended the Marshal in his sleep, and now he still dares to say such things. I hope the Marshal won't take action. Standing still with a face as dark as a pot bottom, Sengoku couldn't help but shout at Karp's seat. Damn Karp, Rosha is really becoming more and more like you. Ha! Rosha was picked up by me, so of course he resembles me. At this moment, Rosha quietly said, I think this fruit would be better for the fire-burning mountain. Sengoku glanced at Rosha, slowly sat down on the chair that Rosha had made earlier, and asked, Can you explain that? Roxa's mouth twitched, and he was worried that the people present might criticize him to death for his reasoning. I'm looking at it based on body type. If it's General Mole, his swordsmanship is quite impressive, so he's pretty suitable for the Goro no Mi. At that moment, General Fireburn's eyes were nearly squinting with laughter, and he felt even more favorable towards Roxa. In contrast, Mole felt a bit disheartened. This Roxa was actually judging based on body type, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sengoku said irritably, I don't have any extra Goro no Mi. The only one you have is for Tontata, right? I actually have one here. But Roxa said this extremely quietly. However, Roxa forgot that everyone present possessed observation haki. Even though his voice was low, it reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing Roxa's words, Mole became excited. After all, this was the Goro Goro no Mi, not the Magu Magu no Mi, and he used a sword. There's a saying that goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is invincible, and the Goro Goro no Mi is synonymous with speed. It's one of the top 3 fruits in terms of speed among devil fruits. Oh, you have another Goro Goro no Mi? Could it be left over from the last synthesis? When Rosha's eyes met Sengoku's for a moment, he immediately felt defeated. He then turned around, facing the window, and sat down, not daring to meet Sengoku's gaze. He was afraid that his fruits would be taken away by Sengoku's persuasion. Sengoku waited for a long time, but did not see Rosha respond. At a glance, it seemed that Rosha had actually turned his back to him. Given that Karp's large frame completely blocked Rosha from view, it was normal that Sengoku couldn't see him. Sengoku gave a signal to Jiyuan, who nodded slightly. Then, Jiyuan slowly walked towards Rosha, and in the next second, grabbed Rosha. "What are you doing?" Jiyuan said with a charming smile, his voice gentle. "Marshal Sengoku is looking for you." Before long, Rosha was back on the recliner, facing Sengoku, whose eyes were gleaming. Roxia's gaze was firm, with his arms crossed. Although this was the last remaining one, he couldn't give it to you. Moreover, this fruit had a somewhat special color. It couldn't compare to Admiral Kazuru's yellow, nor could it match the pink of the Garden of Gods. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, the usually silent Akiji asked, "Roxia, you mentioned that this fruit has a special color. So what color is it?" In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Roxia. Roxia didn't say a word, but directly flipped her small hand, and a green object resembling a sparkling fruit appeared in her palm. Roxia turned the fruit in his hand for a while, and after everyone had finished looking, he put the fruit back into the space. Seeing the fruit, Kizaru was stunned. What had he just seen? It was a green devil fruit that looked exactly like the one he had eaten decades ago. Truly unbelievable. Kizaru looked at Roxia with a gaze full of disbelief. Or more accurately, shock. How terrifying. That kid Roxia. Rosha pouted and said firmly, "This color won't do. I'm sure General Mole wouldn't eat it either. So, I think green is also an option." General Mole touched his nose and looked at Rosha with intense interest. Rorschach was truly shocked at this moment. This mole general was really hungry. Rorschach waved his hand, saying that unless money was offered, it was just a beautiful thought. Rorschach looked around for a week and slowly said, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." "Wait." Rokushia's raised foot paused. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Sengoku. Sengoku, spinning the magma fruit in one hand, slowly walked up to the two of them. In the next moment, Sengoku exerted force in his hand and actually stuffed the magma fruit into the mouth of Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain's eyes widened, and in the next instant, he instinctively bit down. Just as he was about to swallow, a smell of stinky socks and rotten fruit wafted into his nose. Fire Mountain instinctively wanted to spit it out, but images of Akainu using his powers involuntarily flashed in his mind. About a minute later, Fire Mountain, with red eyes, swallowed the entire fruit. The impact of this scene left the other ability users present astonished. Cough, cough. After careful consideration, this fruit will be used by Fire Mountain. When I manage to deduct 800 million from the military budget, then you can eat it, Mole. By then, I'll have that brat Rokushia change its color for you. As he said this, Sengoku's face turned slightly red, clearly embarrassed. After all, he had called 2 people to decide the ownership of the fruit, and one of them ended up without it, which made Sengoku's old face flush with shame. The mole smiled gently, waving his hand. "It's fine, Admiral Sengoku. It doesn't matter whether I get the fruit or not." Hearing this, Rokushia instinctively shrank back behind Jigen, feeling somewhat guilty. Sengoku turned to Fire Mountain and asked, "How do you feel? Any changes in your body?" At this point, Fire Mountain, who had initially felt nauseous, suddenly perked up, looking quite pleased. "Admiral, I feel like I've become magma. Should I show you right now?" "No, at least not here. My office has just been renovated." Sengoku hurriedly stopped Fire Mountain. He didn't want his office to turn to ashes. Fire Mountain scratched his head and smiled, looking quite embarrassed. At this moment, Akainu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Let's go to the square below. I want to see what kind of fruit Rokushia has made." After saying this, Akainu was the first to leave the office. The others followed closely behind, leaving only Rokushia and Jigen in the room. Jigen asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to check out the power of the fruit you synthesized?" "TCH, the shining fruit wouldn't have much power for you anyway. The magma fruit might not be that strong either. and I still need to sleep. I'm an injured person. Jigen shot a glare at Rosha, explaining, I'm focusing on swordsmanship, not fruit abilities, and you better not slack off. Hurry up and come down with me. Jigen grabbed Rosha and threw him over her shoulder, instantly transforming into a streak of light and flying out of the building, arriving at the Navy headquarters square. Rosha groggily got down from Ji Yuan's shoulder and then looked around. He noticed that at this moment, the square was surrounded by circle after circle of people. Rorschach scoffed, wondering if these guys were not afraid of death at all. It doesn't matter, with all the generals here, especially with you and Admiral Akiji, I believe the surrounding navy will be fine. Ji Yuan walked over slowly, a faint smile on his face. Rosha shrugged, and then activated his freezing fruit ability, gradually forming a shape of a lounge chair in front of him. However, this was not the end. Gradually, ice columns began to sprout from underneath the lounge chair. The ice columns reached a height of 4 meters, perfectly supporting the lounge chair. Rorschach grinned, activated the space fruit, and instantly reached the lounge chair. Rorschach looked down, and indeed, he could perfectly see the figure in the center of the burning mountain. Ratchet's action caught the attention of the Marines, and some of them even began to whisper among themselves. Who is that lying in midair? Could it be Admiral Akiji? No way. Do you think Admiral Akiji would be so ostentatious? In my opinion, that Navy officer must be Brigadier General Ratchet. I heard he gained Admiral Akiji's ability, and it seems to be true. What? Admiral Akiji's ability? Ice powers? That's amazing. I heard he obtained it by chance. He's really lucky. Facing the numerous Marines discussing Ratchet, he remained oblivious. At that moment, he comfortably lay in midair, enjoying the gentle sea breeze with an expression of pure enjoyment. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was staring intently at Ratchet in midair, his expression darkening. Sengoku patted Akiji beside him and said, Kazan, get this kid down. His actions like this will have a negative impact on the Navy. Bring him down quickly. All right, Fleet Admiral. Akiji responded. In an instant, he jumped into the air and grabbed Ratchet's arm, bringing him down. As soon as they landed, Ratchet couldn't help but say, Hey, boss. I was lying up there just fine. Why did you bring me down? Suddenly, Ratchet seemed to think of something, his expression becoming strange as he asked, You don't want to lie down too, do you? Can't you make it? Do you want me to teach you? Akiji turned his head away, fearing he might burst out laughing. Suddenly, a stern voice rang in Ratchet's ear, Ratchet. Ratchet turned his head and saw Sengoku glaring at him with a serious expression. Gulp. Ratchet swallowed nervously and asked, What's wrong, Admiral Sengoku? Sengoku pointed at the burning mountain standing in the center of the square and then gestured towards Ratchet, saying, The burning mountain is currently in need of a sparring partner. Would you like to go? Huh. With so many people, it can't possibly be my turn, right? Sengoku crossed his arms and said in a tempting tone, As long as you can defeat him, I will promote your rank to that of a rear admiral. If you can hold your ground against him, I'll elevate your rank to that of a major. But if you can't even withstand 10 moves, I will send you to the New World for 2 years before you come back. Roxa's gaze was wandering as he contemplated. At this moment, all the generals were looking at Roxa, especially Akiji and Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was the one who understood Roxa the best. As time passed second by second, Roxa's expression suddenly became resolute. Rorschach slowly uttered 2 words. Will you really promote me to Major General? Let's defeat Fire Mountain first, the Warring States said with a dark face. This little brat is already thinking about being promoted to Major General before defeating Fire Mountain. Are you making a wish with me? Roxia looked at the bandage in his hand, and in the next moment, the bandage that was wrapped around him like a zongzi suddenly burst open. At the same time, Roxia slowly walked towards the center of the square. The Marines passing by saw Roxia like this and hurriedly made way. They also heard the conversation between Sengoku and Roxia just now, and they were very eager to see what would happen. However, they still couldn't believe that a brigadier general could possibly defeat a seasoned vice admiral. Roxa smiled as he approached the general of Burning Mountain. The general of Burning Mountain, a Warring States-era marshal, said, Let me be your opponent. Whether I could be promoted to lieutenant general this time depends entirely on you. I also want to become a lazy old man like Captain Carp. The originally motivated gaze of the Burning Mountain general twitched at Roxa's words, but his eyes remained as gentle as before. Come on, Roxa. Even though this fruit was given to me by you, I won't hold back. This is also about you being responsible for me. Rorschach extended a hand at this situation. Bridge Bean Sack, please give me a few minutes. Fireburn Mountain happily agreed, sure. Roxy had directly sat down and closed his eyes, entering the system space. System lottery. Ding! The lottery wheel is at your service. In an instant, a huge wheel appeared in Roxia's system space. Rosha raised his eyes and instantly widened them. Oh, this time, the jackpot on the roulette was. Ding! Do you want to deduct 500 million belly to participate in the roulette draw? Yes. Ding! 500 million belly has been deducted. The roulette has started. As the system's voice fell, the previously still roulette suddenly began to spin. The speed of the spin was so fast that Rosha couldn't keep up. After about a minute, a voice echoed in Rosha's mind again, and 5 items appeared in front of him, one of which was shining with a dazzling golden light. Rosha placed his hands on his hips, tilted his head back, and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Today I will definitely become a major general. Even a great general can't stop me. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained the design blueprint for the Tangdao battleship. Ding! Congratulations. You have received 10 CN beans. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained an iron brick. The system kindly reminds you that an iron brick is essential for killing and looting. You won't suffer losses or be deceived. Ding! Congratulations. You have received 50,000 berries. Ding! Congratulations. The host has gained Conqueror's Hockey. In just an instant, Rox's aura became extraordinary. Rosha's mouth curled up slightly. This time, the lottery finally made him feel like a lucky winner. This feeling was truly wonderful, exhilarating. At this moment, outside, a group of sailors was discussing Rosha, not just because of the 2 flames he was exuding, which filled the sailors with curiosity. Rosha slowly opened his eyes, and this time he felt 50% confident in defeating the general of Burning Mountain. As he looked at the general, his gaze gradually became fiery. This was someone who could turn him into a salted fish in the future. Suddenly, Rosha felt a sharp pain in his palm. Rorschach looked down and realized that the wound he had burned that day was oozing fresh blood drop by drop. Rorschach smirked slightly, flipped his hand, and a magic bean appeared in his palm. Rosha tilted his head back and swallowed and in the next moment, the slowly bleeding wound began to heal. From a distance, the Warring States general's eyes widened in shock, muttering, "This kid still has more? Could it be that he has the recipe? I must ask him properly after the fight." It wasn't just the Warring States general who witnessed this. Akainu, who originally felt a bit of remorse, lost any trace of it after seeing Rosha's hand heal. At this moment, Akainu was quite eager for the battle between the two. Meanwhile, a slight smirk appeared on Rosha's lips as the tiger hunt automatically appeared in his hand. Rosha took a deep breath and smiled. "Come on, Fire Mountain General. Today I will definitely defeat you. You are the key to my promotion to Major General." Fire Mountain smiled gently, but he did not draw his sword. Rosha squinted his eyes, and gradually he noticed that the body of the Fire Mountain was emitting intense heat. The ground of the square, which had originally been standing still, was charred black from the burning of the magma, and a faint white smoke was rising in the air. At this moment, all the Marines, under the shouts of the commanders, gradually retreated to the rear, leaving more space for the two to maneuver. Many commanders and Marines looked at the Fire Mountain in the center of the square with puzzled expressions, not understanding why it possessed the same abilities as Admiral Akainu, but they wouldn't ask about it just yet. At this moment, the Fire Mountain in the center of the square looked in shock at the changes in its own body. I seem to have transformed into magma. This is amazing." Rosha held the sword in one hand, and upon seeing the burning mountain, he was still shocked by his own transformation, which gave him the idea of a sneak attack. Rosha turned his head towards the Warring States Marshal and revealed a mischievous smile. The next second, a powerful slash mixed with the breath of the sun quickly struck towards the burning mountain. The speed of the sword energy was incredibly fast, far beyond what the burning mountain could withstand. Puff! Crack! In the next moment, the slash violently pierced through the chest of the burning mountain, directly cutting it in half. Rosha grinned, but he did not let his guard down. Instead, he took the battle even more seriously. Hiwashishin, who had been cut in half, widened his eyes in shock, and the javelin was quite bewildered as well. However, he quickly reacted. He was in a competition with Rosha. How could he afford to be distracted? Annoyed, Hiwashishin slapped his own head, and in the next moment, his bisected body miraculously reconnected and restored itself. His expression also shifted from confusion to seriousness. Rosha revealed a mischievous smile. "Hey, has the Fire Mountain finally come to his senses? It seems my move was quite effective." Fire Mountain did not respond, but the dark red lava in his hands grew increasingly agitated, with large drops of magma falling one by one. "Take this move." The lava in Fire Mountain's hands transformed into multiple magma balls that quickly shot towards Rosha. The magma balls struck Rosha's body like raindrops. However, This would not cause any harm to Roxia. The magma balls extinguished instantly upon contact with Roxia's frozen form. Rosha curled his lips in disdain, saying, "Goodness, who has moves like that?" Rox's gaze gradually turned cold, and the tiger hunt, perhaps sensing Rox's intention, actively transformed back into a wristband. After the tiger hunt left his palm, Rox's armament hockey instantly enveloped him, the pitch-black hockey adding an air of mystery to Rox's strength. Rosha clenched his fist and felt the power within him. Swish! The space fruit activated, and in an instant, Rosha appeared in front of Fire Mountain, accompanied by a powerful blow. What? Fire Mountain's pupils widened. He didn't expect that Rosha could cover such a distance in an instant. This was outrageous. Before he could think further, Rosha's fist struck hard against Fire Mountain's cheek. At the moment of contact, Fire Mountain was sent flying by Rosha's punch, crashing into a nearby wall, sending dust and debris flying. The scene left the surrounding Marine soldiers and many generals astonished, especially Sengoku, Garp, and others, who were dumbfounded. When did this kid become so strong? This level of armament hockey is definitely more than just beginner. I didn't expect this kid to have such high hockey talent. Sengoku marveled. The three admirals and the other generals nodded instinctively. Reflecting on their teenage years, they realized they were not as formidable as Rosha. Unlike the shock of the others, Garp's eyes gradually lit up. If it were nighttime, Garp's eyes would definitely shine like light bulbs. Garp laughed boisterously with Rosha's fists. I can definitely pass on my iron fist to him. Moreover, this kid can absolutely learn my flowing rock-shattering fist. Garp's eyes were filled with admiration as he watched Rosha just send Fire Mountain flying. Rorschach glanced at the smug Garp and said, "Old man, I'm not learning that. Find someone else." Rochet's voice was not loud, but it was enough for Garp to hear. "What? You little brat, you have to learn. It's been a long time since I've taught anyone my flowing rock-shattering fist. You must learn," Garp said as he rolled up his sleeves and started to walk towards Rochet. Luckily, Sengoku and Akiji held him back. Otherwise, Rochet might have been stuck in the wall by now, unable to get down. Crash! Whoosh! A sound of stones cracking came through, and Rochet looked up to see a figure crawling out from the wall in the distance. The magma released looked quite violent. As that person walked, the magma dripping from them burned multiple holes into the ground of the square. Roxa swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. Hiwashishin slowly walked to the opposite side of Roxa, smiling gently. Indeed, he had aged. He was actually beaten to this state. Next, Hiwashishin will go all out. So Roxa, you need to be careful. As Hiwashishin's words fell, his originally gentle face turned cold. Just as Hiwashishin finished speaking, swish, boom, Hiwashishin, who had been standing still, suddenly appeared in front of Roxa. His fist, covered in magma, slammed hard into Roxa's stomach. Roxia, who was originally smiling, quickly changed to a mask of pain, his whole body curling up like a shrimp. Puff! Roxia spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this scene, Fire Mountain slowly retracted his fist, but still maintained a serious expression on his face. Rosha crouched down and activated the space fruit, retreating several meters away from the burning mountain. Rochet wiped his mouth corner and said with a nonchalant attitude, "Hey, just spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. Not bad." Roxa's gaze was fixed tightly on the burning mountain opposite him. This time, Roxa was no longer in a carefree attitude. Instead, he wore a serious expression. He had initially thought that a lieutenant general wouldn't be too strong, but now he felt that anyone who could become a lieutenant general was not to be underestimated. Rashia slowly raised the tiger hunt in his hand, and the breath of the sun activated. Roxa raised his light sword, the tiger hunt, and slashed towards the direction of the burning mountain. In the blink of an eye, a fire dragon about 10 meters long burst forth from the sword. Roar! The fire dragon let out a resounding roar, appearing real to outsiders. The speed of the fire dragon was extremely fast, fiercely biting towards the burning mountain on the opposite side. Due to the close distance and the fire dragon's rapid speed, the burning mountain had no time to evade. The arms of the burning mountain erupted with magma, resembling two volcanoes erupting from a distance. The burning mountain swung its arms forcefully towards the fire dragon. Boom! The fire dragon collided violently with the magma. However, Roxa had used the breath of the sun. It wouldn't be so easy to disperse it, and, for a moment, the burning mountain found itself resisting Roxa's attack. After about a few dozen seconds, the burning mountain swung upwards with great force, instantly dispersing the fire dragon. As the fire dragon was dispersed, sparks flew towards the naval soldiers, which was also a characteristic of Roxa's technique. The surrounding Marines saw this scene and hurriedly ran away. Akiji, who had been observing the Marines, immediately took action, turning ice into sharp needles that shot towards the small flames. At this moment, Roxa looked at the equally serious burning mountain, unsure of how to attack. Moreover, Roxa noticed that the burning mountain had a sword attached to its waist, which had not been drawn even at this moment, leaving Roxa puzzled. Could it be that this old man's strongest swordsmanship? Is he just using his powers to toy with me? Roxa thought to himself. Rosha pondered carefully what abilities he still had. I currently have the abilities of the Ice Fruit, Swordsmanship, Sun Breathing, Space Fruit, and Conqueror's Haki. That's right, Space Fruit and Conqueror's Haki. Rorschach quickly came up with a countermeasure. Luosha's mouth curved into a smile, and his face regained a confident and composed expression. Roxia tightly gripped the knife in his hand and disappeared from his original spot in the next second. Countless afterimages surrounded Huashishin, who was on the square, moving at an astonishing speed. From time to time, Roxia would strike Huashishin with a knife, each attack infused with a domineering aura that left him defenseless. Spatial Slash, Fire Dragon Slash, Ice Needle, Iron Fist. In the rapidly moving circle, Roxia's voice echoed, and each time a sound was heard, the corresponding technique would follow suit. This left Huashishin unable to defend himself, and even more absurdly, being trapped in Roxia's high-speed circle meant he had to endure all the attacks. At this point, he could only be on the receiving end of the beatings. Even more baffling was that Roxia's fist, wrapped in iron, would occasionally land a heavy blow on his lower back. 10 minutes later, Huashishin could be described as a beggar. His once brand-new naval uniform was now tattered and covered in knife marks, looking utterly disheveled. However, at this moment, Roxia was also struggling with the disorienting sensation of high-speed movement. In the blink of an eye, Luoxia came to a halt. 10 meters away from the burning mountain, he planted the tiger hunt into the square, gripping the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. Rox's head was spinning intensely, and he even felt a wave of nausea. Fireburn Mountain touched the strips of cloth on his body, glanced at the dazed Roxa across from him, and immediately came up with an idea. Fireburn Mountain, weak and limping, made his way toward Roxa, but Roxa was completely oblivious. In the crowd, Jiyuan instinctively wanted to rush to Roxa, but was pulled back by Akiji. Admiral Akiji, Roxa is in danger. Akiji shook his head. It's just a sparring match. Nothing will happen. Besides, this kid is my subordinate. I won't let anything happen to him. Akainu also said in a deep voice, that's right. And Fireburn Mountain knows his limits. Meanwhile, Fireburn Mountain limped closer to Roxa, with dark red magma covering his entire arm. Finally, he reached a position half a meter away from Roxa and slowly raised his hand. He planned to knock Roxa out to end the sparring quickly. He didn't want to feel that sense of being at others' mercy again after Roxa recovered. Just as Fireburn Mountain's arm was about to reach Roxa's neck, Roxa suddenly lifted his head, his eyes widening in an instant. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from Roxa. Boom! The surrounding Marines fell one after another, with some even fainting outright. Rorschach's eyes were indifferent, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead in front of the burning mountain, not knowing where to look. Roxia was overjoyed and instantly attached his spatial ability to the sword. Slash! In the blink of an eye, Roxia directly cut the fiery mountain in half. Rosha raised his weapon, a cold look in his eyes, and spoke slowly. Admiral Fireburn. Just as the Admiral, who had been cut in half, was about to struggle to get up, Rosha's blade, covered in armed color hockey, was pressed against his throat, leaving him unable to move. Fireburn let out a bitter smile. I lost. As soon as Fireburn spoke those words, everyone was shocked and widened their eyes, with some Navy vice admirals even thinking they had misheard, instinctively rubbing their ears. In the center of the square, after getting the answer he wanted, Rosha instantly felt drained and sat down on the ground. He was gasping for breath, his head spinning, feeling very fatigued. In the crowd, Sengoku looked around and finally asked the others beside him uncertainly, that was the Conqueror's Haki, right? Am I correct? The three admirals nodded with complex expressions. Yes, that's right. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief, and then stepped forward to join Rosha and Fireburn. As he approached, Zoro immediately crouched down to check Rosha's injuries, and after confirming that there was nothing serious, a smile finally appeared on his face. 10 minutes later, Fireburn was dragged away by Kizaru, transformed into a flash of light, and flew towards the medical room. At this moment, all the sailors, including those who had fainted, were taken back to their dormitories by their companions, while some returned to the training ground to continue training. At this moment, only the exhausted Rosha remained in the square, along with Sengoku, Garp, and the two admirals. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Rosha, their gazes intense, as if they were trying to see right through him. Rosha swallowed hard, feeling that gaze. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a immortal bean appeared in his palm. Ji Yuan, quick-witted and swift, snatched it away and directly stuffed it into Roxa's mouth. As they entered his body, Roxa felt a gentle energy sweep through him, restoring his weak and limp body to its original state. Rorschach moved his body, and it made a crack, crack, crack sound. At this moment, Rosha looked directly at Sengoku and asked seriously, "Marshal Sengoku, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Sengoku shook his head and asked with a strange expression, "How did you manage that last strike just now? Or have you been able to do it before?" Roxa scratched his head and said, "Are you talking about the last surge of momentum I had? What's the big deal? It's just a surge of momentum. Is it really worth all this fuss?" As he spoke, Roxa's voice grew weaker. Sengoku, with a strange look in his eyes, replied, "It might differ from what you think, but what you just mentioned is called Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki only appears once in a million people. It's almost non-existent in the Grand Line. So when I saw you actually using Conqueror's Haki, I was quite surprised." Although Sengoku spoke in a mysterious way, making it seem like Conqueror's Haki was very rare. Roxa didn't think so. Rosha curled his lip. "Marshal, you just said the Grand Line doesn't exist?" Sengoku nodded. "That's right. Is there a problem?" "Not really. It's just that if the Grand Line doesn't exist, then it should all be in the New World, right? There should be a lot in the New World, right?" Sengoku twitched his mouth slightly. He didn't expect Rosha to think so quickly. Rorschach looked at the general slyly and tentatively asked, "Marshal, does the matter of the Lieutenant General still count? If you go back on your word, there's nothing I can do. After all, you are the Marshal. You are the highest in the Navy." Rorschach spoke in a sarcastic tone, making the warring states feel uneasy. The warring states interrupted. "Nonsense. Once I say something, it's like water that's been spilled. You can go out and ask around. There's nothing I've said that I haven't accomplished." Rokushia looked at the serious Sengoku and turned to pat Carp on the shoulder, asking, "Old man, is what the Marshal said true?" "TCH, don't believe him. That bastard's words might take months or even years to come to fruition," Carp said disdainfully while picking his nose. The two of them openly chatted about Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku glared at Carp and scolded, "Damn Carp, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll dock your salary." Carp chuckled awkwardly and said nothing more. He had already told Rokushia everything that needed to be said. Sengoku waved his hand and said, "All right, it will take a few more days regarding Rokushia's promotion to Rear Admiral. I still need to discuss it with the senior officials of the Navy. Once we reach an agreement, we will immediately promote Rokushia to Rear Admiral." Roxia pouted, but he really did care about the position of the Lieutenant General. It would be great if he could slack off as openly as Lieutenant General Carp. 5 minutes later, everyone had already left the square, and only Roxia and Ji Yuan remained. Before Roxia could react, a slender arm wrapped around his neck. Then a gentle laugh came from beside him, filled with pride. "Not bad, little brother Roxia. Your strength is really growing quickly. You even managed to defeat Lieutenant General Huashishin. I really underestimated you before. Huashishin is an old-school lieutenant general, and even I would have put in quite a bit of effort to defeat him." Ji Yuan seemed particularly happy this time, tightening her embrace even more. The two maintained this position as they walked toward the villa. Halfway there, Roxia suddenly felt Ji Yuan's hand loosen from his shoulder. Roxia looked smug. Defeating the Fire Mountain General was just the beginning. If it weren't for his current lack of stamina, he would even want to give you, the Reserve General of the GUN, a try. "Oh." GUN raised an eyebrow and smiled, at the same time rolling up his sleeves, looking eager to try. "How about we have a go, little brother Roxia? I guarantee I'll leave you searching for your teeth on the ground." Rorschach couldn't help but shiver as he locked eyes with the twin orbs of the garden. Roxa feigned calmness and waved his hand, saying, "Just wait until I train for a little longer. I will definitely knock you flying." "All right, I'm looking forward to that day." She had watched Roxa grow stronger step by step, transforming from a weakling into someone who could defeat a middle general like Fire Mountain in just a year. Looking back at the past, and then at the current Roxa, Ji Yuan felt that Roxa really was a person now, right? His strength had grown too quickly, hadn't it? Wasn't the level of the 4 emperors like Kaido at this degree? If Roxa hadn't joined the Navy, she couldn't imagine how chaotic the seas would be now. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. The two quickly returned to the villa, and as soon as Roxa got back, he threw himself onto his bed and fell asleep in less than a second. The next day, early in the morning, in the Navy's grand conference room. At this moment, many Navy leaders had gathered in the conference room, including the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, among others. Sengoku sat at the main seat, tapped the table, and cleared his throat. All right, since everyone is here, let's officially start today's meeting. The main topic of today's meeting is about Roxa's promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral. Everyone can speak freely and express any opinions. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, the previously quiet conference room erupted into noise. Dozens of Navy leaders split into several groups and began discussing. Garp, sitting next to Sengoku, glanced at him and said loudly, "Sengoku, you promised that kid Roxy yesterday, and now you're having everyone discuss it. Damn it, Garp, don't you know the Navy's promotion criteria? Both military merit and strength are essential. But since the words were already spoken yesterday, we can only try our best." Sengoku sighed, not expecting that his casual remark yesterday would actually lead to this brat Roxa achieving it. This kid really defeated Fire Mountain. And what surprised him even more was that this brat had awakened the Conqueror's haki, which only a few among millions could awaken. Sengoku stroked his goat beard, signed himself, "It's really strange. Why didn't I notice this kid had such potential before?" As time passed, the heated discussions among the Navy leaders gradually quieted down. At this moment, a mole dressed in a purple-striped suit stood up and said sternly, "Report to Admiral Sengoku. I believe that since Rear Admiral Roxa has the strength to defeat Middle General Fire Mountain, he possesses the combat power above the rank of Rear Admiral. Currently, our Navy lacks high-end combat strength, and Roxa's strength has been witnessed by so many people. So I think we should promote Roxa to Rear Admiral. After all, military merit can be earned later." After the mole's serious speech, he sat down directly. Sengoku nodded and was about to speak when a middle general with half of his face covered by a mask interrupted. This person looked exceptionally strong and powerful. He was indeed Rear Admiral Bastille. "Report to Admiral Sengoku. I think Rear Admiral Roxa's military merit is still insufficient for promotion to Rear Admiral, although his strength is there. The Navy's promotion system cannot be broken just for him." As soon as Bastille sat down, Ji Yuan stood up and said seriously, "Our Navy relies on strength. By your logic, if someone with the strength of an admiral joins our Navy, should he start from being a recruit? I want to talk to you about this." Ji Yuan didn't want anyone to stop the discussion about Roxa's promotion, nor did she want anyone to refute Roxa's hard work. So, since Bastille was the first to disagree, Ji Yuan didn't hold back and directly shot back. They say men can't win against women. If Roxa saw this scene, he would definitely give Ji Yuan a thumbs up. After Ji Yuan's remarks, many leaders who were originally prepared to speak suddenly became quiet. The conference room fell into a long silence, with no one daring to speak. This was the first time in so many meetings that it was so quiet. Sengoku coughed lightly and turned his gaze to Akiji not far away, asking Akiji, "Roxa is your subordinate. What do you think?" Akiji pondered for a moment before calmly speaking. "I think he can be promoted to Rear Admiral. Of course, we are discussing his lack of military merit, right? This is easily solvable." Sengoku looked puzzled and asked, "Are you suggesting he should go out to catch pirates all over the sea? There aren't enough pirates in the Grand Line for him to earn military merit." Akiji shook his head with a smile. At the same time, all the Navy leaders stared at Akiji, eagerly anticipating what he would say. "It's simple. Just send him to the New World. The New World is a great training ground and will accelerate his growth, significantly increasing his strength." As soon as Akiji said this, almost all the Navy leaders fell silent, their faces turning strange. What kind of place is the New World? It is a place dominated by the 4 emperors. Are you sending your promising subordinate to the New World to catch pirates? Are you sending him to his death? Akiji was very clear about everyone's thoughts, and he continued, "In fact, if it weren't for the incident with Fire Mountain, I would have wanted to throw him into the New World after a while. This is also one of my training methods for him." Sengoku remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "Kizu, Akainu, what do you two think?" "Roxa's strength is absolutely sufficient for promotion to Rear Admiral. I think he should be promoted, and this is what you said." "That's right, Sengoku. Roxa is a little monster with all kinds of abilities." "I agree." Now everyone had nothing more to say, since the 3 admirals agreed. What reason did these mere Rear Admirals have to refute? Even if they did, they couldn't say it out loud. Didn't they see the attitude of the 3 admirals towards Roxa? Sengoku knocked on the table, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "The minority obeys the majority. Since most people here support it, starting today, Roxa will officially become a Rear Admiral in the Navy. He will be the youngest Rear Admiral in our Navy. An 18-year-old Rear Admiral. The future is promising." Sengoku smiled. However, Akiji's suggestion needs to be considered carefully. Roxa is not just our Navy's Rear Admiral. His value is far greater than that of an admiral. We still need to respect Roxa's own opinion. After Sengoku finished speaking, he stood up, knocked on the table, and said, "Then, today's meeting is adjourned." As the meeting concluded, all the Navy leaders trickled out of the door. After an unknown amount of time, only Aokiji, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru remained in the conference room. Sengoku smiled and said, "So what are your thoughts?" "Nothing much. Just that the G5 branch in the New World lacks a base commander, and I want Roxa to take charge. After all, Roxa is the least like a Navy officer. The second is Smoker. However, Smoker's strength is not yet sufficient to go to the New World. He needs to wait for a while. Right now, Roxa's strength and rank have reached the level required, and his character is suitable to train those Navy officers. He is just right for it." The warring states nodded in agreement and said, "What you said is not wrong, but there is another layer to Luasha's identity. He is our Navy's synthesizer. The world government comes to buy his stuff from time to time. Jiyuan Villa." At this moment, Jiyuan transformed into a beam of light and accurately landed at the villa's entrance. Jiyuan pushed the door open, her target clear, Luasha's room. "Knock, knock, knock. Here it comes. Here it comes, don't come in," came Luasha's impatient voice from inside. About 5 minutes later, Luasha opened the door and immediately saw Jiyuan, who was neatly dressed. "Oh, is there something you need?" Jiyuan frowned and asked. "What a stupid question. Of course there is something. Otherwise, why would I be here?" Rorschach helplessly gave up a position. He originally planned to study the rewards he received yesterday, but now that's off the table. Rorschach sat down on the sofa, looking content as he turned to Jiyuan and said, "Didn't you say you had something to discuss? Go on. I have things to do later. Stop wasting time. I'm just trying to figure out how to explain this so you can understand." Rorschach let out a sneer, but did not disturb Jiyuan any further, simply watching her think in silence. After a while, about 5 minutes later, Jiyuan slowly spoke up. "There's a good news and a bad news from this meeting. Which one do you want to hear first?" Roxa raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiyuan's expression. He deliberately said, "Whatever. Any of them is fine." Jiyuan secretly clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intensely on Roxa. However, Roxa didn't notice any of her actions. Then let's start with the good news. After the meeting's decision, your promotion to Major General should be secure. You can definitely be considered the youngest Major General since the establishment of the Navy. I've never seen a Major General who is only 18 years old. Rorschach's expression was neither sad nor happy, and he asked indifferently, "What about the bad news?" "Oh, the bad news. The bad news is that Admiral Aokiji has proposed sending you to the New World for a 2-year assignment. His proposal has received the agreement of the majority of the Navy." Jiyuan's gaze was deep, and his tone was solemn as he said, "This time, you may really have to go to the New World for your assignment." Rorschach straightened his body and murmured, "New World? It can't be said to be good or bad, right?" Rorschach mischievously thought, "If I really go to the New World, then I will create a restriction. I'll make it so that old monk from the Warring States can't come in even with his magic door. That way, I'll be a bit freer. I won't have to deal with that old monk bothering me every time. It's so annoying. Can you create something like that?" Jiyuan asked curiously. Roxa shook his head, saying he wouldn't for now, but that might change in the future. Moreover, the fact that you can send a lieutenant general to the New World probably means it's not a particularly important place. The most important thing is that there should only be one supreme commander there, me. By then, I'll be robbing pirates every day, making sure they know the name of Lord Roxa. Ahaha. Roxia has even started to fantasize about the scene afterwards, a group of Navy soldiers kneeling before him. In this light, it seems that this matter might actually be a good thing. Jiyuan looked at Roxia, noting the pirate aura about him, and thought that he might really do something like that. Just thinking about Roxia acting as he said made Jiyuan's face darken immediately. "You little brat, put your feet down from the table. With that expression, I'm a bit worried about you going to the New World. I'm afraid you'll get beaten to death on your first day there." At this point, Jiyuan stood up abruptly and said, "No, I can't let you go to the New World. I'll go talk to Admiral Sengoku." After saying this to herself, Jiyuan completely ignored Roxia's words and vanished in a flash from the room. Rorschach tugged at the corner of her mouth. She couldn't let the Garden of the Gods tell Zhanghua and the others what she had just said. Rochet activated his spatial fruit ability and instantly appeared dozens of meters away. A minute later, Rochet finally caught up with Jiyuan using his spatial fruit. However, Jiyuan hadn't moved an inch. "Hey Jiyuan, what are you looking at?" Rosha followed the gaze of Jiyuan and looked into the distance. Not far away, in the Warring States period, Carp, the 3 admirals, and Crane, among others, were all heading towards the Navy headquarters port. Especially the expressions on everyone's faces were very serious, as if something significant had happened. Moreover, When Rosha looked at Carp, he realized that since Carp had picked him up, he had never seen Carp show such a serious expression. Roxia swallowed hard and asked in a hoarse voice, "What are they going to do?" Hearing Roxia's voice, Jiuyin finally reacted and came back to his senses. "Let's go. Let's follow them and see what happened." The two moved quickly, with Jiuyin using the ability of the Shining Fruit. Roxia used his spatial abilities, which were not inferior to those of Jiyuan. The two quickly caught up with the group. As soon as they reached the group, Roxia leaned over to Carp and asked, "Old man, I've never seen you with such a serious expression. What is going on?" However, Roxia waited for a long time without hearing Carp speak. Eventually, Roxia simply fell silent and quietly followed Carp. Soon after, the group arrived at the port. Just as they arrived at the port, Roxia saw several world government personnel dressed in white. At that moment, two of them were escorting a man who was bare-chested off the ship. Rorschach's pupils constricted. His eyes filled with the figure of that man. Rosha instinctively blurted out, "Fire Fist Ace? Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain." At this moment, 3 members of the CP in white attire had already arrived in front of everyone. Sengoku. Hearing the government personnel call his name, Sengoku instinctively took a step forward. The escort of the prisoners has reached its conclusion. This one was captured by the pirate Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Our world government has already agreed to grant Blackbeard the title of a warlord of the sea. This prisoner will then be handed over to the Navy for transport to the underwater prison, the CP in white said seriously. At this moment, Fire Fist Ace looked at Carp in front of him, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had thought he would meet his father, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Once he realized, he immediately lowered his head, and his gaze dimmed. Carp was completely stunned. He never expected Ace to actually be captured. He had been wearing a serious expression on the way here, not believing it could be true. Carp instinctively clenched his fists, and his aura gradually began to rise. Rosha, standing next to him, could clearly feel this atmosphere, unsure whether it was observation hockey or something else. In an instant, Rosha grabbed Carp's shoulder, the power of space manifesting in his hand. The two instantly appeared 30 meters away from Ace. Carp's reddened pupils were fixed on Rosha, looking as if he wanted to devour him. Rorschach swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. "Cough, cough, old man. What were you trying to do just now when you clench your fist? Besides, I feel like if I hadn't taken you away, you have probably knocked those couple of CPs down by now." Rosha deliberately lowered his voice, afraid that the couples in the distance would hear. Cap let out a deep sigh and then sat down on the ground with a thud. Rorschach also sat down, then flipped his hands, and a bottle of Moutai appeared in his hand. Rorschach threw the bottle directly to Cap was also unceremonious, unscrewing the cap and drinking it down with a gulp. Rosha was not in a hurry. After Carp finished a bottle with a gudong sound, he said lightly, "That Ace is my grandson." "I know." Carp was taken aback, but he didn't ask further. This kind of thing could be easily found out with a little investigation. Rosha's gaze was calm, but the next moment his words were astonishing. "Your grandson, right?" "That's right. That little brat has been caught. It's actually easy to solve. You don't need to do it yourself. If you had acted just now, your image as a naval hero would be gone." Rosha said with a grin, "How about I take action? I can take out those CP agents in an instant, and then I can directly escape with your grandson. How about that? And I can guarantee that the Navy president won't catch me, but maybe not." Carp swallowed hard, and the next second he stood up, his expression serious. "No way, you little brat. Even if he's a failure, he has to fail within the Navy. I won't agree to that." Then Carp's gaze softened as he looked at Ace, and Rosha even noticed tears at the corners of Carp's eyes. "Since that kid is weak and got caught, he deserves it. You shouldn't get involved." As Rosha and Carp continued their conversation, Sengoku in the distance finally shouted, "Carp, what are you two talking about?" Rosha revealed 8 teeth, saying nothing, but his arm was resting on Carp's. In the next moment, Rosha and Carp appeared directly beside Sengoku. At this time, the ship belonging to the CP organization that was used to escort Ace had already slowly started. Meanwhile, Ace was being held by 2 Navy soldiers, standing to the side. The moment Carp and Ace's eyes met, Ace immediately lowered his head, seemingly not wanting Carp to see him like this. Rosha looked at Ace and then at Carp, his eyes darting around as if he was pondering something, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The words he had previously spoken to Carp seemed as if he was about to rescue Ace at any moment. Carp noticed Rosha's expressive demeanor. His heart skipped a beat, and his large hand, like a vice, instantly grabbed Rosha. Suddenly caught by the large hand, Rosha cried out in pain, "Ouch, it hurts, old man, it hurts. I can endure the pain, but if you dare to yell again, I'll give you a loving iron fist." Rosha immediately shut up, and when he looked at Ace, he shook his head in regret. At this moment, Sengoku said, those guys from the world government said they would receive a call from Blackbeard Snail later, as if he wanted to tell me something. He's just a pirate. What important thing could he possibly say? Even a Kainu, who has an iron-fisted approach, looks down on pirates like Blackbeard. However, capturing pirates is a good tactic. As for the escort of Fire Fist Ace, let it be handled by Vice Admiral Mole, along with a few other Vice Admirals. Vice Admiral Mole said seriously, I guarantee the completion of the mission. Ratchet looked at Ace and then at Sengoku, and with a grin said, Marshal, I also want to join, but I understand it's not possible. Ace's situation is special, and you are our youngest Rear Admiral. We can't afford any accidents. It's better to have a senior admiral from the Navy escort him. Rorschach tugged at the corner of his mouth, observing the situation. It seemed he wouldn't be able to reach Ace. Well, that's fine, as he had been wanting to study something recently. Ratchet tugged at his own arm, and this time Carp actually released his grip. After several minutes, Ratchet followed Sengoku and others into Sengoku's office. Upon entering the office, Sengoku turned around and said sternly, Brigadier General Ratchet, listen up. Yes, due to your demonstration of strong strength in the competition against the General of Fire Mountain, and your defeat of the Navy Rear Admiral, you are hereby promoted to Rear Admiral of the Navy. Roxia scratched his head and said with a smile, Thank you, Marshal. So it wasn't a trick. However, Warring State's expression stiffened, but he still signaled to the nearby Jiuan with his eyes. Jiuan smiled slightly, and a flash of light appeared in her hand, causing the cloak that was originally hanging behind Roxia to fall off instantly. She slowly handed the neatly folded cloak to Roxia. Roxia reached out to take it, opened it directly, and looked around. He found that there wasn't much difference. However, since it was given by the Warring States, Roxia decided to keep it. Rosha exerted strength in his hand and directly hung the cloak behind him. Zhangguo looked at Rosha with satisfaction, saying, not bad, quite handsome. Well, you're only a tiny bit more handsome than me. All right, enough joking. Now, let's announce the most important matter of this incident. Zhangguo cleared his throat and declared, due to his limited experience, Major General Rosha is specially appointed to take over New World G5 for 2 years. He will become the highest commander of G5, and the order is now complete. Rosha widened her eyes and asked, on which island is the G5 branch located? The G5 branch is near Fishman Island. You'll know the specific island when you arrive. Of course, the timing is still up to you. Rorschach nodded and said, Can I make a request? The Warring States raised his head, raised an eyebrow in interest, and asked, What request do you want to make? Rorschach thought for a moment and slowly said, Not long ago, I designed a ship. I wonder if the Navy can help me build it? As soon as Rorschach finished speaking, the office fell into a deep silence. After a long while, the sound of Zhangguo's cough broke the silence. All right, as long as you pay. If you want to do it yourself, you just need to cover the material costs. Of course, if you want to hire a few people to help you, there are plenty in the Navy. Roxia nodded and then said, When I go to the New World, can I have a cook assigned to me? Sengoku's expression darkened, and he picked up a pen from the table and threw it at Roxia. Rosia tilted his head slightly and immediately dodged. Just as Sengoku was about to continue, a phone rang, bloop bloop. Sengoku frowned, picked up the phone, and before he could speak, an evil laughter came from the other end. He. A piercing sound echoed from the transponder snail. All the Navy personnel present couldn't help but frown. Sengoku said sternly, Blackbeard, speak if you have something to say, or let out your gas if you need to. If you dare to pollute our ears with your unpleasant laughter again, I'll send an admiral to throw you into the underwater prison. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's laughter abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, on a small island, Blackbeard wiped non-existent cold sweat and said with an awkward smile, Sengoku, today I bring you good news. And now I'm a warlord, given by your world government. Sengoku, perhaps not wanting to hear Blackbeard's voice, hurriedly interrupted. All right, stop the nonsense. Then I'll tell you my biggest secret. Although the Navy was confused, they remained silent and quietly awaited Blackbeard's words. The bloodline of the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, still exists in the world. How about that? Is this news shocking enough? However, at that moment, the office was eerily quiet, and the silent Vice Admiral Tsuru directly rebutted. Impossible. We, the Navy, searched Roger's hometown and left no stone unturned. You bastard Blackbeard, are you trying to deceive the Navy? The threat was apparent. But Blackbeard on the other end of the phone laughed scornfully, acknowledging that Tsuru was not wrong. However, in fact, the bloodline of the Pirate King indeed exists. And when I heard this news, I was also shocked. Moreover, The bloodline of the Pirate King was officially delivered by the world government today. Surprised? Unexpected? Sengoku's expression did not change at all. Instead, he asked, "Are you saying that Ace is the son of Joel D. Roger?" That's right, that's right. This time I won't charge you. The world government has already paid. I'm looking forward to this event. See you next time. Kacha." Just after Blackbeard finished speaking, the signal of the transponder snail was abruptly cut off. At that moment, Rosha looked around, and everyone's face showed an unpleasant expression. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, like the calm before storm. Rosha's activated his ability, and in an instant, 2 chairs appeared. He handed one to Gun and sat down on the other. After such a long silence, they didn't seem to mind the quiet. It was unclear how much time had passed when Sengoku glanced at Carp and said softly, "You know, right?" Carp's expression momentarily froze, and the next second, he nodded. This single nod seemed to exhaust all of Carp's strength, and he slumped down. Brew. The phone bug on the table suddenly rang, and Sengoku answered it directly. A commanding voice came through the receiver. "Sengoku, you've received a message from Blackbeard, right?" "Yes. I understand everything." "What about the accuracy of that message?" "Basically consistent. It's confirmed that Fire Fist Ace is indeed the bloodline of Pirate King Joel D. Roger." The voice on the other end paused, seemingly in thought. Not long after, the voice returned, "Since he is Roger's bloodline, the world government cannot allow him to exist in this world. We also do not want to see another Pirate King like Joel D. Roger arise. Pass the word down, and carry out a public execution in a month." Sengoku was slightly taken aback, but then nodded understood. Kacha. Thanks to the excellent amplification of the phone bug, almost everyone in the office heard the conversation between the two men. Roxas widened his eyes slightly. What did he just hear? He actually heard that Fire Fist Ace was going to be publicly executed, although he had known about it for a long time. Knowing and actually hearing it were completely different. About an hour later, in the Navy's conference room, many high-ranking Navy officials and generals were sitting in the meeting room. Roxas also sat down next to Ji-Yuan. Ratchet looked around for a week, yawning out of boredom. The warring states, sitting in the main seat, spoke seriously. Today the Navy received a shocking piece of news. The bloodline of the Sea Emperor Joel D. Roger still exists in the world. Instantly, the previously quiet meeting room, where one could hear a pin drop, became noisy. Rorschach looked around and found that everyone was either plain-looking or had a fierce appearance. And they were discussing things in an incredibly noisy manner. Ratchet tugged at the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but think. Could these Navy officers be the atmosphere crew invited by that old monk? Attending a meeting like this would cost at least 10,000 berries. Knock, knock, knock. Sengoku tapped the table. All right, quiet down. We all know the specific reason. At that time, the Navy searched thoroughly but found no news of this child. The reason is quite simple. It's Portgas de Rouge, who carried Fire Fist Ace for 20 months before giving birth. To evade the Navy's search, she forcibly hid Fire Fist Ace in her belly for 1 year and 3 months. In the end, Fire Fist Ace was born, but she was exhausted to the point of death. After Sengoku finished speaking, the Navy present erupted in an uproar. Sengoku spoke passionately, but Ratchet had no interest in listening. Instead, Ratchet began to study his own space fruit. A flash of light appeared in Roxia's hand, and a piece of celestial shell instantly appeared in his grasp. Rorschach's fingers extended, with the tip holding the power of space. Rorschach drew a square in the air. Suddenly, a small door appeared in the middle of that square. Rorschach's eyes lit up as he directly placed the freshly synthesized rice crackers into it. Ratchet looked around, and the next second, the sunbae that was originally placed inside suddenly appeared above Warring State's head. The sunbae directly landed on the table in front of Warring States. Roxia swallowed hard, then instantly lowered his head, pretending to be busy with something, while his heart was in complete turmoil. The appearance of a piece of sunbae also caused Sengoku, who had been speaking passionately, to stop and stare blankly at the sunbae. Sengoku furrowed his brow and asked, "Roxia, I'm speaking here, don't mess around." Rochester swallowed hard. He didn't want to raise his head and be seen by everyone, so he kept his head down. Roxas secretly cursed Sengoku. "Damn Sengoku. I don't want to give you anything to eat. I want to give it to the old man. Who allowed you to eat it? You dare to lecture me. You're really something." Of course, Roxas never dared to say these words out loud. Ahem. Now let's talk about the preparations for the past month. First, dispatch the Navy to summon the 7 warlords. Second, if Whitebeard learns about the capture of Portgas de Ace, he will definitely come to rescue him. Even if we spread the news that we're going to publicly execute Ace, that old guy would dare to go to war with us directly. So we should also be prepared to respond to the Whitebeard pirates, even to the extent of making preparations to permanently leave this man, who is hailed as the strongest in the sea, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Time passed quickly, and soon a week had gone by. This morning, a man dressed in a purple striped shirt arrived at the training ground of the G family. At this time, Roxas was lying on a lounge chair, with a sun umbrella propped up beside him, looking very comfortable. Rochester's ears twitched, sensing someone approaching. Rochet sat up and looked at the oncoming mole, asking, General Mole, is there something you need? The mole replied, Oh, it's like this, General Rochet. The warlord wants you to come with me to Daughter Island to invite the pirate empress to participate in the public execution a month from now. Rochester nodded and then asked, when do we leave? It won't be now, will it? The mole shook his head and replied, No, we will leave in about 5 days. Roxia nodded, calculating that the time was not much different from his own. By the way, Major General Roxia, Marshal Zhangguo wants you to go to his office. Roxia nodded, stood up directly, and in an instant appeared 100 steps away. In just a few breaths, Roxia disappeared in front of the mole. The mole involuntarily swallowed, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on his serious face. He murmured, How could such speed be caused by shaving? This is ridiculous. 5 minutes later, in the office of Sengoku, Roxia looked around and finally turned his gaze to Sengoku and asked, Marshal, do you have something to discuss? I'm still busy over there. Sengoku's face darkened. Busy with what? Busy slacking off? You've really learned the essence from Carp. Seeing that Roxia was about to argue, Sengoku quickly interrupted. All right. I called you here for one thing. What is it? Codename. Rorschach asked in confusion. Are you referring to the kind of code names used by the generals? The warring states nodded. That's right. Every Navy officer at the admiral level can have their own code name. A color plus an animal. Here. We've selected 3 code names for you to choose from. Roxia waved his hand, and a stool appeared beneath him. First, Pink Pig. Second, Purple Mouse. Third, Gray. After saying this, Zhangguo revealed a faint smile on his face, obviously quite pleased with these 3 code names, as if to say that he would agree to any of them. But when Roxia heard these 3 code names, his whole face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he was just short of cursing. Who was the simple-minded, strong-bodied guy who came up with these? Why didn't he use them himself? Rochet directly kicked over the stool behind him, looking very unconvinced. Beside him, Kizuru was glancing at Sengoku with a sly look, seemingly eager for Sengoku's reaction. So what code name do you want to use, kid? Let me tell you, these 3 were not easy to choose, so if you want a different code name, you'll have to pick it yourself. Roxa curled his lips and said arrogantly, Even if I can't think of anything, I don't need these 3. Then Roxa looked at the vivid green dragon on the left chest of his black shirt. Rorschach blurted out, Let's go with Qinglong. It suits me perfectly. Blue is my color, and Qinglong is just right. The warring states carefully read it a few times and then nodded, saying, Okay, from now on your code name will only be Qinglong. Rorschach nodded and, Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As the door opened, the mole walked in, and seeing the sweat on his forehead, it seemed he had run over. Rorschach glanced at the mole and smiled at Zhangguo while clasping his fists. Then I'll take my leave. As Luo Xia turned to leave, a figure in yellow blocked his way. Rashia looked at the yellow ape in front of him and asked in confusion, Is there something going on? The yellow ape shrugged his shoulders and then pointed to Sengoku behind Rashia. Roxia turned his head and saw that Warring States was grinning while holding a golden card. Upon seeing that golden card, Roxia immediately understood what Warring States was planning. Hee Roxia, this contains 800 million berries, and since Kizuru is here too, why don't you synthesize one? Looking at Warring States' smug expression while holding the card, Roxia couldn't bring himself to mention a price increase. Roxia forcefully held back his laughter and extended 2 fingers. Price increase. 200 million. What? You raised the price? Sengoku pointed at Roxia, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Rorschach helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, Yeah, ever since I got burned by Admiral Akina last time, I decided I definitely need to raise my prices. This 2 billion is basically my advanced medical expenses. Rochet revealed a sly merchant smile, rubbing his hands and saying, A total of 1 billion berries. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's smile gradually began to stiffen. Although he was an admiral, military funds couldn't just be taken out at will. This 800 million was something he had scraped together bit by bit. Sengoku sighed and said helplessly, Can we put it on credit? Sengoku's face turned a bit red, as if saying these words had exhausted all his strength. Roxa slightly curled her lips into a charming smile, but in the next second, her smile faded. No money, huh? Then I can only wait for the Warring States Marshal to save up enough before coming again. As long as I have enough money, I'll start making it right away. But without money, I can only go back to my own business. After saying this, Rosha showed no hesitation, lifted her foot to leave, but then heard a serious voice raised in volume. Wait. Rorschach turned his head and saw the sweating mole that had just walked in. Rorschach asked in confusion, Major Mole, do you have something to say? Mole remained silent and instead took out a golden card from his pocket. There are 200 million berries here, plus the one from Admiral Sengoku. It should be enough. Mole forced a smile. Rorschach looked at Sengoku in confusion, then at the mole, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to understand. Oh, I see. Rosha once again revealed the trademark smile of a scheming merchant. And with a flick of his hand, he activated the power of the center, instantly pulling the two golden-haired individuals into the system space. Since the money has been received, Rosha cannot run away now. Rosha turned to look at Kizaru, his expression saying it all. Kizaru, with a tearful face, sat down on the floor with a thud. Facing Rosha, Kizaru asked, is it still the same size as last time, like a fist? As long as it's not too big, it's fine. If I get hurt, then I'll just have to add another 200 million next time. Once Rorschach speaks, it is astonishing. Rokish's words startled Sengoku, who was standing to the side. Sengoku quickly walked over to Rokish and Kizaru. With a serious tone, Sengoku said, Kizaru, you must ensure the safety of the Qinglong. Rorschach, don't say it, really don't say it. This co-name is quite nice. 3 days later, the training ground of a GUN villa. Rosha was leisurely sipping a drink when suddenly a purple light streaked across the sky. The purple light descended rapidly in front of Rosha. Rosha stared blankly at the mole in front of him and asked, General Mole, do you have something to discuss? Well, Rosha, we are ready to set off for Daughter Island. Rorschach thought for a moment and nodded. It had indeed been so many days, and it was time. Rosha stood up and stretched his body, and there was a crisp crack sound coming from his body. Rosha, do you want me to take you with me? Rosha shook his head and simply said, let's go. Meet at the port. Rosha didn't care about the mole. The space fruit was activated, and everywhere his gaze fell was a target he could convert. In an instant, Rosha appeared hundreds of meters away. The mole in front of him was stunned. Then the mole let out, realizing that his own shining fruit was given by Rosha, and he was still thinking about bringing Rosha along. About a minute later, Rosha arrived at the port. Rosha yawned boredly and looked around, only to find that the port was filled with warships, which made him wonder which one to board. At that moment, the voice of the mole came from behind. Qinglong, our warship is this one. Rorschach turned his head to see the mole, who was now waiting for him in front of a warship. Rorschach understood and immediately walked towards the warship. Rosha had just boarded the warship when he saw dozens of Marines lined up neatly in 3 rows. Good day, General Qinglong. Everyone shouted in unison. The sound startled Rosha. Ahem, how are you all? Rosha had never seen so many Marines greeting him together, and he felt a bit nervous. All right, everyone, return to your posts. Prepare to set sail, destination, Daughter Island. The Marine responsible for steering nodded seriously. Understood, General Mole, preparing to set sail, destination, Daughter Island. As the warship slowly navigated through the sea, a soldier in a Navy uniform approached Rosha while holding a wooden lounge chair. General Qinglong, we know you like lounge chairs, so this is the one we prepared for you. Rorschach was taken aback for a moment and instinctively took it. He didn't expect that the Navy on this ship would be so considerate. He had been thinking of using his abilities to create one, but he didn't expect they had already prepared it. Rosha smiled kindly and casually found a corner to lie down with a lounge chair. However, it wasn't long before Rosha saw the mole walking over with a chair of its own to sit beside him. Rosha glanced at the mole and casually asked, General Mole, how are the fruits getting familiar these days? If you're not adapting well, I can help you extract your abilities. The mole widened his eyes and swallowed hard, asking in disbelief, wait, can those abilities really be extracted? No, I just said that casually, don't mind it. Although Rosha said so, how could the meticulous mole not think more about it? But that's something Rosha wouldn't know. By the way, General Mole, why do all the soldiers on your ship call me the Azure Dragon General? The mole tapped his forehead and said, because ever since you established your code name, the Warring States Marshal has notified all the naval commanders, who then informed their subordinates. Oh, I see, that's pretty good. By the way, we're heading to Daughter Island, which is the territory of that pirate empress, right? The mole nodded. That's right, but this Empress Boa Hancock might not agree to this mobilization. Not agree? Can we just take action then? I want to test my current strength. Rosha speaks astonishingly. Let's not talk about whether Rosha can defeat the Empress. His petrification ability is already quite troublesome. The mole pondered for a long time, shook his head, and sighed bitterly. I really don't know if we can take action on this matter. We can ask General Warring States. That's true. If we do take action and don't report to that old guy, we will definitely get scolded when we come back. Rosha took out a phone bug, which was given to him by the garden. Meanwhile, in the Warring States office. At this moment, the phone bug in Warring States' arms suddenly rang. Warring States directly took out the phone bug. Is it Rosha? Yes, it's me, General Warring States. What are you up to this time? Ahem. Isn't it that we have already set off to Daughter Island with Major General Mole? I wanted to ask. Before Rosha could finish his question, the monk's violent temper flared up. What are you trying to do again? Old General Warring States, I want to ask. If this pirate empress refuses to cooperate and even attacks us, can I take action? Warring States was taken aback. He didn't expect Rosha to ask such a question. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The place Rosha and the others are going to this time is indeed the Empress's territory. After pondering for a while, Warring States slowly said, yes, as long as she attacks you, you can naturally retaliate. However, if it's just you acting alone, then remember one thing. Rosha furrowed his brows in confusion. What is going on? Remember, if you can't win, just run. Don't let yourself get petrified. Otherwise our Navy will be in a very passive position. Also, you carry the hope of our Navy with your synthesis ability, so don't overestimate yourself. Sengoku rambled on, and Rosha, lying on a deck chair of the warship, suddenly sat up with a dark expression on his face as he faced Sengoku, who was chattering on the other end of the phone. Rorschach stared quietly at the phone bug, and the next second, he directly hung up the phone. He didn't want to listen to the monk chanting. So verbose. Does he think I don't know to run when I can't win? In today's world, there's nowhere I can't run. If I can't win, why would I stay there? Does this general from the Warring States know just how good I am at running? Rosha said this, and the mole could only hold back laughter, feeling embarrassed to laugh out loud, so his face turned bright red. Rosha pouted and ignored the mole, instead pulling out a thin blanket from his space and covering his body before closing his eyes. Of course, Rosha was not sleeping. He was entering the system space. System. Lottery. Ding. Deducting 500 million berries. The lottery will start spinning. Instantly, what was once empty in front of him suddenly revealed a wheel. The wheel spun wildly, leaving Rosha dazzled. About a minute later. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the recipe for the anywhere door. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the recipe for the storage capsule. Ding. Congratulations on increasing the space fruit development by 10. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining stone 1. Ding. The lottery is over. Thank you for participating. As the system's voice fell, 4 new items appeared in the system space. Rosha said speechlessly, is there still one more? Ding didn't draw anything for the last item, so the system did not announce it. With the system's answer, Rosha's face turned completely dark. Not only did he not draw any combat skills, but the last item turned out to be nothing at all. What he drew were all useless things, purely supportive. Rosha glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a glowing white object in the system space. Space Fruit Ability Development 15? Rosha grinned and picked up the glowing orb, which transformed into countless twinkling stars and directly merged into Rosha's body. Rorschach felt a warm current flowing throughout his body. And similarly, some techniques and applications of spatial fruits appeared in his mind. Rosha was filled with surprise. 3 days later, in the doldrums, Rosha stood up in a daze. At that moment, the mole was also walking towards Rosha. The blue dragon was already close to Daughter Island. As long as they crossed this doldrums, they would reach Daughter Island. Here is the information about Daughter Island and the basic information about the Pirate Empress. The mole handed a stack of notes to Rosha. Rosha reached out to take it. 10 minutes later, Rosha roughly glanced at the information in his hand and had a basic understanding of Daughter Island and the Pirate Empress. Time passed slowly, and at some point, a dark red pirate ship suddenly appeared on the sea, the bow resembling 2 sea serpents. Rosha's originally lazy gaze became clearer when he saw the ship. At the same time, the observer on the opposite ship also noticed the presence of the warship ahead. At this moment, the mole's expression was extremely serious. The 2 ships slowly approached each other, but it seemed as if they had agreed upon it, both stopping on the surface of the sea. The mole straightened his chest and stared seriously at the ship belonging to the 9-snake pirate crew. As time passed slowly, Rosha heard the sound of high heels tapping on the deck. As the sound of the high heels became clearer, Rosha could also see the face of the newcomer. The bright red long coat highlighted her nobility and dominance. The style of the coat was relatively fitted, beautifully showcasing her tall and graceful figure. The white cloak added depth and grandeur to her overall appearance, making her seem even more imposing as she moved. However, Rosha noticed that the pirate empress not far away had a hint of arrogance on her face, making her appear cold and proud. Rosha frowned. Oomph. Navy on the other side, what do you want? Why are you blocking my ship? The mole calmly took out a piece of paper with the word summons written on it and said, Boa Hancock, in the name of the Marine Admiral, you are invited to attend the public execution in half a month. Oomph. What public execution? I won't go, you Navy can leave. The mole frowned but continued. This is a Navy order. As a warlord of the sea conferred by our Navy, you must attend. I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. If I say I won't attend, then I won't. Hancock said, leaping on her own warship. However, Rosha did not see Hancock's head. Oomph. No matter what I do, you will forgive me, right? Hancock's lips curled up, appearing extremely tempting. Rorschach glanced back at the dozens of Marines behind him, and at this moment, each of these Marines had their eyes turned into heart shapes. They looked as if they had been seduced by Vixen. Sweet, sweet breeze. Rosha frowned, and his palm unconsciously emitted a green glow as it touched the heart wave released by Boa Hancock. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sweet Fruit Fragment 2. Rosha was taken aback. He didn't expect that his subconscious action not only prevented him from being petrified, but also earned him 2 fragments of devil fruits. Thinking of petrification, Rosha suddenly turned around, only to see that the once lively Marine soldiers had all turned to stone. However, when Rosha turned back, he noticed the pirate empress displaying an expression of disbelief, looking extremely shocked. You actually didn't get petrified? What are you? You didn't even have any lustful thoughts towards me? After saying this, the pirate empress pointed at the mole beside Rosha, and you, this Marine, actually used pain to counteract your attraction to my beauty? Humph. Anyway, I won't go. If you want to wait, then you can wait. I'm going back. With that, the pirate empress elegantly turned and jumped back on her pirate ship. Rorschach turned to look at the mole, who at that moment had beads of sweat on his forehead, a dagger inserted in his hand, and blood still dripping from his palm. Rorschach's mouth curved wildly upward, and the cold energy within his body continued to spread. Since this pirate empress kept summoning, can I make my move against the mole general? The mole looked at the pirate empress who was about to set sail and softly said, if you can't win, remember the order from Marshal Sengoku to run. Rosha nodded. In the next second, he instantly disappeared from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was on the deck of the 9 snake pirates. Roxa smiled faintly and looked around. She noticed that every woman here had a snake on her hand. Some snakes were weapons, while others coiled around their arms. Navy, what are you doing on our Empress's ship? Rosha grinned and looked at the crowd, sneering. The pirate Empress openly violates the Shichibukai Treaty. Rosha paused midway through his speech, then turned to Boa Hancock and smiled. Since you, the Empress, don't want to go, then don't blame me for killing your subjects. What? The many snake princess warriors present burst into laughter, finding Rosha utterly ridiculous. They felt that he was overestimating his own abilities. Roxas paid no attention to the laughter of the crowd, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, a powerful Conqueror's Haki was instantly unleashed. As the Conqueror's Haki was released, some of the 9 snake female warriors who were laughing and holding their stomachs instantly froze. Even more of the 9 snake female warriors, unable to withstand it, fainted on the spot. Rosha looked around for a week and found that more than half of the pirates present were still there. At this moment, the female warriors showed expressions of shock, especially Boa Hancock, who bit her finger and had an extremely complicated look on her face. How could a Navy soldier possibly possess the same Conqueror's Haki as me? How could you have knocked out my people? This is unforgivable. I will kill you. Roxia pouted, and in the next moment, he instantly disappeared from his spot. Boa Hancock's kick did not hit Roxia. Pirate Empress, let me show you what speed really is. Just as the Pirate Empress was completely baffled, Roxia vanished. However, the remaining 9 snake warriors who were still standing in place were consecutively frozen one by one, just like the petrified soldiers on Roxia's warship. As Roxia returned to the Pirate Empress after freezing all the 9 snake female warriors present, she lowered her head, but her trembling shoulders indicated just how angry and furious she was. Rosha couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at his masterpiece on the 9-serpent ship. However, as he slightly turned his head, he saw the fierce expression of the Empress. Rochester felt a spark of anger rising above her head. Rochet swallowed hard and shouted, "What? You still want to hit me? Damn Navy, my citizens have been turned into this by you, scumbag Navy." Boa Hancock, with one hand on her hip and her head tilted back, looked incredibly proud and contemptuous. "I command you to restore my citizens to their original state, or I will kill you. After killing you, I will wipe out all the Navy on the warship." As she spoke, Rochet could clearly feel the Conqueror's Haki radiating from the Pirate Empress. Roxia, in the blink of an eye, he returned to the warship. However, When Roxia landed on the warship, the pirate empress also followed him. The mole had not yet grasped the situation, and in another blink, he saw the murderous pirate empress Boa Hancock. Roxia naturally noticed the mole's tension and patted the mole's shoulder to comfort him, saying, don't worry, General Mole. The pirate empress right now is just a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid. If she dares to harm you, I'll crush her subjects immediately. Originally, the pirate empress was about to take action, but as soon as Roxia's words came out, she instantly stopped. Sigh. The pirate empress took several deep breaths and finally calmed down. She knew that even if she killed Roxia now, it wouldn't restore Santa Sonia and the others to their original state. You bastard navy, what must I do to restore my subjects? She said, almost forcing out the words while holding back her anger. As long as the conditions aren't too unreasonable, I can agree to anything. Roxa snapped his fingers and laughed. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this earlier? I had to use your people to threaten you. The pirate empress glared at Roxa and said through gritted teeth, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. Roxia smiled broadly, activating the power of space in his hands, and 2 deck chairs in the distance instantly appeared in front of him. Rosha plopped down on the lounge chair and then pointed at the chair in front of him, suggesting, sit down first, it will be easier to discuss terms. I won't sit on something that belongs to you filthy men. However, the pirate empress still jumped down from the bow of the ship, and her close attendant Salome curled up beside her, making it look like a cushion made of flesh. Speak, what are your terms? Hurry up, I still have to return to Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock appeared extremely impatient. Rosha smiled faintly, not wasting any words, and pointed to the many petrified sailors beside him. His meaning clear. My people must be unfrozen first. Otherwise, you can forget about freeing your Navy soldiers. Otherwise, they might as well stay as stinky, hard stones for the rest of their lives. Rorschach curled his lips and said blandly, do you know how long it takes for a person frozen by my ability to completely freeze to death? Rosha grinned and held out 3 fingers, indicating 30 minutes. So, you only have 30 minutes to negotiate with me. Once the 30 minutes are up, your sister and your people will permanently become blocks of ice. Although Roshia's words were quite frightening, it didn't stop him from increasing the sense of crisis for the Empress. The pirate Empress swallowed hard, reluctantly forming a heart shape with her hands, and the pink light emanating from her illuminated the stones. Almost instantly, the sea soldiers who were still petrified were released from their stone state. Roxia nodded with satisfaction. The pirate Empress actually appeared in front of me. Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming, brother. I saw it too. A group of Navy soldiers blushed, gazing obsessively at the proud pirate Empress before them. The mole standing next to Roxia had a purple light shining in his hand, and in the next second, a large net capable of covering all the Navy soldiers took shape in the mole's hand. With a serious expression, the mole directly enveloped all the Navy soldiers present. You bastards, if it weren't for the Azure Dragon, you wouldn't even know when you would be petrified. Now get your asses back to the cabin. Don't embarrass me. Bang. The mole was not at all polite. With a wave of his hands, the group of Navy soldiers was heavily thrown into the cabin. Your Navy soldiers have already been freed from petrification. You must unfreeze my people. Don't be in such a hurry, Pirate Empress. I think you've forgotten the purpose of our visit this time. Roxa stared intently at the Pirate Empress. If she refused to comply and instead chose to attack, Roxa wouldn't hold back against the Pirate Empress. After all, whether she could win or not would only be known after fighting. At that moment, Vice Admiral Mole approached slowly and said, Pirate Empress, we will stay here for 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, we will leave your Amazon Lily. Furthermore, if you do not board our ship to the Navy headquarters within these 3 weeks, we will report your actions to the world government and the highest levels of the Navy. By then, your warlord title may not be guaranteed. Rorschach snapped his fingers. And that's right, if you don't get on our warship in 3 weeks, I won't be polite with you. Roxa let out a cold smile, which looked particularly icy. You 3 just stay here for the next 3 weeks. On the last day, I will come. Upon hearing the response from the Pirate Empress, Roxa and the mole finally smiled. They considered this a grudging completion of their mission. Rorschach stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and in the next moment, appeared directly above the Nine Snakes pirate ship. The ice blue light radiated from Rosha's hand, instantly thawing the ice sculptures that were illuminated. This thawing technique took Rosha a long time to master. If it weren't for this move today, the Pirate Empress would probably have to give each of them a hot bath one by one. However, it's believed that the Empress wouldn't do that either. As the many female warriors thawed saw Rosha in midair, they gritted their teeth, and in the end, they all shot arrows at Rosha. One by one, The arrows flew towards Rosha, and he shuddered, instantly activating the space fruit. Rosha instantly disappeared from his original spot, and, at the same time, he used spatial exchange to directly swap the pirate empress to the position he had just vacated. The empress pouted and waved her hand, directly deflecting the arrows wrapped in hockey that were shot at her. She cast a cold glance at Rosha and returned to the nine-snake pirate ship. As soon as she returned to the ship, numerous female warriors knelt down one by one. The female warriors looked panicked. They never expected things to turn out this way. The pirate empress looked at the kneeling warriors and helplessly waved her hand, thinking that it was all that Navy bastard's fault. Get up. When they heard their snake princess command them to rise, they dared to stand up. Sister, should we capture the Navy over there now? After hearing Santa Sonia's suggestion, Boa Hancock gave her a rare glare and scolded. Do you want to be frozen by that guy? Now, immediately, set sail, destination Amazon Lily. Faced with her sister's anger, Santa Sonia's expression was very unpleasant. However, she did not dare to refute her sister's orders. As soon as the pirate empress issued her command, all the female warriors began to take action. However, their eyes seemed like they wanted to devour Rosha, glaring at him like venomous snakes. Rosha curled his lips, showing no concern at all. Just then, a very proud voice rang out. Hey, Navy over there, what is your devil fruit ability? Rorano Azoro looked up and saw Boa Hancock standing at the bow of the ship, Snake Princess, with a proud expression on her face. Rosha's was also stunned by the pirate empress's question. The next moment, a blue light shone in Rosha's hand, and an ice arrow instantly shot out towards Hancock. With a wave of her hand, Hancock shattered the ice arrow in an instant. What the hell do you mean by this, you bastard? Rosha pointed at his head with a smirk and provocatively said, Are all of you from Amazon Lily idiots? I just used the power of the ice fruit to freeze all of you women. And now you, the pirate empress, are asking me what ability I have? Is it because all of you in Amazon Lily are women that your brains are a bit slow? Hancock gritted her silver teeth, her fists clenched tightly, looking as if she wanted to eat Rosha alive. I won't argue with a fool. Then Hancock, with a flick of her sleeve, directly returned to the cabin. Roxia smiled faintly as he watched the 9 snake pirates enter Amazon Lily. The mole walked over and sat down on the stool in front of Roxia. The mole gave Roxia a pat on the back, his eyes filled with admiration. Truly, he was worthy of being the vice admiral of the Qinglong. He really had some skills. No, if I could beat her, I wouldn't just let them leave like this. This woman is only slightly stronger than me. At that moment, Roxia really wanted to draw his sword, but after witnessing Boa Hancock's conqueror's hockey, he dismissed that thought. Although he could fight, he would definitely lose. Rochester is a very steady person. He would not easily engage in a fight when there is no chance of winning. Just as Rochester was reflecting on what had just happened, the mole suddenly asked, General Qinglong, what was that incredible speed you just displayed? Roxia was taken aback for a moment. Then, with a quick turn of his eyes, he said, as long as you train the 6 styles, especially the shave, to the peak level, your speed will become as fast as mine. I was only this fast because I needed to escape, you know? Is that so? Then it seems I need to train the shave from now on. I feel like my Gomu no Mi can't compare to your speed. To this response from the mole, Roxia could only awkwardly nod. By the way, those guys are still in the cabin. I'll go let them out. With that, the mole walked towards the cabin. Soon after, dozens of Marine soldiers quickly emerged from the cabin, lining up in rows. The mole stared seriously at the dozens of people in front of him, which made them feel a lot of pressure. You guys were so easily petrified by the pirate empress? Next time, if you see her, just go hide in the cabin to avoid causing trouble for Vice Admiral Qinglong. Roxia waved his hand to comfort, saying, It's okay. Helping them is just a convenient thing for me. I wanted to have a fight with the empress for a long time, but in the end, it didn't happen. About half a day later, Roxia was holding a paper that faintly glowed with golden light. A green light shone from Luosha's hand, instantly absorbing the paper he was holding. At the same time, the synthesis method and materials for the portal appeared in Luosha's mind. Furthermore, he had recorded various methods for creating portals of different sizes, ranging from a palm-sized portal to one large enough for a 3-meter giant to pass through. Roch's mouth curled up wildly. The mole sitting in the chair beside him was puzzled, but didn't ask much. Ahem, General Mole, may I ask if there is sea prism stone on the ship? The mole frowned slightly and asked, General Qinglong, sea prism stone? We have some, but what do you need it for? I just invented a little gadget. So I need sea prism stone. The mole's eyes lit up. He knew that every invention Rochet made was not a simple one. We have it, General Qinglong. If you need anything else, just let them know, and we can prepare it together. The mole pointed to the 2 sailors in front of him and smiled. Rochet recalled and said, See stone, wooden planks, and a small piece of iron. That's right. The method to create the any door in Ratchet's formula is that simple and straightforward. A few minutes later, two sailors brought the items Ratchet needed and placed them in front of him. Rorschach looked around, and all the materials were basically complete. Rorschach broke off a small piece of everything, and for the seawall stone, he could only absorb half with his own hands, leaving the rest for later use. Roxia absorbed the materials one by one, and lit up in his hands. About 10 minutes later, a palm-sized pink door appeared in front of Roxia and the mole. The mole felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the door, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Does it look familiar? This is the portal from the office of the Warring States General. Of course, that portal was also given by me. It's just that I forgot the formula last time, and this time I remembered. Roxia weighed the palm-sized portal in his hand, and he couldn't help but think, wouldn't such a small thing backfire? However, thinking about what was about to happen next made Roxia feel a wave of relief. Rorschach slowly placed the random door on the ground and silently whispered Warring States office. In the next moment, the random door was opened, only to reveal a black object swaying back and forth in front of it. Roxia squinted slightly, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the black object outside the random door. However, as soon as he touched it, he felt that it should be hair or perhaps a beard. Rorschach opened his palm and saw that it was covered with black hairs, or perhaps whiskers. Rosha curled his lips and casually flicked his hand, letting his black hair fall to the ground. I'm trying to steal the sweet donuts of the Marshal of the Warring States, not some hair. The mole, who heard Rosha's arrogant words, couldn't help but lean in to take a look. Surprisingly, the squirrel felt a bit excited, in contrast to the atmosphere on Rosha's side. At the naval headquarters, in the office of the Warring States Marshal, Sengoku gently stroked his beard, which looked as if it had been chewed. Sengoku's eyes were filled with anger, his teeth grinding audibly, and his fists were tightly clenched. Sitting in a chair beside him, Garp was laughing heartily, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha. This really cracks me up. Damn, Garp, stop laughing. I don't know what kind of ability user it is, but you'd better help me find that bastard. Sengoku stood up in a rage, his gaze sharp, clearly determined to find the one who had pulled his beard. Meanwhile, on the warship in the Amazon Lily Sea, Roxia tightly gripped the anywhere door. This time, I won't get caught, right? Roxia turned and asked. It shouldn't happen, right? Roxia glanced at the flying squirrel's tone while speaking, and it was clear that it didn't have much courage. Moreover, this time I would sneakily get the sweet donut from the Warring States. Rorschach pondered for a long time, and suddenly a glow appeared in his hand, enveloping the portal with a blue light. Another hand of Rosha manifested the power of space, and a transparent square block appeared in his hand. In the next second, the object in both hands disappeared instantly. About 5 minutes later, the vanished portal suddenly appeared. This time, the overall feel of the portal was shinier. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully upgrading the portal, Rorschach had a face full of question marks. Rosha quietly asked, "No rewards?" Rorschach sighed softly and then turned his gaze to the portal in his hand. Roxia lightly opened the door and turned the doorknob, slowly extending his right hand inside. What he didn't expect was that a rough and strong hand instantly grabbed his wrist. Roxia also heard Sengoku's excited voice from the other side. "Kapu, come over quickly. We got him, hurry." The weasel, hearing the sound from beyond the door, came over and asked, "What's going on with Vice Admiral Qinglong? It seems like he has been caught red-handed." The weasel instinctively looked at a mustache that Roxia had thrown aside, and cold sweat instantly streamed down his forehead. The weasel said in a panic, "Qinglong, hurry up. We can't let Admiral Sengoku catch us. Ratchet is currently too busy to pay attention to the flying squirrel. He is doing his utmost to break free from the iron grip of Admiral Sengoku." In the Sengoku office, Carp and Sengoku are both staring at this arm and that pink door, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Carp has a flash of inspiration and exclaims, "Ratchet, you little brat, it's you, ISNT it. Ha ha, Sengoku, you've even had your beard pulled out by him." On the windless sea, Ratchet is sweating anxiously, and hearing Carp say this makes him even more anxious. Smack! Ratchet gives himself a slap. Damn, I can turn into elements. Thinking of this, Ratchet instantly transforms his arm into a pile of shards of ice. Sengoku, who is tightly holding on to Ratchet, stumbles back a few steps due to inertia. Sengoku looks at the shards of ice on the table, sinking deep into thought. He glances at his own beard, then at the shards of ice on the table, and his mind connects this to the earlier incident with the door. As a wise strategist, Sengoku quickly links a series of events together. Sengoku slowly sits down, pulls out a transponder snail from his pocket, and dials it directly. Soon after, a serious voice comes from the transponder snail. Admiral Sengoku, what is the matter? Flying squirrel, where are you right now? Sengoku clearly remembers that he had dispatched the flying squirrel and Ratchet to invite one of the 7 warlords, Boa Hancock. And he will not forget this. Moreover, that guy Ratchet is definitely eavesdropping nearby. 5 minutes pass, and just as Sengoku is becoming impatient, the flying squirrel finally says, Admiral Sengoku, we are currently near the Amazon Lily Sea area. After saying this, it seems like the flying squirrel has exhausted all his strength. As the flying squirrel sits down, Ratchet secretly laughs, thinking it's funny that such a serious figure as the flying squirrel would be afraid of Admiral Sengoku. How rare. At this moment, in the Sengoku office at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku takes a pink door from a corner of his office, which is indeed the door. Sengoku, you're not really going to find Ratchet and the others, are you? Carp asks. That's right, besides asking him a few questions. I have important matters to discuss with him. Sengoku places the door upright on the ground and gently turns the doorknob, causing the door to open directly. Upon entering, Sengoku first sees a warship, but when he looks around, he realizes it's the sea. Sengoku glances at the door and then at the warship across from him, helplessly pulling out the transponder snail again. The transponder snail connects again, but this time it's Ratchet who answers. Moshi Moshi, you little brat, look across. Rorschach lifted his tired eyelids and glanced at the opposite side, where a door was standing open on the surface of the sea. See that? That's me and Carp over there. Hurry up and use your freezing ability to freeze the sea. Roxa frowned and said speechlessly, it was me who just pulled your beard. If you come over, won't I be in trouble? No way, no way. Roxa accompanied his words with gestures. By the way, I need to remind you all, if everyone leaves the anywhere door, that door will close directly. Right now, I only have a palm-sized anywhere door, so if you dare to come over, just come. After finishing his words, Rosha directly threw the phone bug into the corner and leisurely lay back in the recliner. But does Rosha really dare to let Sengoku and the others stay there? The answer is no. So Rosha gently placed his arm on the warship, and the icy power from his arm quickly spread into the sea surface. Almost in an instant, a thick layer of ice covered the entire sea surface. Hey, Major Weasel. Admiral Sengoku is coming to beat you up, so be careful. I'll pin everything on you later, and remember not to mention me when you get hit. Rochester said seriously, and if outsiders saw this, they might think he was discussing something important with the flying squirrel. No, the Admiral of the Warring States wouldn't believe that. It's fine. We'll talk about it when he arrives. About 2 minutes later, 2 old men appeared on the surface of the sea, one holding a random door, while the other followed slowly behind. Admiral Warring States, Vice Admiral Carp. As soon as the 2 boarded the ship, they heard the naval soldiers on the ship greet them. Rorschach glanced at the newcomer and sat up slowly and calmly. Roxia rubbed his hands and smiled. Marshal, old man, what brings you here? Carp saw the beard shavings on the ground and immediately grinned, stepping forward to put his arm around Roxia's shoulder, laughing. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to mess up Sengoku's beard like that. Truly worthy of being picked up by me. Not bad, not bad. The only person present with a dark expression was Sengoku. However, he wasn't there to question Roxia. He was there to confirm whether this kid had learned how to synthesize a portal. You little brat, I'm not here to blame you today. Ratchet glanced at the beard he had just grabbed and asked with a strange expression. So what are you here for? You can't be here to supervise us, can you? Sengoku's face darkened, and then he pointed at the pink, palm-sized anywhere door that Ratchet had been holding. Have you actually developed the anywhere door? Rorschach followed the direction of the Warring States' gaze and saw that on his palm was the random door he had just synthesized. Roxa shook his head. Not yet. I can only make something the size of palm. Right now, the anywhere door can only steal a few things. It can't do anything else. Just as Roxa was about to explain further, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing the activation of a divine-level choice. Choice 1. Kneel before the Warring States Marshal and beg for forgiveness, receiving a good quick knife, snow walk. Choice 2. Confidently say, it's just a tuft of beard. When I grow my beard, Marshal, I'll let you pluck one out too, receiving advanced armed color and advanced observation color as rewards. Rosha glanced at the frowning Sengoku and quietly said to himself, I choose 2. I choose 2. You little brat, are you referring to my beard when you mention stealing? Sengoku pointed at his beard, which had already been caught in a messy state. It's okay, Commander Sengoku. This time, it was a mistake. Cough, it's just a beard. When I grow my beard back, you can catch it again. Rashia had a carefree expression, which only made Sengoku's anger rise even more. He was now itching to punch Rashia to relieve the resentment in his heart. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards, advanced armament hockey, advanced observation hockey. Items have been stored in the system space and can be fused at any time. Sengoku looked at Rosha, who had an indifferent look on his face, feeling frustrated as he couldn't hit him. Huh. Sengoku let out a light breath and continued. How is your mission going? Reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Boa Hancock has agreed to go to the Navy headquarters with us, but we still need to wait a few days. Sengoku nodded, somewhat surprised. After all, Boa Hancock was famously proud. It must have taken a lot of effort to get this pirate empress to agree. All right, since you're on a mission, we should be leaving now. Sengoku then took out a door to anywhere he had placed aside and opened it. However, just as he stepped in with one foot, he felt that something was missing. Sengoku turned to look at Rosha, and his eyes immediately fixed on the small door to anywhere that Rosha was holding. Sengoku reached out his hand. Give that door to me. Rorschach was taken aback for a moment and then blurted out 1 billion. What? 1 billion? Rorschach nodded. That's right. It's 1 billion. Without a billion, does the dignified admiral really expect to get something for nothing? Rokia's confident words made the expression on the face of the warring states turn dark. He grabbed Karp's shoulder and stormed off in anger. At this moment, the mole general who had watched the whole process asked, Rokia, is this thing really that expensive? It's even more expensive than the devil fruit I bought. That's right. Don't underestimate its small size. It really has a lot of uses. Rosha was playing with a small random door in his hand and said, as an example, for instance, I can place a bomb next to the 4 Emperor Kaido anytime and anywhere. Don't underestimate its size. A bomb can still fit inside. So I want 1 billion. I'm not joking at all. Roxia's explanation once again shattered the worldview of General Mongoose. The Mongoose sighed to himself. A mere arbitrary door costs 1 billion. What a profiteer. Time passed day by day, and Roxia had been on the warship for a week. During this week, the warship had traveled from the Amazon waters to less than 100 meters from Daughter Island. Of course, no one had come to disturb them during this time. It must be that the pirate empress had given the order. Furthermore, Roxia successfully crafted a normal-sized arbitrary door in these 7 days. Now, this arbitrary door was placed in the corner of the deck. How boring. It would be great if a pirate passed by. Brew, 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 brew. Roxia looked down as the small transponder snail in his pocket suddenly rang. Moshi Moshi. Is this Roxia? Yes, it's me, Admiral Sengoku. What's up? Well, there's been an attack on a celestial dragon in the Sabati archipelago, and Kizaru is doing his best to get there. If it's convenient for you, please go as well. Roxia frowned and asked, why not use the anywhere door? After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, the voice replied, it seems to be broken. The doorknob on top seems to have been knocked off. It was just used, but it's completely useless. Enough chit-chat, if you can go. Hurry up. Roxia, who hung up the phone, twitched his mouth. The anywhere door can be broken? What about your warring states marshal? But what did he just say? The celestial dragons were attacked? Is it the thing I was thinking about? Seeing Roxia in a daze, the weasel asked, what's wrong, Qinglong? Huh? Oh, it seems that those trash celestial dragons were attacked, and the warring states marshal wants me to rush over to support. The weasel was left speechless by Roxia's remarks. The word trash was said so boldly. Truly something from you, Qinglong General. Rorschach stood up and patted his body, making a crack-crack sound. Well, let's go for a trip then. It's pretty boring staying here. The power of space in Rosha's hands activated, and the door that had been thrown in the corner unexpectedly floated directly in front of him. Rorschach looked at the flying squirrel, and his eyes spoke volumes. The flying squirrel nodded, placed its hand on the doorknob, and gently turned it. As the door opened, the scene outside resembled that of an alley. Rorschach grinned and directly walked through the portal, casually closing it behind him. Roxia's mind shifted, and the portal was conveniently retracted into the space. Shortly after, Roxia walked out of the alley and looked up to see a large 13 written on the nearby red tree. As Rosha walked and pondered, he remembered that Shachi's extortion bar was right beneath this red tree. The celestial dragon incident seemed to have occurred at the first red tree. So all he needed to do was head in the direction of the first red tree. With Rosha's continuous teleportation, he was getting very close to the first red tree. After about 10 minutes, Rosha arrived slightly out of breath beneath the first red tree. At this moment, almost all the civilians Rosha encountered were desperately fleeing. Moreover, not far away, Rosha saw a group of Navy soldiers aiming their guns at the entrance of the first red tree auction house. Rosha's thought directly teleported him in front of the Navy. When Rosha appeared before the Navy holding guns and cannons, it indeed startled them. However, when they saw the Vice Admiral insignia on Rosha's shoulder, everyone calmed down. At this moment, a commander in a Navy uniform similar to those Marines stepped forward. Stood at attention, and saluted. Vice Admiral Qinglong, hello. I am here to assist, as per Admiral Sengoku's orders. By the way, where are those garbage pirates? The Navy personnel in front looked stunned and then asked, Vice Admiral Qinglong, what do you mean? Oh, sorry, I'm used to saying it. I mean the celestial dragons. The Navy commander nodded, pointed, and reported, Vice Admiral Qinglong, they are all inside. The main culprits, the Straw Hat Pirates. Roxy aside, truly the Straw Hat crew. Should I catch them or not? Suddenly, the phone bug rang, and Roxia casually answered it. The raspy voice of Admiral Sengoku came through the receiver. Hello? Qinglong, have you arrived? Have you found Kizaru? Rorschach looked at the phone bug that was spitting saliva and deliberately moved it a little further away. Roxa found a corner and slowly spoke. Admiral Sengoku, I'm here. Oh, so fast? Of course. The atmosphere fell silent for a second, and Sengoku asked, have you caught the Straw Hat crew? Are we really going to catch them? Of course. That Straw Hat Luffy is the main culprit for attacking the celestial dragons. You better not slack off, kid. Just beat up that trash. What's the big deal? Roxa muttered quietly. What did you say? All right, I'm capturing pirates over here. I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Roxa let out a long sigh. As if talking to Sengoku was a very torturous task. Roronoa Zoro was sitting on the grass, deep in thought, when a Navy officer in a naval uniform approached him. Admiral Green Dragon. Hasn't the Straw Hat crew come out yet? The officer smiled awkwardly. We have already been using loudspeakers to call the Straw Hat crew inside. Well, once they come out, attack with full force. We must capture the Straw Hat crew. Yes. Rosha's listened to the screams of the surrounding civilians, feeling uneasy in his heart. Suddenly, it seemed like he realized something. These must have been caused by the pirates, right? Even if you are pirates, don't blame me for being impolite. About 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the No. 1 auction house, 3 arrogant men stepped out from the entrance that had already been smashed to pieces. As the smoke from Luoxia dissipated, he finally saw the faces of the 3 people. A smirk appeared at the corner of Luoxia's mouth. His gaze gradually turned cold, and the icy power in his hand had long since attached itself to him. Roxa slowly walked up to the soldier he had just confronted, patting him on the shoulder. Let the Marines stop for now. I'll handle them. Yes, sir. All the Marines ceased their attack. At the command of the naval officer, the Marines hurriedly halted their assault, turning their intense gazes towards Roxa, some with confusion, others with suspicion. However, Roxa paid no attention to their reactions, as the upcoming battle would surprise them. Meanwhile, the 3 were about to compete. Law, Luffy, and Kid stopped their actions, all eyes fixed on Roxa, who had his back to them. Luffy arrogantly shouted, Hey, Navy over there, why aren't you fighting anymore? Kid provocatively added, Useless Navy, are you scared? If you're afraid of dying, just get out of the way. Listening to these harsh insults, Roxa leisurely scratched his head and slowly turned toward Luffy and the others. When he turned around, the most surprised among the 3 was undoubtedly Luffy. At that moment, Luffy even took a slight step back, involuntarily recalling the tragic encounter of their Straw Hat crew on Long Chain Island, where the entire pirate crew nearly faced annihilation. Luffy swallowed hard and shouted, W, what are you doing here? Rorschach remained silent, and instead walked slowly to a distance of about 10 meters from the 3 of them. Rashia smiled lightly and said, Last time I let you go, I didn't expect you to take down that group of garbage celestial dragons this time. You really are the grandson of the hero garb, capable of doing anything. Rosha's gaze gradually turned cold, and the conqueror's haki unconsciously emanated from him, causing immense psychological pressure on the 3 people. Rosha scanned the surroundings and eventually lingered the longest on Kid. Eustace Kid, with a bounty of 315 million berries, is a villain who even kills civilians, right? Kid frowned and then arrogantly replied, That's right. This is a world for the strong. The weak have no right to live in this world. The icy power in Rosha's hand radiated from within his body. Because it was ice, even the ground of the Shambadi archipelago began to freeze. Luo and Kid stared at the bubble liquid that had frozen into a puddle of ice beneath Luoxia's feet. The 2 of them wore expressions of disbelief as they fixed their gaze on Luoxia. A terrifying thought arose in their minds, but in the end, they dismissed it. Roxa let out a cold snort, activating the space fruit. In the blink of an eye, Roxa suddenly appeared next to Kid, and the icy power in his hand quickly manifested. Rochit's icy power instantly struck Kid's right arm, which began to crystallize at an incredible speed. Soon, Kid's entire arm was frozen. Gulp. Kid nervously swallowed. What? Is this the ability of the ice fruit? The power of Admiral Akiji? How could you? Rasha let out a cold laugh, extending his palm as an invisible force of spatial power quickly surged towards Kid. Gradually, the spatial power merged into Kid's arm. Beside him, Ro seemed to have seen something terrifying, instantly retreating several meters. "Hey kid, be careful." However, before Ro could finish his sentence, a dull explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Luo widened his eyes and looked. Kid's right arm, which had been frozen solid, was now completely blown apart. Ice shards mixed with flesh and blood were scattered everywhere, creating a scene drenched in blood. If there were any women nearby, they would probably vomit. "Ah, my arm! Damn a navy, I will kill you." Kid lay on the ground, covering his severed arm and screaming in agony, looking utterly pitiful. Although the scene made Kid appear very miserable, Luo certainly wouldn't feel sorry for him. Rosha shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Don't you still have one? Besides, you're a magnet fruit user. Can you just make one out of scrap metal, right? Scrap King? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice. Choice 1. Kill Eustace Kid on the spot. Reducing the Navy's enemies by 1. Reward. A large knife and 21 workdays of tiger. Choice 2. Spare Kid. Let him fend for himself. And in the future, he will seek revenge on the host for 3 billion. Reward. An improved version of the magnet fruit." Roxia looked at his wristband, then glanced at the barely breathing Kid. He grinned and immediately made his choice in his heart. "I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a modified version of the magnet fruit. The item has been automatically placed in the system warehouse, and the host can take it out at will." Rorschach glanced at Luo beside him, who was completely tense at this moment. Moreover, based on his recent feelings, it seemed that the guy in front of him not only had one fruit, but was also hiding another one. If he wasn't mistaken, Roxia rubbed his chin, and for a moment he didn't know how to let it go. Moreover, it seemed that someone was missing here. Roxia glanced to the right, where there originally seemed to be Straw Hat Luffy. Rosha tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if the Straw Hat Kid had managed to escape. As soon as Rosha finished speaking, the two who were originally on guard against him turned their heads in unison. To their surprise, the previously aggressive Luffy had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Rosha felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind his head. Instinctively, he activated his space fruit ability to escape from where he was standing. Rorschach turned to look, and the place where he had been standing was now replaced by 2 knife marks. In front of him, a pirate appeared. Rorschach looked up and down at the masked guy, who seemed to be from the Kid Pirates. What was his name again? Vice Admiral Qinglong, known as the killing martial artist Kira, with a bounty of 162 million. Rorschach nodded. "I see. It seems you're eager to protect the captain." Rorschach waved his hand and turned to say, "Let's regroup." The leading naval officer was taken aback for a moment and then asked, "Vice Admiral Qinglong, why? This is a great opportunity to catch them all. We can't miss it." Roxia pointed at the 3 people across from him and said, "Among these 3, is there anyone who is the culprit behind hurting that group of trash?" "Oh no. Well, that's settled then." He then pointed at Kid's arm and said, "After all, I only severed his arm for fun." As soon as he said this, there was a moment of silence at the scene, with only the sounds of gunfire from the other red trees and the screams of civilians. "That's right. I guess the next time I see him, he should be Iron Arm Kid, right?" Rotchet slowly spoke, and how harsh those words sounded to Kid's ears. "What does it mean to break my arm just for fun?" Kid roared in his heart, the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes bloodshot. If it weren't for Kira constantly pressing on his shoulder, Kid might have already been shot dead by Rotchet on the spot. "All right, regroup. I need to find Admiral Kazuru and the others." The naval officer nodded dazedly, almost instinctively. After giving all the instructions, Rotchet activated the space fruit and instantly left the place. At the same time, Law, who possessed the surgery fruit, once again felt the power of that space. "Why does it feel similar to my surgery fruit? It's just that the distance can't be that far, right? This so-called Qinglong, how many devil fruit abilities does he have?" Cold sweat broke out on Law's forehead, just from his ability to instantly blow Kid's arm to pieces. Law was certain he could kill himself in an instant. For the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. That overwhelming power made Law once again want to become stronger and to kill Don Quixote da Flamingo. Luo's hands were tightly clenched, and the veins on his arms were clearly visible. Unlike Luo's self-doubt, Luo Xia was currently darting around, searching for Admiral Kazuru's location. As Luo Xia utilized space exchange more frequently, his stamina was being consumed at a greater rate. "Damn, where did these bastards run off to? How am I supposed to find them?" Although he complained out loud, Luo Xia's movements were not slow at all, and he quickly arrived near the red tree number 44. Rosha raised his eyes, and at that moment, not far away, There was a loud explosion from a burst of light attacks, and the unique yellow beams from the yellow ape made it hard for Roshas to see clearly. Rosha squinted his eyes and instantly teleported to the side of the culprit, Kizaru. This startled Kizaru, who was focused on attacking the Straw Hat crew. How scary. Qinglong, you suddenly appear without even saying hello. How rude. Rosha shrugged, not caring at all about Kizaru's complaints. Kizaru continued his actions and asked, how's it going on your side? If you're talking about catching pirates, I haven't caught a single one yet, but I have already severed one of Eustace Kid's arms. When it comes to Rorschach, it seems light and carefree, as if he has done something very simple. Kizaru opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only focusing on the Straw Hat crew in front of him. Rorschach looked at the Straw Hat crew being chased in front of him, including Nami, Zoro, Chopper, and others. Rosha's casually found shaded spot and began to enjoy the scenery. He looked quite content. Rorschach never intended to stop this one-sided crushing. This is their opportunity. He can't stop it. It should be about time, right? Rosha raised an eyebrow, staring at the distant battle between Kizaru and Rayleigh. Since they had already started fighting, Bartolomeo Kuma should be arriving soon, right? Rosha's gaze was deep as he looked towards Rayleigh and Kizaru in the distance. But why do I feel like these two guys are fighting closer and closer to me? Rosh said with an odd expression. Roxa suddenly stood up, gazing into the distance. Two figures were fighting more fiercely, a yellow figure and a blue figure engaged in an exceptionally intense battle. Faintly, Roxa could still hear something from it. Rorschach curled his lips and activated the power of space, directly distancing himself from the battlefield of the two. This was a battle between generals, and he couldn't get involved. After about another 10 minutes, the fierce fight between Kizaru and Rayleigh suddenly came to a halt as they both retreated. Roshas immediately looked at the black and white figure blocking Rayleigh and Kizaru. In the next moment, it actually vanished and reappeared right in front of Zoro, followed by the rest of the Straw Hat crew. Just like what Roshas had seen in his previous life, every time the figure's palm touched someone, that person would instantly disappear. Roronoa Zoro widened his eyes at this scene. The ability of this bear fruit to directly knock people away is truly impressive. Bartholomew Kuma almost took less than a minute to send all the members of the Straw Hat crew flying. This speed might even surpass that of the wind, right? The power of the Rorschach space activated, instantly arriving in front of Kizaru and the bear. Kizaru frowned and asked, Bear, where did you send those guys? This mission of mine is about them. If you sent them flying, how am I supposed to report back? I might even get scolded by those celestial dragons. That's not even the main issue. The bounty for this mission is quite a lot of money. Damn it, Admiral Sengoku is going to say I'm slacking off again. Rorschach chuckled silently, wondering why Kizaru had so much to say in this life when he didn't in the shows he watched in his past life. It was truly funny. Since the bounty was high, why wasn't he hurrying to get to work? At this rate, he deserved to earn nothing. Bartholomew Kuma replied flatly. I will discuss this matter with Sengoku. You don't need to worry, Admiral Kizaru. Roshas cast a meaningful glance at Bartholomew the bear. Roshas comforted, it's okay, Admiral Kizaru. The mistake isn't yours. I believe you can talk Fleet Admiral Sengoku over. Kizaru replied, what are you saying? Am I the kind of person who can fool the Admiral? At the Navy headquarters in Sengoku's office, there were 3 people, Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru, who had just returned from the sky. Kizaru said, you mean the Straw Hat crew was blown away? Currently, they are missing? Although I really don't want to say this, the fact is indeed so. Kizaru also couldn't understand Kuma's intentions. Sengoku pondered for a moment and sighed. Well, since they've been blown away, there's nothing we can do. We can't search every single island, can we? You can go back to your duties now. Sengoku waved his hand. As soon as Kizaru walked out of the office door, Sengoku's angry voice echoed from inside, and his tone was quite rude. Damn it, Garp, look at your grandson. Now he dares to hit the celestial dragons. What's next? Is he going to kill them? Now he's disappeared without a trace. If things go wrong, I might get scolded by the world government. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. Ha. He truly is my grandson. I wouldn't even dare to hit those trash. Garp exclaimed. Garp, can you just shut up? Meanwhile, on the Sabaody archipelago, Roshas was strolling near the red tree number 13. Within half an hour after the Straw Hat crew was blown away, almost all the Navy in Sabaody had returned to the Navy headquarters. Only a small part of the Navy at the Sabaody branch remained. Being blown away by that big bear would probably keep them flying for 3 days and nights, so I'll return just in time after 3 days. Thinking of this, Roshas felt even happier. Not only would he have to stay on the ship, but he also wanted to meet the legendary figures. From the very beginning, Roshas' destination was the red tree number 13. From a distance, Roshas saw a woman outside a bar grabbing a man's hair and repeatedly slamming his head against the ground. looking extremely tragic. Rorschach's thoughts stirred, and in an instant he arrived at the entrance of Xiaqi's extortion bar. As Luo Xia appeared at the door of the shop, the originally aggressive Xiaqi was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the cloak behind Luo Xia, she quickly stepped forward and said, "Hello. This shop is not open for business today." "Huh, but your shop's door clearly has a welcome sign hanging." Luo Xia pointed at the sign and replied, "We're closed for today, sorry." Roxia shook his head. "I'm not here to find Rayleigh today, and even if he is inside, how could a small soldier like me possibly fight against the legendary Dark King Rayleigh?" Just as Xiaqi was about to stop him, an old voice came from inside the bar. "Xiaqi, let this young admiral in." Xiaqi glanced at Roxia helplessly and stepped aside. "Please come in." "Oh, thank you." Rosha stepped into the bar, and the only feeling it gave him was one of dilapidation, with old and worn furniture. "It feels very old, doesn't it?" "Yeah." "Oh, Xiaqi, please get us 2 drinks, one for each of us." "Thank you." Roxa glanced at Raleigh, sitting in the chair, and then directly sat down opposite him. Rorschach's hand glowed, and in the next moment, 2 bottles of wine appeared in his hand. Roxia directly tossed 1 bottle to Rayleigh and another to Xiaqi. Rayleigh reached out to catch the Moutai liquor. What kind of liquor is this? I've never seen it before." "You can give it a try. It's my homemade liquor. It's really good." Roxia silently watched as Rayleigh started drinking it one gulp after another, showing no signs of stopping. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughing sounds erupted. Hey, old man, drink slowly. Be careful not to choke. This liquor is strong, much stronger than what you usually drink. It's dozens of times more potent." A few minutes later, Rayleigh shook the bottle in his hand, a hint of desire appearing in his eyes. "Navy, what's your name?" Rayleigh asked. "You, a legendary figure. Wouldn't be getting old and confused, would you? Just now you knew I was a rear admiral, and now you don't even know my name?" Rayleigh awkwardly smiled. "Xiaqi, you've investigated him. Hurry up and tell me. Who told you to be so nosy?" "His name is Roxia, and his code name in the Navy is Qinglong. He is currently a newly promoted rear admiral. His abilities are still a mystery. I haven't found out yet." Rayleigh showed a hint of surprise. As far as he knew, Xiaqi's intelligence-gathering abilities were quite strong, although not as good as some major powers. However, investigating information about the Navy should be relatively easy. After all, Navy information is transparent. He didn't expect that this kid's abilities couldn't even be investigated. Does this kid have a devil fruit ability? Yeah, but we still don't know what it is. The two continued to chat as if no one else was around. Rorschach raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You too. Is it really appropriate to discuss me like this without regard for my presence? I think you could ask me." Rosha's hand suddenly glowed with a blue light, and in the next moment, the icy power in his hand instantly spread out. The table where Rosha and Rayleigh were sitting instantly froze. Rayleigh touched it with his hand and immediately felt a wave of coldness, while he was incredibly shocked inside. He never expected there to be a second person with the ice fruit ability besides Akiji in this world. This is unbelievable. "Hey, old man Rayleigh, what are you daydreaming about?" "Oh, it's nothing. Are you really a Logia-type ice fruit user?" Rayleigh asked. "Sort of. What do you mean by sort of?" This left Rayleigh puzzled. At the same time, Xiaqi, who was standing behind the bar, directly noted down the ability Rosha had just displayed in her notebook. This was the only Navy officer she hadn't been able to find information on, so she definitely needed to write it down. Rorschach waved his hand. "I'm a Navy. My abilities won't be revealed so easily." A faint blue light appeared in Luo Xia's hand, and the next second, a large pink door suddenly appeared in front of him. Rotchet placed it upright in front of him. "I wonder if old man Rayleigh has anyone in mind to meet?" "Of course, only those who are still alive." Rayleigh frowned. He didn't understand what Rotchet meant by asking that. Roxia pointed to the random door in front of him and said with a smile, "As long as you think of that place in your heart, the door will open and take you there." Rayleigh tentatively pointed to the pink door in front of Roxia and asked, "Are you saying this door will take me to see the person I want to meet?" Rosha nodded and said, "You can give it a try. If it doesn't work, you don't have to pay." That's right, Rosha wanted to charge for it, and even thought about selling a portal to supplement his little treasury. Recently, he hadn't dared to participate in any lotteries, and this was the reason. Rayleigh looked at Rosha with suspicion, but he still walked up to the door. Then, Rayleigh grabbed the doorknob, and in the next second, the portal opened directly. At the same time, the scene outside the door was fully revealed. The moment the portal opened, Rayleigh was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe what was in front of him. Surrounding the door were circles upon circles of pirates. They were indeed pirates, as each of them looked fierce and intimidating. Standing right in the middle was the very person Rayleigh had just been thinking about. Rayleigh, the vice captain? Red-haired was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Just a moment ago, while they were drinking, A crew member had come to report that a large door had appeared out of nowhere. They had come to see the commotion, but unexpectedly, the person outside was Vice Captain Rayleigh. Rayleigh swallowed hard and poked Rosha, who was sitting beside him, and asked, "Hey Rosha, come take a look. Is that really red-haired?" "Old man Rayleigh, this door serves just this purpose. Your eyes aren't deceiving you." Rosha was already mentally prepared for Rayleigh's shock. However, listening to their conversation, Red-Haired looked puzzled and then tentatively stepped forward. In the next moment, Red-Haired actually crossed over Rayleigh and entered the tavern. Following closely behind were Beckman, Lockie, and others. Seeing Red-Haired and the others enter the tavern, Rosha felt a bit flustered. So many pirates, and I'm the only navy. Perhaps noticing Rosha's reaction, Red-Haired casually patted Rosha on the shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay, young sailor. We won't hurt you." Then Red-Haired walked up to Rayleigh and asked, "Vice Captain Rayleigh, where's this place?" As you can see, this is the tavern run by Shaki in the Sabedi archipelago." Rayleigh was a bit confused. If it weren't for the door still being there, he would have thought he was drunk and fuzzy-headed. Once Rayleigh said this, everyone from the red-haired pirates was shocked, especially Beckman, the strategist of the red-haired pirates, who knew just how far Sabedi archipelago was from the New World. Moreover, their territory was much farther than the islands at the beginning of the New World. Such a long distance, relying solely on a door? This is incredible. "So, Vice Captain Rayleigh, do we really come through that door?" Rayleigh nodded. "That's right. And the navy you just slapped is not some small naval soldier. He is a naval vice admiral and the one who brought out this door. The fact that I can see you is thanks to this kid, Rosha." Instantly, all the arriving members of the red-haired pirates surrounded Rosha. Beckman looked around and then said, "This isn't the place for a conversation. How about you come back to our territory with us, Rosha? We'll host a feast for you." Rorschach and Beckman exchanged a glance, then looked at the red-haired individuals in front of them, whose eyes were filled with intense enthusiasm. Rochet hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. After all, he still needed to earn those pirate's berries. Upon hearing Rochet's agreement, Shanks immediately burst into laughter, clearly very pleased. "Mr. Rayleigh should join us too. It's been a long time since we had drinks." "Haha, sure. Shaki, do you want to join?" Rayleigh asked. "No, I won't get involved. I'll wait until you're done." With the sound of doors opening and closing, Shaki's bar gradually quieted down. In the New World, on an island that was perpetually snowing, the crew of Shanks, coming out of the Gate of All, once again experienced the magic of this door. Shanks' subordinates all asked, "Captain, where did you come back from? Is it this door? And where did Mr. Rayleigh pop out from?" Shanks frowned slightly, listening to the voices of his subordinates, and angrily said, "Shut up, you idiots." The scene fell silent. But in the end, everyone laughed and dispersed, not caring about what had just happened. Beckman smiled apologetically. "Sorry, our crew can indeed be a bit noisy. It's fine." Rosha's followed Red-Haired and the others to an open area where a fire was burning, surrounded by food like meat soup. Once everyone was seated, Red-Haired raised a cup of wine and said, "To welcome Rosha's arrival, let's toast. Cheers." Since it was his first time on someone else's territory, Rosha's took a small sip. It felt like drinking water, truly tasteless. While Rosha's was contemplating how to promote his products, Beckman suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Hello, Roches, I'm Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates." Beckman extended his hand. "Oh, I'm Roches, a marine vice admiral." Roches shook his hand. At this moment, the red-haired crew around them also stopped eating and drinking, quieting down. Only the officers and captain of the red-haired pirates remained. "Roches, do you know what that door we just came back through is called?" "Oh, that one? They call the Anywhere door. I invented it." Beckman seemed to have guessed this and nodded. "Can you explain the function of the Anywhere door?" Beckman asked. "Sure. The Anywhere door, as the name suggests, can take you anywhere. The only prerequisite is that you should have been to that place before. If you haven't, you can't open the door at all. The reason it could be opened just now is probably because old Rayleigh has been there before, right?" Rayleigh nodded. "Yes, I have indeed been there." A green light appeared in Luo Xia's hand, and in an instant, a palm-sized portal appeared in his hand. The crowd couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing the small portal. Noticing the reactions of the many officials, Luo Xia couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "I can't sell this." "Huh, why not?" "Brother Luo Xia, I still want to buy it." "Ahem, because this is specifically for placing shells next to Kaido." The crowd burst into laughter. Then Luo Xia directly transformed the small portal back. Roxia patted the random door next to him and asked, "Do you want to buy it?" "Yes. Such a magical thing, of course we have to buy it." "Roxia, come on, give us a number." The red-haired man said boldly. "Then let's go with 10. Roxia had just started speaking when a familiar voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You've triggered a random task. Merchant task. Please sell a magical item to the red-haired pirates. The reward is based on the total amount of items sold. Seeing Roxia lost in thought, Beckman patted his arm and asked with concern, Roxia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? After regaining his senses, Roxia shook his head and coughed. Sorry, I was lost in thought. How about a door of any dimension for 2 billion berries? When he mentioned the price, his voice trembled a bit. Even he felt it was a bit high. What do you think about a door of any dimension for 2 billion? Rorschach appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was already on the verge of collapse. Just as Rorschach was about to lower the price, the red-haired person beside him patted Beckman and said, Beckman, give General Rorschach the money. This thing is worth this much. Understood. Rorschach was taken aback for a moment, and then a surge of joy welled up in his heart. This pirate seemed to be even more generous than the general of the warring states. Rosha was overjoyed. Hey, Brother Luo, General Luo, do you have anything good left? Our red-haired pirate crew wants to buy. Red-haired asked. Don't worry about the price. Our red-haired pirate crew isn't like Kaido or Whitebeard with hundreds or thousands of members. We may not have much else, but we have plenty of money. Red-haired appeared like a nouveau riche, which made Rosha want to take advantage of them. Roxa pressed his lips together, and a flash of light appeared in his hand, instantly producing a bottle of white liquor and dozens of cigarettes. When Rayleigh saw the familiar bottle of white liquor in Roxa's hand, his eyes instantly lit up. Compared to Rayleigh's reaction, the red-haired pirates were much calmer. Rorschach threw the wine in his hand directly to the red-haired one, saying, You can try this wine, it's homemade. If you want to buy some, there's plenty more. Roxas looked at the dozen cigarettes in his hand, then activated his spatial ability. The cigarettes instantly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already in Beckman's hand. This cigarette too, you can try it. Red-Hair glanced at the packaging of the liquor. It looks quite nice, but I wonder how it tastes? Red-Hair twisted off the cap and took a big swig. Gulp, 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 gulp. Many of the red-haired pirates' crew watched eagerly as their captain continued to drink the liquor. Their eyes were filled with envy. Cough, cough, cough. Red-Haired clutched his chest and began to cough violently. Everyone was startled and looked at Red-Haired with concern. After a while, Red-Haired gradually calmed down. He let out a long breath. Phew, I survived. Captain, what just happened? Lockie asked. Red-Haired looked at the bottle of liquor in his hand and said, a bit embarrassed, Cough, this liquor is too strong, stronger than anything I've ever had. I couldn't hold it back and just coughed it out. Upon hearing Red-Haired's explanation, everyone present sighed in resignation. Is this liquor really that strong? They couldn't help but wonder. The atmosphere in the red-haired pirates was always quite cheerful, and it was common for their captain to joke around. All right, it's decided. Roxas, I want 5,000 bottles of this liquor. Beckman, who was focused on savoring the cigarette beside him, immediately spat it out and looked at his captain in shock. Hey, Captain, you can't be so willful. Roxas hasn't even said how much one bottle costs, and you dare to say how many bottles you want. The crew was in a panic. Rosha smiled slightly and said, a bottle is 10,000 berries. If you want 5,000 bottles, that's a total of 50 million berries. Are you still planning to buy that many? Upon hearing that a bottle of wine costs only 10,000, the crowd thought it wasn't very expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. In this world, the most popular drink among pirates is rum, which usually costs a few hundred berries or a few thousand berries per bottle. The price that Rosha is offering is already quite high. If rum costs 10,000 Baileys a cup, then no fool would buy it. Of course, the same drink has different prices in different places. Here at Rosha, it's very practical. It's precisely because they haven't drunk it that Rosha can sell it at such a high price. You bastards, why are you looking at me like that? Boss, this drink is too expensive. We still have a lot of rum. You're too wasteful. Jesus said bluntly, have you guys never drunk this wine? This wine is better than any I've had before. Anyway, after I become a redhead, I'll use this wine to host a banquet. The redhead tossed the Mount-High bottle precisely onto Lockie's head, which was then caught by Jesus Boo. Hey, this is empty. Boss, you're too cunning. The redhead didn't care about these people. He grabbed Rosha's hands and said with a smile, I'm the captain. Rosha, you should have 5,000 bottles, right? By the way, we also need 50 million of this kind of tobacco. I wonder if you have it. Rosha? Rorschach glanced at Beckman, who was currently holding a cigarette and smoking it, a look of enjoyment on his face. Roxia forcefully withdrew his hand from the red-haired person's grip, and then said, how about you pay first? The red-haired person slapped their forehead and exclaimed, all right, I totally forgot. Let's pay now, Beckman. Hurry up. Beckman finished his last puff and casually tossed the cigarette butt aside. Suddenly, a gold card appeared in his hand. Beckman handed the gold card to Roxia with a smile and said, Roxia, this is a gold card from Tianlong Bank. with 2 billion berries inside. While speaking, Beckman pulled out another card from somewhere and said with a smile, "This one has 100 million berries in it. By the way, you should know about Tianlong Bank, right?" Rosha nodded and casually took it. The moment the gold card touched Rosha's fingers, it was instantly transferred to the system space. Rosha took 2 steps back. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and in the next second, 5,000 bottles of white wine suddenly appeared on the land that was still covered in pristine white snow. Rorschach pointed at the white liquor on the ground and said, "Why don't you guys have a bit? What are you talking about? We are pirates, the freest people in the world, never bound by trivial matters. Ha ha ha." Rochester thought for a moment, and indeed, with so much alcohol on the ground, it would be hard for someone slow-witted to count it all in a short time. Beckman walked over and pointed to their red ship docked by the shore, saying, "Hey, Rochester, let me take my cigarettes to our boat." Roxia looked at the red force emblem he had seen in his previous life. "All right." Beckman was pleased to hear Roxia agree, and then he pointed to the white liquor on the ground and said to the red-haired man, "Head, call a few people over to collect this liquor. Just leave a few hundred bottles and send the rest to the ship." Okay." After Beckman arranged everything, he nodded at Roxia, but when he looked back at Roxia, he was a bit confused. The justice cloak that had been behind Roxia was nowhere to be found, and he now had half a mask made of ice on his face. Coupled with his handsome outfit, Beckman felt like he was looking at a completely different person. Roxa scratched his head awkwardly, then placed his hand on Beckman's shoulder. In the next moment, Roxa directly teleported with Beckman to the Red Force ship. "This must be a fruit ability, right?" Rorschach glanced at Beckman and then asked, "Where are you going to put the cigarettes you bought?" "Huh? Oh, over here." Rorschach followed Beckman for a distance and arrived at a room. Rorschach entered the room, only to find it empty, though it was relatively clean. Rochet's hands glowed brightly, and in the next moment, a large pile of cigarettes appeared before the two of them. 50 million berries worth of cigarettes filled more than half of the room. Beckman took a deep breath, the familiar smell of tobacco relaxing his entire body and mind. A minute later, Beckman closed the door to the room. "This room is the storage room of our red-haired pirates. However, there are several such storage rooms, many of which are empty. This time, it has come in handy." Rorschach walked ahead of Beckman as they exited the cabin. Roxa looked around and slowly came to a stop. "Huh? What's wrong with little brother Roxa?" Rosha turned around and asked, "So, are there people from the world government monitoring this island?" "The world government? They wouldn't dare to monitor on the territory of our red-haired pirates." Beckman was slightly taken aback. "Rosha's, what do you mean? It's nothing after all. I'm part of the Navy." Rosha's replied, "Moreover, my door is not something the world government even has. I gave a door to Admiral Sengoku before, but he accidentally broke the anywhere door. So strictly speaking, besides me having it, you guys have it too." Rosha speaks without holding back. Standing in front of him is the strategist of the red-haired pirates. Beckman immediately grasped the crux of the problem. The world government is aware of Rosha's extraordinary abilities, but they're still unaware of something like the anywhere door. Of course, Beckman also understands that if the world government knew, Rosh would not be able to serve as a vice admiral so peacefully. Try to win him over? Rorschach looked at Beckman, who hadn't spoken for a long time, and said, puzzled, "We should go back." Roxa noticed that Beckman was still silent, so he directly placed his hand on Beckman's shoulder. In an instant, Roxa returned to the side of the red-haired man. Of course, the original Beckman also regained consciousness after experiencing the spatial teleportation. Beckman sat down directly, continuously feeling the tearing sensation from the recent space shift in his mind. It wasn't very painful, but rather had a sense of going with the flow. Fruit ability? Additionally, the Roxa in front of him had freezing abilities, and although he didn't know where so many items came from, this guy definitely had other abilities. Everything fell into place, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of Beckman's mouth as he spoke. "Roxa, if you can't make it in the Navy in the future, remember to come join our red-haired pirates. Our pirate crew's door is always open for you." Hearing his Vice Captain Beckman's words, almost all of Red-Haired's crew members were momentarily stunned. However, the next second, they all burst into laughter. "That's right. Our Vice Captain is right. Our red-haired pirates welcome people like Roxa the most. Roja, how about joining our red-haired pirates?" The red-haired man laughed and reached out his hand towards Roxa. Roxa scratched his head and frowned in confusion, asking, "Are you guys trying to buy something without wanting to pay? You can't do that. If you don't want to pay, then I won't sell you anything in the future." Beckman twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Roxa's thought process to be so unique. This little episode quickly passed. At this moment, all the members of the red-haired pirates were glowing with joy, their laughter echoing far and wide, creating a very pleasant and joyful atmosphere. Roxia looked at the empty bottle on the ground, feeling deeply shocked. There were at least 200 bottles scattered on the ground. Yet Roxia noticed that their expressions remained unchanged. Rosha was deeply shocked. Is this the drinking capacity of a pirate? It's truly terrifying. While Rorschach was lost in thought, a hand patted him. Roxia turned his head and saw the silly face of the red-haired one. Roxia, if you have any magical items, just take them out. Our red-haired pirate crew wants them all. That's right, we all want them. The crew members echoed in unison. Rosha raised an eyebrow, wondering if the red-haired pirate crew really had that much money. Roxa looked around and finally nodded. Immediately, a glow appeared in his hand, and the next second, a green fruit appeared in his palm. At the moment they saw the fruit, everyone from the red-haired pirates just glanced at it and then withdrew their gaze. Only Beckman stared intently at the fruit in Roxa's hand. He had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, but this fruit felt somewhat similar to that one. Beckman pondered for a long time. Hey, Roxa, none of us in the pirate crew eat devil fruits. They have side effects and are really not good. Rorschach was turning the green fruit in his hand while explaining. This fruit of mine is different. Do you want to hear my introduction about it? Sure. We have nothing to do anyway. Exactly. What the boss said is what we want to say. Rosha introduced the fruit in his hand. This fruit is called the shining fruit. By the way, it's a Logia type. As soon as he said this, everyone in the red-haired pirates was stunned, with some even digging at their ears. Red-haired asked in confusion. Wait a minute. The shining fruit was eaten by Kizaru. Brother Rochet, you were in the Navy. You should know that, right? I know. And this fruit was actually created with Kizaru's help. Everyone was once again shocked. They had no idea what was going on. Kizaru's ability is light, and this fruit was made using Kizaru's light. Rochet scratched his head, and he was a bit at a loss for words. Simply put, this is a natural type, sparkling fruit with no side effects, and it can even withstand seawater. Some crew members of the Gulong Red Hair Pirates swallowed hard. Beckman frowned and asked, Are you sure? Of course, I am a synthesis ability user, and even this fruit was made by me. How could I not be sure? Synthesis? Roxia nodded, and then his hands glowed with a blue light. He looked around and finally stopped at a bone-picking dagger. Rorschach held a dagger in his left hand, while his right hand exuded a chilling aura. Rorschach instantly merged the two together. A cold ice dagger appeared in front of the red-haired group. Roxia handed the dagger to everyone. Redhead glanced at the dagger in his hand and then looked at Roxia, finally believing his words. At the same time, there was a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Who wouldn't want to eat a top-tier fruit with no side effects? Moreover, Redhead was meticulous. Even if a companion accidentally consumed a fruit with side effects, it wouldn't be a big problem. Roka looked at the red-haired man in front of him while holding the fruit and asked, Do you want it? If not, I'll just put it away. Just as Roka was about to put it away, the red-haired man quickly stopped him. Of course we want a fruit with no side effects. Our red-haired pirates should also add a fruit user to our crew. So, Roka, how much is this fruit? Roche glanced around, taking in the expressions on everyone's faces. 1 billion, what do you think? This price is the result of Roche's careful consideration, mainly because of this color. If it weren't for this color, Roche could have called for over 2 billion. The red-haired person was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned to Beckman. Get the money. Get the money. Okay. The next second, 2 gold cards flew out of Beckman's hand, and Roche, quick-witted, instantly pinched the gold cards between 2 fingers. Rosha weighed the fruit and then handed it to the red-haired man not far away. The red-haired man accepted the fruit with both hands, looking as if he had received a treasure, extremely solemn. Well, you guys better find someone to eat this fruit now and see if there are any side effects. Otherwise, once the product is sold, I won't be responsible. If there are side effects, I might help you solve it. If not, then everyone will be happy. The red-haired man nodded, previously thinking that whoever wanted to eat it in the future could just take it and eat it directly. He then handed the fruit to Beckman, saying, Beckman, you decide. Anyway, I won't eat it. All right. Beckman, holding a half-burned cigarette, looked around. The members of the red-haired pirates he saw either looked away, lowered their heads, or waved their hands repeatedly, clearly reluctant to eat the devil fruit, even showing a mental resistance. However, one person was staring intently at the green fruit, even drooling. Jesus Burgess, who was beside him, was a bit surprised. Beckman smiled lightly and said, What's wrong? Lockie, do you want to eat it? Hee, first mate. I actually want to eat it, and this fruit matches the color of my clothes quite well. Upon hearing the chubby Lockie say this, Rosha noticed his green outfit under the long coat, which had stripes and matched the fruit he had just sold very well. Lockie took a bite and laughed. And the shining fruit without side effects shouldn't have that strange taste, right? I've heard that devil fruits taste really bad, the most unpalatable thing in the world. Loki glanced at the devil fruit, and then asked Rosha, Rosha, does this fruit have any strange taste? If it does, then I won't eat it. Rorschach's expression remained unchanged, but a mischievous idea began to take root in his mind. Rosha smiled slightly, and then said, because there are no side effects. Although this devil fruit seems to have no smell on the surface, in fact, the flesh is plump. It's especially delicious. Raki frowned, somewhat skeptical, but after all, he was the inventor of this fruit, so he reluctantly believed it a little. Raki looked at the fruit in Beckman's hand, then looked at Beckman and said with a smile, First mate, that fruit looks delicious. Give it to me. I've decided to eat it. Well, all right. Your speed is already fast, and with the Goro Goro no Mi, your strength should increase a lot. Beckman handed the fruit to Raki, and Raki held the devil fruit with both hands, his expression and demeanor showing that he believed Rosha's words. Everyone, watch me take a big bite of the devil fruit. Just after saying that, Raki opened his mouth wide and took a huge bite, consuming 2/3 of the fruit in one go. So terrifying. As soon as he bit into it, the group of companions crowded around Raki, curiously asking, How is it? How is it? Raki, why are you just biting and not chewing? Yeah, you're the first one in our pirate crew to eat a devil fruit. Why not share your feelings? Even Red-Haired came over, curiously staring at Raki. At this moment, Rorschach is staring intently at Raki across from him. As soon as he shows any sign of wanting to vomit, Rorschach will immediately intervene. That red-haired captain must not be allowed to throw up, or it will all be in vain. Rotchet was still uneasy, so he decided to just say it out loud. The red-hair guy scratched his head and suddenly seemed to understand something. Oh, so not bad was just a fool Loki? I wondered why Loki hadn't been chewing at all, just like he was frozen. Now it all made sense. The red-hair guy put his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly. Haha, this is killing me. After the members of the red-haired crew laughed enough, they exchanged glances and all focused their attention on Loki. Loki took a step back, his forehead sweating nervously. The red-hair guy shouted loudly, Everyone, help our buddy eat the fruit. Oh! During the process that followed, some people squeezed Loki's mouth, while others directly covered his mouth to prevent him from spitting it out. After continuous efforts, they finally managed to get Loki to swallow the fruit. The whole process was quite arduous, but fortunately, they succeeded. Phew. This is really disgusting. The fruit tasted as bad as rotten fruit that had been sitting for years. How could something so horrible exist in this world? Loki looked very angry, and even his appetite increased significantly. The red-haired guy glanced at Loki and then came over to poke his shoulder, asking, Loki, how come you only know how to eat? Don't you feel anything? Boss, Loki shouted, but while he was speaking, a green laser shot out of his mouth. If the red-haired guy hadn't dodged in time, that laser would have hit him square in the face. Whoa, that was close. The red-haired guy said, hands on his hips, looking quite nervous. This is not my fault. You can't hit me. Loki covered his mouth, looking innocent. The red-haired guy cracked his knuckles and said, It's you. Hurry up and show us your powers, or I will personally throw you into the sea. Loki swallowed hard. He sensed that this time his boss wasn't joking. A shimmering green light appeared in Rosha's hand, and a vibrant green beam materialized. However, this touch of vitality was invisible to their eyes. Roxia stared intently at the severed arm of the red-haired man, then glanced at his own fairy beans and thought to himself, People always say that if you have, you can definitely regrow the red-haired man's severed arm. Today, I'll give it a try. Beckman noticed Roxia's expression, but didn't pay him any mind. Roxia was the most reliable person in the red-haired crew right now, just like Riley, who was silently drinking beside him. All right, I'll give it a try, Loki said, directly bypassing Roxia and heading to an open area, followed by his companions. Loki took a deep breath in the open space. The next moment, he raised his hands, and energy orbs began to slowly emerge from his palms. The energy orbs were green and looked quite beautiful. Countless energy orbs shot from his palms, exploding the moment they hit the ground. The smoke produced by the explosions dissipated quickly, perhaps due to the winter season. As the smoke cleared, the gathered members of the red-haired pirate crew saw the large crater Loki had just created. However, Roxia only heard a few members of the red-haired crew exclaim in surprise. Like Shanks, while Beckman watched Loki with a calm expression, Loki glanced at the crater he had created, feeling indifferent. He then turned around, green light covering his hands. In just a few minutes, a short gun suddenly appeared in Loki's hands, making the sound of bang, bang, bang. Loki's face lit up. This short gun was an idea that had flashed through his mind, and he hadn't expected to succeed. After all, he intended to attack with a short gun. However, in actual combat, he would still use the short gun he had been using for a long time. The fruit's ability would only serve as support. At the moment, he could only think of these techniques. Shanks smiled and nodded, then dramatically swung his cloak, drawing his famous sword, Griffin, in an instant. Upon seeing this, Loki immediately panicked. Captain, what are you doing? Shouldn't a Logia user be able to elementalize? I want a slice, Shanks said as he prepared to strike. But Loki was genuinely alarmed now. He knew how powerful his captain was. If he used Haki while cutting, not only would he be in danger of losing his life, but he would definitely need a rest in bed for several days. Shanks, with Griffin slicing through the air, made a swift move, and, as the sword landed on Loki, he instantly jolted, transforming into a laser and dodging behind his first mate. Shanks, not hitting his target, became displeased. Loki, why are you dodging? You're a Logia fruit user now. If I cut you, you want to die? What? Captain, don't forget how strong your Haki is. If you use it while cutting me, what will I do? What? Do you think I'm an idiot? The two began to bicker back and forth, neither backing down. Beckman helplessly rubbed his forehead, then made a decision in his heart. He slowly turned to Riley, who was drinking, and asked, Mr. Riley, could you please cut Loki? As soon as Beckman said this, Riley's hand holding the drink froze, and not just him. Even some members of the red-haired crew stopped. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, Mr. Riley is a crew member of the Pirate King, and his swordsmanship is superb. He should be able to control a normal slash. Exactly, let Mr. Riley do it. All the crew members agreed. At this moment, the argument between Shanks and Loki also stopped. Loki looked at Shanks, then at Riley holding the sword, and immediately chose Riley. He knew how careless his captain could be. If his captain got too into it, he would be in big trouble. After a while, Loki stood facing Riley. He hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Roxia, standing in the corner, asking, Roxia, can this fruit really elementalize? Don't worry, you won't be cut to death. Upon hearing Roxia's precise assurance, Loki finally relaxed. Mainly, he wasn't familiar with it yet, and once he got used to it, he wouldn't be so scared. Riley smiled warmly. Then I'll begin. Okay, Mr. Riley. With a swift shing, Riley drew his sword, and a silvery slash instantly split Loki in half. Riley paused for a moment to look at Loki, discovering he was unharmed. Riley grinned, and in the next moment, he quickly swung his sword again, slicing Loki into pieces. However, they didn't see any blood, so they didn't worry about Loki. Shanks laughed heartily. A minute later, Loki was piled back together, but he quickly returned to his original state. Indeed, it's a Logia fruit. It looks quite sturdy. Riley laughed as he patted Loki's shoulder. Loki was speechless. He should have just let his captain do it. This Riley, a legendary figure, was indeed still strong and vigorous as his captain's first mate. Shanks looked at Loki, who looked quite worn out, and cheerfully said, All right, now let us test for any side effects. After the test, you can feast. Shanks pointed to the large piece of meat on the fire. There were several ordinary crew members roasting nearby. The sizzling, oily roasted meat made Loki's throat move. The weariness in his eyes diminished significantly. However, Loki suddenly thought, My captain is usually careless. This test won't require me to jump into the sea, will it? Well, Loki, you just need to jump into the sea. Shanks pointed to the nearby sea surface, which was covered with a layer of ice crystals. As expected, Loki was indeed required to jump in. He looked up at the sky, where snowflakes were falling, and the sea surface was frozen with a thin layer of ice. Loki swallowed hard and instinctively tried to retreat, but for some reason, his retreat was blocked by Beckman. Cough, cough, it's too cold to go into the water now. Let us wait until summer. Loki shrank his neck. Beckman smiled slightly and said, We are on an island in the New World, which is in winter all year round, with basically no summer. It's better to try now. Roxia, standing in the corner, patted Riley's shoulder and asked, Old man, is the weather in the New World mostly like this? Pretty much. Some islands are covered with thunder all year round. Others have constant hail or rain. The weather in the New World changes daily, and it's unpredictable. To put it bluntly, if a pirate in the New World doesn't have strength, they would have been dead long ago. Rorschach suddenly realized. So, when I take office in the New World, will I have to face this strange weather every day? Roxia glanced at the fairy bean in his hand, and then patted the red-haired person's shoulder. The red-haired person turned around and asked, Roxia, what's wrong? Roxia extended his hand, and a green bean caught the red-haired man's eye. This is a fairy bean, considered a gift for buying these items. The red-haired man picked up with 2 fingers and examined it closely, but he couldn't find anything extraordinary about it. An ordinary bean. This is not an ordinary bean. It has a certain probability of regrowing your arm. Although Roxia's voice wasn't loud, everyone, all the members of the red-haired pirate crew heard it. All they could hear now were the words regrowing arms. The red-haired man was even breathing unevenly, a hint of Conqueror's hockey leaking out. Fortunately, neither the red-haired crew nor Roxia was affected by this hint of hockey at the scene. Roxia, are you serious? The red-haired man's eyes had a touch of blood red, and he looked very serious. Roxia quietly took a step back, and soon New Jersey threw the celestial bean directly to the red-haired person, suggesting they eat it and see what happens. The red-haired person caught it with one hand and tilted their head to swallow the celestial bean. The crisp sound of the bean echoed in everyone's ears. The moment the red-haired person swallowed the bean, they immediately knelt down, their remaining hand covering the severed arm hidden under the cloak, emitting a mournful sound. Roxia twitched the corner of his mouth. Could it be that this sound was made because his arm was growing? After all, these are produced by the system, and there was absolutely no way they could be wrong. The only possible mistakes could come from the he made himself, but he definitely wouldn't be synthesizing any. So Roxia was sure that this was his arm growing. However, wasn't this sound a bit too tragic? Roxia glanced at the group of red-haired people around him and couldn't help but think, would they capture me? As the red-haired person's scream echoed, his Conqueror's hockey seemed to act like a vent, desperately releasing its power. This scene almost made Roxia drop his jaw. What level of Conqueror's hockey is this? Ding! Acquired Conqueror's hockey fragment 5. Roxa heard a voice in his mind, which left him a bit confused. Can this kind of thing really be picked up? A minute later, Shank's screams gradually faded away. However, at this moment, Shanks was not in a good state. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, but his face was unusually flushed. Some of the red-haired pirates' officers looked at their captain with worried expressions. Beckman patted Shanks on the shoulder and asked with concern, "How are you? Your head? Hey, this thing really messed me up." As he spoke, Shanks ripped off his black cloak, revealing the white lining underneath. At this moment, Shanks' left arm was no longer empty. Instead, it had grown a small section about 10 centimeters long. Everyone present gasped at this scene. They had been Shanks' companions for decades, and they knew what their captain's arm looked like. But now they were witnessing Shanks actually growing apart his arm. When the members of the red-haired pirates looked at Roxa, their eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, they were filled with fervor. It was a gaze that seemed as if they wanted to devour Roxa. Roxia swallowed hard and quietly took a step back. The red-haired person touched the newly grown part of their arm and stopped 1 meter in front of Roxia, then deeply bowed. Rochet was startled by the redhead's action. "Excuse me, Rochet, do you still have any beans in your hand? If you do, I would like to buy a few." The redhead said politely. Rosha said nothing, but instead took a step forward and slowly lifted the left sleeve of his red hair. Upon seeing the half-arm that had regrown, Rosha was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. "My God, I knew this thing could heal wounds, but I didn't expect it to actually regrow a severed limb." Immediately, Rosha waved his hand, and 2 more celestial beans appeared in his palm. The moment he saw the celestial beans, the red-haired person's eyes lit up with fervor once again. Rorschach raised an eyebrow and reached out to stop the red-haired person from approaching. "Ahem, let me clarify first. 2 more of these should be about enough. I can give them to you for free." The red-haired person's eyes lit up, surprised that such a thing would be given for free. "But hold on. This thing does have side effects." "Side effects?" Everyone asked in unison. Rorschach nodded. "That's right, side effects. Some people might think the side effects are significant, while others may feel that they aren't really side effects at all." Rashia's vague statement made the usually cautious Redhead hesitate to eat. Redhead looked at Beckman and Rayleigh with a pleading expression. The 2 noticed Redhead's plea, and Rayleigh chuckled as he said, "So, Rashia, what are those side effects you mentioned? Could you share a bit about them?" That's right. Please do tell us." Rashia glanced at Rayleigh and Beckman and said speechlessly, "Do you still want it? If not, I won't give it to you. As for the side effects, I'll tell you after your captain finishes it." For a moment, everyone from the red-haired pirates looked at their captain. However, none of them stopped red-haired from eating. Instead, they urged, "Captain, hurry up and eat. It's just a side effect. It's nothing." That's right. You've already eaten 1. What's the big deal about having 2 more? "Yeah, this is for your arm recovery." Red-haired glared at the crowd gathered around him and said irritably, "You still remember I'm your captain, right? What if the side effects here aren't good?" Beckman looked directly at red-haired and said seriously, "At least it can't be worse than it is now." Rochet sat on the ground, silently watching the people in front of him. A few minutes later, the red-haired person came up to Rochet with a smile and said, "Rochet, no matter what side effects there are, it's fine. I just want my arm to recover." With a wave of Rorschach's arm, 2 fairy beans shot through the air directly towards the red-haired person's palm. The The red-haired individual narrowed their eyes slightly and successfully caught the fairy beans in their hand. Then, the 2 fairy beans were immediately sent into their mouth. Rosha clearly saw that when the red-haired man took the first bite, the entire power of the fairy bean exploded in his mouth. 10 minutes later, the red-haired man was slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat, with a look of despair on his face. Meanwhile, his left arm had already regrown. Rosha is really happy right now. Just based on the bit of Conqueror's Hockey that just leaked from Red-Haired, he can upgrade his Conqueror's Hockey to intermediate level. Coming to Red-Hair this time was truly a wise decision, and he also made quite a bit of money, so he can have a good time when he goes back. As Zhang was quietly enjoying himself, Rosha felt like something was hitting him. Rosha slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was a red-haired figure with a left arm, swaying in front of him. Rosha said in silence, "What are you, the 4 emperors, trying to do? What about the side effects you mentioned earlier? Are they serious?" Red-haired looked a bit nervous on his face. Rorschach stroked his chin, pondering how to organize his words. "Well, this bean can fill you up for 10 days with just 1. You've eaten 3 in total, so don't expect to eat anything for the whole month." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside a cave in the red-haired territory, the atmosphere was quite lively. However, one person was sighing alone, making them feel out of place. Roxia looked at the red-haired man not far away, a slight smile on his lips. "You bastards, don't crowd around me eating, or I won't let you off." "Ha, the boss is really in a bad spot." The red-haired man raised his fist to threaten everyone, but they completely ignored him and continued to eat meat and drink heavily. About 2 hours later, Roxia looked around and noticed that the members of the red-haired pirate group had almost finished eating, and then said, "Ahem, everyone for the red-haired pirates." "Yo, what's up with Roxia?" Roxa pointed to the portal surrounded by a protective net on the island. "I thought it's time for me to go back." As soon as these words were spoken, Red-Haired was taken aback. He had completely forgotten that Roxa was still part of the Navy. After spending these days together, he had thought Roxa was a pirate. This was because Red-Haired felt that Roxa's style of doing things was not in line with the Navy. Moreover, he didn't have the bad habit of constantly preaching about justice like some Navy members do. Although the beans Roxa had eaten successfully made his arms grow back, it was really painful for someone who loved to host banquets not to eat, especially when watching his companions eat meat and drink wine heartily. "Since Roxa, you're leaving, then we won't keep you." Beckman unexpectedly pulled out a snail phone while speaking and said with a smile, "This is a snail phone that can contact us. If you take a position in the New World and encounter any troublesome pirates in the future, just call this number, and we will come over. Also, if you have any new inventions, make sure to let us know. Our red-hair pirates may not have much, but we definitely have plenty of money." Rorschach smiled faintly and casually took the phone bug, putting it into his clothing pocket. This kind of phone bug cannot be placed into the space. Otherwise, what would happen if it starved to death one day? Rosha's waved to the red-hair group and then walked towards the cave entrance. Roxa crossed the railing and opened the random door, stepping inside. The members of the red-haired pirates stared blankly at the position of the random door, looking somewhat dazed. They had been getting along very well with Roxa these past 2 days. "Ahem, I have some notes that Roxa gave me earlier, and you must remember them, or he won't sell us anything," Beckman said. At once, everyone was drawn in by Beckman's words. They all turned to look at Beckman, who slowly took out a piece of paper. "First is Loki's fruit. If someone asks what your fruit is, you must remember that your fruit is the natural system. Aurora fruit. It's not something given by Roxa." Loki nodded, taking a bite of meat, and said, "We're the 4 Emperors' crew. Who would dare to ask? If Morgans dares to report randomly, I will roast him." Beckman nodded in agreement. Then Beckman pulled out a black cloak from behind him. "Here, this is the cloak that little Roxa made for you." Beckman handed the black cloak directly to Shanks. "This cloak can cover your left arm completely while still looking cool and stylish." Shanks was taken aback and then reached out to take it. "He made this?" "That's right. He made it by hand in front of me yesterday. His ability is quite special." Shanks undid the cloak behind him and draped the one in his hands over himself. As he stood up, the effect of the cloak immediately became apparent. His left arm was completely covered by the cloak, and it looked very stylish. Shanks nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. I'll wear this cloak from now on. Ha ha ha. If Kaido comes to fight me again, I can ambush him once." Beckman returned his gaze to the paper in hand and continued reading. "As for the drinks, you can drink freely, but make sure to change the bottles when drinking outside. Try not to expose the random door casually." After finishing, Beckman shook the paper in his hand. "That's what this kid said. Let's try to follow these points. After all, he has indeed sold us quite a few things. The random door is a small matter, but if the CP finds out about the drinks, I think that kid will be questioned by the CP organization. As soon as Beckman finished speaking, everyone in the red-haired crew nodded in agreement. They had been pirates on the sea for many years, and the intelligence agencies of the world government SCP were still quite strong. In the Amazon Lily Sea area, on a warship, Rosha was leisurely lying on a deck chair, enjoying the warmth from the sun. It had been too cold staying at Shank's place these past 2 days. Although he was an ice fruit user, it was still a bit chilly. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Squirrel, sitting in a chair, asked Qinglong, "Where have you been these past 2 days? We couldn't contact you at all." Rock glanced at the flying squirrel, and then sat up, seemingly reminiscing. "Well, after I chopped off one of Supernova Kid's arms, I went to find Admiral Kizaru. However, the Straw Hat crew was knocked away by the warlord Kuma, and then Admiral Kizaru gathered the Navy. After that, I left the Sabidi archipelago, set up shop outside for a few days, made some money, and then came back." "You said you set up shop outside for a few days?" the flying squirrel asked. That's right. I went to an island whose name I don't even know, but the people on the island seemed to really like my liquor and cigarettes. I sold several 100 million berries worth of my liquor and cigarettes." Rosha couldn't help but smile widely at the thought of how much he made from the red-haired one. He was very happy. The materials for the alcohol were brought by those worthless dogs. "I've been working tirelessly every day to synthesize, so of course, I had to take some off them. Moreover, that group of scums in the world government, even when they pay, they are so stingy. Now I realize that the alcohol I sold to them was practically at a bargain price." Rosha became increasingly angry, and the Conqueror's hockey around him unexpectedly leaked out, stunning some of the surrounding Navy personnel. The deck was littered with fallen bodies, and the squirrel stared wide-eyed. "Admiral Qinglong, quickly retract your Conqueror's hockey, or our Navy will be completely annihilated." Rorschach turned his head to look around, and to his surprise, there were only himself and the squirrel left on the deck, along with some Navy personnel who were standing at a distance. Rosha twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I got a little excited when I started talking, couldn't hold back." The chipmunk looked at the fallen Marines and shook his head in silence. "Let them lie there for now. They'll wake up in a bit. Anyway, I don't have Conqueror's hockey, so this should be the right thing to do. So, how much berries did you sell in total? It shouldn't be much, right?" Rosha shook his head and then grinned. "Hey, I sold 5 billion. Among them, my liquor sold for several billion. I sold a total of 5,000 bottles. If I hadn't synthesized so much usually, I really wouldn't have this much." Rosha was extremely excited now. Once he reached the new world, he would only become more reckless. After all, in the new world, no one would dare to control him. So wouldn't he be the one calling the shots? When Squirrel heard the number Rosha mentioned, he was quite surprised. It turned out that while synthesizing for the world government, Rosha was cutting corners. "Hey, General Squirrel, with those shifty eyes of yours, you're not thinking of exposing me, are you? How could that be? You're overthinking it." Squirrel waved his hands repeatedly. "That's good. If anyone finds out, I'll take back that shiny fruit ability inside you." Rorschach's words are shocking, and as soon as they are spoken, the mole instantly widens its eyes. "Can you take back my ability with the General of the Burning Mountain?" Rosha looked at the flying squirrel with a smile that seemed neither fully a smile nor not a smile, making the flying squirrel shiver all over. "By the way, can that Empress come out now? It's been several days." Although Rosha went out to have fun for a few days in between, he didn't want to keep waiting. "I called the bub before and asked. It still needs 2 more days." The flying squirrel said helplessly. Rosha sighed, but he couldn't force his way in, let alone urge the Empress. He knew that Luffy was about to be shot by Kuma to Amazon Lily. Inside the palace of Amazon Lily, the pirate Empress was standing by the window, gazing out at the sea, where Rosha and the other's warship was located. The more she looked, the angrier she became, wishing she could twist that Navy bastard's head off. Her expression was vividly fierce. Beside her, Granny Nyan was greatly frightened by Hancock's words. "Hancock, don't do anything reckless." Moreover, the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Greenbull was someone the Navy had only recently exposed. He must have been secretly trained by the Navy, and she didn't even know what abilities he had. The pirate Empress frowned and turned to glare at Granny Nyan. "Damn old hag, you're everywhere." It was just a Marine Vice Admiral. She could easily kill him. If that bastard hadn't frozen her citizens at that time, she wouldn't be so passive. Plus, this guy has Conqueror's hockey. Damn him. Boa Hancock vented her frustrations about what had happened a few days ago and scolded Rosha, which finally eased her anger. But Granny Nyan, holding her snake staff, suddenly caught the key point in her words. "You said he has Conqueror's hockey and freezing abilities? Damn old hag, are you deaf? Didn't I make myself clear? If it weren't for that freezing ability, I would have thrown him into the sea long ago. Why would I need to agree to that bastard Navy?" Granny Nyan thoughtfully said to Hancock, Hancock, you absolutely cannot fight that Marine, especially since he has freezing abilities. But could his freezing ability be the same as Admiral Akiji's? If that's the case, you definitely cannot. Granny Nyan's words were interrupted as Hancock was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a female warrior approached Granny Nyan and said, Granny Nyan, Hancock left to take a bath a few minutes ago, and the entire island is under lockdown. All right, then let's wait until she finishes her bath. Meanwhile, a black-haired boy wearing a blue top and red shorts, looking a bit silly, was jumping around the houses on Amazon Lily, followed by a group of female warriors. Hey, why are these guys shooting arrows at me? He exclaimed, and those arrows really hurt. Just like Grandpa's punches. I wonder where my friends got shot to. Suddenly, a female warrior behind him pulled her bowstring to full draw, and an arrow shot fiercely at the mountain under Luffy's feet. The arrow, wrapped in hockey, exploded upon contact with the mountainside, shattering it into countless pieces. Luffy lost his balance due to the explosion and fell down the cliff. Even as he fell, he continued to make strange noises. Upon seeing Luffy fall, the female warriors cheered in unison, but Sandasonia's expression changed instantly. Oh no, that man's falling into the area where my sister is bathing. In an instant, everyone broke into a cold sweat, especially Sandasonia and Marigold, who were both extremely anxious. Outside the Empress's bathhouse, bang, Luffy fell from the cliff and landed directly in the steaming hot spring. Wow, I'm gonna die. Luffy scrambled up from the water, but the scene before him left him wide-eyed. He instinctively said, Hey, that mark on your back. The Empress's face changed dramatically as she quickly grabbed a towel to cover herself and formed a heart shape with her hands, a pink light enveloping Luffy. Sweet wind. The technique shone on Luffy, and while the Empress initially wore a proud expression, upon seeing Luffy unharmed, she instantly lost her composure. A few days ago, there was a bastard who wasn't afraid of this move, and now another one appeared. How could this be possible? Watching Luffy standing there in confusion, the Pirate Empress shouted, Sandasonia, Marigold, we have an intruder. Luffy furrowed his brows and replied, Hey, I'm not an intruder. I was shot here. But the proud Empress wouldn't listen to him. Unlike the commotion on Amazon Lily, Roxia was feeling restless, wishing he could just break into Amazon Lily directly. Roxa cracked his wrists and stood up, approaching the Weasel and extending his hand. General Weasel, where's the phone bug from the Empress? I want to speak with her. What do you want to do? The Weasel rummaged through his inner pocket and handed a small phone bug to Roxa. This phone bug was delivered to their warship by a female warrior from 9 Snakes on the day after Roxa left. Moreover, when she arrived, the warrior looked around, suggesting she had some mission at hand. If Roxa had been there at the time, the Weasel thought he would have probably tied up that female warrior. On Daughter Island, in the arena, the cold-faced Boa Hancock, the Empress of the nation, was staring down at Luffy and the 3 kneeling figures on the arena floor. These 3 were indeed the 3 female warriors from 9 Snakes who had saved Luffy back then. Brr, the phone bug rang, and Sandasonia carefully handed the phone bug to Hancock, who was seated on the throne. Sister, it's a call from the Navy. What do they want from me? The Pirate Empress answered with a look of disdain, but before she could speak, Roxa's voice came through the phone bug. Stinky woman, I've been waiting for you for so many days. Why aren't you out yet? I'll wait 2 more days for you. But if you don't come out within these 2 days, your title of warlord will be revoked immediately. Roxia's voice suddenly turned cold as he said, at that time, the Navy's Demon Slayer order will also descend upon your little island. The Empress Kacha stared blankly at the closed phone bug in front of her, her mind echoing with Roxia's arrogant words. The Empress slammed the phone bug into Sandasonia's hand, her expression instantly darkening. The Empress's shoulders trembled violently. No one had ever spoken to her like that. This bastard Navy, I must kill you. An invisible wave of energy was released from the Empress's body. However, the range was extremely small. Even though Boa Hancock had lost her sanity due to Roxia's threat, she could not unleash her powers indiscriminately. Sandasonia and Marigold exchanged a glance, and both knelt on one knee before the Empress, saying, Sister, we sisters can go and kill that Navy who offended you. The Empress glanced at the 2 kneeling before her and shook her head. A few days ago, you didn't even encounter that guy and were frozen. Are you trying to go to your deaths now? The Empress waved her hand. Let's deal with this matter first. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere of Amazon Lily, the atmosphere on the Navy side was quite cheerful. After having a good rant about the Empress, Roxia was now leisurely lying on a deck chair. The Weasel placed the phone bug into his pocket. Xinglong, did you just mention the Demon Slayer order? Where do we get a Demon Slayer order from? I remember the warlord only told us to invite the Empress of the 7 warlords. Roxia pouted. This empress was not strong and had quite a temper, making him wait for so long. He hadn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. If that stinky woman had come out earlier, he could have gone back sooner. The weasel's expression was strange. If he had said that, it might have been true. But when Roxia returned, he clearly looked radiant. How could he be eating poorly or sleeping badly? As for that demon-slaying order, I heard about it from Qingji. It's a black telephone bug, and the number of people activated each time is no less than 10,000. The weasel sighed and said slowly, General Qinglong, let me tell you, I can't beat that pirate empress, and she also has Conqueror's Haki. If she really comes in 2 days, we might have to rely on you to suppress her. Of course, if you can't win, you can always escape back to the Navy headquarters. Although Roxia felt that the weasel was trying to remind him out of goodwill, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Rochet slowly closed his eyes and entered the system space. Ding! The lottery wheel has started. As soon as Rosh entered the system space, a blue screen appeared in front of him. Roxia looked up and saw that this time the roulette actually had 2 golden lights. This indicated that there were 2 highest rewards this time. Draw ding. Congratulations on spending 1 billion berries and obtaining 5 chances to draw. Hearing the voice in his mind, Roxia was completely stunned. 1 billion? Could it be that the system was openly robbing him? Even though Roxia thought this, the system showed no intention of answering at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced mastery of armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a Tang Dao. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the frozen fruit development level 15. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining capsule technology. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill iron balloon. Roxia looked at the rewards in front of him, swallowing unconsciously. Gulping, Roxia extended his hands and picked up the glowing orbs one by one. Those skill orbs merged into Roxia's body one after another, especially when the golden reward, the steel balloon, fused with his body. Roxia felt a qualitative leap in his strength. It's worth noting that this skill talent belonged to the 4 Emperor's Big Mom. In reality, Roxia slowly opened his eyes, and the cold air in his hand was instantly released. The surging icy aura quickly swept across the entire warship. If it weren't for Roxia holding back his strength, he would have nearly frozen all the sailors on the ship. Roxia felt a lingering gaze directed at him, and he awkwardly scratched his head, my bad. Then, Roxia looked fervently at the flying squirrel sitting beside him. The flying squirrel sensed this gaze and slowly turned to ask, Ahem, General Qinglong, do you need something? Rorschach clenched his fist and smiled. Can you try my new move with me? Never mind you. The Navy is about to go to war, and neither of us can get hurt. If you want to give it a try, then go test it out over there in that forest. He pointed to a dense forest not far away. However, it seems that area belongs to Daughter Island. Should we go? It doesn't matter. I've even been scolded by the Pirate Empress. It's just a mere forest. Rorschach grabbed the flying squirrel's hand, and in the next second, with a swift teleportation move, they successfully arrived in the forest. Rochet looked around and finally found a tree as thick as a water bucket. Rorschach naturally covered his hands with armament hockey as he approached. Roxia remained calm, and in the next moment, he gently pointed his finger. The tree, which had shown no signs of change, suddenly exploded from within, and the entire tree was split in half. The nearby squirrel was taken aback, almost popping its eyes out in shock. Internal destruction? Internal destruction, an advanced application of armament hockey, also known as flowing cherry blossom in Wano country, is a technique that can damage the inside through the outside. How could Roxia, who stood before her, master a technique that even some vice admirals in the Navy do not know? The squirrel swallowed hard and thought to itself, this kid is only 18, right? The current 3 admirals should still be in training camps at that age, right? It's possible that the one who becomes the 4th admiral ISNT Shiryu, ISNT Tashiji, but could actually be this guy. This experience left the squirrel in awe. 2 days passed quietly, and during this time, Roxia not only understood all the rewards, but also created a door of normal size in his system space, which was done in these 2 days. While clearing out items, Roxia discovered a card emitting a red-black aura. It was labeled Conqueror's Haki Enhancement Card. Therefore, Roxia now possessed not only advanced armament hockey and observation hockey, but also had Conqueror's Haki at an advanced level. This card was something Roxia had stumbled upon yesterday, and it was a reward from a mission. Roxia scratched his chin and couldn't help but recall what happened yesterday. Ding! The cumulative rewards for selling items have been distributed. The next morning, Roxia woke up groggily. As soon as he woke up, he saw the flying squirrel sitting beside him, looking in the direction of the Amazon lily. Rorschach rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion, Has that woman not arrived yet? No, but it is already the time you specified. The dormouse spoke very calmly, but with a hint of anger. It was impossible not to be angry that the dignified Navy had to wait so many days for a pirate. Rosha yawned and lay back in the lounge chair. Suddenly, the sound of a transponder snail rang out. Blue the flying squirrel took a look and found that it was the transponder snail that was in contact with the pirate empress. Moshi, Navy, please take your ship to the port of Amazon Lily. Our sister has almost finished packing. We can go back with you now. Sonia's voice came through. Okay. The transponder snail hung up, and the squirrel immediately ordered the soldiers on the ship to set sail. Everyone sprang into action, preparing to head to the port of Amazon Lily. Hearing this, Rosha raised his eyes slightly, a barely noticeable smile appearing on his lips. About 5 minutes later, the warship docked at the port of Amazon Lily. Rosha glanced at the shore and was surprised to see that over 100 people had gathered, all of them women. A group of women not wearing much clothing. Rosha looked at Boa Hancock again, only to see her calm and wearing a white-gray cloak that could cover her entire body. Moreover, from what Rosha understood, there should be someone hidden inside it. After bidding farewell to her many subjects, Boa Hancock slowly walked up to the warship. As soon as she boarded the ship, she saw the person she wanted to kill the most in her life. But there was still someone under the cloak, and she couldn't let that kid be exposed. However, if Boa Hancock didn't pursue it, would Rosha let it go? Set sail, destination, Navy headquarters. Yes, Vice Admiral Qinglong. The Navy saluted. As the warship slowly started, Boa Hancock also slowly spoke. I would like to visit your Navy's advanced city. The weasel did not speak, but turned his gaze to Qinglong, and Boa Hancock also noticed the weasel's gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. Rorschach sat up and slowly twisted his neck, making a crack sound. Rorschach looked at Boa Hancock with a half-smile and asked, as the emperor of a country, you actually want to push into the city? Are you really hoping to get caught by me? Rosha suddenly appeared beside Hancock and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Or are you saying you want to send someone in? Upon hearing Rosha's words that seemed to see through everything, Boa Hancock's face instantly turned pale, as if a secret had been directly uncovered. However, Luffy, who was hiding under Hancock's cloak, had no idea. Roxas smiled slightly and turned to say, Vice Admiral Westmouse, shall we take a trip to Impel Down on the way? Sure. Since the destination had changed, Roxas no longer hid his lazy nature and directly laid down in his lounge chair, falling into a deep sleep. Standing on the deck, enjoying the scenery, Boa Hancock couldn't help but think, is this guy really a vice admiral? Why does he feel like a rogue? Not only does he talk like a rogue, but his behavior is also very rogue. Suddenly, Boa Hancock felt a shiver through her body. She had forgotten that there was someone under her cloak. Navy, could you provide me with a private room? Westmouse nodded and then pointed to a sailor, saying, you take Boa Hancock. Yes. 3 days passed quietly, and at this moment, the warship had arrived at the port of Impel Down, the largest prison in the world. Rorschach glanced at the flying squirrel and slowly said, then take this woman inside. I need to return to headquarters. All right, see you then, General Qinglong. The flying squirrel greeted. Roxia nodded, and at the same time, a glow appeared in his hand. A large pink door instantly appeared before him, and then Roxia pulled open the random door. When he reappeared, Roxia was already in a room of the Jiyuan villa. Ruoxia quickly walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw Ji Yuan practicing swordsmanship in the yard, with droplets of sweat falling with each swing of sword. Rorschach clicked his tongue twice and was about to leave, but suddenly he sensed a dangerous aura. Rosha instantly teleported away from the spot where he was originally standing. Now, the place where Rosha had been standing is pierced by a sword emanating a chilling aura. Roxia's expression darkened instantly, and he glared at the nearby Jin, thinking, am I really this woman's enemy? Why is she hitting me like this? Rosha glared fiercely at Ji Yuan, and then instantly left the place using spatial movement. Ji Yuan was momentarily stunned, then slowly walked to Jean Pierrot's side, drew the sword, and murmured, I shouldn't have angered him, right? Meanwhile, in the office of the Warring States Marshal, Rosha took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Rosha stepped into the room and saw two people inside the office, Carp and Sengoku. Sengoku was reviewing documents while Carp was eating senbei. Back already? Sengoku asked. Yeah, the process was a bit of a hassle, but the result is good. That's great. Sengoku's hand, which was reviewing documents, suddenly paused. And the next second he stood up and said, by the way, my teleportation door is broken. I wonder if you, the inventor of the teleportation door, can fix it? Sengoku pointed to the teleportation door, which had a damaged corner. Rorschach didn't look at Sengoku's portal, but instead sat beside Carp, grinning as he massaged his shoulders. Sengoku was left dumbfounded by this scene. Hey, you little brat, if you don't help me fix the portal, how am I supposed to catch Whitebeard off guard on the day of my execution? Roxia glanced at the portal and slowly explained. My door can't be repaired once it's damaged. Because it's a one-time use, as long as it's not broken, it can be used indefinitely. But if it breaks, it's completely done for. Of course, General of the Warring States, don't look at me like that. I can't repair it right now either. By the way, I do have a small portal. I wonder if you could use it. With that, Roxia casually took out a small portal. Rorschach weighed the door of randomness in his hand, and suddenly he opened the door directly. Ratchet's hand disappeared in front of Zhanghua, and when it reappeared, Zhanghua's beard was already in his grasp. Zhanghua looked at his beard that had been grabbed, his face darkened, and he said, Do you have something to say? If not, get the hell out of here. Once the execution is over, get your ass to the new world. Rorschach awkwardly withdrew his hand. I actually have something to discuss this time. What is it? Roxa slowly said, Old man, I want to learn martial arts from you. Gulong Kapu swallowed the last piece of sunbae before replying, I see, I was wondering why you suddenly became so kind to give me a massage. Kapu thought for a long time and nodded. All right, let's go to the Navy training ground. As long as you're not afraid of pain. Kapu walked out of the room first, and Roxa followed with a smile. With their departure, Sengoku's office finally became quiet. Phew, those two guys finally left my office. Now I can finally work in peace. 5 minutes later, at the Navy training ground, many sailors were practicing. Rorschach and Cap found an empty spot and sat down. Go ahead, kid. You must want to learn my flowing, rock-shattering fist. Rosha nodded. That's right. I want to learn your conqueror's haki, old man. Sure. I can teach you. Carp's words were suddenly interrupted as the muscles on his face stiffened. After a moment of shock, Carp finally reacted. You said you want to learn conqueror's haki? Yes, old man. Hurry and teach me. I can't teach you. Besides, I don't have conqueror's haki. You got the wrong person. Roxia squinted his eyes. If it weren't for the cold sweat dripping from the old man's forehead in front of him, you have almost believed him. You think about it yourself. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Rorschach grabbed Carp, who was about to leave, and said, Don't go. Old man, if you don't teach me, how am I supposed to learn? How could Rosha possibly let him go? He had seen Carp use the conqueror's haki in his previous life. Now that he's not looking for Carp, is he going to look for that monk instead? Roxia stood in front of Carp, his eyes instantly widening. Buzz, almost in the blink of an eye, a red and black spherical aura rapidly spread out, covering an area large enough to envelop the entire training ground. It's important to note that the Navy headquarters training ground is not as small as the courtyard of the Shiwan. Wherever the red and black conqueror's haki passed, Navy soldiers instantly fell to the ground. Carp gulped, looking incredulously at everything Roxia had done in front of him. You brat, who allowed you to release conqueror's haki on the training ground? Rorschach waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I've already controlled my strength. They won't die. At most, they'll just take a nap. Rosha stopped Carp and asked, With my current strength, I should be able to cultivate the conqueror's haki, right? Although I understand the principles behind it. Can you give me a reference point? Rokia was chattering away in front of Carp, making it so noisy that Carp clenched his fists. However, seeing the sparkling look in Rokia's eyes, he couldn't help but teach him a lesson. Hey, Carp sighed, pointing at the fallen soldiers on the training ground and then at Rokia in front of him. You knocked so many people down. If Sengoku finds out, he will definitely beat you up. Ratchet pushed Capra into a dead corner of the training ground. Immediately, a light shone from his hand, and a portal appeared in front of the two. Rorschach smiled and pointed at the portal, saying, After all that talk, it actually just means we need to run quickly, right? Old man, think of a place, and let's hurry up and practice. Huh, didn't you say you could only create portals the size of a palm? How come there's another one? Rorschach pouted. This is something I just made in the past few days. As for why I won't give it to the Warring States Marshal, we'll talk about that later. Carp slowly placed his hand on the handle and twisted it, opening the door of omnipotence. The two jumped in together. Roxia just opened his eyes, and everything in front of him felt so familiar. Oh, this is actually the isolated island I was on before? Carp nodded, that's right. Only here can you practice. Although there are isolated islands in the New World, there are those bastards' eyes everywhere. Carp said as he walked. The two stopped in the center of the island, and Carp took a deep breath. In the next moment, an aura even more powerful than Roxia's erupted from him, with black-red lightning swirling around his body. Roxia gulped, staring at Carp in shock. Who would have thought that the old man who had been eating sunbae at the Navy headquarters every day and was over 50 now exuded such a majestic presence? Clearly a retired old man. yet he could unleash such strength. Shouldn't the pirate world have weaker and weaker powers? Rosha felt that this sentence did not apply to the old man Carp in front of him. Carp grinned, clenched his fists, and laughed. What's wrong? Didn't I say I would teach you? Just don't let me make you cry. Bang, bang. Carp tapped his fists and took a step towards Rosha. Rosha widened his eyes and asked, Hey no, old man, I asked you to teach me, not to hit me. What are you going to do? However, as soon as Rosha finished speaking, Carp's domineering fist came crashing toward his right cheek. His right cheek instantly swelled up, looking extremely miserable. Rorschach was staggered by the punch. You old bastard, are you serious? Rosha was completely enraged this time. He immediately clenched his fists tightly, and the black-armed color instantly covered his fists. Take this, old man. Rorschach suddenly appeared at Carp's right and struck hard at Carp's right cheek. Bang! Rosha's punch was easily blocked by Carp's right arm. Oh, you've actually mastered the advanced use of hockey? Ha! It seems I can have a good fight with you. Swish! The red and black lightning on Carp's body erupted instantly, almost doubling the intensity of the Conqueror's hockey that had erupted earlier. Rosha looked at Carp in front of him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, and couldn't help but think, is this old man trying to kill me? Ha! Take this, Rosha kid. The two of them started exchanging blows, each landing punches and kicks on the other, almost hitting flesh with every strike. The Conqueror's hockey emanating from Roranoa's Zoro collided with the Conqueror's hockey radiating from Monkey D. Garp, and each clash could be felt with immense impact. At this moment, the sky was completely a different color, as the two continuously charged and collided, making it feel like the entire sky was about to crack open. Their fists struck with incredible force, and the ground beneath them shattered, with giant rocks breaking apart like tofu under the pressure of their aura. That's right. It's about concentrating the Conqueror's hockey into their fists. You get it now. Rosha struggled to wrap his Conqueror's hockey around his fist and used the last bit of his strength to strike hard at Carp. The two fists collided, unleashing a surge of red-black energy. Suddenly, both Carp and Rosha instantly withdrew all their power. Once they did, the sky, which was about to crack, quickly returned to its original state. The island, which had been intact, was now in ruins after their battle. Large craters appeared on the ground. At this moment, Rosha could be considered the most unfortunate person in this fight. Rosha's entire face was almost unbearable to look at, with his cheeks puffed out and his eyes resembling those of a big bear, completely disconnected from his original handsomeness. His whole face had swollen up from the beating. Sigh. Rosha let out a slight sigh. Rosha felt an even deeper sense of regret. That old man Carp was simply taking personal revenge. I almost got beaten to death by him. If that old man got carried away, I would be done for. Rorschach secretly cursed in his heart. Rosha's hands glowed, and instantly, a portal appeared in front of him. Since Rosha was beaten to the point of being unable to speak, he could only point at the portal in front of him. Carp, seeing Rosha's expression, couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. This is really funny. Kid Rosha? Roxas glared at Carp and then opened a random door. The two stepped inside, at the Navy headquarters in the GUN villa. At this moment, Roxas had already been beaten to a pulp by Carp. It seemed like this was the GUN family's place. Rosha nodded with difficulty, pushing Cap out without any intention of letting him stay here. You little brat, remember not to talk nonsense, Rorschach said with a thick tongue. No problem with the ink. Rosha struggled to push Carp into the yard. In the training ground, there stood a woman with a sword. In the next moment, the woman swiftly flew to Rosha's side. The newcomer was GUN. GUN looked seriously at the chubby man in front of her, but she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. GUN tilted her head and asked, Vice Admiral Carp, who is this? How'd he come out of my house? Carp scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. This kid is Rosha. What? Rosha? GUN suddenly turned her head, and her delicate hands landed on Rosha's chubby face, causing him to gasp in pain. Cough, cough. This kid was beaten up by me. Carp continued. By the way, I have something to discuss with Sengoku, so you should apply some medicine to this kid first. After saying that, Carp stepped outside, walking away easily. To Rosha, Carp now seemed like a heartless old man. He had just beaten me up, and he could still leave without a care. Rosha turned around and saw GUN's tear-filled eyes. You silly guy, how could you fight against Vice Admiral Carp? What if you get killed? GUN scolded. Rosha ignored GUN's words, and instead, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a celestial bean instantly materialized. Rosha put the celestial bean in his mouth. With a crunch, his face visibly transformed, and the bruises disappeared. He returned to his handsome appearance. Seeing Rosha restored, GUN let out a long sigh of relief. Rosha didn't notice the expression on GUN's face and continued to curse. Damn old man. Can't you be a little gentler when you strike? If it weren't for me not having a knife, we wouldn't even know who would end up as pig heads. Suddenly, Ji-Yun patted Roxia's arm and said, Roxia, what's wrong with you? Which nerve did you misfire? What? Roxia was quite confused. I said, which nerve did you misfire? How could you want to compete with Vice Admiral Garp? It should be noted that even a Navy Admiral might not be Garp's match. At this point, Ji-Yun's tone suddenly softened. Next time, don't compete with Vice Admiral Garp anymore, or if you turn into a pig head again, I won't take care of you. Although Ji-Yun's tone was quite stern, he was still concerned about Roxia deep down. Rocha crossed his arms and pouted. It's not like I'm competing with him. Don't speak carelessly. Then why did you get beaten up? Jia-Yuan thought for a moment and said, could it be that you stole Admiral Garp's Senbei? Hey. Think with that not-so-smart brain of yours. Do I really need to steal someone else's Senbei? Rorschach was filled with black lines on his forehead, and he began to doubt whether the person in front of him, the garden spirit, had any brains at all. Roxia took a deep breath and slowly said, I wanted to learn martial arts, so I went to a deserted island through a portal. However, as soon as we landed, Garp's fist came at us. We fought for a long time, but this old man is really tough. He was completely fine, while I ended up with a bruised face. While speaking, Roxia even rubbed his face, as if that could provide him with some mental comfort. Rocha was really scared by Garp this time. After hearing the whole incident, Ji-Yun couldn't help but smile. What a lack of skill. Knowing full well that his fist skills were lacking, he still chose to compete in fist fighting with Admiral Garp. Ji-Yun gently patted Rocha's head and said, next time, don't try to learn from Admiral Garp, or you'll get beaten up. Rocha was taken aback by the sudden tenderness from Ji-Yuan. Roxia clenched his fist and said, what? You want to get it too? At the Navy headquarters. In Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, Garp leisurely walked to Sengoku's office. As he pushed the door open, he saw Sengoku glaring at a Navy officer, reprimanding him. What is your intelligence department doing? You can't even find the real culprit behind the fainting of the soldiers in the training ground? The Navy colonel lowered his head and said softly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, our surveillance transponder snail was also fainted. We are very sorry. We will definitely work hard to find out. Garp stood at the door and listened to the whole incident. He recalled the good things Roxia had done and unexpectedly felt sympathy for the Navy colonel. Garp walked over and patted the colonel on the shoulder. It's okay. You can go. I know who the real culprit is. You don't need to investigate further. I'll tell Sengoku later. Sengoku, who was standing next to him, looked at Garp suspiciously, but still waved his hand to let the Navy officer leave. Garp found his designated seat and sat down directly. At this moment, both Sengoku and Tsuru moved closer to Garp, their intentions clear. In Sengoku's office, Garp sat in the chair, and Sengoku, with an imposing demeanor, asked Garp, hurry up and speak. Garp grinned and pointed to Sengoku's office drawer. I've been wanting to try something different lately. Don't it seem nice? After saying this, Garp closed his eyes, seemingly waiting for the donuts to arrive. Sengoku's face darkened, and his hands clenched tightly. This old guy actually wants to eat the Fleet Admiral's donuts? Damn Garp. Tsuru, the Vice Admiral beside him, followed Garp's finger to look in that direction. Is there something in Sengoku's drawer? Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was meditating, and said in silence, you just wait. If you don't tell me, I will definitely give you a good beating. As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku walked to his desk. When he returned, he was holding a bag containing 3 donuts. Garp's eyes lit up when he saw the bag. These were the donuts he had been longing for. Didn't he expect that he could eat them today just by exposing Roxia? Sengoku approached him and glared at Garp. Here, speak. Garp took the bag and looked inside. There were indeed 3 donuts. Hee, no rush, Sengoku. Let me have a taste first. No, you must tell me first before you can eat. Otherwise, you won't get any. After so many years of working together, Sengoku was already used to Garp's tricks. This made Sengoku wonder if this old guy was deliberately trying to trick him into giving him donuts. Garp looked at the paper bag that Sengoku was tightly holding and waved his hand. All right, now can I tell you so I can eat? Sure, as long as you tell me. Fine. Garp was just about to speak, but quickly closed his mouth. After about a minute of thinking, Garp finally opened his mouth and said, are you talking about the incident where the soldiers in the training ground fainted en masse? Of course. The only possible cause for this phenomenon is Conqueror's Haki or some other technique. Garp nodded and casually said, that incident was caused by that kid Roxia. He wanted to assure me that his Conqueror's Haki was very strong, so he fainted all the soldiers in the training ground. I even wanted to stop him, but he was too fast. Garp scratched his head and laughed casually, appearing carefree. Little did he know that the 2 people standing in front of him were already shaken to their core. Sengoku was very clear about the extent of his Navy's training ground. to cause all the soldiers in the training ground to faint en masse. At least the level of Conqueror's haki must not be basic. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but say, could that kid really be a genius? Hearing this, Tsuru nodded in agreement. The sound of carp eating echoed in their ears. When Sengoku saw the bag was empty, his entire face turned sour. Sengoku grabbed the bag and shook it, but it was completely empty. Damn, Carp, you actually ate them all by yourself. Didn't you leave one for me? Carp, with no regard for his image, picked his nose and said casually, that was given to me by Sengoku. How could I not eat it? Sengoku waved his hand, all right? I'm not going to argue with you about this. You felt Roxy's Conqueror's haki up close. What do you think? Sengoku scratched his head and said slowly, not bad, but it still needs practice and training. Besides, that kid has already been beaten up by me. What? You beat that kid Roxia? Sengoku's voice almost shouted, and he frowned. He knew how strong Carp's combat power was. It would be no problem for him to kill the current Navy Admiral Akainu. Now, on the eve of war, how could this damn Carp do such a thing? Perhaps noticing Sengoku's expression, Carp rarely explained. It was that kid who couldn't take a hit. He asked me to teach him my famous move, the flowing rock punch. I didn't do it on purpose. By the end, Carp's voice was getting smaller, and he even felt a bit guilty. When he beat Roxia, Carp had used half of his strength. It was quite a tragic sight. Sengoku glared at Carp and said, damn Carp, let us go check on that kid Roxia. I hope you haven't beaten him to a pulp. I still have a mission to assign to him. After saying this, Sengoku grabbed Carp and walked outside. In contrast to Sengoku's anxiety, Roxia was in the midst of a fierce battle. At this moment, Roxia was emitting red-black lightning, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Each punch collided with Jiyuan's King of Gold, making a clang-clang sound. Rorschach clenched his fist, feeling extremely excited. Hey, fists really are the hard truth. If I weren't worried about wrecking the villa, I would have knocked you down already. The guardian held the sword in one hand. Her gaze sharp. Humph, little brother is just a little brother. You can't win against your sister. Rosha was about to activate his teleportation fruit when he heard a rough and loud voice. What are you doing? As soon as he heard this voice, Rosha and Jiyuan turned their heads in unison, and what caught their eyes were Sengoku, Carp, and Crane. Rochet retracted his aura, and Jiyuan also put away his golden pyro and stood next to Rochet. The three members of warring states approached the two and, without saying a word, began to circle around Rochet. Their eyes were wide open, and Rochet felt very uncomfortable being stared at like that by a big man. Is warring states marshal out of his mind? How could he behave so strangely? While speaking, Rochet took 2 steps back in disdain, fearing he might catch something. Warring states, with a face full of black lines, said speechlessly, I specifically came to visit you out of kindness after hearing that you were beaten to the ground by Carp. How dare you say that I have a problem? Rorschach's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and then he awkwardly smiled and coughed, saying it was just that he couldn't speak because he got beaten up. After eating the beans I developed, he would be fine. Is it that one I spent several hundred million to buy? Rorschach nodded and said, yes, recently I got some materials and made one, but I've used it all up. Roche didn't dare to say he still had it. If he did, the warring states general would say they needed to mass produce it, and he wouldn't have a formula. At this moment, the silent General Crane asked, were you just competing with Roche? Sister Crane, it's just that we had a disagreement and ended up fighting. With Ji Yuan's explanation, everyone roughly understood the situation, because every time Ji Yuan said something, Roche would retort. Thus, the previous argument turned into a mutual brawl between the two. I see. The old man came today for another matter. Rorschach frowned and asked, what's the matter? Could it be that they came to buy something for me? Rox's eyes lit up, and he said that this made him no longer tired. Seeing Rox's excited expression, the face of the warring states instantly darkened. This kid is completely obsessed with money now. Ahem. I came here today because of the incident where Marine fainted in the training ground. Why should I care about someone fainting in the training ground? Roxas had just begun to speak when he suddenly froze, as if he had previously knocked out a few Marines with his Conqueror's haki. It seemed that he had indeed used Conqueror's haki to knock out several Marines. As for whether they were dead or not, he didn't know. By the end, Roxas's voice grew softer, and he secretly thought to himself, could it be that weak? Did they actually die from it? Sengoku glared at Roxas and said irritably, how could that be? But you, this kid, actually knocked out all the Marines in the entire Navy training ground with your Conqueror's haki. Rochet fumbled with his chin and frowned, asking, General of the Warring States, which how did you see that with? And don't you have Conqueror's haki too? How could it not be something you did out of boredom? Rokia looks exactly like a rogue, a thug. Sengoku has no way to deal with him. Sengoku glared at Carp, and the meaning was clear. Rokia, unleash your Conqueror's haki with all your might, and show this bastard Sengoku. Ratchet glanced at the speaker, who was none other than Carp. Meeting Carp's gaze, Ratchet couldn't help but recall the details of their previous fight. Rosha abruptly shivered. Ahem, you naval commanders, especially that candidate admiral behind me. Don't let a small vice admiral like me stun you. When saying this, Rosha deliberately emphasized the words candidate admiral. Shut up, and let's get started quickly. Roxia nodded and then took 3 steps back. In the next moment, the aura around him suddenly erupted. Instantly, black and red lightning surged around Roxia's body, looking incredibly handsome. At the same time, everyone present was shocked to see this powerful Conqueror's Haki. Especially Sengoku, who also possessed Conqueror's Haki, looked as if he could fit a dozen eggs in his mouth. Rorschach turned around and saw that although Ji Yuan wasn't as relaxed as Carp, he still looked calm, which was completely different from what he had expected. All right, put it away. Rorka had just retracted his Conqueror's Haki when Sengoku approached him and asked, Kid, how did you cultivate this Conqueror's Haki? Rokia furrowed his brows and looked at Sengoku with a gaze that suggested he thought he was an idiot. After a long silence, Rokia pointed to his own head and then to Marshal Sengoku's head, asking, Marshal, you might really be sick. When can you cultivate the Conqueror's Haki? Isn't it all innate? I think you should step down from the position of Marshal as soon as possible. Otherwise, if your mind isn't working well. Before he could finish his sentence, Sengoku's fist, wrapped in armament Haki, came crashing towards Rokia. Roxa did not dodge or evade. He instantly wrapped his armed color around his fists and charged forward. The 2 fists collided with a bang sound. Are you trying to practice with me, kid? Just as the words fell, Roxa's smile suddenly vanished, and his figure disappeared from the spot, reappearing next to Ji Yuan. I don't want to get beaten up. And indeed, Sengoku's combat power was not to be underestimated, and he possessed both Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit abilities. If Roxa were to fight Sengoku again, he would definitely end up looking for his teeth all over the ground once more. Moreover, even the 3 admirals did not dare to fight Sengoku. So how could a vice admiral like him have the courage? There were only 3 days left until Ace's execution. At the same time, Sengoku pondered for a moment before speaking. Vice Admiral Qinglong, you need to go to the Navy's reception room every day until the day of the execution. What do you mean? With only a week left until the execution, the Shichibukai who were supposed to come had arrived at the Navy headquarters. At first, he wanted to send an ordinary sailor to warn them not to cause trouble. But after thinking it over, he decided you were the most suitable. Moreover, if anyone with lower strength than you shows up, you could just beat them up directly without reporting. Sengoku grinned, looking as if he were a lecherous old man. Ratchet pondered for a long time, rubbing his chin, and finally nodded. All right, if it really comes to a fight, don't say I'm damaging the Navy's property. Sengoku nodded. It's fine. During the period of just punishment, the world government has provided sufficient funds this time. Hearing this, Ratchet rubbed his hands with a greedy look and said, Cough, cough. I don't know if the Marshal needs anything. As long as the money is in place, I can make anything happen. I want a portal. Do you have one? As soon as he said this, Ratchet's hand-rubbing motion suddenly froze. Although he had one, he certainly didn't want to take it out now. Roxia smiled awkwardly and coughed. I think I'll wait until I invent that little thing before I come back to fool around and sell it. The Warring States glared at Roxia in annoyance, then turned and left with Crane and Carp. Ding. Random task triggered. Please intimidate the 7 warlords by tomorrow. Task reward. Random. Task penalty. Randomly lose a body part. After listening to the system voice in his mind, Rorschach nervously swallowed. If this is about taking my head, then I will be doomed. No, I need to draw a lottery. Ratchet's spatial ability activated, and in an instant, he returned to his room. Once back in his room, Ratchet tightly closed the door. The next moment, his consciousness directly entered the system space. At the same time, he had no idea how many times he had gone through the same process. The roulette spun quickly, and after an unknown amount of time, it finally came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 5 immortal beans. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a small increase in strength. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a small increase in swordsmanship. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a brick 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a radar 1. The lottery has ended. Rorschach stared at the meager rewards in front of him, completely stunned. What use are these? As Roxia reached out, some glowing white orbs instantly merged into his body. However, he felt nothing from these small entities at all. Rorschach looked at the purple light mass, and just as he touched it, the mass instantly burrowed into his mind. Rorschach was startled, but the next second he realized that it seemed like he had several radar-like things in his mind. He could even see the entire room clearly. What does the system mean by this? Ding. Please explore on your own, host. Roxette twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling quite speechless. The next morning, a Navy officer with the rank of major arrived at the door of the Jiun villa. There was a series of knocks on the door, and about 5 minutes later, Jiun opened the villa and asked in confusion, is there something you need? The officer replied, hello, I am here on the orders of the Marshal of the Warlord to find General Qinglong. Jiun nodded and said, oh, I see. I'll go wake that kid up. Just as Jiun turned to look for him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiun, startling him. Why do you keep appearing and disappearing? Are you trying to scare me to death? It's your own cowardice, so don't blame anyone else. Rosha took the opportunity to retort at the Garden of Eden. Rosha pushed the Shiwan aside and looked up to ask, hello, do you have something to discuss? General Qinglong, hello. I am here on the orders of Admiral Sengoku to ask for your assistance. Assistance? The major nodded. Yes, because these 7 warlords have very peculiar temperaments, and some even intimidate our navy. We have to deliver meals to them every day, so Admiral Sengoku asked you to help us. Upon hearing this, the Shiwan behind him revealed a sly smile. She was very curious about Rosha's reaction. It would be quite amusing for a general to deliver meals to a group of 7 warlords. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Rosha stroked his chin as if he was thinking about something. He looked at the major in front of him and asked, which department of the Navy are you from? Oh, I'm a major from the Navy Logistics Department. You could just call me Little Tree, General Qinglong. So you're from the Logistics Department? Rosha leaned his arm on the shoulder of the Major General and said with a smile, little brother, how are the benefits in your Logistics Department? Can I join you? General Qinglong, please don't joke around. Let's get down to business first. Rosha tapped his head and said, right, leave it to me. If those 7 warlords don't behave, I'll catch one and beat them to a pulp. As he spoke, Rosha wrapped his arm around the major and walked out the door. If outsiders saw the two like this, they would definitely think they were good buddies. At the entrance of the villa, Jiun watched Rosha getting farther away, feeling that this kid wouldn't be that obedient. After all, Hawkeye was inside. Jiun's pupils instantly widened, and then a pink light whooshed towards Rosha. About 10 minutes later, Rosha and the major arrived at the Navy kitchen. At this time, the Navy kitchen was not as noisy as Rosha had imagined. Instead, it was quite quiet. Only the sound of some chefs chatting could be heard. As soon as Rosha entered the room, he was stunned by the food in front of him. The major beside him pointed at the dining cart and introduced General Qinglong. This is the food we prepared for the 7 warlords, including drinks and red wine. Rosha crossed his arms and nodded, saying, since it's all done, why not deliver it? At that moment, a Navy officer wearing a chef's hat stood up and said, because when we delivered it yesterday, the 7 warlords said it was too fast. One of them, named Gecko Moria, had a very bad attitude. Gecko Moria? Rosha murmured, as if recalling the person's appearance. Oh, don't worry, leave it to me today. Rosha then glanced at the major beside him. The major immediately reacted and said, everyone, follow Vice Admiral Qinglong. In an instant, 5 Navy officers stepped forward, each removing their chef's uniforms to reveal their Navy uniforms underneath. Each of the 5 took a food cart and followed the major and Rosha. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of a gigantic door. This door was about 3 times the height of Rosha, quite enormous. Rorschach stepped aside, and the major gently knocked on the door. Rosha's brows furrowed instantly at this action. Come in, Navy. Then the door fully opened, and the faces of some of the 7 warlords came into Rosha's view. Among them were the previously mentioned Moonlight Moria, as well as Boa Hancock, whom Rosha was responsible for bringing. Dracul Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Bartholomew Kuma were also present. Rorschach smiled to himself and thought, these are all familiar faces. Rosha leaned against the wall of the room, his eyes never leaving the Navy personnel who were arranging the food. However, for some reason, Moria suddenly stood up with a grim expression and shouted, you bastard in the Navy, do you know you've spilled soup all over my pants? Do you believe I can cut off your shadows? His voice was sharp, causing Rosha to furrow his brow. However, Rosha's attention was indeed on the 5 Navy personnel. The major who had just taken the lead retorted, I'm sorry, but the soup on our food did not spill on you. Perhaps because Rosha was standing behind them, they spoke with a bit more confidence. The leading major couldn't help but recall what Sengoku had said to him in Sengoku's office. You can trust the strength of Vice Admiral Green Dragon. Moria never expected to be contradicted by such a small ant. Immediately, he clenched his massive fist, ready to strike. A murderous aura surged from Rosha, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, the power of space in his hand enveloped the 5 Navy officers. The next moment, the 5 Navy officers were directly teleported outside by Rosha. Rosha turned around and waved to the bewildered group of 5. saying with a smile, "This is none of your business anymore. You can leave now." The 5 Navy members exchanged glances and then turned to run, showing no concern for Rosha's safety. At this moment, only Rosha and the remaining 5 warlords of the sea were left in the room. Rorschach always maintained the smile at the corner of his mouth. Rosha politely said in front of the sofa, "Ladies and gentlemen of the 7 warlords, you may begin your meal." The street-smart Doflamingo stared intently at Rosha, and the next moment, he unexpectedly burst into laughter, saying, "Interesting." Boa Hancock shot a fierce glance at Rosha and then ignored him. Rosha doesn't care about the reactions of the warlords, because he can't hold back his urge to beat up Moonlight Mariah. Roxy's smile faded as he coldly asked, "You are Moonlight Moria, right?" "That's me," Moria replied. However, before he could finish speaking, a terrifying wave of Conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted in the room. In an instant, almost everyone turned to look at Roxia. Especially the 2 with Conqueror's hockey, Don Quixote Doflamingo and Boa Hancock, both showed shock in their eyes. Moreover, Boa Hancock's mouth slightly opened. She couldn't believe that such a level of Conqueror's hockey came from Roxia. Roxia coldly looked at the sweating Moonlight Moria in front of him. "Everyone, please eat first. I'll take this guy out to cool off. He looks like he's really hot." In the next moment, Roxia grabbed Moonlight Moria by the collar with his large hand and dragged him outside. Rochet dragged Moria while releasing cold air from his hands, freezing his limbs and rendering him immobile. Just like that, Rochet dragged Moria as if he were a dead dog. Before long, Rochet brought Moria to the courtyard in front of the Navy's reception building. Roche casually threw Moria, whose massive body was directly slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. Moria cried out in agony. Standing almost 7 meters tall, his weight was naturally a terrifying number, and since this guy never bothered to lose weight, being thrown like this would naturally cause him to scream. Rashia looked indifferently at Moria on the ground, his gaze seemingly capable of killing. Indeed, a pirate is still a pirate, even if they are given the title of Warlord of the Sea by the world government. But that inherent contempt in your bones will never disappear. As Rosha spoke, some naval spectators gradually gathered around. Ji Yuan stood behind Rosha, showing no intention of stepping forward to stop him. He had clearly heard the order given to Rosha by warring states yesterday. Even if he beat up the 7 warlords, it wouldn't matter. After an unknown amount of time, Moria finally stood up trembling. The cold sweat on his forehead had disappeared, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Damn Navy, I was invited by you guys. Aren't you afraid I'll just walk away? Who cares about your damn execution?" Roxia rotated his neck clockwise, making a crack-crack sound. "Things like you, trash, can be beaten up without a second thought." Suddenly, Roxia's demeanor changed, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "It wouldn't be bad to kill you here, it seems." Just as he was about to make a move, he noticed that a circle of ordinary sailors had surrounded him at some point, all with varying degrees of a look of curiosity on their faces. Roxa frowned and then reached out to beckon. The next moment, Ji Yuan came to Roxa's side and asked, "What's wrong? What is up with these guys around here? I'm going all out, and if these Marines die, I won't take responsibility." Ji Yuan recalled how Roxa had unleashed his Conqueror's hockey several times before, and looked around at the Marines, realizing it was indeed true. Ji Yuan sighed helplessly and said, "Why is it that every time there are these fearless ones coming to watch the show?" About 10 minutes later, Ji Yuan finally managed to disperse the surrounding Marines. During this time, to prevent Moria from escaping, Roxa specifically put a limited edition set of freezing shackles on Moria. Rorschach looked around with satisfaction and nodded. "It's quite good, just a bit long. Let's work harder next time." Rochet extended his palm towards Moria's shackles and whispered, "Shatter." At the same time, Moria's shackles instantly turned into and scattered to the side. Rosha looked indifferently at Moria in front of him and gave a cold smile. The Conqueror's hockey erupted from his body, and dark red, lightning, faintly surrounded him. Rosha's arms were covered in hockey as he walked step by step towards Moria. Although Rosha had learned to use Conqueror's hockey, he wasn't very skilled at it yet, so using armament hockey was just right. Moreover, Rosha seemed to enjoy the feeling of his fists making contact. Step by step, Rosha pressed forward, causing Moria to retreat step by step. As he watched Rosha approach, cold sweat slowly trickled down Moria's forehead. "Hey, Navy, I am a warlord of the sea. Do you dare to hit me? Will Sengoku forgive you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Rosha's advancing foot suddenly came to a halt. Moria was overjoyed, but he wouldn't celebrate too early. In the next moment, Rosha's spatial ability activated instantly, and in just an instant, he was right in front of Moria. Roxas swung his arm fiercely towards Moria's stomach. Moria had no time to react to this punch at all. Ji-Yuan even saw that when Roxas delivered this blow, it was as if the air was knocked out of Moria's back by Roxas. This punch made Moria clutch his stomach in pain, and his body uncontrollably staggered back several steps. Bang! Moria suddenly knelt down on the ground, continuously vomiting the acidic fluid from his stomach. Roxa looked coldly at Moria, who was beaten to such a sorry state by him, without any trace of sympathy. Ratchet rubbed his fist and turned his head with a grin. Damn, this bastard's belly is quite soft. By the way, can you ask if it's okay to kill the 7 warlords? If so, I'll just kill him and conveniently take out the devil fruit from him. Roxia's words were shocking, and Ji-Yuan's eyes widened. What surprised Ji-Yuan was not that Roxia wanted to kill Moria, but that Roxia claimed he could extract the devil fruit from Moria. She didn't expect Roxia to be capable of this. Ji-Yuan glanced at Moria's pitiful state in the distance, reached in her chest, and quickly pulled out a small transponder snail. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters office, Sengoku answered the call, and Ji-Yuan's voice came through. Is this Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Yes. What's the matter, Peach Rabbit? Roxia asked me to ask you if it's possible to kill the warlord Gecko Moria. He said that if it's possible, he would extract Moria's shadow fruit. In fact, Ji-Yuan felt a hint of anticipation. She had never seen this skill of Roxia's before. Extracting a fruit with bare hands sounded quite interesting. In the office, Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling troubled. This little guy had told him yesterday that he could beat up the warlords if they caused trouble, but he didn't expect this little guy to be so efficient. Sengoku paused before continuing. However, Moria still cannot be killed. Peach Rabbit, tell Roxia not to kill Moria, just beat him half to death. And I won't blame him for that. Now, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up. At that moment, Roxia, who was in the training ground, had already pummeled Moria with dozens of punches, leaving him in a terribly pitiful state. Roxa glanced over and found that Ji-Yuan had already hung up the phone. So he asked Ji-Yuan, how did it go? What did Admiral Warring State say? I was all set to extract his shadow fruit. Ji-Yuan was startled and quickly stopped him, saying, Roxa, you can't kill him. Admiral Warring States said you can beat him to a pulp, but you can't kill him. Ji-Yuan's tone even carried a hint of disappointment. Oh, fine. At that moment, Moria's eyes were blood red, and if looks could kill, Roxa estimated he would have been killed hundreds, if not thousands, of times already. 10 minutes later, Roxa clapped his hands, looking like he had just finished a task. When Ji-Yuan saw Roxa come over, she pointed at Moria, who was lying on the ground, breathing shallowly, and asked, did you kill him? No. But if we don't get him to the infirmary soon, he might die. Ji-Yuan suddenly reacted and pulled him closer, her gaze shifting to the medical staff nearby. The few medical personnel who had just been called immediately stepped forward. Roxia opened his mouth softly. Why don't you go take a look, Ji-Yuan? That bastard is nearly 7 meters tall. These medical staff probably can't move him. Ji-Yuan shot a fierce glare at Roxia, thinking, it's your fault for making him unable to move. In the end, I have to clean up your mess. Ji-Yuan approached Moria, who was making some unpleasant sounds at the moment. She looked Moria up and down, her face full of disdain. You really are quite hefty. Everyone, step back. Ji-Yuan took a deep breath, placed her hands on Moria's back, and with a sudden exertion of strength, lifted Moria up. Roxia witnessed the entire process as Moria was lifted. This scene made the corner of Roxia's mouth twitch. Ji-Yuan, holding Moria aloft, turned around and locked eyes with Roxia. Oof. Ji-Yuan snorted coldly, and with a whoosh, she transformed into a pink light and flew away. Rorschach pouted and said speechlessly, is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? I could just transfer him directly to the Naval Hospital, can't I? Unnecessary. Ratchet walked towards the Naval Officers Club with his hands clasped behind his head, feeling bored. At that moment, a naval major jogged up to Ratchet's side. Roxa asked, little brother, what's going on with you? The Navy officer slightly gasped for breath and replied, General Qinglong, you just fought against the 7 warlords. The Marshal won't blame you, right? It's fine to take down those pirates who bully the weak. The Marshal just told me that as long as you don't kill them, it's all good. The two were chatting casually in the training ground of the Navy's guest house. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Navy guest house, 7 warlords stood in unison watching Roxa. From their expressions, it was clear that they had witnessed Roxa's brutal fight against Moria. Hee, this general seems to be quite capable. Interesting, very interesting. This guy is called Roxa, but I don't know much else about him. Oh, right, he's also a swordsman. A brief introduction from Doflamingo gave the 7 warlords a general understanding. However, it seemed that the recently bound waist of Moria also had freezing abilities, identical to those of Aokiji. Doflamingo, behind his sunglasses, was intently watching Rosha walk over, as if trying to see through him. He, the only Navy officer I couldn't investigate. I really want to know his secret. Just as Rosha was walking towards the Navy guest house, he suddenly paused. The activation of his advanced observation hockey made him feel as if someone was watching him. At that moment, a red dot was flashing continuously in his mind, along with 3 green dots. Rorschach glanced at the 4 people at the door, then looked at the 4 dots in his mind. Rorschach's lips curled slightly upward. He now understood the purpose of the radar he had drawn initially. The red dots represented those who were hostile towards him, while the green ones indicated normal individuals. He already knew who was at the location indicated by the red dot. Rosha's thoughts moved, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was less than a punch's distance away from Doflamingo. Rosha coldly opened his mouth. "You're a night demon, right? Have you been staring at me? What do you want?" Don Quixote, Doflamingo grinned and said, "Hee, nothing." Just as Rosha was about to speak, the silent Dracul Mihawk, who had been standing there, suddenly asked, "You're the Qinglong, right?" Yes, I am General Qinglong. Do you have something to say?" Rosha didn't expect Mihawk to ask him this. Although he couldn't defeat Mihawk now, with various methods combined, he might not necessarily lose. "I heard you're a swordsman. Can we have a match?" Roranoth Zoro frowned slightly and asked, "You're the world's #1 swordsman, and you still want to bully someone?" Cough, cough. "No, it's just that I haven't had an opponent for a long time. And I heard you were a swordsman, so I wanted to have a match." Mihawk didn't expect Zoro to speak so bluntly, leaving him at a loss for words. Just a moment ago, he had been so domineering, beating Moria to near death, and now he was speaking like this. Rorschach pondered for a long time while stroking his chin and finally nodded. "All right, let's have a competition, but try not to damage the furs here. Or else the Warring States Marshal will make me pay." The two stood in the training ground, and Hawkeye Mihawk slowly drew the black sword, Guru, from behind his back. Rosha flicked his wrist, and a blaze of flames instantly transformed into the Tiger Hunt, appearing in his hand. The blade of the Tiger Hunt was beautifully surrounded by flames in concentric circles. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes flickered slightly, pondering to himself, could it be a sword that had consumed a devil fruit? At this moment, Rosha closed his eyes, his breathing steady. Gradually, the air he exhaled turned into scorching flames, making him look incredibly cool and impressive. Standing opposite him, Hawkeye was momentarily astonished. This didn't seem like a devil fruit ability. "Let's begin, Hawkeye." Hawkeye didn't respond. He raised his black sword, Yuru, high above his head, and the next moment, a powerful slash came crashing down towards Rosha. Rosha squinted slightly, his figure calm and unhurried, as he unleashed a fierce red flying slash with his Tiger Hunt, which seemed to carry the sound of a dragon's roar. In a moment of contact between the green and red, it was as if long-lost enemies were resisting each other, neither willing to yield. Eagle Eye's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic in his gaze. In contrast, Rosha, after executing that slash, had already hidden to the side, knowing that if his attack failed, he wouldn't have time to dodge. Therefore, he disregarded the swordsman's honor and directly moved aside. Finally, the two attacks neutralized each other after about 5 minutes of stalemate. Rosha's mouth twitched. Although he was very confident in his swordsmanship, he wasn't confident enough to compare himself to the world's greatest swordsman. At that moment, Dracul Mihawk, who had sheathed his sword, approached Rosha and said, "Is this your strongest strike?" "Almost. I gave it about 80%. Rosha replied, "But my strength doesn't lie in swordsmanship." Mihawk nodded, but in his mind, he recalled Rosha's previous state before the fight began. "What was that state you were in just now?" "What state?" The one where you had flames coming out of your mouth. I guess it's a kind of technique, but I'm not really sure. I got by chance." Rorschach and Hawkeye started chatting back and forth. Since Hawkeye hardly ever smiles, Rorschach ended up awkwardly chatting with this guy for over 10 minutes. In the end, it was Hawkeye who suggested leaving first, which finally freed Rorschach. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the random task. Intimidate the 7 warlords. Task rewards have been distributed. Please check the system space to view them." Rosha's thoughts stirred, and his consciousness directly entered the system space. In the space, a purple orb of light lay quietly. Rosha tapped lightly with his finger, and a ball of light instantly merged into his mind. At the same time, a new memory appeared in Rosha's brain, shrinking pills. Enlarging pills? For a moment, Rosha's breathing became a bit hurried. Although these 2 types of pills didn't sound very powerful, they were perfect for someone like Rosha, who loved to play pranks. Suddenly, an idea formed in Rosha's mind. There was only 1 day left until the execution day. Early that day, Rosha stepped out of his room feeling refreshed, holding 2 test tubes filled with pills in his hands. The bottle openings were sealed with corks to prevent anything from spilling out. As soon as Luoxia pushed open the door, he saw Ji-Yuan standing next to the sofa in the living room. Upon seeing Luoxia up so early, Ji-Yuan immediately became interested. Luoxia, you actually didn't sleep in? TCH, you better be careful, or I won't be polite to you. Rosha shook the 2 tubes in his hand and threatened. What are you up to this time? Ji-Yuan looked on with a puzzled expression. What are those pill-like things? Rorschach smiled mysteriously and said proudly, Today, I'm looking for someone to test the medicine for me. So don't mess with me. Otherwise, I'll make you test it for me. Roxia said fiercely. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yuan became instantly interested. It is well known that Roxia has invented countless things since he joined the Navy, and almost every one of them has been highly useful. Since Roxia just said this is a medicine, it must be extraordinary. Ji-Yuan hurriedly grabbed Roxia's arm and asked, Who are you looking for to test the medicine? The Warring States Marshal, of course. Who else is the strongest? Roxia swatted away Ji-Yuan's arm, saying, I still need to go to the office of Admiral Sengoku. Seeing that Roxia activated his ability and moved further away, Ji-Yuan used her shining fruit to chase after him. She couldn't help it. She was too curious about what Roxia had in his hands. Moreover, Roxia was looking for Admiral Sengoku. A few minutes later, Roxia and Ji-Yuan knocked on Admiral Sengoku's office. Come in. Roxia and Ji-Yuan were shocked by the number of people in the office as soon as they entered. At that moment, the top leadership of the office had basically all arrived. The 3 major generals, Crane, and Karp were present. Sengoku was sitting in his office chair, and there was something resembling a map on the desk. It seemed that Sengoku was deploying tactics. Roxia shrank his neck and tentatively asked, How about I wait until you finish before coming in? Zhanghua shot a glare at Roxia and said irritably, It's fine, but what are you doing here, kid? Suddenly, Zhanghua's gaze flicked, and he seemed to notice that Roxia was holding something in his hand when he came in. Could it be a new invention? Thinking of this, Zhanghua's face instantly broke into a smile. Rosha came before the Warring States, and everyone, smiling, said, That Warring States, huh? I have invented something new. The Warring States nodded and asked, What is it? Rosha shook the 2 vials of pills in his hand and said, I need a test subject for this. However, I only want the strongest, so I want Marshal Zhanghua to help me test the medicine. Roxia wore a flattering expression on his face. Zhanghua swallowed hard, feeling as if disaster was looming over him today. At that moment, General, he asked, Roxia, what kind of pill is that in your hand? As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at him. Even Karp paused his eating of sunbae and silently stared at Roxia. Rosha scratched his head and then shrugged. I can only guarantee that I won't harm anyone. As you all know, I usually like to randomly combine things. For example, the Anywhere door was something I came up with on a whim, and of course the Senza beans were also something I created randomly. But after making them, I always forget the recipe. Rosha shook the test tube in his palm and said, Here, this is something I made up. Ahem. So I want General Sengoku to help me test the medicine. Of course, it won't be for free. It's 10 million berries. Rakan's gaze was very firm. In fact, Rakan had painfully taken out 10 million berries to trick and persuade Sengoku. Haha, Sengoku, what are you waiting for? This kid Rakan can actually take out 10 million berries to have you test the medicine. That's quite rare. Moreover, this kid has the best relationship with me. Yet he didn't come to me, but instead came to you. Garp acted like a supporter, continuously attacking Sengoku's psychological defenses. Sengoku pondered for a long time while stroking his chin, and in the end, he still agreed. All right, but this marshal wouldn't care about that 10 million berries of yours. You can keep it for yourself. Rorschach was overjoyed. He was still worried that Warring States wouldn't agree. He originally planned to stall for a while, at most offering him 1 billion, but he didn't expect it to be so easy to get a response. Rorschach made a stool for himself, and, after sitting down, he held a test tube in one hand. Each test tube contained 5 pills, colored red and blue. Rorschach frowned, as if he had forgotten the purpose of everything. Rashia nervously swallowed, his fingers trembling as he poured out the red pill and directly handed it to Admiral Sengoku. Without any hesitation, Sengoku swallowed it in one go. Once the pill was in his stomach, Sengoku felt a warm current flowing into his body. About 10 seconds later, Sengoku's nearly 10 pairs of eyes gradually began to shrink. Sengoku's gaze became clear to the point of fear, and all of this happened in an instant. As Sengoku shrank, everyone's gaze turned toward Rashia. Rashia touched his nose and smiled, saying, Ahem, let's find the Warring States Marshal first. P.S. probably on the chair. Everyone began to look around, and finally found the shrunken Warring States on the stool. At this moment, Warring States had shrunk to the size of a finger and looked somewhat adorable. Roxia's mouth corners are now even harder to suppress than a case, almost breaking into a smile. General Crane poked the recently transformed Buddha-like Sengoku with his finger and asked, Roxia, Sengoku has gotten smaller like this, right? Oh, yes. Roxia shook 2 test tubes and smiled. In fact, I have synthesized shrinking pills and enlarging pills. Taking a shrinking pill can reduce a person to the size of a thumb. Even if you have the ability, it won't work. Of course, top-tier experts can only shrink for a short time, but half an hour should be fine. Moreover, while shrinking, strength, speed, stamina, and other attributes will also decrease. It's like the current state of the Warring States General. Upon hearing Roxia's explanation, everyone understood. At the same time, there was an added vigilance in everyone's eyes as they looked at Roxia. They were probably afraid that Roxia would secretly feed them the shrinking pills. Meanwhile, Jiuyin stood beside Roxia, but her delicate hand couldn't help but climb up to Roxia's waist. This kid actually said in the morning that he wanted to feed me this kind of medicine. This bastard. Thankfully I didn't agree. Rokia tapped the belly of Sengoku, then poured a small blue pill from the test tube and placed it in front of Sengoku. Eating it would restore him. The shrunken General Sengoku immediately began to gnaw on the pill madly until he swallowed the whole thing. About 10 seconds later, Sengoku's face filled with rage returned to that of the general. Roxa shivered suddenly. Roxia forced an awkward smile and coughed. I'm just testing the medicine. Despite his strained grin, the anger in Zhanggua's eyes burned like a fierce fire. There were still 3 hours left until the execution. At that moment, a warship was speeding across the sea. A young man was sitting on the deck, looking gloomy with a fluctuating expression. Damn it, they actually sent me to pick up Fire Fist Ace. I don't want to go. Just then, a man in a naval uniform with a purple checkered suit approached and said sternly, Vice Admiral Qinglong is about to arrive at Impel Down. Got it. Rochester stood up, gazing into the distance. It had been about 3 or 4 days since Luffy entered Impel Down. After about 10 minutes, the warship successfully docked. Rochet and the Flying Squirrel walked one after the other towards the gate of Advanced City. They were there to hand over the world's most wanted criminal, Fire Fist Ace, who was about to be publicly executed, to Magellan. Rorschach and the Flying Squirrel arrived at the entrance, where 2 rows of guards stood on either side, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Roxia frowned and said in confusion, Where is everyone? Aren't we supposed to hand over the prisoner? The weasel patted Roxia's shoulder to comfort him, saying, Don't worry, General Qinglong. It takes time to escort the prisoner, and I believe they will arrive soon. Just as the weasel finished speaking, the heavy and massive iron gate of the Advanced City made a creaking sound, as if it was being opened. The gate slowly opened, and, on the other side, Roxia clearly saw the prisoner, Fire Fist Ace, being escorted by Magellan, who had a firm grip on him. Rochet frowned and stepped forward, saying seriously, Do you want to take him out right now? Magellan might have noticed Ace's suffering in his grasp, so he immediately released his hold. The Vice Admiral of the Blue Dragon could only capture the prisoner since he had shown a willingness to resist. Now, the prisoner Fire Fist Ace has officially been handed over. At the same time, 2 Marines also took over Ace. Rajka and a group of Navy officers exchanged salutes with the guards of Impel Down, and then they all took their leave. This time, Rajka's journey to Impel Down was considered a complete success. A few minutes later, the warship set sail again. At the same time, Ace was being escorted by 2 Marines to the water prison used by the captain to hold prisoners. At this moment, Rashia suddenly said, Didn't he have Hailu stone handcuffs on? Just let him stay on the deck, right? The 2 sailors escorting Ace paused, and their gazes turned to the weasel. At the same time, Ace, whose head was lowered, also looked at Rashia, seemingly trying to remember his face. The weasel helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, Take Fire Fist to the water prison first. Yes. Once Ace was subdued, the weasel finally explained to Rashia, Admiral Qinglong, your suggestion just now was a violation, because for such serious criminals in the Navy, we will never go easy. Moreover, Fire Fist Ace is a prisoner to be publicly executed. Besides, he is the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division. It's hard to tell whether the Whitebeard crew will come to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Rorschach nodded beside him, leisurely sipping his drink. He wasn't worried at all about the Whitebeard gang showing up. Rosha knows the entire plot, and the journey to transport Fire Fist Ace is the easiest part. About an hour later, the warship slowly arrived in front of a huge gate of justice. Seeing this gate also indicates that they are about to reach the Navy headquarters. Blurring the line, Rosha lazily reached into his pocket and pulled out a transponder snail. Moshi Moshi. Hey, Rosha, where are you guys? You should be almost there, right? Rosha glanced up at the gate of justice above and said, in about a few more minutes, Ace will be delivered. Don't be in a hurry. Hurry up. After Katya hung up the phone, Rosha smiled helplessly. Although he knew Sengoku was anxious, he didn't expect him to be this eager. About 10 minutes later, Rokia successfully handed Ace over to the Navy. Watching Ace being taken away, Rokia felt a mix of emotions. With many thoughts racing through his mind, Rokia couldn't help but wonder, during the Marineford War, should I be like Admiral Kizaru and slack off, or should I just slack off? As Rorschach walked, he thought, and before long he stood beside the execution platform. At the same time, the naval admirals were scattered around the execution platform to ensure the maintenance of order in the battlefield. Ratchet lazily looked around, and it was simply a sea of people. Where's Whitebeard's crew? It's hard to say, but since Fire Fist Ace is his son, Whitebeard shouldn't neglect his own son. By the way, you mustn't slack off this time. Roxia pouted and turned his head away. He was determined to slack off, so how could he not? 5 minutes later, Roxia felt something poking him. He turned around and saw Ji Yuan poking him with a small stick he had made using his abilities. It looked somewhat cute. What are you doing? Ji Yuan pointed to the sky and slowly said, the warlord just said that you need to go to the execution platform. But I don't know what for. You'll find out once you get there. Rorschach frowned and speculated. Could it be that he wants to repay kindness with enmity and execute me as well? Oomph. The Warring States Marshal is not that kind of person. He must have something to discuss with you, so you should go and see him. Rorschach hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, all right. The power of the Rorschach space was activated, and it instantly disappeared from its original location. It took 2 uses to finally arrive at the execution platform. At this moment, on the execution platform, Sengoku was standing on it, while Karp was sitting beside Ace. Rorschach took a small step back and asked, Warlord of the Warring States, what do you want to do? Can't I ask you to come up? Rorschach shook his head, then sat down on the execution platform. We called you here because you are to serve as the last line of defense, and this is also to protect you. Because your abilities are extremely special, our Navy does not want to lose such a talent like you. Rorschach tugged at the corner of his mouth and pointed to the small execution platform, saying, it's so small that we can't even execute a few more people here. Ratchet ignored the Warring States and instead took out various wooden boards from the system space, including iron plates. The Warring States stared at Ratchet as he modified the execution platform, feeling a bit bewildered. Ratchet was floating in the air, hammering away, and then lying on the ground. Nailing down. Whitebeard had not yet arrived, and in this quiet environment, the sound of Ratchet hitting the nails was particularly loud. Almost all the Navy personnel were fixated on the hard-working Ratchet. Of course, there were murmurs, and some people didn't even recognize Ratchet. Many of the vice admirals had just arrived at the naval headquarters in the past few days, so they naturally didn't know who Ratchet was. Moreover, he was standing alongside naval heroes and Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku looked at Ratchet, who was diligently modifying the execution platform, and said irritably, hurry up with the modifications, kid. When Whitebeard arrives, you'll be the first one he hits. Admiral Sengoku, do you think modifications are like synthesis? It can't be done that quickly. 10 minutes later, the wooden hammer in Rorschach's hand finally stopped. Rorschach has expanded the execution platform by more than double. Huh. Ratchet let out a long breath, feeling much more relaxed. After Raka expanded the execution platform, he sat down alone in a corner. Since the Warlord of the Sea had told him that it didn't matter whether he slacked off or acted as the final line of defense, he felt indifferent. After a brief interlude, all the Navy personnel returned to their previously serious demeanor. Meanwhile, the Navy's communication department was ready to activate the live broadcast snail at any moment for a worldwide live stream. This time, the Navy could only win and not lose, as it was a matter of their reputation, and they couldn't afford to be careless. After an unknown amount of time, many bubbles unexpectedly emerged in the previously calm bay, which was quite strange. The Navy personnel began to discuss this phenomenon. However, most of the discussing sailors did not consider the possibility of Whitebeard's invasion. Raka, standing on the execution platform, slightly curled his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the bay. If his memory served him right, what was about to emerge should be the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, the bay, which had been bubbling violently, instantly revealed 3 large ships resembling whales. The bubbles surrounding the ships burst as they broke the surface of the water. At the same time, 42 associated ships under Whitebeard also surfaced. Among them, the main ship had all 16 division commanders, including Whitebeard himself, on board. They all looked at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, with smiling faces. Rosha glanced at Ace, noticing his wide-open eyes as tears streamed down his face. Dad, why did you come to save me? It's my fault for not listening to your orders. Why did you all come? Ace's shoulders trembled, his expression even more confused. It was me who sent you. Marco beside him grinned and nodded. That's right. I heard it too. It was Dad who sent you. So Ace, just wait. We will definitely rescue you. As soon as Marco finished speaking, the crowd of pirates behind him chimed in. That's right, Ace. We will definitely get you out. The despicable Navy, you're finished. Just wait for us up there, Ace. Every pirate seemed excited, as if they were already on the verge of rescuing Ace. Sengoku on the execution platform listened to the rising spirits of the pirates below and unconsciously snorted coldly while holding the transponder snail. Pirates are still pirates. You will ultimately be left in our Navy headquarters forever. Sengoku approached Ace and asked, Fire Fist Ace, tell me, who is your father? Ace gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, My dad is Whitebeard. Sengoku shook his head and slowly said, More than a decade ago, there was a man named Joel D. Roger. After his death, we investigated all the children born recently. We found no trace of him. Years ago, there was a woman named Portgas Rouge. She hid from our Navy's investigation and carried you for 20 months before giving birth. In the end, she died from exhaustion just to bring you into this world. And your name is not Portgas D. Ace. Your name should be Gold Ace. Sengoku's lengthy statement shocked the entire scene, and at the same time, the live transponder snail broadcasted his words to the whole world. Everyone was stunned, staring at the live broadcast in silence. Meanwhile, reporters excitedly wrote their articles. The execution scene fell into silence, with a quiet atmosphere. About 5 minutes later, Whitebeard, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, grinned and clenched his fists. Suddenly, he paused and slowly said, Ace is my son. The moment Whitebeard finished speaking, his fists radiated white light as he struck the air fiercely. The air shattered like glass, creating crack after crack. Sengoku on the execution platform saw this and shouted into the transponder snail, Attention, Whitebeard is the user of the Tremor fruit. Suddenly, the entire Navy headquarters shook, and some sailors almost lost their balance. Just as they steadied themselves, they found 2 massive tsunamis approaching from both sides, ready to engulf them. The Navy's expressions turned to fear. Rosha slowly stood up, and in the next moment, the power of space activated, instantly bringing him into the air. Roxia's cold ice instantly produced 2 ice pillars. The moment the ice pillars made contact with the incoming tsunami, they froze it solid. At the same time, almost everyone, whether pirates or Navy, was shocked and staring at Roxia. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were scratching their heads, trying to figure out who this person in midair was. Meanwhile, Akiji, who was originally very worried, seemed to have less to worry about now. Oh my, Roxia is really scary. Roxia scanned around and, with a thought, shot an ice ball towards the bay. The entire bay was frozen solid, including Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Whitebeard on the bow curiously stared at Roxia in midair. Sengoku on the execution platform shouted through a megaphone, Qinglong, your mission is complete. You can come back. Rosha didn't pay attention to what Warring State said. Instead, he was surrounded by black and red lightning, and his hand was completely dark, with faint lightning flickering on his arms. I want to see just how strong the strongest man in the world really is. Rosha's spatial power was activated, and in an instant, he arrived 5 meters away from Whitebeard. At the same time, Whitebeard's 1st Division captain, Marco, instantly activated the Phoenix Fruit and flew towards Rosha's. Rokia pouted as he struck Marco hard with his arm. The arm wrapped in Conqueror's hockey hit Marco, and he felt a sharp pain surge through him. His body was propelled back onto the ship like a cannonball. Rorschach shook his hand. What do you want? I want to test Whitebeard, not you, bird. You Rorschach's sharp gaze locked onto Whitebeard. Whitebeard was becoming increasingly interested in Rorschach. He couldn't help but ask, Kid, do you want to be my son? What the hell? Rorschach, showing disdain, said, I'm not as clueless as those pirates behind you. Roxia's fist was tightly clenched, and in the next moment, he teleported in front of Whitebeard and delivered a fierce punch. When the 2 fists collided, the surrounding Conqueror's hockey emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. Rorschach's expression was grim, while Whitebeard appeared relaxed. Goodbye, Whitebeard. The power of the Rorschach space was activated, and he returned to sit at the edge of the execution platform. Xia turned his head and smiled bitterly, saying, The Warring States Marshal, I can't win, and I might be injured. I may not be able to fight anymore. Shut up. Roxas just had a brief encounter with Whitebeard, leaving both the Navy and pirates in shock. Their astonishment wasn't at Roxas's strength, especially the pirates. Their hearts were like a turbulent sea. When did the Navy headquarters gain another user of an ice fruit ability like Akiji? As long as their eyes weren't deceived. They definitely saw it right. Marco shook his hand, and a blue flame disappeared, while his arm, which had just been injured by Roxas, quickly returned to its original state. Rosha squinted his eyes, pondering silently. However, the ability of the guy he had just defeated seemed quite extraordinary. Although Rosha had seen it before, he didn't know the name. Rosha quietly asked Sengoku-san, what was that pineapple-headed guy's fruit ability? Oh, that's the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the bird fruit, phoenix form. It has healing effects. The two squatted down and began to whisper to each other. After about 5 minutes, Sengoku and Rosha turned around, arms around each other's shoulders. They both wore smiles as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Meanwhile, in the air, the three admirals, Borsalino and Akiji, were floating in mid-air, facing off against Whitebeard. Rokia watched the two people in mid-air with great interest. This time, with Rokia as a small butterfly, the two of them actually acted together. I remember before they took turns. In mid-air, Borsalino and Kuzan stared at Whitebeard. The atmosphere on site felt like it could erupt into a fight at any moment. Jata no Kagami. Two-pronged spear. In an instant, the yellow monkey and the green pheasant in mid-air shone brightly in their hands. Borsalino condensed countless yellow spheres of light and shot them rapidly towards Whitebeard below. Kazan's two-eyed spear struck downwards like sharp swords towards Whitebeard. Although Borsalino had many Yata no Kagami, these light spheres seemed to intentionally avoid Kuzan's two-pronged spear. Facing Borsalino's attack, Whitebeard did not dodge or evade, his tall figure standing firm at the bow of the ship. Suddenly, Whitebeard's Konyari slashed out with a flash of light. He struck fiercely at the incoming ice spears. At the same time, the vibrating energy from the Konyari seemed to shatter the space in front of him for an instant. The two admirals' attacks were scattered by the shockwave. Meanwhile, Borsalino and Kuzan both elementized and shot towards the distant wall. Boom! Rokia, on the execution platform, was not surprised by this scene at all. After all, that blade contained vibrating energy, and although it didn't injure the two admirals, they both understood that facing such a Whitebeard, they didn't need to harm him. Moreover, this was the Marineford War. Did Whitebeard think he could escape? Time would prove everything. The Navy had 100,000 elite troops, along with many Navy vice admirals and admirals. Such a configuration should be more than enough to deal with a Yonko crew. Right? Whitebeard glanced at Sengoku on the viewing platform and then raised his Konyari, shouting, "Defeat the Navy! Rescue Ace!" Oh, in an instant, almost all the pirates on the 42 pirate ships charged towards the Navy. In a moment, the entire icebound bay erupted into flames of war. The sound of cannon fire was incessant. The clashing of swords echoed continuously. The sounds of battle and shouting filled the battlefield. Rosha turned to look at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and slowly said, "There really are pirate crews that would do something so crazy for one person." Perhaps Rosha's voice was heard, as Ace turned to meet his gaze. "Hey, Sengoku, when will the war end?" Sengoku shot an annoyed glare at Rosha. "Do you think this is child's play? This is a Marineford War." Oh, suddenly, it seemed that Rosha thought of something. Glancing at Ace, he said, "Then, Commander Sengoku, could you unlock Ace's handcuffs? I remember he's a Logia-type user. I want to copy the MeraMera no Mi." As soon as Rosha finished speaking, he regretted it because he saw the expression on Sengoku's face darkening at a visibly rapid pace. He even noticed that Marshal Sengoku's fists were tightly clenched. It was obvious that he was in the mood to hit someone. Rosha gulped nervously, and at the same time, the power of freezing emerged in his hands. In an instant, Rosha used the power of freezing to envelop himself tightly. Soon, a semicircular ice ball appeared on the execution platform. Rosha was soon isolated within it. Just as Sengoku was about to take action, Carp, who was sitting next to Ace, immediately got up and grabbed Sengoku's hands that were about to go berserk. "Sengoku, what are you doing? What Rosha said may not be right, but there's no need to hit him. His strength is pretty good." Sengoku turned around and glared at Carp, replying irritably, "Did you just want to say that what he said was not wrong? All his bad habits were learned from you." About 10 minutes later, the hemisphere surrounding Rosha slowly shattered. Rorschach poked his head out from the middle. Luoxia glanced around for a week, and when his gaze met that pair of eyes from the Warring States period, he suddenly shivered. Roxia smiled awkwardly and instantly teleported to Carp's side. He had just heard Carp speaking for him inside, so he felt safe staying next to Carp. At least Carp wouldn't suddenly punch him. On the Moby Dick, only two people were standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard and Marco. The two were occasionally glancing at Roxia, and it seemed they were discussing him. "Old man, the one you just fought is the Marine Vice Admiral named Roxia. He was promoted after defeating Fire Fist Ace in a recent Marine competition." According to the information we found, this Roxia was picked up by Carp from a small island in the East Blue. After joining the Marines, he demonstrated incredible talent, becoming a vice admiral in just a year. He is also a devil fruit user. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and said, "Does he have the same ability as that freezing kid? Or is it a lower tier fruit?" Marco shook his head before joining the Marines. He did not have the freezing fruit, and he was already a devil fruit user before that. We haven't been able to find out what his ability is. I think the Marines are intentionally hiding it. Moreover, he just showed at least 2 types of devil fruit abilities. One is the freezing ability we saw, and the other feels like teleportation. The sensation is very strong, and the move he used against me was Conqueror's Hockey, right? Whitebeard grinned and said yes. He just grasped it and managed to use it with difficulty. And to be able to use it at such a young age, his talent is indeed impressive. But unfortunately, he is with the Marines. On the Moby Dick's bow, Whitebeard and Marco were discussing Roxia in a vague manner, especially Whitebeard, who was very curious about Roxia and his abilities. After a while, a fierce-looking pirate knelt beside Whitebeard and said, "Old man, it seems that 3 people with the light fruit ability have appeared on the battlefield, and one of them also has Akainu's magma fruit ability." Marco frowned in confusion and asked, 3? Light fruit? Are you sure? Marco was very skeptical, especially about such a top-tier fruit. The man nodded firmly. "Yes, old man. Captain Marco." Besides Kazuo, the other 2 are Marine Vice Admiral Momonosuke, and another is Vice Admiral Squirrel. The one with the magma ability is Vice Admiral Fire Fist Ace. These 3 have already taken down many of our comrades. Marco was slightly taken aback, his eyes sharp. After a few seconds, he indeed saw several figures on the battlefield with abilities resembling the light fruit. Especially when Marco saw that dark red figure, he immediately looked up at Akainu. Upon confirming it was Akainu, Marco couldn't help but change his expression. "Old man, it seems the Marines have developed something incredible. They can continuously create devil fruits, especially this top-tier Logia type." Marco let out a bitter laugh. Although the entire Whitebeard pirate crew had already reached Marine headquarters, they were still caught off guard by this unexpected situation. Moreover, some Marine vice admirals were already very strong, and consuming a devil fruit would significantly enhance their power. Perhaps seeing Marco a bit flustered, Whitebeard tapped a few times with the handle of his weapon. With a slight smile, Whitebeard said confidently, "With old man here, whether it's 1 or 2 light users, I'll defeat them all and rescue Ace." Upon hearing this, Marco's slightly panicked expression gradually faded. Looking at the tall figure of Whitebeard, Marco felt more at ease. Marco activated his ability, spreading wings resembling blue flames, and transformed into a phoenix. He soared into the air, aiming directly at the execution platform. Along the way, bullets, cannonballs, and arrows shot towards Marco, but all those weapons passed through Marco's wings. On the execution platform, Roxia sat cross-legged beside Carp, resting his head on Carp's shoulder as he looked up at Marco flying in the sky and slowly asked, "Marshal, that bird seems to be coming over here." After finishing his sentence, Rorschach ignored Zhonghua and stood up straight. Then, under the astonished gaze of Zhonghua and Carp, he slowly took a step forward. This step surprisingly landed on the air. It wasn't like a moonwalk, jumping in the air. It was a slow, leisurely step, similar to a stroll. Rorschach slowly walked towards the flying Marco in the distance. Roxia glanced down and saw Akainu already standing up. Roxia shouted, "Admiral Akainu, that bird is up to me." Akainu should have already guessed Roxia's intentions, but he still didn't sit back down to continue his show-off. Instead, he jumped onto the battlefield in one step. Roxia gradually withdrew his gaze, and his eyes showed interest in Marco. He hadn't really seen the fruits of the Phantom Beast species, of course, not counting the cartoons. Rosha smiled slightly as he gazed at the arriving Marco. Marco frowned slightly and asked lazily, "What kind of navy are you? How can you walk in the air? Could it be that, just as I guessed, you were a dual devil fruit user?" Marco expressed his thoughts while secretly being wary of Rosha's. That punch just now had dislocated his arm. "I have never been a pirate, but I know about the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard must be quite old, right? Haven't you ever thought that your old man, Whitebeard, might not intend to return after coming to the Navy headquarters this time?" Marco frowned slightly and said coldly, "What do you mean? The implication is that Whitebeard is going to die here." As soon as Rosha's voice fell, a yellow bird's claw struck fiercely against Rosha's arm. The moment the arm made contact with the bird's claw, Rosha's arm exploded into a burst of ice crystals. Roxia shook his hand, and the broken arm grew back again. Rosha patted his chest and said with some fear, "That scared me." Marco remained silent and instead continued to launch a fierce attack, using kicks, heavy strikes. scratching like a bird's claws, and even diving like a phoenix. The two engaged in a brutal exchange of blows in midair, while the three on the execution platform looked up at their battle. Especially Ace, whose eyes widened in shock, having been with the Whitebeard pirates for so long. He naturally knew Marco's strength. During the impel down incident, when Carp came to see him, he had mentioned it. If he wanted to leave, he could ask Rosha for help, but he had refused. Carp had even told Ace how he encountered Rosha. In the sky, Rosha and Marco fought fiercely, exchanging punches and kicks, both enveloped in hockey, striking back and forth. Rorschach clenched his teeth tightly, and in the next second, the power of space activated, causing him to instantly retreat several meters. Roxia wiped his forehead, and the knife instantly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a blazing flame erupted from his mouth. Marco's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him actually knew swordsmanship. Marco furrowed his brows slightly, staring intently at the two flames by Roxia's mouth, feeling quite puzzled. Rosha glared at Marco and asked, "What are you looking at, Big Bird?" "Looking at the knife." In an instant, the tiger hunter fiercely swung a knife down towards Marco, a fiery red dragon of flames roaring and surging towards him. Marco, staring at the rushing fire dragon, couldn't help but flap his wings and fly away. After flying for a while, Marco realized that the slash was actually chasing him. His arms instantly transformed into wings, protecting him in front. Boom! When the fire dragon made contact with Marco's wings, an explosion erupted. A small cloud of smoke immediately filled the sky. Once the smoke cleared, Marco slowly descended back to the Moby Dick. At that moment, Rosha merely glanced at Marco before returning to the execution platform. At this time, Rosha's clothes were covered in Marco's claw marks, making him look quite disheveled. Rorschach spat and cursed. "This guy's torn my clothes? What a morally corrupt pirate." Navy headquarters, execution platform. Rosha casually sat on the execution platform, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a fruit resembling a Marco head appeared in his grasp. However, this fruit was dark red and had a very peculiar appearance. It also had spiral patterns on it. Seeing the fruit in Rosha's hand, the three people on the execution platform widened their eyes, especially Sengoku and Carp, both of whom were increasingly shocked. Sengoku quickly approached Rosha and reached out to take it, but Rosha instantly teleported to Carp's side. Roxia twirled the fruit with his fingers, a slight smile on his lips as he asked, "Warring States, what are you planning to do? I had a hard time getting this from that big bird. I even took a beating for it." Roxia naturally recalled this matter, as he had previously obtained a smoke fruit from a fight. He understood well the value of acquiring a devil fruit. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Marco, who was sitting next to Whitebeard and healing himself, stared intently at the object in Roxia's hand on the execution platform. Marco examined the fruit from top to bottom, left to right, realizing that it was the same Zoan-type mythical beast bird fruit he had consumed back in the day, in its phoenix form. Apart from the different color, there was almost no distinction. This discovery made Marco's breathing quicken. Whitebeard noticed Marco's unusual behavior and turned to ask, "Marco, what's wrong?" Old man, look at what that guy called Qing Long on the execution platform is holding." Whitebeard frowned slightly and looked up, and upon seeing it, he stood there in shock. Marco slowly said, "That fruit is the same one you gave me back then, just with the wrong color." Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck Marco's mind, and he realized instantly. No wonder there were so many Logia users on the battlefield. It turned out to be that kid. "Old man, you better not fight that kid. He might even copy the Tremor fruit." Yes, it was indeed copying. When Marco saw that fruit, he activated his ability, and upon realizing that his power was still intact, he knew it was definitely the opponent's fruit ability. Whitebeard stared at Roxia, and suddenly the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he burst into laughter. "Gwahaha! I didn't expect such a power to exist in the sea. How interesting." About 10 minutes later, a man wearing a gray coat and black trousers, carrying a large sword, jumped onto the Moby Dick. Seeing the newcomer, Marco momentarily halted his healing and greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Brother Squard, how's it going over there?" Squard shook his head and said, "The Navy is too cunning, and they are surrounding us from the rear right. I came to report on the battle results." "I see. Surrounded by the Navy from the rear? That's just what I wanted. I'm going to attack as well. Let's charge in together." However, just as he finished speaking, a sound of slicing wind came. Clang! The sound was like a sword clashing against steel. When Squard opened his eyes and saw the murderous intent in Marco's gaze, for some reason, he threw his sword down. Whitebeard silently watched Squard, waiting for an explanation. Marco looked at Squard's pale face, anger rising from his heart. and grabbed Squord by the chest, suppressing his rage. Squord, what were you just trying to do? With that stance, were you planning to ambush the old man? Bang! Marco delivered a heavy punch to Squord's face. The fury in his eyes was unmistakable, and just as Marco was about to step forward, the silent white beard spoke. Marco, stop. This. Squord staggered to his feet, took a deep breath, and slowly said, among the 43 pirate crews present, each of us owes you a great debt. We would not hesitate to go through fire and water for the white beard pirates. It's truly regrettable, but I understand this is a battle to protect our family. A pirate like Whitebeard would never abandon his family. We followed you here to this hell. Among your family, did you make a deal with the Navy? Are you going to bury us all here? And if we all die here, will the Navy release Ace? After saying this, Squord seemed to have accepted his fate, gradually closing his eyes, as if he had anticipated Whitebeard's next move. But in the next second, Whitebeard hugged Squord tightly. Squord was taken aback for a moment, then widened his eyes. How could I resent you? I am your old man. I know it's those Navy bastards who instigated this. Whitebeard's words brought a sense of relief to the fighting pirates. They all had a voice in their hearts. Yes, how could our old man collude with the Navy? That's truly ridiculous. After releasing Squord, tears instantly streamed down Squord's face, and he knelt on the ground, his fist pounding fiercely on the ground. Damn, Akainu. I will kill you. The situation here was soon noticed by Roxia on the execution platform. Rosha felt a deep sense of doubt. Shouldn't the ambush have succeeded directly? Why was it blocked? Was it that Marco? Could this be the power of the butterfly? Rosha turned to Sengoku and asked, what happened with the Whitebeard pirates over there was instigated by that guy Akainu, right? Before Sengoku could respond, Rosha sneered. Only Akainu would do something so shameless. Sengoku nodded and then said, that's right, but any means are fair in battle, including instigating the enemy to launch surprise attacks. Although Rosha scoffed at Sengoku's words. Wasn't this also a tactic? The world of pirates has never been a peaceful one. There's a dark side to this world, and the greatest darkness is the world government. Akainu is nothing compared to them. Realizing this, Rosha felt better, and his expression was no longer grim. Rorschach sat on the high platform, gazing at the distant white beard, and thought to himself, if the phantom beast can be synthesized, what about the tremor? Ratchet's lips curled into a smile. Rorinoa Zoro looked up at the tsunami that he had frozen, and couldn't help but think, calculating the time, it should be arriving soon, right? Thanks to the 5 update symbols from the great author who loves to eat ribs. Thank you. Navy headquarters. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with smoke, and countless cries of pain from both the Navy and pirates echoed. Meanwhile, above the Navy headquarters, a warship was standing tall. On the warship, there were hundreds of pirates who had escaped from Impel Down. Among them, Monkey D, Luffy, Crocodile, Ivankov, and Buggy the Clown stood at the bow, looking down at the ice below, seemingly contemplating how to go down. Ha. Is it the execution platform? Ace. Crocodile's hand instantly transformed into a hand and reached out to grab Luffy, pulling him back just as he was about to jump down. Luffy frowned and asked, Hey, Crocodile, what are you doing? Humph, Straw Hat. Are you trying to jump down from here to die? At this point, Crocodile showed a provocative smile. If you want to die earlier than Fire Fist, then I won't stop you. Then how should we go down? It would be better to just jump. Crocodile thought Luffy would keep quiet, but he didn't expect him to not only refuse to appreciate it, but also retort back. Crocodile snorted and sat down at the bow. About 10 minutes later, all the pirates led by Luffy jumped off the ship one after another, simultaneously channeling all their strength into their feet. Their feet heavily stomped onto the ice, and in an instant, the originally thick ice shattered. Luffy and his crew, along with the warship, seemed to lose their strength and fell into the bay. At the same time, this situation caught the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The execution platform. Rajka leaned on Carp and subtly nudged him with his shoulder to indicate that he should look up. Of course, with such a loud commotion, Carp couldn't have missed it. Sengoku stared at the prisoners falling freely from the sky, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized that the clothes on those prisoners were the same as those worn by the inmates of Impel Down. Could it be that Magellan's Impel Down has been breached? How could so many prisoners have escaped? The multitude of questions gave Sengoku a headache, but he couldn't afford to worry about anything else right now. The most important thing was to ensure that the execution proceeded smoothly. A loud rumble echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. One by one, the pirates who descended landed in the water, while some fortunate ability users managed to fall onto the warships, preventing them from plunging into the sea. Due to the previous meteor volcano attack by Akainu in the Burning Mountain, some of the ice in the bay had melted. Roxia fixed his gaze on Luffy not far away and quietly whispered to Carp's ear, "Old man, do you want me to go and capture your grandson?" Upon hearing this, Carp scratched his ear and casually waved his hand. "All right then, I'm off." With Carp's permission, Roxia stood up and leaped from the execution platform. During his descent, countless flying needles appeared in Roxia's hand, shooting randomly. Most of them were aimed at the pirates, with a few entering the bodies of the Navy. Those pirates who were hit turned into ice sculptures, lifelike and vivid. With a loud bang, Roxia made a dazzling entrance. Whoosh! Just as Roxia landed, a large cleaver came at him, striking heavily against his body. The blade only struck his clothes, but it was frozen solid and could not be pulled out no matter what. Roxia looked indifferently at the pirate struggling to draw his sword. With a flick of his hand, Roxia's fingers turned into claws and instantly grabbed the pirate's head, delivering a 180-degree turn. The pirate died on the spot. At the same time, everyone present witnessed Roxia's brutal technique, leaving them cold with fear. Rorschach ignored the reactions of the pirates, activated the power of space, and instantly left the area, reappearing not far from the Moby Dick. Roxia quietly stared at the Moby Dick. During this time, Roxia also witnessed Luffy angrily confronting Whitebeard. And to be honest, it was quite hilarious. Roxia quietly stared at Luffy's back as it grew farther away, and only then did he withdraw his gaze. At the same time, Roxia felt a killing intent seemingly behind him. Gulping, Roxia slowly turned his head, and their eyes met. Whitebeard had already come down from the Moby Dick, holding his sword, Song Yun Xie, in hand, and was looking at Roxia with keen eyes. Roxia frowned and muttered to himself, "What does this old man want?" Not far away, the old man with a white beard slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of Roxia. The tall figure, over 6 meters high, stood in front of Roxia, completely blocking his path. "Gulalala, I heard you copied Marco's fruit. I want to give it a try." Roxia looked bewildered, his lips quivering as he said, "Hey, you old geezer, what are you trying to do?" The old man with the white beard didn't respond, and a white orb appeared in his hand as he fiercely swung his fist towards Roxia's body. The Rorschach space force moved and instantly retreated several meters. Roxia wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed, "Damn Whitebeard, are you ambushing me?" Looking at the massive pit created by Whitebeard just now, Roxia was shocked. "This old man is trying to kill me." Rosha was surrounded by black and red lightning, his entire aura fully unleashed, leaving the nearby Navy personnel shocked and afraid to approach even a bit. In the distance, the seats of the 3 admirals were now occupied by Carp. Carp stared at Whitebeard, his fists clenched. It seemed that as soon as Rosha took a hit, he would definitely intervene. Gulalala, what a terrifying kid. In such a short time, he can already wield Conqueror's Haki. Truly a gifted child. At the same time, black and red lightning surrounded Whitebeard, similarly infused with Conqueror's Haki. However, it appeared to be a notch above Rosha's. Roxa glared at Whitebeard, saying it was terrifying, but he didn't see any fear on his face. Activating the power of space, Roxa instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard and swung a heavy punch. As their fists collided, black and red lightning erupted like an explosion. The momentum fully unleashed, and the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki spread out from the two of them. Ding! Obtained Conqueror's Haki fragment. The fragment has fused automatically. Thoof! Roxa spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, it was as if he had been blasted away, flying backward like a kite and crashing to the ground, raising clouds of dust. On the execution platform, Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Qinglong. Almost all the pirates and navy on the battlefield were shocked, watching this scene. Gururara, little brat, don't play dead. This little injury isn't enough to take you down. Get up quickly. Hearing this, suddenly there was the sound of wooden boxes colliding from the ruins not far away. Roxas slowly stood up from the ruins, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard, you're killing me. Gur, stop pretending in front of me. At the same time, everyone present looked at Roxas and Whitebeard, especially that phrase, "You're killing me." This line was even more shocking than Luffy's earlier confrontation with Whitebeard. On the battlefield, even the Navy and pirates unconsciously made way for the two, as if afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Roxia's mind stirred, and the halo on his wrist instantly transformed into a tiger-hunting knife, which he grasped in his hand. The white-bearded man watched the cool knife in Roxia's hand with great interest. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. Hey, you old Whitebeard, I will definitely burn your breath away." At the same time, a scorching flame erupted from Roxia's mouth, each breath seeming as if the flame were alive. In the next moment, Roxia appeared in front of the white-bearded man. The clash of their blades resonated with a sharp sound, and an invisible momentum spread out from the impact. Two dark red bolts of lightning appeared between their knives. The white-bearded man appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was deeply shocked. It was surprising that he could produce such power this time, especially after previously only having the basic mastery of Conqueror's Haki. This truly caught him off guard. The two clashed like mortal enemies, and with each collision, a sound echoed out. Rosha's occasionally unleashed a move resembling a fire dragon, but in black and red, looking incredibly imposing. Ding. Convergence of Conqueror's Haki 3. Ding. Paramecia type. Gura Gura. Nomi Fragments 3. At this moment, although Rosha's was on the verge of collapsing, his heart was filled with joy. With every collision and every hit, he could hear a sound in his mind that made him happy. However, Whitebeard felt increasingly uneasy as the fight went on, his expression becoming strange. Whitebeard thought to himself, something's off. This kid's body is definitely not right. Why does it feel like the more he fights this kid, the stronger his Haki becomes? Although he couldn't overpower him, Rosha's was steadily progressing. Suddenly, Whitebeard seemed to sense something was wrong and instantly released an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, with the tornado cutter resembling a massive scythe. The blade of the tornado cutter was wrapped in powerful Conqueror's Haki, and it swung down fiercely towards Rosha's right arm. In that instant, it felt as if time had frozen. Rosha's right arm was sliced off as easily as cutting tofu. For a moment, almost everyone stopped breathing, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in darkness. All that could be heard was the sound of the severed arm hitting the ground. Rosha suddenly retreated several meters, and the tiger hunt was firmly embedded in the ice surface. Rorschach's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Drip, drip. Drops of blood flowed from his arm onto the ice surface, instantly freezing into ice crystals. Rosha activated the power of the space and picked up the severed arm that had already fallen. When he tried to activate his ability again, he found that he couldn't do it no matter what. Meanwhile, everyone on the battlefield saw what was happening with Rosha. Some Navy members turned extremely pale when they saw that Whitebeard had actually severed their Vice Admiral Qinglong's arm. Even some Vice Admirals were shocked, especially Ji Yuan. The moment he saw Rosha's arm fall to the ground, it felt as if his heart had shattered. Immediately, Ji Yuan unleashed his full power, surrounded by a pink glow, determined to kill all the pirates around him and reach Rosha as soon as possible. Execution platform. Sengoku's face turned completely dark, with veins bulging on his forehead, his fists cracking as he clenched them. Kopu. However, before Sengoku could call out Karp's name, Karp was already sprinting towards Rosha with incredible speed using the moonwalk. At the same time, Rosha was holding his arm, his face twisted in pain. He had never lost an arm before and didn't expect it to hurt this much. To prevent himself from bleeding to death, Rosha had specifically used ice to seal the bleeding area. Roxas looked deeply at the old man with a white beard, feeling quite fortunate. If it weren't for that old man's shoulder cut, he might have been dead long ago. Perhaps noticing Roxas was looking at him, the white-bearded man actually started to laugh gulalala. At the same time, some pirates, seeing that Roxas had lost an arm, seemed to have the thought of taking advantage of the situation, one by one pulling out machetes or guns and slowly approaching Roxas. Soon, 2 or 3 dozen people surrounded him. Rorschach looked around for a week, and almost everyone he saw was unfamiliar and had an extremely lewd appearance. Roxa let out a cold smile, and a wave of Conqueror's Haki spread out, instantly causing the dozens of people surrounding him to fall to the ground with a bang. However, it seemed that Roxa was still not satisfied. He directly severed each person's hand. Almost everyone had one of their arms brutally cut off. Damn it, haven't you heard that a dead camel is bigger than a horse? If you want to die, just say it.